Good morning. Thanks so much for joining us here on Right Side Broadcasting Network. This is RSBN Live. I'm Matthew Alvarez.
And I'm Robert McNeely, fresh off of coming back finally from the swamp. What a wonderful week it was. Matthew, thank you for all your coverage right here anchoring in Auburn, Alabama, where we've had this wild snowstorm, a lot of ice and still cold down in Dixie.
Exactly. So the snow has melted. It is now kind of happy Friday in a way. As President Trump, it seems as if he's worked for a year in the White House with the amount of executive orders that he has signed. Speaking of President Trump, we know he's going to North Carolina and Los Angeles today.
And it's great to see that FEMA is fully operational. And again, with President Trump's portrait, the way the imagery really pops off with the American flag and his eyes fiercely focused on these bureaucrats. If you do not fulfill the executive branch's mandates, you can go elsewhere. It's very clear in this administration. We are protecting the American people and providing for the common defense. We've seen now over 400 arrests from ICE and Border Patrol agents. Of course, President Trump sending an additional 1,500 troops to the border. He may even send up to 10,000 in order to stop the cartels and their operations between the Mexican and American borders.
Exactly. So we know there's a national emergency on the southern border. President Trump, of course, in the campaign trail, making a promise that he will build the wall, that he will take care of the border, seal the border, secure it, and stop the flow of migrant invasion. All of them taken care of right now in Washington, D.C. by President Trump. And again, his trip to North Carolina and Los Angeles today as he goes to Western North Carolina on the several months since the hurricane hit there for the aftermath of that, and also to Los Angeles for the wildfires, where there's some wildfires even starting now. Can you believe it?
It's really frightening how dry the West can get. And again, it's this forest management problem and the lack of water reserves. So you have an issue with Mayor Karen Bass, who was in Africa when these fires started on a foreign trip. And of course, Governor Newsom had spoken to this directly to President Trump back in 2018 and 2019 in the Northern California fires, saying, Mr. President, thank you. Of course, promises made, promises kept. You are fulfilling your obligations from the federal government, but also we have not done our due diligence as a state when it comes to forest management.
Exactly. So we'll see that trip as well when it comes to what comes out of it. What will President Trump say? Will he meet with Gavin Newsom? We'll see. We'll cover it as best we can here at the network, whether online or here on the TV screen. All right, so part of today's schedule that we're following is the fact that there is a huge March for Life in Washington, D.C. today. So in just a few minutes, a March for Life or a pro-life leader, Christine Yergin, will be joining us live. On top of that, after that interview, Christopher Macchio, the great opera singer, will be joining us live here on the network at 9:30. It would be great to kind of get your thoughts, too, about the inauguration and just what it was like to be in Washington, Robert. So we'll have that. And then, of course, as we see any video feeds from the March for Life, the rally there, and when I say rally, it's a rally for March for Life, starts at 12 p.m. At 11 a.m., there's a pre-rally concert with Unspoken, the band, and then the March for Life actually starts at 1 o'clock. We're also hearing that the Vice President and possibly the President through a video message will be speaking there. So we'll monitor it as we go here on RSBN Live. So let's first start talking about March for Life as we get ready to interview Christine here. Just how awesome is that for our country?
God answers prayers, and President Trump appointed those justices that helped to strike down Roe v. Wade, as simply it was an unconstitutional position in the first place. We've seen this rather radical judiciary branch in the last half century of the country, where you have left-wing justices and judges really writing law instead of interpreting it as is intended for their main purpose. And these justices, clearly constitutionalists, President Trump appointing over 300 to the federal bench in his first term. I'm sure we'll have many more successes with that, again, of people who have conservative jurisprudence. And that doesn't necessarily mean conservative political opinions. it means that they believe in the letter of the law, as the Constitution as written, that it cannot be a living document. It cannot be changed unless you go through the appropriate protocols with the legislature, with the executive branch, and of course their role, the interpretation of the law.
And speaking of the executive branch, a number of executive orders that we're looking at here at the network. We'll talk about the declassification of the assassinations of JFK, RFK, MLK. We'll talk about that in a bit. Also, the 23 pro-lifers that are now pardoned because of President Trump's executive order. We'll get Christine's take on that in just a second. Before we go to that live interview, let's thank Colonial Metals Group, a great sponsor here at the network. As you see on the screen there, Bobby, it's freegoldguy.com. And again, having that backup plan in gold and that IRA 401k, it's always a good thing. It's smart, isn't it?
Makes 100% sense to back up your own paper currency with something that has stood the test of time. So diversify your 401k or IRA through this Colonial Metals Group, an outstanding organization. And even with conservative governance now, there's a lot of damage that was done in the Biden-Harris administration, and going even further back with the policies of Barack Obama. So shield your savings now. Of course, you can see this RSBN exclusive, and this is wonderful too, because you can get this guide and they will give you, there's no obligations. They're not going to push you. They're not going to harass you about it, but they give you the proper options that fit you and your family members well.
Exactly. So all you have to do is go to freegoldguy.com/RSBN for more information on Colonial Metals Group. All right. It is about 9:15 this morning, as you see there. Air Force One at Joint Base Andrews getting ready to take off in just a bit. On his way, President Trump is to Western North Carolina. We talked about this a bit yesterday as well. The devastation that was there due to that flooding, and then the government lack of response from the government of the prior administration really showed what they really care about, and they didn't care about the people.
It's so sad, and billions of dollars then allocated during that time in the last few weeks of the lame duck administration to the Ukrainian government. It's rather criminal, and I'm very happy to see that Speaker Johnson and House Republicans have at least announced the launch of an investigation into all of the pardoning that President Biden did in his last hours. In fact, some of his family members 15 minutes before he was no longer president. So really a bizarre situation, because he had pledged, along with President Trump in his first term, not to make preemptive pardons. Really, the pardon is in place if you have been convicted or if you're awaiting trial yourself. It's not that, just in case that something comes up in the future, now you're safe and free. So I'm very curious, especially with not only the family members, but Dr. Fear, otherwise known as Anthony Fauci, General Milley. What does President Biden know about their activities in the federal government, and why would you make a preemptive pardon, Liz Cheney included?
Exactly, and that's the thing. I mean, why are you covering for them? Why are you pardoning them when, if they didn't do anything wrong, it's the proof of the pudding right there. Actions are speaking louder than words, as the saying goes. As you see that live look, that is a live picture, as we are looking for the president to board Air Force One there. His first trip as president isn't to thank a number of elitists. It isn't to go get a bunch of money from anybody. It's to go to the people of North Carolina. Doesn't that speak volumes?
It does, and to a video conference of the so-called elite globalists in Davos, the World Economic Forum, President Trump was very clear. I am going to defend the sovereignty of the great United States, and you will be paying your fair share in regards to diplomatic security and whatever else you do in dealings when it comes to the United States. He was also a fierce advocate of tariffs. He's put them on notice that no more of this. We're not going to harm our middle class. We are going to make steel manufacturing big again in America. We're going to produce factories and produce goods here at home. We are also going to manufacture our own cars and make big booming business happen once again, not only for great Palmetto State of South Carolina, but I think about the Wolverine State and Michigan. Everything that he promised on the campaign trail, you're seeing President Trump is delivering on them. And it's great to see someone at 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue who not only has made promises but keeps them, also has the cognitive ability to do the job.
Exactly. And then we, of course, monitor each of the promises. We see the promises made, promises kept happen. We are not going to let go of those 20 core promises that he and the RNC has made to this country. And obviously, that's what President Trump's all about, is those 20 promises. Again, if you don't know what they are, all you have to do is go to donaldjtrump.com and just check it out. We're not promoting that website by saying that. That's just the facts. He's the president. That's where his platform is. If it was someone else, we'd say the same thing because that's the facts there. So donaldjtrump.com for the platform. As you're looking live here at the studio here, you saw that live picture from Air Force One. We'll get that video as we see the president hopefully boarding that plane as he goes to North Carolina. Joining us hopefully soon is Christine Yergin, a pro-life leader. Director, please let me know when she is on the line and ready to go. As March for Life, a huge event in Washington, D.C., of course, starting at about 11 a.m., the band Unspoken will start kick off the festivities there. There'll be a rally around 12, so that rally might include the Vice President, J.D. Vance. I don't know if it's in person or via video board. The same thing goes for President Trump. I believe he will have a video message. And then the actual march starts at 1 o'clock. So, and in about 10 minutes, we do have scheduled Christopher Macchio. What an amazing time for him, as we have both had a chance to interview him. But the point is, he is the personal singer, it seems like, for President Trump.
Very exciting to see, and opera can be kind of an arts world where conservatives may not be welcome per se, and Mr. Macchio, not very much a political person by any means, but a common sense, God-fearing, American-loving tenor, and really now America's tenor, as you saw perhaps in Sterling, Virginia, at the Trump National Golf Course, Washington, D.C., where he sang so beautifully, really the tenor rep of Ave Maria, God Bless America, also Nessun Dorma, Alleluia. So some familiar songs, which happen to be the biggest fireworks display perhaps in history. It went on for a number of minutes here, and now we can see Marine One on its way to pick up President Trump from the White House for the first time since the inauguration, or it looks like that's Joint Base Andrews. But if you've been to Washington, D.C., and we saw this on the ground covering for you, the military, as it works to do its formations, and it's always practicing, they can actually go pretty low over the Potomac. And one time I was there for a conference, summer of 2023, and 4 of them just came right in line, and they were waving to us. And the Marines are quite talented.
They are. And speaking of a number of helicopter and aircraft there, you see them right there. This is live in Joint Base Andrews, where Air Force One, the plane is ready to have the president aboard. And we've heard it said it's only when the president is aboard the plane is when it's designated as Air Force One.
Correct. Absolutely. And that's why when former President Biden was taken to California for a much needed and welcomed vacation, that was Special Air Force Mission 46 for his lineage in the presidential lineup, of course. And that's what then happens. We also had the Special Air Mission 39, of course, remembering and honoring the late Jimmy Carter, the 39th President of the United States. So special call signs for this, but truly the plane does not become Air Force One until the president is on board. And perhaps you've watched that great and kind of spine-tingling film, Air Force One, with the great Harrison Ford, a wonderful actor, and Glenn Close playing the first female vice president. An exciting one if you have not seen, from 1997. And not to ruin anything, but he gets on another plane at some point. That's all I'll say. And then there's an announcement from the military that, ladies and gentlemen, this is now Air Force One. Is whatever plane the president steps on becomes that call sign.
That is so awesome to see, and it's making me think of the rally days with the Top Gun music with Trump Force One. But times have changed in a positive way here in this nation, as you see Marine One, and aboard one of those choppers there is the 47th Commander-in-Chief. As you see, there are 3 of them right in your screen right now as those 2 get ready to land. And then, of course, we'll see the 47th president, walk to Air Force One and go to North Carolina today to visit the people of Western North Carolina, specifically Asheville. If you remember, the devastation from Hurricane Helene, quite a terrible situation there. And then all of the government aftermath in the sense of the lack of response. Well, President Trump, as you see a beautiful, beautiful picture there, live right now of Air Force One. That is the jumbo jet. I mean, there are some smaller Air Force One planes, but that's the big one right there, as he is going to be walking up those steps. We'll bring you that live coverage as soon as he walks up those steps, and you'll see that here live. We'll go to that in just a minute. So also, Christine Eargan from the March for Life will be joining us today. Also, Christopher Macchio, the opera singer, who has done great at the inauguration, sang the national anthem in the rotunda. Yeah, we're looking forward to that. And of course, Bobby and I will be talking a lot about the executive orders and his time in Washington, which fresh back from, as you called it, the swamp. And I'm hoping at this point that if there's a meter of how swampy the DC is, we're hoping it's down to about maybe 80-70% at this point. And hopefully all the way down to zero at the end of the administration there. So let's go live right now to Christine Eargan as we see on your screen, hopefully the president getting ready to board Air Force One. Christine, thank you so much for joining us here on Right Side Broadcasting Network. Not sure if your mic is on, can't hear you at this point. But we are looking live right now at, of course, Marine One in the top left of your screen, the White House there on the bottom left. And let's try that mic check one time again, Christine. Okay, for some reason we don't have Christine right now. Okay, so we will try again here soon. Christine, we will get you live here soon as we see the picture of Marine One. And then that seems to be where President Trump is right now in that Marine One helicopter. We saw a number of them fly in. That's great to see that when it comes to the security as well. But this is something that I think as soon as he steps off of that helicopter, we could take that audio and just go there live and watch this great moment, Bobby. How great is it when we're going to see the leader of the free world right here in power step off this helicopter?
Well, this really embodies where we covered one of the three main balls on Inauguration Night, the Commander-in-Chief ball. The one he went to first, actually, was so many members of the military in all six branches so enthused about their Commander-in-Chief being back, and of course, Central Command in South Korea giving a resounding welcome back to President Trump. And that cake that he actually cut had the new design of Air Force One as well. So I think they're still perhaps working on bringing those new colors into the main jumbo jet, that 757. Of course, the traditional light royal blue and golds and whites, as you can see on this Air Force One, the main one that he will be using in his administration. Exactly.
Obviously some technical difficulties there with the live vantage point from Joint Base Andrews. As soon as that feed is a bit stronger, we will be going to that as well here on the network. And today, of course, March for Life starts in a little bit. President Trump on his way to North Carolina. A lot of executive orders to talk about. And it is kind of Happy Friday, so we're going to have to tone it down here a little bit and just hear from Bobby as well. Robert McNeely, who, of course, was live at our Rumble Studios in D.C. That was quite the moment for the network as well.
Well, an extraordinary partnership with a wonderful organization. Of course, they pushed back on YouTube and other entities that tried to silence conservative voices, and Rumble simply existing to defend the First Amendment. So we are thrilled to partner with such a great organization. And when we're back in Washington, D.C., we look forward to visiting the studios again. Thank them so much for their hospitality and to give you ground-to-ground unbridled coverage of what's happening in the city of Washington. A great spot where we can also have congressmen and senators and those power players in the Beltway.
I saw a photo, actually, our COO, Grace Aldana, sent this over to us. It said truth and Rumble and the voices of freedom. So isn't that the truth right there? We are watching live together right now. This is live coverage at about the bottom of the hour, 9:30, as the President of the United States, POTUS, he will be stepping off of that Marine One and walking over then to Air Force One to go to Western North Carolina. Why don't we listen in live right now? Let's go ahead to Joint Base Andrews and listen in live right now. Just awesome. Awesome to see him back where he belongs in that great jumbo jet, the Air Force One, standing up there, pumping his fist, waving. He's in command, and he's going to get the job done, Bobby.
And as he said with our friend Sean Hannity over at Fox in his first long-form interview from the Oval Office just a couple of days ago, I don't necessarily want to be here, but I need to be here because I know what to do, and I have to do this for the American people. And you saw that sense of duty, that sense of fashion again, with not only how dapper and in control he is, but of course his lovely wife, our beautiful First Lady, ready to serve alongside President Trump to bring comfort to those who really have suffered over the last 4 years. And I noticed, especially in that moment, no one is falling up the steps. We are in a golden era in American history, and it's because we have a first family and a first couple who care about the middle class in this country, and not only how to build businesses, but how to build prosperity by adhering to the rule of law and defending our American Constitution.
And it's exactly what number 7 is out of those 20 core promises, defending the Constitution. And that's what he swore to do at the inauguration on Monday. Can you believe it? It's just a few days ago that this all happened.
Right.
And it's at historic speed, as you guys remember President Trump saying, at a historic speed and strength will the executive orders be signed in the first week here. As we continue in our live coverage, Christine Yergin, who joined us a little bit earlier, she's a pro-life leader. She's on her way to the March for Life. She said she could join us from the March for Life, so that would be great to talk to her there. Joining us next, as soon as he hops on the line, will be the great opera tenor, the great singer, Christopher Macchio. He's the one that has just the fame that this guy has at this point in a good way. I mean, he's someone that is on Team Trump, on MAGA, all about MAGA, and then sang the national anthem at the inauguration. He also sang at the Trump National Sterling the other day with his fireworks. So looking forward to seeing Christopher join us live as we see the jetway, the stairs there pulling back, and a beautiful, beautiful picture of Air Force One. And one moment that we definitely will pause for again here and go live is once the plane is on the runway. Obviously, that's the tarmac there. Once he's on the runway and it starts to take off, we'll be glad to share that moment with you guys, as this is the first trip of Trump 2.0 taking off there in Air Force One. Robert, your thoughts?
Really a special moment, and following him close behind, I saw White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt, who's already doing an outstanding job in the role, and a couple of key senior staffers. But this is really the best diplomatic tool that a president has. It is Air Force One and that bully pulpit of 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue, where this beautiful plane and the Air Force can take him literally throughout the world. And really what it has in store, I mean, you can stay and live on this thing. I mean, it really is very, very impressive. Not only some of the best pilots that have ever lived, but just the plans. It's almost like a flying fortress, a big city on a 757 for our president. So he is ready to take those principles back to the American people. And let's see how we can help from a federal aspect, Western North Carolina, and of course, Southern California.
And as we wait for the president to take off from Air Force One there in Air Force One on the way to North Carolina, let's go to Christopher Macchio, the great opera singer that you guys have seen perform many times over the past week. Sir, thank you so much for joining us. Your thoughts about singing the national anthem for the world to see the other day? How'd it go?
Honest, I was a little tired because we had worked a lot on the music for it. My manager Louis Gregory and I, along with the arranger at the Marine Corps Band, we worked a lot to make it a big, beautiful musical arrangement, and we rehearsed it a lot. We recorded it just in case something were to happen to me at the last moment and I couldn't do it. So it was I was pretty much going on adrenaline by the time I actually stepped out into the rotunda, and but I put all my heart and soul into it, as I always do, and I tried to imbue into that performance my love for the country and my love for the president, and I've been receiving such tremendous praise and accolades, and just people have been so generous really with how they felt about it, how they characterized it, and I've received videos from around the country, people in all gathered together watch parties, and while I was performing the anthem, and you see my name on the bottom of the chyron, and they couldn't believe it, and so they've been very generous. But yeah, it was a surreal setting to have all of the most powerful people in the world gathered in such a small space, and just for them to be gathered there and listen to the president lay out his very powerful agenda for the nation. That was a real sight to behold, and I'm so grateful to have been a part of it.
And Christopher, you went nonstop for roughly 4 days, whether it was the Sterling, Virginia Trump National Golf Course, all the way to the ceremony at the Washington National Cathedral, and everything in between. So how do you prepare when you have those very early morning calls? Say you have to sing at 7:30 in the morning when, oh gosh, those vocal cords aren't necessarily warmed up, and then you have to go all day, really into the evening, especially with the cold temperatures and just everything that surrounds the preparation for an inauguration.
Well, especially when you're dealing with something like this, an inauguration or anything that involves Secret Service and multiple moving parts, different organizations, there are a lot of complications. And, that you have to be, as a singer, you have to wake up extra early in these situations so that you can install your equipment before they do Secret Service sweeps and things like that. So there's just so much that goes into it, way above and beyond a normal concert situation. Normally, if I have an evening concert, I can wake up at 9, 10 o'clock, have a cup of coffee, and, stroll into the theater around 2 p.m., do a quick sound check, and then wait for craft services to fill my belly before I take the stage at around 8 o'clock. And this was a totally different experience. So, and not to mention, of course, the sense of obligation that I had to really deliver the best possible result for our president and for the country. So it was a lot, but I don't make excuses ever. I make sure that I do whatever I need to accomplish the mission, to get the job done. And, I'm confident that I was able to do that. But it was a lot of work by me and my team to make it all happen.
And it was a great job there. If you're just joining us right now, on the bottom right of your screen is the great opera tenor, the singer, Christopher Macchio, who performed a lot over the past week. Sir, if you could please hold for 1 second as we take the live look at the Air Force One plane at Joint Base Andrews in the top left of your corner. President Trump on his way right now. Why don't we go to that live, and Christopher will come right back to you. Well, there you go, guys. You see that live picture there, Air Force One taking off for the first time with the 47th President of the United States on his way to North Carolina. Excuse me, go ahead.
What a sight to see. It's really beautiful to see President Trump back on Air Force One. And again, that is really the tool of diplomacy and to get out there and to meet and greet the American people, a great symbol in American culture. And it's really something when it takes off from Joint Base Andrews, because I have had the good fortune of seeing that plane fly in, seeing Marine One pick up President Trump from the White House. Whatever carries him, everything else around it has to sit on the tarmac for a while. So you might have been there, whether it be at Dulles or Washington Reagan, when Marine One or Air Force One are traveling nearby. You have to sit on the tarmac for a few moments, and the pilot will chime in that someone very important is flying overhead.
Exactly, and that's happening right now as the president is on his way to Western North Carolina. Christopher, thank you again for standing by with us. One thing, there's a lot of things I like about you, Christopher. You are a patriot. You are a great singer. You like Trump. You actually love Trump. You love MAGA. And so after the Trump National at Sterling, Virginia, the beautiful moment while you were singing with the fireworks and the leader of the free world standing to your left, the First Lady with him, you're singing these powerful songs. Everybody's enjoying this because of your singing ability. After that, you don't just go away. You say things like, "Go USA" and "Go Trump," and you just really resonate with the American people. It's just awesome. I just want to hear your thoughts about what I said.
Well, it's important for me to convey that when I do these performances, that some artists, maybe the PR person tells them, well, just tell the public that you're singing for the office and you have respect for the office. And for me, it's not about that at all. It's about showing my loyalty and support to President Trump specifically, because all my life I have been waiting. I've been politically aware my entire life, and never before did I have an opportunity to witness and certainly not enter the orbit of somebody like President Trump, who for the first time has the guts and the wherewithal and the Constitution and the character to see the policies through that I always knew were needed for this country to be restored to greatness and to succeed around the world. And so there's no overstatement of how important that is and how grateful I am to bear witness to it. And I tell people there's almost nothing that President Trump could do that would dilute or diminish my loyalty and my assessment that when you zoom out at the macro and the arc of history, and you look at all the different presidents and the course that they set the country on, you're going to find that President Trump and his administration are going to be the absolute most defining moments in the history of our country, and so I have to make sure that I make that clear to him and to the country. And he's, like I said, he's always so generous to me afterwards, providing platforms like these. And I always turn to him when I can, unless Secret Service gets in the way, and I try to, shake his hand. He tells me what a fantastic job I did, and I give him a hug. And if I can, I say something heartfelt to the First Lady. In this case, it's Sterling. I told her, which is 100% true, that when she smiles, she has like a sparkling glow about her that just radiates out, and you can't help but be charmed by that. And I made sure to tell her just that.
It's just what an awesome moment for you, Christopher. Singing in Butler, Pennsylvania during the comeback with President Trump there. Then in Virginia the other night. Then, of course, to cap it all off at the Rotunda in front of the world, the national anthem. Sir, thank you again for joining us here at Right Side. We'd love to have you again on the network as you continue to sing at various events around the country, including at Mar-a-Lago or at the White House and that kind of thing.
Thank you so much for having me, and thank you for all the work that you guys do. Thank you.
Thank you, Christopher. All right, so Christopher Macchio there live, 9:45 Eastern. As you see, we're doing some post-inauguration coverage, but of course this is RSBN Live as we cover America First news and also developments that are happening, whether at the White House or a press briefing, or as you guys saw earlier, the Air Force One taking off with President Trump on the way to Western North Carolina. A lot of news today. President Trump on his way to North Carolina, then to Los Angeles. And also, the March for Life will be starting at 11 a.m. We'll be going to a pro-life leader, Christine Yergin, in just a bit from now to talk to her about that. So let's go over some of the executive orders, Robert. Let's go with the declassification of the files there of the assassinations of JFK, RFK, and MLK.
This really highlights how President Trump is the people's president. It's really interesting when you hear from the far left or different organizations, for example, the National Action Network and Al Sharpton, very upset with the ending of the DEI practices and the taking down of the LGBTQ and BLM flags on federal buildings. But President Trump opening up really a canvas to find out what the truth was behind these horrible events in American history. And the most interesting question, I think, now can be the fact that Lee Harvey Oswald was tracked by the CIA during his days in Mexico, and specifically Mexico City. Why was that? What was known prior to the assassination of our 35th president? And I believe that with documents like this becoming public, we should know the answers very soon.
Exactly. So after President Trump signed that executive order yesterday, inside the Oval Office, he said, "Give this to RFK Jr." It was a powerful moment. He wants to see this. Mm-hmm. What a powerful moment there yesterday, right here live on RSBN Live, as we will continue to cover the president today. Also, as we get feeds from North Carolina and Los Angeles, we'll be monitoring those if it's an open press availability. Also, again, we'll go to the March for Life here in just a bit, and then we'll have Christine Yergin join us. So let's also talk about the 23 peaceful pro-life, some call them protesters, some call them activists, but citizens of our country that were praying outside of various clinics around the country, originally prosecuted under Biden, but set free under Trump.
And that one he seemed to be very upset by. As President Trump signed that, he said how ridiculous it was that they had to undergo this, including a Catholic friar who was literally dragged out for simply praying peacefully outside of a Planned Parenthood. And I enjoyed a video from, I believe it was last night, Beverly Williams Betty was finally released after 41 months of confinement to her husband and to her young child. And that was really a moment to watch as they shared a kiss, shared hugs and love and laughter. something that should never happen in this country. You should not be put behind bars for simply peacefully protesting. And if you are, for one reason or another, you are entitled to that speedy trial guaranteed by the Sixth Amendment. Whether it's the pro-life protesters or whether it's the parents who are harassed in Virginia by the FBI coming to their door and questioning them for endless hours over what was happening at their children's school board meetings, or whether it's the J6 political prisoners, you deserve that speedy trial amongst your peers or a justice of the peace. This did not happen under the Biden administration. He literally had gulags of political prisoners, and that's not an exaggeration. It's simply the truth. And now we see a new dawn in America where your freedom of speech is returned and restored, and this is why it's the most important factor in the golden era.
President Trump yesterday told the World Economic Forum via live video message that America is a free nation again. So that's what we're seeing. People are becoming set free, not only physically, but with their minds and their voices. And that is what the Constitution is all about. So great to see someone that is a common sense president. And again, we are standing alongside truth and common sense here at the network. And it's awesome to have a leader of the free world that does the same as we work together in the sense of we the people for our country to keep the Constitution the law of the land. And we know President Trump is doing that. As we're about 10 minutes from the top of the hour, we will be joined by Christina Yergin, a pro-life leader, soon, as today is March for Life in Washington, D.C. I don't believe we have a feed there yet, but I know we have one at the White House. But one of our sponsors is angelpaste.com as well, a product that if you go to angelpaste.com, you get 10% off using the RSBN promo code. And again, out of Spring, Texas, right?
Out of Spring, Texas, made 15 years ago. It's been getting rave reviews ever since. I actually tried it during the show here, and I could tell you that dry skin went away fast. And it's the most popular because of the immune boost it gives you in your body with the Jasmine Miracle Cream. It also repels mosquitoes, which there are a lot of them down in Spring, Texas, right outside of Houston.
Exactly. So angelpaste.com, RSBN. The promo code there will get you 10% off. There are also other products on Angel Paste, and also Valentine's Day is around the corner, so a great gift right there, angelpaste.com. All right, so it is 8:51 Central Time, 9:51 on the East Coast as you take a live look at the Capitol building there in Washington. We are looking forward to going there to D.C. to the March for Life in a little bit. That is the place, Robert, that, back in '85, Ronald Reagan was sworn in, and of course, President Trump.
Inside the Capitol Rotunda, both bitterly cold days, but that sun shining, and it's lovely to look upon that beautiful building again that we were right on those steps as well when I was outside with MAGA Megan Kohler and, of course, the classy Christina Loren as we brought you so much wonderful coverage in the last week. And thank you to the viewers. Over 6 million tuned in to see really a week's worth of coverage from that Thursday parade route all the way to Inauguration Day and all the events that surrounded. Really such a famous, incredible moment in American history, the 60th presidential inauguration.
It's just a great moment in time. And Robert, talk to us about what it was like to be there for those days, the pre-inauguration coverage, and of course the day of, and the Capital One Arena, and all of it. Just overall, if there was one word. Wow. It's funny. He can go on for 5 hours with commentary. So could I at times. But if there was one word,
I would sum it up as just tremendous. It was really an amazing experience for me personally. I have never been to an inauguration. I have watched these on TV. The sense of duty and love for country on full display with our wonderful military, all the police officers that came from really all over the country. I saw New Jersey and Minnesota, Arizona, all these different state troopers volunteering in most cases to help DHS and the Secret Service and the Army and other branches of the military to secure the perimeter. And they kept having to change in that process given we were going inside, outside, might have an event here or there. They had to move what was months of planning really into hours of changing that process. And here's the thing, Matthew, too, like a rally, everyone treating each other so well in the bitter cold, in the rain on the MAGA rally day. That didn't bother anyone. People singing God Bless America, celebrating the country, pro-life activists out with their signs as well. And that was something, there was a Secret Service stopped by, and we were at different checkpoints and perimeters for press to move in on different areas. And he said, you know what's amazing about this moment is that everyone here is just having such a great time. No one's giving us a hard time. And that's hard for you to be out there for hours and hours and hungry and thirsty and whatever it might be. But everyone said that they felt a duty to come and support their commander-in-chief. And, it has to be inside. That's okay. There are watch parties throughout Washington.
Exactly. And so many times, no matter the weather, to your point, when they think about it, and we would do the same thing, President Trump has taken on everything, pretty much. So we can do that for him, but also for our country. So it's that 1-2, figuratively speaking, punch that we won't shy away from our support for freedom in this nation. As we're looking live there again at the U.S. Capitol building, approaching the top of the hour here. Looking forward to heading to D.C. for this March for Life, the great March for Life. I mean, we're talking decades of great marches with a whole lot of people there in Washington, D.C. We'll be joining Christine Yergin, a pro-life leader, live there, right there on the ground. So looking forward to that. And if you're just joining us right now, of course, Robert McNeely, Matthew Alvarez here at RSBN, and also the whole staff here at Right Side. Everyone, the director, producing, our COO, our CEO, our founders, everybody, our camera ops, and other hosts here, Christina Loren and on. So we're just thankful that you guys are streaming with us here as we cover America First News. If you just missed it, President Trump was on Air Force One. We had a live picture of that as he took off to North Carolina and then to Los Angeles. The question is, Robert, when will he go to Nevada? Because he said he's going to go there to thank supporters. And I keep saying, is this going to be a rally?
You never know with President Trump. He might even just do that along this trip as well. But, promises made, promises kept. I think because we saw that MAGA rally in Washington, D.C., and then a return to the Capital One Arena just the next day for executive order signings, President Trump will make this a regular practice to keep these rallies going and to go and see his supporters as a major thank you, because it might seem like the Silver State didn't really have a say in it with 6 electoral votes, but they really wanted no tax on tips, no tax on overtime. They are the entertainment capital, really, of the country, if not the world. And with so many teams moving there, like the Las Vegas Raiders and Raiders who came out there to play football, and others considering making that move, the Golden Knights, the success of hockey in the desert. Think about how that's been such a thrill in the last few years. Wow, if that can continue to grow, President Trump's policies will really help Las Vegas and Nevada as a whole.
Exactly, will do, and we look forward to seeing that coverage here on the network as we approach the 10 o'clock hour. Again, we'll go to the March of Life here soon. Let's talk about the fact that, Robert, you were out there in the freezing cold. What's it like to be in the cozy studio today?
It's rather fantastic, still thawing a bit, but no, it was great being out there. We are masters of how to handle the cold, with you and I being from the north, and it did not really change what was anticipated, in a traditional January winter. But it's nice to have, less layers on today. You'd have about 3 or 4 out there, and I thought we really managed it well, getting out there and getting you the access to the people who really stood out there for hours and hours, because we had some early call times, but my goodness, some people were out there 11:30 the night prior waiting in line to see the rally and the inaugural parade that was moving to the Capital One Arena. So they're the true road warriors.
Wow.
I mean, really early mornings.
Well, I mean, yeah, so you're in a city environment where it's, you've got concrete everywhere.
Exactly.
You have the wind is just whipping through. It's
right.
A cold wind chill, and you ran into people that were there the night before.
With big smiles on their face,
wow.
too. It was really remarkable to watch, and that's why, especially the following day, we were making sure that after the rally itself, that if people were intending to come back out, the temperature severely dropped that night. I mean, even was a large difference when we went into the Capital One Arena and after the rally. my goodness, it was really very cold after that, and then he had the ice that came over Washington D.C. as well. So it's something to talk about. And Mega and I were talking about, should we move this back to March 4th, where it was constitutionally mandated to celebrate the birth of the nation in the founding documents, perhaps in the future. But I'm so thrilled that there's no more Joe Biden. So glad that January 20th has come and gone, and that President Trump is on the road, ready to protect the American people.
Exactly. We're only 4 days into the presidency, and as I mentioned on Truth Social earlier, it seems that the president has been in office for a year with the amount of executive orders and just all of the coverage here at the network. Let's thank one of our sponsors, Tax Network USA. Tax Network USA, 800-357-1415. Settling back taxes. This is a group that can help you.
They are the pros, and whether it's state tax issues or the federal income tax or anything in between with your assets, with your properties, Tax Network USA believes in those patriotic principles that have made America great. Call 800-357-1415 or visit tnusa.com. One of our great sponsors here at Right Side Broadcasting. It's Tax Network USA, tnusa.com/RSBN. Again, they will not hassle you. They will not bother you. Just get some questions answered as we approach that April 15th deadline.
800-357-1415. Okay, it's the top of the hour. Robert McNeely with Matthew Alvarez here looking at the White House. Let's go to a commercial break. We'll be right back on RSBN.
Hey y'all, it's Silk from the Diamond and Silk Chit Chat live show. Look, don't forget to check me out right here on RSBN Network. Be sure to watch the show on Right Side Broadcasting Network, and I want you to support Right Side Broadcasting Network. Yes, it's imperative that you do so, okay? I look to see y'all soon. Bye-bye.
A large retail store just canceled a huge order, leaving us with a ton of extra My Pillows. But you know what? That's their loss. I'm going to make it your gain. For the first time ever, you get standard classic My Pillows for wholesale prices, only $14.88. I can't believe I'm even saying that. Only $14.88. But it gets even better. For a limited time, I'm going to offer my entire classic collection at wholesale prices. Upgrade to a queen size My Pillow for just $18.88. King size only $1 more. Get my body pillows for $29.88 and multi-use My Pillows for only $9.88. So go to mypillow.com or call the number on the screen. Use your promo code to take advantage of wholesale pricing for the first time ever on TV, including my standard size My Pillow, only $14.88. They've never been offered this low before. We have limited quantities at this price, so limit's going to be 10, and once they're gone, they're gone.
Welcome to Right Side Broadcasting Network, your trusted conservative news outlet. At RSBN, we deliver the truth when the mainstream media falls short. Since 2015, we've proudly broadcasted every single one of President Trump's iconic MAGA rallies, bringing you the excitement and energy live before anyone else. By watching RSBN, you get an unfiltered front row view of the action on the ground. We interview the crowds to give a voice to millions of Americans just like you. We show you President Trump's speeches in their entirety, free from interruptions and censorship. We cover the stories that matter to you with the integrity and passion you deserve. Thank you for choosing RSBN as your home for America First News. Together, we stand strong, united, and informed. So join us and be part of the right side of history.
Welcome back to Right Side Broadcasting Network. We are going to go live now to the pro-life march, which is starting a little bit later today. Let's go to Christine Yergin, a pro-life leader. Christine, thank you so much for joining us on Right Side Broadcasting Network.
Thank you so much for having me. It's a pleasure.
Definitely. So tell us about today. I'm hearing that the vice president, is he going to show up in person or is it a video message?
He's showing up in person. The President Trump is showing up via video, but the vice president will be here in person. I just went through Secret Service, and there's people already lining up to join. Everybody is so excited. They have a huge speaker lineup this time, and everybody's just excited to march for life.
Can you talk to us about why you specifically got involved and so heavily involved? Of course, we're with you in the sense of personally with being pro-life and all that, and so is the network, but why did you do what you're doing right now?
You know, I actually had my own unplanned pregnancy. So I have been in these women's shoes, and I know what it's like to not feel support and not necessarily know what you're going to do when you find those 2 pink lines on a pregnancy test. But I know the outcome when you choose life and how important it is and how valuable life actually is. And these babies' lives within the womb are not ours to take. They are just as valuable as you and I.
Amen.
I love that backdrop, Christine, of the Washington Monument. And of course, it's that Egyptian obelisk that points up towards God, and that we are to serve him as residents and citizens of this great nation. And you're really fighting for the voiceless, being their voice in this fight. What's the next steps of the mission, whether that be federal action or state legislation? How are you planning to move pro-life legislation through the states? And is there a mission to have some form of a national ban?
Yeah, so, what we've already seen are some pro-life wins, and President Trump hasn't even been in office for, just a few days now. He pardoned all of the pro-lifers, but what we're pushing for right now is the fact that President Trump has pushed the abortion issue back to the states. Roe was reversed, and or the Supreme Court, I suppose, and what we're wanting now is to defund Planned Parenthood. That is one of the huge things. If it's not a federal issue, which I don't necessarily agree with, if it's not a federal issue, then why are they getting federal dollars? So we need to be focusing on that. Right now, another thing President Trump is pushing for is clean water. Interestingly enough, not a lot of people know that abortion pills, the chemicals from the abortion pills are going into our water system, and we're drinking this every single day in our tap water. So there's things that we agree on with President Trump that I think that we can really move the needle in some really great ways. And, you guys probably just saw the Born Alive Protection Act passed the House yesterday. I was there in the gallery when that happened. That was fantastic. I think there's a lot of things that we're going to be able to get done.
Christine, can you talk to us about today's game plan? So I know 11 a.m. is a concert, and then from there, is it a rally and a march? And where is everything happening?
So we are down here on the National Mall. As you can see, the monument's behind me. We're not too far from the White House. I just passed it. They will have a rally. They have speakers. They have Lila Rose, who is president of Live Action. They have Bethany Hamilton, who's a professional surfer, who had her arm bit off by the shark. If you guys will remember that story when it came out, she's going to be here speaking. Vice President Vance, Ron DeSantis. There's a big lineup. So after those speakers speak, thousands, hundreds of thousands probably. This is probably going to be one of the biggest marches for life. We'll be marching down to the Supreme Court in support of mothers and babies.
That's going to be awesome to see that. And also, your thoughts about a great win by President Trump and the fact that we went to the right direction in our country.
Oh, I'm overjoyed that President Trump is in office. Had we had somebody like Kamala, we would not be seeing the pro-life ones that we're already seeing. I mean, just like I said, it's been just a couple of days that he's been in office, and 23 pro-lifers who were wrongly convicted or wrongly imprisoned have just been pardoned. So had we had Kamala, we wouldn't be seeing any of this. And, somebody like me could potentially end up in prison or on a terrorist watch list just because I care about moms and babies. So to see him in office and to see him push for some of those pro-life values that we saw his first time around is really, really powerful.
Hey, Christina, I think that one of the unsung heroes in this electorate this past election, the American church. I believe people responded to that through their communities. They saw what was right and wrong, and they responded with their vote. What's your best message of advice for that kind of advocacy for those who might want to reach out to those in their neighborhood or throughout their county? How can they get involved in this pro-life movement?
One of the best ways is get to know the pro-life community around you. Get to know the pregnancy resource centers. You never know when you're going to meet somebody, whether it's on the street, in an elevator, who's in an unplanned pregnancy, who needs to have those resources. So knowing what is available around you, what resources exist, what different organizations do. Students for Life, we do a lot, and we have an organization called Standing With Her, and they're standing with you, and we help pro-life, we help women who choose life and give them what we've resources, knowing about all of those, but also getting involved with them and volunteering with really people who can be one-on-one with women. We witnessed at Planned Parenthood. We were there yesterday at Planned Parenthood and saw what was going inside. A lot of times women do not want to go inside. They're being coerced. And just being somebody that knows women can talk to and say, hey, you don't have to do this. We're here for you. We're happy to help you. If it's resources that you need, we're happy to connect you with those resources and do whatever we can. We'll walk alongside you. I will go with you to your prenatal appointment. whatever it is, just to be a voice and a shoulder to lean on for these women who are truly just often in times of uncertainty and a little bit scared.
Christine, last question. I know the announcements are happening there, so hopefully we can get this answer in that time. And also, if you could show us just around the area there. I know that people aren't there yet to march because that doesn't happen until 1 o'clock, the actual march. But the rally, of course, I guess it's 11 o'clock that starts the concert there with Unspoken. But the 23 pro-lifers that are now free because of the pardon of President Trump. Your thoughts?
Overjoyed. I mean, these are mothers and grandmothers who have children. I cannot imagine going to peacefully pray at an abortion clinic, which is what they were doing, and being arrested for it. We know that the FACE Act was weaponized by the Biden DOJ, and I know that there were congressmen who were trying to repeal it, but these are, again, mothers, grandmothers, peaceful people who were just praying, who were wrongly convicted, wrongly persecuted. And, it's interesting. We don't see it go the other way. We see the people who are burning down pregnancy centers or vandalizing churches. Nothing ever happens to them. They don't even look for them. I don't know if any of them have ever been convicted. But when it comes to pro-lifers, if you're praying outside of an abortion clinic or near an abortion clinic, God forbid, the Biden DOJ they were going to come for you.
I'm looking forward to Kash Patel, Pam Bondi, Pete Hegseth, President Trump, law and order. Amen?
Amen.
Christine Eargan, thank you again, pro-life leader. Where can people follow you?
You can follow me at Christine Jurgen on Instagram. I'll actually be highlighting the whole march today. If anybody wants to follow along, you can follow me there. I'll be putting everything on my story. If you can see here, this is the monument, obviously, and then the stage and a bunch of tents are right back here. People are starting to slowly trickle in here, and going through Secret Service, it's taking a little bit longer for people to come in because having to get wanded down, that's not typically something that happens at the March for Life unless Vice President or the President comes in. So it is a little bit slower for everybody to come in through the lines of the Secret Service right now. But this is where everybody will be, and this is the March for Life.
An exciting time for great American patriots on the ground, also getting as much work done as President Trump's getting done in this first week, never backing down, sharing that peace and that love and that advocacy of loving all of God's children. Thank you so much, Christine.
Thank you for having me.
All right, so that was Christine Eargan live there in Washington, D.C. at the March for Life. We're hearing the Vice President, J.D. Vance, will be there in person. And then President Trump will have a video message as well, as he's on Air Force One right now, headed to Western North Carolina, and then to Los Angeles, and then to Nevada. So 3-state tour for the president. But these are very serious stops in North Carolina and L.A., as you guys know, because of the aftermath of the hurricane, to visit with people there in Western North Carolina. Of course, Hurricane Helene from a few months back. And then even in L.A., there's still some new wildfires happening. So just the management is getting corrected with President Trump. And then he'll be going to Nevada for, I'm not sure yet. Will it be a rally? Will it be a smaller group? But he will be thanking supporters there in the Silver State. So it is 10:11 a.m. You're watching RSBN Live alongside Robert McNeely and Matthew Alvarez. Thank you so much for streaming in. And to your point earlier, Robert, we had more than 6 million views all across of our social platforms, including Rumble, on the inauguration on January 20th. I know you were part of all of that coverage. What was it like to be in Washington for such a historic event?
Once in a lifetime. It's hard to sum up how special this was, because for all of us, it's the first time we saw someone come back to serve that second non-consecutive term. Of course, Grover Cleveland being the first in the late 19th century to do that amongst presidents. But, even in the airport, when you go to Washington Reagan, you see the Brooks Brothers, for example. They've dressed 41 of 46 presidents. There have been so much to have happened in this beautiful district, and it's literally living out history. And then to do that with the backdrop of great MAGA patriots who are on the ground making such an incredible difference. The perimeter that was set up that kept having to be changed because of last-minute changes with the weather to move the inaugural ceremonies indoors, it was literally impossible to quite see everyone. So you had to have somewhat of a game plan, but wonderful to see so many friends from around the world and right here in our great country enjoying the proceedings.
Exactly. I mean, you're talking local, regional, state, county. national, international, all sorts of press everywhere. And watching some other international press just the other day, the BBC and CBC out of Canada and the United Kingdom, they also have headlines about Trump. I mean, even in other countries, it's just that way because they know that this is the leader of the free world, and also what happens in this country really reflects on everything around the world. So we saw, case in point, under the Biden administration, so-called administration, there were new wars that were started. The price of everything has gone up. Our safety was at jeopardy. Our borders were open, on and on and on. President Trump reversing all of that. And that's part of those 20 core promises, of course, that we're looking forward to, Robert. So we've talked about that a lot here at the network because it's common sense leadership. So let's go to mybrightcore.com together here as Kimchi One, a product there you see on the left side of your screen. If you'd like to buy two, you'll get one free. This is a great product. If you just go to mybrightcore.com/RSBN when it comes to your immune support and gut health. I mean, kimchi is a very good thing for your system, a probiotic.
This is 100% MAHA approved. Bobby Kennedy, a huge fan of getting the country healthy again, and we're looking forward to his upcoming hearings and, of course, God willing, confirmation as well. But Kimchi One is one of the best in the business. 888-722-0936. You can receive up to 50% off going through Right Side Broadcasting. But all health really starts right in the gut, and it affects our mental clarity, what we get done throughout the day, and, of course, your aging and longevity. So Brightcore, made in the USA. Buy two, get one free. Go there now, mybrightcore.com/RSBN.
Not sure if you saw the interview that I had with the founder, Kim Bright of Brightcore, but talk about someone that is straight up MAGA and MAHA. It was just great to see it. And it's not every day you get to talk to a founder or a CEO or an owner about their political beliefs. Usually it's about the product.
Right.
But she is so based in MAGA and MAHA. It was just refreshing to see.
Well, and that's even with our interview with Christopher Macchio in the last hour, the fact that these industries that didn't necessarily want to share their beliefs, or they were far left, we're seeing this cultural change happening, whether it's in the arts or whether it's in health, or things that were not very much considered MAGA, now really coming out full frontal because it's common sense. I mean, that's what President Trump wanted to put out there, common sense principles and a big tent that offers solace and refuge for everyone.
And speaking of interviews with owners, Colonial Metals Group, Paul Stone, we did an interview with him and we aired that yesterday. We'll have some more of those moving forward, but it's just great to hear people that are into common sense and truth here at the network, and of course not bought and paid for by any woke corporations, just people that have these great products from around the country as we work together. And also, if you'd like to text RSBN to 801-801 for any donation or any assistance when it comes to finances, I mean, at the end of the day, we know that you're not paying for a subscription with us, so everything is free brought to you, and we'd love to bring that coverage to you. So if you'd like to donate at all, just text RSBN to 801-801, or also purchase some products that we are showing you here, as we have great sponsors at the network. 10:17 this morning, looking forward to seeing the March for Life coverage as Vice President J.D. Vance will be there in person. President Trump to have a video message. He always is cognizant of what's going on in our country.
And he was the first president to address the March for Life since the Roe v. Wade decision over 50 years ago. And he truly is the pro-life president who put those judges and justices on the federal bench, over 300 in fact, who have conservative jurisprudence. And that's not a conservative opinion or necessarily a political ideology, but that viewpoint that the judiciary is there to interpret the law, to look at it as written, not as a living document. They believe the Constitution is what it says it is, and that these Bill of Rights are truly ordained to you by the Lord Almighty. That's why you have great people like Clarence Thomas, who have fought so hard to defend these amazing principles on the bench for so long. And then, of course, President Trump bringing up so many wonderful judges and justices, and one of them, in fact, Brett Kavanaugh, who swore in Vice President Pence, and Usha, our second lady, actually clerked for him as well. So an impressive couple in their own right. Vice President Vance will be addressing the March for Life.
And that will be great to see. We'll bring you that live coverage right here on RSBN Live as you are taking a live look at the great U.S. Capitol building. You know, it's awesome to have the trifecta when it comes to the executive branch. We have the judicial branch as well, the Supreme Court on a conservative edge there. The legislative branch and the Senate and in Congress, all red in the sense of the majority. So it's a tight majority in some of them, close majority, but it's great to see that for our country because it's about we the people. And obviously all of these people in government should be and are representing us, and we see that that's happening with President Trump, seeing the promises made on the campaign trail, promises kept in the sense of the executive orders. Now we're seeing them carried out. That's the action that we're looking for as well. So those 1,500 troops going to the southern border, because President Trump declared the southern border as a national emergency, that's proof in the pudding.
It is. It really is, Matthew. And the privilege of being in Washington, even when we were off camera, and some conversations I have to keep off the record, but I was fortunate enough to run into certain congressmen, and I asked them the question, what will be the driving force in the next couple of years? Is it really solely these maps that we have to look at where you can kind of pick and pluck here and there to gain more of a majority, specifically in the House? And some telling me that this is really truly results driven. This community has of MAGA patriots voted for change. They want an American government that is responsive to their needs and to common sense, as you saw in the 20 promises that became Republican policy. And they said simply, if we don't execute on this, we won't be reelected. It's that simple. This is not a Republican-Democrat thing. This is common sense and protecting the American people in this grand populist movement that is really making quite the difference.
It's America first versus America last. You know, President Trump said, quote, this will be the most America first administration in history. And he's always said, of course, the best is yet to come, quoting the great Frank Sinatra song. What a beautiful song that is, of course. But as we move forward, seeing the America First agenda unfold before our eyes, I'm not going to keep saying that if it's not happening. But we do see the actions. We do see the executive orders. We, the people, you guys are seeing this happen in real time. So we will cover the White House. We will cover any briefings at the Pentagon or any developments at the Supreme Court or anything in Congress here, as we are an America First News Network. RSBN, we cover those kind of news stories. We'll also, you know, on occasion, if there's an outright lie that the false narrative side of left-wing media is saying, we'll bring the common sense, truth, perspective to that and shed light on it. Because, as you know, Robert, the people are watching alternative, independent, conservative-based, constitutional, common sense journalism like Right Side Broadcasting than they are the mainstream, lamestream, as Rush Limbaugh used to call it, networks.
And we saw this at the inauguration. We spoke to people from the UK and Australia, Canada coming in, and also international outlets of Jewish news sources, Italian, Spanish, Korean, all interested in what we specifically, Right Side Broadcasting, had to share. But also you realize that how many people around the world are watching, because it's about the peace through strength MAGA agenda that will make a difference for national and international security. And as a programming note here at Right Side Broadcasting, stay tuned in as we really go into the post-rally days. Of course, President Trump having that glorious MAGA rally with Kid Rock performing, John Voight giving some words of wisdom as well, and some of his other diplomatic ambassadors to Hollywood, Sylvester Stallone and Mel Gibson, were in the building, but not everyone spoke. Even the Hulkamaniac himself was at the Capital One Arena. But we'll see rallies, from time to time. But President Trump now really in full throttle, working every day for the American people. So right here, we'll be having these live desks Monday through Friday with unbridled access to the Trump administration. And then some surprises for you as we go throughout the year with different programming notes, which I think the viewers will ultimately love, really breaking down policy and specific topics relating to making America healthy again, wealthy, and strong, as President Trump has promised.
Exactly, and those are all common sense pillars of our nation, as you see the pillars in the front of the White House there. That's what Right Side Broadcasting Network is about, is the live event coverage and seeing President Trump travel as he is going today to North Carolina. We saw a live feed from Air Force One, outside of Air Force One at Joint Base Andrews. And it was great to see Marine One take the president over to the plane there. And then, of course, we saw that live takeoff while we were interviewing Christopher Macchio, the opera singer. So, yeah, we're going to be covering all America First news here at the network. Looking forward to some of the programming notes and the shows of the future. It was great to see RSBN's Christina Loren on our air yesterday as well, reporting live as we saw President Trump sign executive order after executive order right here live on the network. Bobby, I mean, the fact that he is signing, he's north of 50 at this point, and there are about 150 plus to go.
Right. Of course, 200 or so promised ultimately, but he hit it right on day one, whether that be in the Senate cloakroom or at the Capital One Arena, and of course at the Oval Office in the White House right before he enjoyed the inaugural balls. And it was so refreshing to see that energy back in the White House. He had roughly a 20-hour day when he really put, from the moment he woke up before the service at St. John's Church, which we had the privilege of being outside of on the Friday before Inauguration Day, a church where every president since James Madison has worshiped or attended a service since that lineage of the tradition started by the fourth president. But my goodness, President Trump nonstop, ready to serve the American people, and that's what we saw in the first term.
Exactly. So on his way to Asheville, North Carolina, and then off to Los Angeles, and then he'll be headed to Nevada. We don't know the specific timetable for LA and for the Silver State of Nevada. We do know that President Trump's on his way to North Carolina now. We do have access to, as do you, the president's public schedule. So let's look at that right now to see if there's any specifics for today. So it looks like starting out, the president, that was actually just yesterday. So I'm looking for the Friday schedule, and it is not listed at this point. So we know, of course, he's on his way to North Carolina, then LA, then Nevada. In about 30 minutes or so, we're going to take you to Washington, D.C. for the March for Life, where a lot of people are going to be there for this great event. We're hearing from Christine Yergin just minutes ago in the couple 100,000 number, possibly more. So we'll see. We know that the Vice President, J.D. Vance, will be speaking there as well. So as news breaks, or if there are any live feeds into maybe the press briefing room, which we have not seen yet, it'll be great to see Carolyn Levitt there do a job that's so much better than KJP did any day of the week.
Oh, she is a pro. Caroline Levitt knows how to handle the fake news and the deep state. And we've seen some of that, again, with some of the accusations in the mainstream media that when people threw their arms up, somehow they're making the sign of the Nazi salute. That's just, nothing could be further from the truth. And you see how the spinning is already happening within the Beltway and the agendas and the yellow journalism that takes place. But the difference now between really 4 years ago is a new robust media, a conservative media, a new age media, whatever you want to call it. It's people like us here at Right Side Broadcasting bringing you this access that really no one else has received in American history to their commander-in-chief. And great lines of questioning, great analysis, so that you can make up your mind. And that's what everyone can do here on the right side of history at Right Side Broadcasting, whether you're a Republican or a Democrat, a Libertarian, part of the Green Party, or simply independent like most America. You're welcome to come here and view the greatness that is this country and the political process that the Founding Fathers intended for you, the American people, to be part of.
Exactly. So the reformation of our country, covering it firsthand here at the network. Also, we know as a whole, conservative media is growing. So it's great to see all of us on the same team of history as well, as you guys have grown to trust this network here at Right Side. Since 2015 and on, we are still the same people that you saw out there at the rally, and same thing with Christina Loren and others here at the network. So when we're reporting on all of these various things that are happening in Washington, whether it's a press briefing situation with Carolyn Levitt, whether it's President Trump signing executive orders, whether it is a trip that you see there as he's heading to Asheville, North Carolina, we're still the same people. That's not going to change. We love our country, we love conservative media, and we love the Constitution of this United States. So thank you so much for joining us, guys, as we are celebrating Friday. Happy Friday to all of you in America right now and watching anywhere else outside of the States. Let's thank some of our sponsors, Colonial Metals Group. Colonial Metals Group, as you see there on the right side of your screen, you can go to that QR code, or Bobby, there's a free gold guide. So it's freegoldguide.com/RSBN.
It is a great spot to look at what you can do to protect your assets, your property, or reform your 401k or IRA into precious gold and silver and metals. And it just makes sense in the Bidenflation recessionary times that are quickly being fixed. But regardless of who's in the White House, always smart to diversify your assets.
Exactly. So all you have to do is go to freegoldguide.com and /RSBN. You'll get that free gold guide on the tax sheltered IRA, 401k in gold. A great company there, Colonial Metals Group. Let's shift gears over to our kind of a Trump on Truth segment, if you want to call it that. President Trump posting a photo about 24 hours ago saying, quote, "America's decline is over." That, according to President Donald J. Trump. And on top of that, I saw our COO, Grace Saldana, also posting that about 48 hours ago. The same words there, America's decline is over. So we see that we're on the rise and freedom restored to our country. Robert, I'm just looking forward to those eggs being returned to some of the supermarkets and having a price that is not $5,000 for a dozen eggs. It's crazy.
Or even perhaps city councils, when they stop you from having your own nest and being able to hatch your own eggs. And how about those freedoms that might be restored? But what we're seeing in our big cities already, ICE and border agents moving in with other federal authorities to remove the worst of the worst, those bad hombres that President Trump spoke of years and years ago when he first brought up immigration. Something the consultant said, don't touch that, don't go that direction. But he said, no, if we solve the immigration crisis, we will be a free and fair nation. Because you think of Laken Riley and the Laken Riley Act finally passed out of the Congress. President Trump will be the first law or bill he signs into law upcoming in several hours, perhaps even this weekend. People suffered under criminal acts in the last 4 years. And now we are restoring America and in turn saving these big cities that have really housed and taking care of criminals and prioritize their needs over law-abiding residents.
So we've seen those videos out of Chicago and other spots in the country of ICE agents already going after illegal aliens, and a lot of them tied to criminal gangs. You got to remember, Operation Aurora is no joke. This is happening now. As we've heard that Border Czar Tom Homan said north of 300 people have already been arrested by ICE. So we're seeing those numbers increase. And Robert, I want to see the video from the southern border as soon as, and if it's already started, I'd love to see it soon, of the reconstruction of the border wall. How awesome will it be to see that heavy equipment out there picking up those huge steel beams and all that, and just finishing the wall on the southern border. And this is not even a question. That is getting done, according to the president.
And we see crime go down as a result on the southern border. 1,500 troops are moving to the southern border as we speak, perhaps an additional 10,000 as well, to take on the cartels if necessary. And President Trump, when he was signing those executive orders in the Oval Office on day one, responding to reporters, and that's another thing, having an open door to all of media. They asked, will you use the military? Will you go into Mexico? He said it might have to be an option on the southern border, pending how the cartels react to all this, because we are breaking up their criminal enterprise. And President Trump also designating MS-13, Tren de Aragua, and the cartels as foreign terrorist organizations. So now the military can take on these horrible individuals, truly these savages that need to be brought to justice.
You're looking live at the White House and the Capitol. Robert and I live here in RSBN studios in Alabama. Thank you guys so much for streaming in. And to your point, Robert, you were talking about having an open door to all media, and that is based in the Constitution, freedom of the press, right? The problem I see, not with the Constitution, is that when all media is in there, if all they do is interrupt the president, and that's all they have, right? So if they only go in there with no truth, no common sense, no representation of the people, because the media, we're supposed to fight for, in the sense of figuratively speaking, a voice, right? We have a voice for those that may not have one. And so they should be holding leaders accountable and that kind of thing in truth. But the problem is, the other day we see left-wing correspondents who have the big name and the big salary, and all they do is go, sir, what about this? What about that? But while he's still talking, and they're bringing up false narrative information. So that's all they do. A lot of them, that's all they do now. They don't have truth. So it's we're seeing a very interesting time of media reform in this country, because the ratings show it. And I saw, was it Congressman Burchett, when I sent you that video that was on CNN the other day?
Oh, yes. Mm-hmm.
So if you guys know that Jim Acosta, all right, so he's over there talking with Jim Burchett, and he says, this is CNN. Excuse me, sorry. It's been a lot of talking this past week, and it's been quite cold here in the South. Hey, it's live, here we go. But he was saying something like, hey, this is CNN and this is the news. And that's what Jim Acosta was preaching. This isn't Fox, this isn't something else, right? Well, Burchett comes back and says, well, that's why everybody's going to the Cartoon Network and watching replays of SpongeBob. So the viewers are going to conservative media in droves right now, Robert. We see that because we don't want to hear that false agenda anymore.
Well, and it's something that you and I believe in as well. When we're interviewing people, we want to ask clear-cut questions, thoughtful questions, and then let them answer. You know, it's something that for some reason in the last decade, it's this talking over President Trump or trying to have, a mano-a-mano, Rocky Balboa, Apollo Creed type of fight and sparring competition, because President Trump will listen and respond. You give that person you're interviewing due diligence and fairness in being able to answer the question. Governor Ron DeSantis has to deal with this on a regular basis. And now if someone's going a certain direction where it's clearly not true, of course, rebuttal must happen. And sometimes, especially in the White House press corps, you have those small moments of the president's schedule is very tight, so they have to get somewhere. But this president has shown he'll stand out there for an hour or more to speak to the American people through the freedom of the press. And still you have the clowns that are out there sometimes trying to invoke this form of yellow journalism as this gotcha. And it's rather ridiculous to watch, because in turn, it not only hurts their ratings, but it also does not give them the full story, their viewers the full story, and does not allow President Trump to simply speak his piece. Exactly.
So the thing that I'm seeing is, if you are talking to someone or asking a question to a government leader or to someone of a corporation, and you do have truth, or you do have an investigation, or you do have evidence, or you do have proof, right? I think of James O'Keefe, or I think of Rebel News when they're in the World Economic Forum right now and they're asking questions, and they pepper the person with questions. I have no problem with investigative journalism. I have no problem with sometimes, only sometimes, cutting off somebody. Not the commander-in-chief, all right? Not, Pete Hegseth at the DOD and on. you got to let the person speak, especially when it's a person of that kind of stature. But when there is truth, and if you you bring it like how James O'Keefe does, there's no problem with that.
Exactly.
So that's just, you know, the accountability aspect of it. That's more the bulldog style of reporting. There's nothing wrong with that. What's wrong is when you come at somebody with lies, false narratives, just to try and derail something, and that's the problem. But the problem even deeper than that, let's just go one step further, is I think the left wing thinks what they are saying is true. That's the problem.
Oh, it really is. And another great example of what you're saying, Matthew, is our friends over at Real America's Voice as well. I shared a video on my Instagram. If you'd like to see some investigative journalism and questioning of Governor Pritzker of Illinois, Mayor Brandon Johnson of Chicago, standing there with the former mayor and former ambassador to Japan, Rahm Emanuel, saying that they are going to stay in the way of President Trump, although we know that ICE has gone through Chicago and already carried out that operation, and Chicago PD saying we would not interfere with that. We will not help, but we will not interfere. So we know operations have commenced in the city of Chicago, so it might just be blowhard political points from two far left individuals who don't care about the safety of the city that they're residents in. But there was that persistent follow-up. They let them answer. They weren't answering the questions on Section 8 of U.S. Code 1324. If you harbor an illegal alien, it's at least 1 year in prison, and it's a felony. So you have a situation where you can have elected officials potentially arrested if they stand directly in the way of ICE. Now, my own personal view is that J.B. Pritzker and Brandon Johnson do not have the wherewithal, nor the courage to do that. I think they'll ultimately fold because they also know the letter of the law and how it stands, and that their state and municipal forces cannot stand in the way of federal authorities trying to bring peace and security to our cities.
Exactly. So, for instance, if Robert or I or Christina or someone else at the network went on the trip to Los Angeles and was in a press conference, and Gavin Newsom was trying to defend, you know, this is why this has happened, when it's a lie, that's where you ask that bulldog type question. It's that guerrilla style of journalism that, again, James O'Keefe and others do. So again, no problem with that kind of coverage, because it's really showing the American people what here's the reason why I'm saying all this. Over the years, the dog and pony shows that have happened at countless press conferences, I'm so sick of those things, right? Mm-hmm. You know, you constantly just go to these things and they just divert away from the actual truth of what's happening. So as a journalist, you're able to ask a question that is the truth, and you can't really argue with truth. You could try. But anyway, so we're seeing that false narrative thing in the Oval Office sometimes from some of the journalists there, asking those questions and cutting off the president when he is bringing common sense and truth to the American people. So it's quite the interesting ecosystem when it comes to media. But anyway, it's 10:40 this morning. You were speaking about Governor Ron DeSantis. He will be at the March for Life today speaking. So will Vice President J.D. Vance. And so will the Commander-in-Chief via video message, as you see at the bottom of your screen. He's on Air Force One on his way to Asheville, North Carolina. Could be there at any minute from now, because it's not that far of a flight from Washington, D.C. to Asheville. But we will have that live coverage for you. In about 19 minutes as well, we'll go to March for Life as the band Unspoken will start performing. The rally will follow at 12. And then at 1 o'clock, the march starts. So I believe it's around probably 12 o'clock that we'll hear from J.D. Vance.
Most likely, from what the schedule is looking to be, of course, traffic and different closures always affect the routes of the two highest office holders in the land. But again, promises made, promises kept. Great to see the Trump administration physically present once again at a March for Life.
Yeah, it's going to be great to see and great to have you here with us. RSBN Live, Robert McNeely, I'm Matthew Alvarez. If you're just joining us right now, thanks so much for streaming in. If you missed Air Force One, we had the live vantage point from Joint Base Andrews as the president boarded the plane and waved and pumped his fist. So it was kind of cool to see that. If you missed any of that, I'm sure on Truth Social or on X, we have clips of that. Also, you can watch the replay of this coverage or scrub back and watch it and then come back over to us live. All that good stuff right here at 10:42. And if you're just joining us again, Robert is here back from Washington, D.C. Of course, he was there at the Rumble Studios going live just the other day for us. And back here in Alabama, where next week it's going to be some 60 degrees on a Thursday when it was just close to the single digits. And we had about 2 to 3 inches of snow down here. I know Mississippi, Louisiana, Texas, and others did as well. So your thoughts about being back in the warmth?
Well, it's wonderful to be back, and that's a big surprise for Dixie to have that kind of weather, but maybe hit the links next week at some point, given the nice 60-degree weather. But it's really something. It might have been cold in Washington, D.C., but our hearts are warm with the inauguration of President Donald John Trump, and of course his running mate, our now vice president, the third youngest vice president in history, but behind John C. Breckinridge and of course Richard Milhouse Nixon. But James David Vance, J.D. Vance, a gentleman from humble upbringings where his mama had raised him, and he decided to postpone college and instead join the Marines in order to fight for Operation Iraqi Freedom and the War on Terror. And now he is the 50th Vice President of the United States. And you know, the mainstream media tried to point him out as weird for comments throughout the campaign and make gesture about the idea that he was calling everyone a cat lady or this, that, or the other when he was trying to make cultural points. And I think he did very well, as we saw with that debate against Governor Tim Walz. But Vice President Vance, an outstanding pick to support the next generation's efforts in the MAGA movement. And that shows really the brilliance of President Donald Trump and how he knows how to pick out the right person for the right moment. But an all-American story, and Speaker Johnson had filmed him just the other day walking into the Oval Office for the first time, and that was really a moment to see.
It was great. You know, it was great to see in the West Wing. Usually we see the door open or the video is from the actual door there, right, to the Oval Office. Mm-hmm. Well, this video that was shared, and it's making its rounds on Truth and X, is showing Donald Trump, our 47th president, walking, and then the vice president, J.D. Vance, walking right behind him, and you see the backs of them just walking through the West Wing, and then President Trump stops and moves to the side, and then you hear the vice president say to President Trump, "After you, sir." So then the president walks into the Oval Office, the vice president walks in for the first time, and said something like, "This is awesome," you know, and just seeing the Oval Office. You have seen the Oval Office yourself. Tell us about that experience.
Well, that was very special, and I got to see him on this trip as well, but a college roommate of mine and dear friend had worked for the first administration in a number of capacities, but you actually got to see the Oval while on the tour. So I was there with him commencing during the week when business would happen, and it's very much like the show The West Wing, if you're a fan of that, watching high-level people move quickly and getting to see these rooms. And you're also struck by really how small the West Wing is. You know, it's really a traditional office building, and the Naval Mess Hall is right across from the Situation Room, which that door came flying open. I would say that's the only difference between that wonderful West Wing show done in the late 90s, early 2000s. It was always dark and ominous in the room because of the serious nature of the decisions made there. But we've seen those pictures from when President Obama made the orders to go get Osama bin Laden. It's actually very bright, very blue, and right across from where you can actually grab lunch at the White House. But President Trump was in the West Wing when I was there, so that door is shut when he's in the Oval Office. I came back for Saturday for the regular tour, and you get to walk up right to that door, actually, that President Trump, J.D. Vance, and Speaker Johnson walked through. And that floor is very interesting. It's an oak floor. And that Reagan rug you could see is back in the Oval. Reagan's rug doesn't cover the entirety of the floor. They had just replaced it before Eisenhower got into office, and he played so much golf with those steel-toed shoes, you could actually see the scuffs because of our great General Eisenhower the 34th president would walk in and actually he would scuff up the floor, and they haven't changed it since.
Wow.
So a fun little fact with history there. Of course, the Italian limestone on the top of that beautiful office, and the actual original manuscripts of Lewis and Clark are in there as well. So you're surrounded by history, and of course you look at the Resolute desk and you think about John Jr. with his father there. So much historic nature to that office in and of itself. It's really, I could see why the vice president felt the way that he did, because when I saw it for the first time, it brought tears to my eyes.
Yeah, no, it's a lot of great history there, of course, in the place that seats the leader of the free world and, of course, the commander-in-chief of our country, the 47th president. As we've seen with a lot of our coverage here at Right Side, we've had 2 times now live access inside the Oval Office where President Trump was signing executive orders. So amazing to have that live feed here at the network as we monitor various America First news stories, including the fact that President Trump's on his way to North Carolina today, then on his way to LA and to the Silver State of Nevada. Also, we've been following the southern border national emergency, the fact that there are 1,500 troops on their way, or if not already are there, and also the 23 pro-lifers that have now been set free, pardoned by President Trump just yesterday with the executive orders, originally prosecuted under the Biden administration. So a lot of news to be had. We're going to go to the March for Life here in just a bit. It's scheduled to start in about 11 minutes from now, and then we will have live coverage there as the Vice President will be there, including Governor Ron DeSantis, and there will be a video message from the 47th president as he is, I believe, landing soon in North Carolina to visit the people of Asheville. So my voice, Robert, is getting a little bit more hoarse now as we've been going constantly live here for several days, but whether it's a hoarse voice or a good solid pipes, at the end of the day, we just love our country, and we're so glad you're with us here on Right Side Broadcasting Network.
And the magnificent Matthew Alvarez, always a joy to be with you here in the studio, and you can't blame it on college football season because that just came to an end as well. But it is something here that's unlike any other network out there. We will give you the unbridled access to Trump 47, this beautiful administration that is already executing on its principles, that these 20 promises made to the American people. And how refreshing to see something. What really struck me about the Capitol Rotunda and the swearing in, not only the beautiful prayers by Cardinal Timothy Dolan or the Reverend Franklin Graham and Pastor Soul from Detroit, Lorenzo Soul, hearkening, such a beautiful prayer, hearkening Martin Luther King Jr. on Martin Luther King's day to honor him. But the fact that all these people celebrating, standing up, praising God and thanking God for sparing the life of President Trump, a huge theme in his inaugural speech, as his 4 predecessors were just sitting there, along with some of the former First Ladies were there, who were rather very disrespectful at times, and it was sad to see that. But President Trump is the antithesis of the globalist movement, and they have shown their true colors. And some are Republicans and some are Democrats. But President Trump has ushered in this American movement, a man for such a time as this.
Exactly. I just texted Pastor Lorenzo Soul. He was on the show here on Right Side Broadcasting Network a couple months ago. We'll see if he can join us live. As that prayer, Robert, to your point, there was some real freedom and spirituality and some depth in that prayer and that kind of speech in a way, and I think everybody really liked it.
It was really very special, and then to say those immortal words of Dr. King, good God Almighty, we're free at last, and really to highlight the beauty of the country and to use it in such an animating way. It's that joy, that Holy Spirit that pours through our friend the pastor, and you could see that humbly on display as we celebrate the dignity that God has blessed this nation in such an abundant way.
All right, let's go to Tax Network USA. Tax Network USA, you can go to 800-357-1415 for more information on any back taxes right there. So it's tnusa.com/RSBN. do you prefer going to the website or to a phone call, especially when it has to do with this? For me, it's the phone call.
So for me, it's actually the website.
Okay.
I do like just to see what I'm dealing with, and then if I have any questions, I'll go ahead and make that call, and maybe something that someone on the other end knows a little bit better than I do. But sometimes I like to look at the website just to see what I'm dealing with. And I can tell you right now, these great people at Tax Network USA, true patriots, they believe in our shared values. TNUSA.com/RSBN. Learn more how you can protect your assets, because at the end of the day, people sometimes are overpaying, whether that's the state income taxes or federal obligations, and make sure you're just keeping more of your hard-earned wealth. So settle those back taxes today. Make sure you're doing it the right way, because this is a complicated system, and hopefully we'll have it more streamlined over the next 4 years.
Exactly. 800-357-1415. Awesome sponsor here at Right Side Broadcasting Network. We're slowly approaching the top of the hour here on this Friday, January 24th. We are 4 days in to the first week of the presidency here, covering everything from the pre-inauguration to the inauguration, post-inauguration, and then all of the various America First live news. A great, beautiful live picture from the U.S. Capitol building. We've also been covering various Senate confirmation hearings. We've seen Brooke Rollins just yesterday for the Secretary of the Department of Agriculture. We've also seen a number of people, Russ Vought for the White House Budget Office. We're looking forward to getting more of the Senate confirmations taken care of. Pam Bondi, Kash Patel, Pete Hegseth, and others. And
it looks like Pete Hegseth is likely next on the docket. We have a situation behind the scenes where it's Mitch McConnell, Lisa Murkowski, and Susan Collins all causing really heartburn in the sense of not putting forward the mandate that was issued by the American people to put common sense professionals at the top of this cabinet. And I think that there might have to be a situation. We know some of them have been primaried in the past. That might have to happen again because they're standing in the way of the America First agenda. Fortunately, though, we have a Democrat Senator, John Fetterman, out of the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, who went down to meet with President Trump right before the inauguration. And it was really the first time they had spent some longer time together and really realized how much common sense, speaking highly of one another's families and really enjoying that moment of where they can work together to further the populist movement. So it looks like John Fetterman might buck his party ultimately and vote for Pete Hegseth. That would then create 50-50 if those votes stay the same way, and Vice President Vance would come in for that tiebreak.
And that would be great to see. So also, we have some developing news into Right Side Broadcasting Network right now, thanks to Mama Seals here at the network. President Trump to hold a rally at Circa in downtown Las Vegas. It is announced here, at least from the Las Vegas Review-Journal, we're seeing that report. Specifically which day, I have to read it. I do see that Trump is expected to arrive in Las Vegas on Friday. That's today. So doors open at 9:30 in the morning. Okay, let me see which date we're looking at here. If you guys can let me know, any producers, can you guys let me know if this is for today? I do see this report that came out 3 days ago that he's holding a rally at Circa in downtown Las Vegas. So we know President Trump's on his way to North Carolina now. Then he'll be going to Los Angeles. So when is he holding this rally? Is this tonight? Can you guys please help me out with any of the confirmations there as we get more specifics about it? It looks like it says more details about the event are expected Friday. So, yeah, it says that Trump is expected to arrive in Las Vegas on Friday. Okay, here we go. And the event will be held Saturday. So that is the March for Life right now. Obviously a live, fluid situation here. Developing news, as we know, President Trump to hold a rally tomorrow, it looks like. The speeches will begin around 12:30 p.m. This according to the Nevada Republican Party Chairman, Michael McDonald. So this is what we're seeing here at the network. We are seeing that President Trump going to North Carolina today, Los Angeles later in the day. Tomorrow he'll be in Nevada for a rally. You can expect coverage here at Right Side Broadcasting Network. Robert, why don't we toss it over there to the March for Life in Washington, D.C.
Absolutely. See this beautiful music and all those gathered to celebrate life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness.
All right, we're told to keep going here, and more narration as directed by our producer. Sir, are we going to go to this live music, or should we just... Okay, we're gonna, all right, they're going to let us know when we're going to go there live to the March for Life. Now, the rally there specifically is a March for Life rally that will start at about 12 o'clock Eastern. So this is Unspoken, the band performing there. It's a pretty cool, is that a Alabama hat?
Actually, it looks like...
That's a Tuscaloosa University of Alabama hat. That is not Atlanta Braves, I don't think.
I think that's Braves.
No.
Are you sure? Okay.
Okay, let's have fun in the chats on this one, guys. Right. On Rumble, YouTube, wherever you're watching. Hey, X, everywhere. Truth Social is the lead singer of Unspoken, wearing a University of Alabama, Tuscaloosa, the Crimson Tide hat with the A on it. With the camouflage background, or is that an Atlanta Braves hat? I say that is the University of Alabama. Bobby says the Braves. You see the extra curl.
That's a Braves hat. I think it's a Braves hat.
The reason why I think I know is because back in the day, fun fact of the day, on this Happy Friday, by the way, Happy Friday, America. We have a great president in office. God, please protect him. And we have great law enforcement and security with him, and it's a dawn of a new day here, and we're very happy that that's happened. Let me get to the point. So, I used to work at Lids and Hat World in high school.
Yes.
So back in high school, I just love baseball hats, right? So. I'm telling you, man, that's a great looking crowd there too. Look at all the people in Washington right now.
Absolutely, and again, joyous. It's just like a MAGA rally. Everyone's so positive and hopeful, and their prayers ultimately answered with President Trump as he appointed those judges and those 3 justices who ultimately helped that 6-3 decision take place to revoke and rescind Roe v. Wade, an unconstitutional mandate that was brought on by the courts in the 70s. Should have never happened in the first place.
Exactly. Once again, if you're just joining us now, you're looking at a live feed of the March for Life. It's wonderful to see so many great people there in Washington right now. Again, if you're just joining us, President Trump on his way to North Carolina. Then on top of that, the Vice President will be attending the March for Life as the guy sports the Alabama hat there. And then we are hearing developing news that President Trump will be holding a rally in Nevada tomorrow as he's on his way to North Carolina now, then LA later, and then in North Carolina tomorrow. So a lot of news, Robert, especially with all of the executive orders. You know, this is that we were talking about and there's President Trump's plane, the Air Force One right now in North Carolina, Robert.
And we expect him to get there very soon with, of course, our wonderful and beautiful First Lady Melania Trump also attending with the president. And we'll see where FEMA can help this situation. And of course, President Trump will not hold back helping the request of Democrat governors included in North Carolina and in California. It does not have to be partisanship. It does not have to be, oh, America, good luck, while we fund billions and billions to Ukraine. President Trump has already called for the meeting between Vladimir Zelensky and Vladimir Putin to end the Russia-Ukrainian conflict, which ties into this funding and the power of the purse, as Congress cut all of that off before President Biden left office. But sadly, he was already allocated that money, and in the lame duck session, pushed all of that to Ukraine. And you've seen situations where people have been homeless in Western North Carolina, going without food, fending for their lives in an area that actually gets quite cold because the mountainous region, and you have to face things like wildlife and bears and lion mountains, things that live there that can actually harm you. So it's been a really hard time for our friends in Asheville, but things are coming back, and we'll see where President Trump can help in the federal response to make life better for our fellow countrymen. Let's
go live there to Asheville, North Carolina, and let's just take a live full screen of the sights and sounds there in North Carolina as we await President Trump to exit the plane and deplane there. Let's go there live and listen in.
And if you're just joining us, we are live viewing Asheville, North Carolina, where Air Force One has just landed. I'm Robert McNeely, joined by the magnificent Matthew Alvarez, and here comes President Trump and First Lady Melania Trump.
Thank you very much. Everybody thought I was going to California. I said, no, I'm stopping in North Carolina first because they've been abused by what's happened. I mean, it's terrible. It should have been done. It should have been, a lot of things should have happened that didn't happen. So we're here. We're going to fix it out. We're working with the gentleman behind me, and you know who they are, and we're going to fix it. And we're going to fix it as fast as you can. It's a massive amount of damage. FEMA has really let us down, let the country down, and I don't know if that's Biden's fault or whose fault it is, but we're going to take over and we're going to do a good job. We're going to assign Mr. Watley, who's fantastic, frankly, and the governor and everybody else that's going to work. We're going to supply the money, the supply a lot of the money. Maybe you have to chip in something. You'll chip in a little something, like maybe 25% or whatever. But we're going to get it done as quickly as we can. And we want to take care of the people of North Carolina. It's so interesting. Everybody's talking about California, and that's a mess. But I said, I'm not going to California until I stop in North Carolina. So here we are. We're going to go visit the site, and we're going to work with probably 3 of the congressmen, Republican congressmen, who've been fantastic, whose areas have been affected, and with Michael Whatley, the governor, and whoever else is, we decide to get involved. Probably less FEMA, because FEMA just hasn't done the job. And we're looking at the whole concept of FEMA. I like, frankly, the concept when North Carolina gets hit, the governor takes care of it. When Florida gets hit, the governor takes care of it, meaning the state takes care of it. To have a group of people come in from an area that don't even know where they're going in order to solve immediately a problem is something that never worked for me. But this is probably one of the best examples of it not working. And there's been some others, like in Louisiana, etc. So we're going to be doing something on FEMA that I think most people agree. I'd like to see the states take care of disasters. Let the state take care of the tornadoes and the hurricanes and all of the other things that happen. And I think you're going to find it a lot less expensive. You'll do it for less than half, and you're going to get a lot quicker response. So that seems to be the recommendation, but we'll be making that recommendation over the next couple of weeks. We're going to go to the site now, and we're going to figure out a plan for really demolition and cleaning, because not a lot's been done, and we're very disappointed in the Biden administration, but we're going to make up for lost time. And I said I'd do that, and this is about the earliest we could possibly be here, and we're honored to be here. This has been a great state. They're great people, and they've really been mishandled. But this group is going to be great, and we're going to get it taken care of. Any questions?
How will you respond to FEMA? Do you expect to ask Congress for additional aid for North Carolina and California?
It will be direct. In other words, the aid will go through us. So rather than going through FEMA, it will go through us. And I think maybe this is a good place to start. Because, and in all fairness to the governor, and in all fairness to everybody else, FEMA was not on the ball. And we're going to turn it all around. Yes.
A lot of Americans think that this is symbolic of what your campaign was all about. America first, putting your priorities to Americans, even going to California where their policies might have been one of the biggest reasons why they've had these problems. But you're putting the American people first. Your thoughts on that?
We are. Thank you. I like that question. Boy, I want more questions like that. That's even a statement. Thank you very much. He's a good man, that guy. And he's also a very professional reporter, I have to say. Thank you very much. Yeah, we're putting America first. We're putting, in this case, North Carolina and California. We're going to do a good job in California. That is a disaster like, I don't know if we've ever seen anything like it, frankly. They say the biggest in the history of California. I think, has anything bigger than that happened in the whole country ever? It looks like, I don't want to say what it looks like, but you know what I'm going to say. It looks like something hit it. And we won't talk about what hit it, but it is a bad, bad situation. And I guess I'm going to meet with some government officials, but I mean, much more importantly, and in California, just to revert to it for a second, millions of gallons of water are waiting to be poured down through already the half pipes that are already built. I mean, they've been up for 40 years, and about 20 years ago, they turned off the water. And it's the water that comes from the Pacific Northwest. Some of it comes out of Canada, and it flows there, and it probably has flowed there for 1 million years. And they turned it off, and they routed out to the Pacific. And in the meantime, you don't have water in the hydrants. You don't have water in the sprinkler systems. It's the craziest thing I've ever seen. And everyone's trying to figure out, why aren't they turning it back? They say it's the Delta smelt. It's a fish. But I find that hard to believe. But we'll figure it out. And without doing that, you're going to continue to have problems.
Mr. President, what are you prepared to do, sir, if OPEC doesn't respond to your call to cut oil prices?
Well, we want to see OPEC cut the price of oil, and that will automatically stop the tragedy that's taking place in Ukraine. It's a butchering tragedy for both sides, by the way. A tremendous number of Russian soldiers are dead. tremendous number of Ukrainian soldiers, and a lot of people are dead from the bombing of the cities. But right now it's just bullets whacking and hitting men, mostly men, almost in all cases men. And over 1 million men are killed, and they're losing thousands of people a week. It's crazy. It's a crazy war, and it never would have happened if I was president. Would never have happened. This is crazy that it happened, but we want to stop it. Now, one way to stop it quickly is for OPEC to stop making so much money and to drop the price of oil, because they have it nice and high. And if you have it high, that war is not going to end so easily. So OPEC ought to get on the ball, and they ought to drop the price of oil, and that war will stop right away.
Mr. President, funding to Los Angeles because of its sanctuary city policy?
I want to see two things in Los Angeles: voter ID, so that the people have a chance to vote, and I want to see the water be released and come down into Los Angeles and throughout the state. Those are the two things. After that, I will be the greatest president that California has ever seen. I want the water to come down and come down to Los Angeles, and also go out to all the farmland that's barren and dry. You know, they have land that they say is the equivalent of the land in Iowa, which is about as good as there is anywhere on earth. The problem is it's artificial, because they artificially stop the water from going onto the land. So I want two things. I want voter ID for the people of California, and they all want it. Right now you don't have voter ID. People want to have voter identification. You want to have proof of citizenship. Ideally, you have one-day voting, but I just want voter ID as a start, and I want the water to be released, and they're going to get a lot of help from the U.S. Thank you very much. I'll see you in a little while. We'll see you at the site. We'll see you at the site.
Tell us more about the deportation flights. Where are they going from? Where are they going to?
Deportation's going very well. We're getting the bad, hard criminals out. These are murderers. These are people that have been as bad as you get, as bad as anybody you've seen. We're taking them out first. Thank you.
Thank you, Fred. Move through the grass. Through the grass. Oh. Through the grass.
All right, so live there from Asheville, North Carolina. We told you we stay wall to wall with it, even to the color bars here, you know. So at the end of the day, we saw President Trump getting off of the plane there, deplating Air Force One, the large jumbo jet. There are a few different size planes that are the ones that says United States of America, that are Air Force One. He's flying the one that I believe is the international one as well, to North Carolina today, going to tour the damage there, see what can be done from the federal government standpoint. Then on his way, as you heard, to Los Angeles. Tomorrow he has a rally in Nevada. So President Trump will be doing a lot of work over the next 48 hours, even into the weekend here on Right Side Broadcasting Network, as it's 11:18 a.m. We're going to go live to the March for Life in just a bit, as the Vice President will be speaking there as well. So, Robert, we're seeing the President in real time right now, live on the network, and we're not cutting to commercials. We're not cutting to some other, special guest at this point. It's great to do that when it's needed, but we still are near and dear to live coverage here at this network.
And you can see President Trump committed to helping Asheville, North Carolina, and the greater affected area in a bipartisan manner. Of course, they're with the new governor, Josh Stein, and of course, RNC Chairman Michael Whatley, who he will be committing to helping out with the process, as that is his home state as well, the Tar Heel state, and in typical President Trump fashion, going right to the press pool to answer questions on a number of topics regarding mostly North Carolina and California, these natural disasters. And he said, too, I'm going to find where the failure really happened, also proposing that perhaps states should take the lead now on natural disaster relief, because it will cost less and also be more efficient in the long run. Again, doing this in a bipartisan manner with Democrat Governor Josh Stein.
Speaking of finances, let's go to Colonial Metals Group, a great sponsor here at the network, providing us the way to show you the live coverage that you just saw here on RSBN Live. I can tell you that Colonial Metals Group is not only a great group, you can go to the freegoldguide.com/RSBN and get all the information that you need about gold as a backup plan. Now, it's specifically through the IRA and the 401k as well, but it's that financial peace of mind. Gold has always had that strong value for finances.
It really does stand the test of time, including silver as well. And we've seen this in the markets as they have continued to go up, 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 especially when recession and inflation grow as an effect of the last administration. So this is a great way to diversify your assets and reform your 401k or IRA. Go to Colonial Metals Group right now. Get that free gold guide. You can scan that right on your screen. And of course, it's even people like Warren Buffett telling you about this warning about how you have to financially protect you and your family.
And there you go. The QR code's on your screen, and also freegoldguide.com. Once again, it's 11:19 on this Friday, January 24th. President Trump on his way to North Carolina. You're looking live at March for Life. That is the band Unspoken right now, performing live as the rally will start in about 40 minutes exactly from now, where the Vice President, J.D. Vance, will be on the stage there. Governor Ron DeSantis and others will be joining the thousands and thousands of people. We're hearing huge numbers at this point. We'll wait until we hear the actual numbers to report them, but a great moment there for March for Life in Washington, D.C. This, as President Trump is in North Carolina. We just saw that live feed there answering questions from the press. Then we'll be on the way to Los Angeles, and we'll hold a rally in Nevada tomorrow. That developing news just broke here on the network as well through the Las Vegas Review newspaper out there. We saw that thanks to Mama Seals once again. So it is 11:20. Robert, as you see there, we were joking about the following thing. We just have to bring it up one more time just because it's Friday, and you got to be happy on Fridays, right?
You should be.
Every day of the week, you should be happy. I mean, I know it's been tough over the past 4 years, so.
Thank you all very much.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Liam, shake his
We're
hand.
here to get a hurricane mess all set, okay? Should have been done a long time ago.
Thanks for solving that problem.
Thank you.
Very good. Thank you.
Melania, you look beautiful. You're a beautiful first lady.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate you so much.
I'm just trying to get
Yes.
You are beautiful, absolutely gorgeous. Thank you, I love yours. Thank you so much. All right.
You did too. I'm shaking.
You're married up, sir.
Love your hat, Mrs. Trump.
that place fixed. You're not supposed to go to Really? North Carolina first.
North Carolina first! North Carolina first! I got my video.
Get it on camera. I know, I had to stick my phone in my pocket.
See you later. Take care, everybody.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, sir.
Soon this happens. Hey.
Thank you, Melania.
Let's go.
Thank you, Mr. Trump.
We love you! Thank you! The chaos!
All right, so there you go, live in Asheville, North Carolina. What a great moment, Robert, when we see the people there just saying, "We love you, President Trump," and that's just live, unedited, wall-to-wall coverage right there. As President Trump will tour the Asheville region, then go to Los Angeles for the wildfire terrible situation there, and then he'll have a rally tomorrow in Nevada. So again, all developing news there as you see it here. and also the March for Life in Washington, D.C. So Vice President J.D. Vance will be speaking there. So there's so much going on in this Friday of coverage, but it's almost to the weekend, but it's not business as usual in the sense of things are happening every day.
Well, and that's one of the biggest differences between Joe Biden and now President Trump is the pace of the administrations. He is able to put so much on his plate and handle so many moving parts and already thinking 3 or 4 steps ahead. That's the 4D chess in real time. And again, being responsible and accountable, talking to the media, talking right to the press pool there, as you saw, and then spending some time with the patriots who came out to see President Trump and Melania Trump. And the interactions are wonderful. The signatures on the hats, or people saying, Melania, you look so beautiful. You're a wonderful First Lady. And she graciously thanking the wonderful people of North Carolina. So it's nice to see this again, that people actually have a relationship with the first couple, something that was lackluster in the last administration.
Needless to say, I mean, that's, yeah. So we see a lot of great people there at the March for Life in Washington, D.C. That is a live picture right now. In about 30 minutes from now, the rally there at March for Life will start. That means we'll hear from the Vice President, we'll hear from Governor Ron DeSantis out of the free state of Florida, and now, you know, we say the free state of Florida, but we could say the free United States now as well because of a win by President Trump. He said yesterday to the WEF live there, they were in Davos, of course. He was in Washington, D.C. He said America is now a free nation once again. So it's great to hear those words from the president. So again, J.D. Vance, the vice president today at March for Life, Governor Ron DeSantis, and also there will be a video message played by the Commander-in-Chief there to the folks that are enjoying a concert by the band Unspoken right now at 11:30 as we're at the bottom of the hour on the East Coast. Those of you on the West Coast, good morning. It's 8:30, of course, out there for you. And looking forward to seeing all of this coverage here on the network. Might as well shout out the Central Time Zone as well, 10:31 a.m. Eastern. And I believe it's 9:31 in the Mountain Time Zone as well. So again, thank you guys so much for streaming in. We're going to stay with this March for Life coverage and share with you the speakers when they start. We have a number of sponsors as well to thank, but not only thank, to let you know about. Angelpace.com, angelpace.com. All you have to do is use an RSBN promo code. You'll get 10% off this great product. There are also other products on this website. And Robert, as you know, Valentine's Day is around the corner, kind of. I think this is a good gift for folks out there. Oh, it's a great gift. There's so many different options and opportunities, and not just for the ladies, also the men. There's a nice black bottle of very manly men lotion that will allow you to grip that tackle box and while keeping your hands hydrated. So important this time of year because we've seen this Arctic blast across the country, and angelpaste.com, in addition to being a high quality product with really no chemicals, only things that are good to put on your skin, also veteran owned, hired, and also big patriots down in Spring, Texas, right outside of Houston. So you want to support a great company like this that believes in your values and is in line with the MAHA agenda of making us healthy again. And that's always good. Angelpace.com, 10% off with the RSBN promo code as it's 11:32 Eastern. We are live here on RSBN Live right now, covering a number of events from literally around the country. You're looking live in Washington, D.C. You just saw live from Asheville, North Carolina with President Trump. You'll soon see Los Angeles as well as we see that coverage. Most likely, obviously, later today. It will take quite some time to fly across the country there. We're also hearing, with some developing news, that there is a rally in Nevada and Las Vegas tomorrow. Rally Day in America is tomorrow. We're seeing what the possible plans are, if any, at this point for the coverage there. But we do see the North Carolina picture on the top left of your screen. I believe President Trump will be speaking there as well. This is just on the fly with you as we see this is a fluid situation. So we're live at all four corners there. Here in Alabama, on the left side of your screen at the top is is North Carolina. Bottom left, Washington, D.C., a live shot of the beautiful, beautiful White House. And staying in D.C. there on the bottom right is the March for Life. So pick whatever one you want to go to, because we're going to go to all of them here as we cover President Trump. And Robert, we're going to see him now speak to people there and hear from local officials about the situation in Western North Carolina. And as you know, and we've covered stories in the mainstream media as well, even weather-related stories, right? Whether it's extreme cold or a blizzard or an aftermath of a tornado or a hurricane, then the government response. And I think it was more than lackluster. It was terrible from the Biden administration for North Carolina. So we'll see what happens there. Is that President Trump already?
He's already getting down to business, and we'll go right to that because this is one of his strong suits as a leader. He sits there and listens to the experts in the field so he can make the best decision. We'll go over to President Trump.
Thank you very much, everybody. Please. Hi, Virginia. Well, thank you very much. It's a little cold outside, but you're getting used to the cold. And one of the things that are very important to me, and one of the reasons I'm happy that we won so convincingly, is to help North Carolina get fixed up. They supported us in record numbers. And I'm supporting them in record numbers, too. And they had me set. I wanted to go to Los Angeles and see what was going on with California, why they aren't releasing the water. Millions and millions of gallons of water. They're sending it out to the Pacific. Someday somebody's going to explain that one. In the meantime, they have no water in Los Angeles where they had the problems. So we're going there. But I said, well, what about North Carolina? Well, you could do that. No, I can't. I said, we're stopping in North Carolina first, and then we're going to Los Angeles. And we just appreciate the outpouring of love that we've had here. Laura was, as you know, very instrumental in the campaign, and she lived here and is loved, and we appreciate it. And Michael Whatley has been incredible, wherever Michael is. Hello, Michael. Michael Whatley has been great, and your congressmen have been great. And what we thought we'd do is take a quick look around. First, we wanted to do this. I want to say that we're very disappointed in FEMA. Your new governor, it's not his fault. He's brand new to the whole situation. But we're going to work together with the governor. We're going to work together with the senators. But really, we're going to work a lot with your congressmen, especially the three that are in the area, and Michael Whatley. And I'd like to put Michael in charge of making sure everything goes well. And Franklin Graham has been unbelievable. We've made a big contribution to Franklin, and we'll continue to do so. But I've been hearing nothing but praise for the job that Samaritan's Purse has done with Franklin. And we appreciate it. Where is Franklin? He's around here someplace. And that good-looking guy, he's always been a good-looking guy. His father was a good-looking guy, too, I'll tell you. We loved his father, right? I saw his father in the latter years, and I said, well, he doesn't have long to go. He was having a hard time, and he lived about 3 or 4 years after that, right? They say it was good stock. He had the ultimate good stock. But I want to thank you, Franklin. You've been fantastic here, and everywhere he goes, he's always the first one I see. People don't realize it, how good it is. A lot of people, they go, well, maybe it's for the people that he's got, and you guys know because you're here, but the people that he's got have done amazing work. So I just want to thank everybody. We're going to get over and take a look. We'll say a few words. I do want to introduce some of the people that we have, and our First Lady. We'll start with our First Lady. She wanted to be here because of North Carolina, and then I said, well, you can do that, but you're going to have to come to California, too. And she said, that's okay. And we got to fix that one up, too. Do you ever see anything like that one? It's who would have thought that could have happened? So, Governor Josh Stein, thank you very much. We appreciate it. And we're going to have a very long and good relationship. Representatives, maybe stand up, if you would, so the press can see. Representatives Chuck Edwards. Chuck, thank you. Thank you, Chuck. Tim Moore. Virginia, you know Virginia Fox, a legend. She is such a powerful woman. Pat Harrigan. Pat, thank you very much. Your Agriculture Commissioner, who I hear is excellent, Steve Troxler. Steve, thank you very much. Good job, Steve. You got plenty to do, right? More than you ever thought. North Carolina Speaker Dustin Hall. Thank you, Dustin. Thanks, Dustin. Very good. House Majority Leader Brendan Jones. Brendan, thank you very much. We're making progress, Brendan. State Representatives Dudley Green, Carl Gillespie. Thank you very much, fellas. Good. Good. Thank you very much. State Senators Kevin Corbin, Warren Daniel. Thank you. Thank you very much, Kevin, Warren. And County Commissioner Jennifer Best. Thank you, Jennifer. Thank you. So Hurricane Helene was one of the worst natural disasters in American history. It was far worse than it was even billed. I have never seen such water damage. It was largely water damage, wind damage, but water damage nobody's ever seen. I've been here, as you know, numerous times, but now I'm here in a position where we can do something, meaning I've been in office for 4 days, and I wanted to come sooner, but actually they had a little problem with getting logistically in here, but I would have been here even sooner. 104 North Carolinians have lost their lives. Is that now a fairly firm number, or are they still finding people? You know, what do you think? They're still finding people? Pretty much okay? It's a lot of people. 104 people lost their lives. 73,000 homes were severely damaged or destroyed. And I'll tell you, I've been to a lot of them, and this was like lots of hurricanes in one. I've never seen such damage done by water. And the water came, it was violent, and it left, and there was like nothing left. It's really pretty amazing. At one point, half of the emergency calls to FEMA went unanswered. That's real bad. FEMA was not doing their job. The city of Asheville went without running water for 2 months. A whistleblower testified that some FEMA employees refused to help people who displayed Trump signs on their property. I think that's true, isn't it? I read that. It's not nice. That's not too nice, is it? But whoever those property people were, thank you very much. Michael, is that true? That's not good, huh? About the property owners you put a Trump sign on and they wouldn't help? FEMA. Earlier this year, FEMA kicked 2,000 North Carolinians out of their temporary housing into below freezing temperatures. What was that all about? You know about that? What happened? Tell me.
We had an incompetent administration under Biden, and we had a disaster, and we call it the disaster after the disaster. That was the FEMA response.
You had nothing but disaster since then. It doesn't matter at this point. Biden did a bad job. Some residents still don't have hot water, drinking water, or anything else, and many of them don't have quarters. They don't have anything. They got a stipend for what they lost, and we're going to take care of it. This is totally unacceptable, and I'll be taking strong action to get North Carolina the support that you need to quickly recover and rebuild. We're working on it very hard, and I think if Michael Whatley does half as good a job for North Carolina as he did for my campaign, we'll be very happy. Him and Laura were a very powerful team. So you think you can handle it, Michael? I don't know. I'm not sure, Michael. I think this is maybe in many ways easier, okay? Maybe easier. But you're going to lead the team. Do you want to say who the congressmen are that you want to appoint? Do you want to introduce them?
We have Virginia Fox, Chuck Edwards, and Tim Moore, whose districts encompass the area.
And they are the districts that were most severely impacted, right? You were affected then, Virginia?
Yes, lost my own platform.
Really? No. I'll also be signing an executive order to begin the process of fundamentally reforming and overhauling FEMA, or maybe getting rid of FEMA. I think, frankly, FEMA is not good. I think when you have a problem like this, I think you want to go and, whether it's a Democrat or Republican governor, you want to use your state to fix it and not waste time calling FEMA, and then FEMA gets here and they don't know the area, they've never been to the area, and they want to give you rules that you've never heard about. They want to bring people that aren't as good as the people you already have. And FEMA's turned out to be a disaster. And you could go back a long way. You could go back to Louisiana. You could go back to some of the things that took place in Texas. It turns out to be the state that ends up doing the work. It just complicates it. I think we're going to recommend that FEMA go away. And we pay directly. We pay a percentage to the state. But the state should fix this. If the state did this from the beginning, it would have been a lot better situation. I think you guys agree with that, right? So I just want to say that Asheville, I know it well. It's a great place, and we're going to have it be a great place again. That was the one that was most severely affected. But North Carolina is going to come back bigger, better, stronger than ever before. And you're going to be very thankful. And you've already seen, I know that it really began 4 days ago, but you've already seen more action than you have in the last 3 months. And we're going to get it together. We're informing the Army Corps of Engineers to get going because you have a lot of river breaks and a lot of areas that you're going to need some pretty big work. And they're on their way. They're going to be working much harder than they've been working in the past, and we're going to take care of it. Any questions from the press of any of the congressmen, governor, anybody?
Sir, are you going to sign an executive order on FEMA, getting rid of it? Can you say more about signing an executive order to get rid of FEMA, please?
FEMA has been a very big disappointment. They cost a tremendous amount of money. It's very bureaucratic, and it's very slow. Other than that, we're very happy with them. Okay, and I think when there's a problem with the state, I think that problem should be taken care of by the state. That's what we have states for. They take care of problems. And a governor can handle something very quickly. You know, one of the things I've noticed, because I've been doing this for a while, and we had a pretty good FEMA, but I also noticed that when they come, they end up in arguments. They're fighting all the time over who does what. It's just not a good system. This system is so beautifully designed over 250 years approximately, you know, and we'll soon be celebrating the 250th year. It's going to be a very big celebration. But it's been designed very well, and we're going to leave it that way. When North Carolina, South Carolina, Florida, Tennessee, when everybody knows the governor of Tennessee, I think, everybody? Do you know everybody here, pretty much? I never thought of it, but you're right over the ridge.
Right over the hillside.
So you're here to help. That's great.
The people in this region, including Tennessee, the people of Appalachia, are grateful that you are here and that you haven't forgotten them. And that there are other disasters, but this one was enormous for both North Carolina and Tennessee. So thank you.
You know, I've seen a lot of disasters. And when I came here right after, the day after. And when I came here, I couldn't believe it, actually. I couldn't believe the damage. And I've seen a lot of them. This was more like a tornado than it was what we witnessed. So we're going to get it very much taken care of. Good job. That's nice that you came. And so you call it you're right over the ridge, right, Tennessee?
Over the ridge, yes.
I like Tennessee, too. Let's see, where did I get more votes, Tennessee or North Carolina? I hate to tell you, North Carolina, it was Tennessee.
There's one of the counties in this disaster that had 88% for you. So
88%, yeah. No, it's the people are just incredible people. Yeah. So, do you have any questions, press?
President, you talked about conditions being placed on aid to California, voter ID, and the like. Are there any conditions that you're going to put on aid to North Carolina?
We're going to do a lot for North Carolina. You know, they've been very slow. I don't know why it's been so bad. This has been one of the worst I've seen. Katrina, of course, you know, was something that obviously that was a long time ago. That was not good. But this has been very slow. I don't know if that was for political reasons because they lost the state. You know, Biden lost the state. Maybe he felt he doesn't care. Maybe there were other reasons. I don't know. But this has been very slow. By any standard, this has been very slow. And we're gonna make up for lost time.
No conditions. You're going to push for aid.
Well, in California, I have a condition. In California, we want them to have voter ID so the people have a voice, because right now the people don't have a voice because you don't know who's voting, and it's very corrupt. And we also want them to release the water. If they released the water, they wouldn't have had a problem. If they released the water when I told them to, because I told them to do it 7 years ago, if they would have done it, you wouldn't have had the problem that you had. You might not have even had a fire So, but here I don't have that. It's a different thing. You got hit by a storm. The people are incredible. They worked really well. Franklin was fantastic, and other groups. By the way, other groups came in that were also fantastic, and other states came in. Tennessee and a couple of others came in, and they really helped. That's the way it's supposed to be. No, this is a different kind of a thing.
Mr. President, have you decided how much funding you would allocate for disaster relief in North Carolina?
About what?
Have you decided how much funding you would allocate for disaster relief?
I haven't. I have to see what it is.
Are you disappointed that Senator Schiff hasn't joined you on this trip? It was reported he invited Senator Schiff to join you on this trip and he was too busy. Are you disappointed?
I don't know. I was told that Schiff was going to travel with us to California. I wasn't thrilled, to be honest with you. And I saw him last night on television. It looks like he got hit with a baseball bat or something. What happened to him? Something happened to him. It looked like he got hit. It looked like he got beat around. But I'll ask Caroline to find out what happened to him. No, if he wanted to come out, I would have done that. But I don't know. Somebody said that he wanted to come on the plane, but I think he's staying back for the votes. There's some pretty good votes going on. Yeah.
Mr. President, what is your timeline for getting rid of FEMA?
For this one? For this one?
You just talked about possibly getting rid of FEMA. What timeline are you looking at, and how would you do that?
Well, we're looking here. Here you're talking about. To start, we're going to start immediately, timeline. And to finish, it's going to be a period of time. You know, people are also rebuilding their houses. How long does it take to build a house, right? It takes a time. And I want them to build houses bigger, better, nicer than they had before, so they can have, at least they get something out of this disaster. This was a real disaster. No, timeline will be fast. In terms of infrastructure, I think very fast. I want to thank Elon, because Elon was able to get us communication systems, as you know, Starlink. We had no communication. The first day I got here, I was asked by one of the people, one of the really great representatives, professionals, that is there any way you could get Starlink here, because they had no communication whatsoever. And I called up Elon Musk, and he had, hundreds of units brought here, brought immediately. And it's hard to get. They couldn't get them before. And that made a lot of difference. I think it saved a lot of lives, actually. Yeah. Infrastructure-wise, we'll do it quickly.
Sir, can you just talk about how long you think it might take to get rid of FEMA? What's the timeline on that? If you're going to roll it back?
Yeah, I would say, look, as far as I'm concerned, I'm not really thinking about FEMA right now here. I'm thinking about Michael Watley, and I'm thinking about the 3 Congress people that you just heard from, and also the other people in Congress, and they'll be working with the governor. They'll be working with the governor, so that's what I see.
Change the subject real quickly. The Laken Riley Act was signed by Speaker Johnson yesterday.
Right.
When do you anticipate to sign that into
Well,
office?
we're honored by that. Laken Riley, I was there at the time, and we had a big meeting with the parents right after that horrible thing took place. And we have an act. You all know what that act represents. And it was a bipartisan bill. Many Democrats signed onto it. That's something that is a tribute to Laken, a beautiful young lady who was killed viciously by an illegal alien. And we passed a very powerful bill, and it was just approved, and we'll have a ceremony sometime very shortly. I'll be signing it. In other words, if you're asking, I will definitely be signing it. Okay? Yeah.
Mr. President, the security detail for Anthony Fauci was terminated last night, and I'm wondering if you have any comment on that.
About what?
The security detail for Anthony Fauci was terminated last night, sir. Do you have a comment?
No, I think, when you work for government, at some point your security detail comes off. And, you can't have them forever. So I think it's very standard. If it would be for somebody else, you wouldn't be asking the question. The question is very fair. But, you work for government. We took some off, other people too. But you can't have a security detail for the rest of your life because you work for government. Yeah, we'll see what happens.
Would you feel partially responsible if something were to happen to, say, Dr. Fauci
No.
or John Bolton?
No. They all made a lot of money. They can hire their own security, too. All the people you're talking about, they can go out. I can give them some good numbers of very good security people. They can hire their own security. They all made a lot of money. Fauci made a lot of money. They all did. So if they felt that strongly, I think that certainly I would not take responsibility.
Now, North Carolina is a state that relies on trade and manufacturing. Are you going to have an announcement on new tariffs coming soon? Is there a timeline now?
Yeah, the tariffs are going to make our country rich. We're going to be a rich, rich country very soon. Tariffs are going to make it rich, and competence. We have common sense, competence, and tariffs. The word tariff is one of the most beautiful words in the dictionary.
Now, Jonathan Reynolds, the business secretary of the United Kingdom, said that there's an even trade between the U.S. and the UK, so they shouldn't have tariffs. Does trade imbalances or a balanced trade affect tariffs and your decisions?
Yeah, unbalanced and balance, and also deficits. Like with Canada, we lose $200 billion a year with Canada. That's because we allow them to make cars. We allow them to take lumber. We don't need their cars. We don't need their lumber. We don't need their food products because we make the same products right on the other side of the border. It's sort of crazy. So we've just allowed that, bad management has allowed it over the last 4 years in particular to become very imbalanced. And I said I call him Governor Trudeau, but he's Prime Minister Trudeau when he was Prime Minister. I asked him, why would we do that? Why? And he was unable to give me an answer. He said, I don't know. And I said, do you think it's fair that we're paying $200 billion to keep Canada going? And what would happen, I asked him, what would happen if we didn't do that, if we didn't subsidize Canada? He said, we'd be a failed nation. And I said, then you should be a state. Because why are we paying all of that money to Canada when, we could use it ourselves, right? So we take care of their military. We're going to order about 40 Coast Guard big icebreakers, big ones. And all of a sudden, Canada wants a piece of the deal. They say, why are we doing that? I mean, I like doing that if they're a state, but I don't like doing that if they're a nation. Also, they've been very nasty to us on trade. Historically, Canada has been very, very bad to us, very unfair to us on trade. So we'll see how it all works out. I would love to see Canada be the 51st state. The Canadian citizens, if that happened, would get a very big tax cut, tremendous tax cut, because they're very highly taxed. And you wouldn't have to worry about military. You wouldn't have to worry about many of the things. You'd have better health coverage. You'd have much better health coverage. So I think the people of Canada would like it, if it's explained. But just to start off, they'd have a massive tax cut, and they'd have a lot more business because then we'd let business go to Canada routinely, and there'd be no tariffs. If we did that, there'd be no tariffs.
So the United Kingdom might be in a better spot then.
Reverend Franklin Graham has been a great asset to the state. Talk a little bit about the way the Samaritan Purse has helped North Carolina.
Yeah, say once again, the first.
Reverend Franklin Graham has been a big part of Samaritan Purse and their aid to North Carolina. Just want to get your thoughts on that.
Well, Franklin Graham has been a big asset to the state. His father was a big asset to the state, to the country, both of them. I just think this. I think Franklin and other people that are doing what Franklin have done, but I've known Franklin so long. He was at the inauguration. He made a speech, beautiful prayer. He does a great job, and we made a big donation, and it was money well spent. Sometimes you make donations, it's not well spent. He's done a great job here. He's done a really great job. So I want to thank you. We're going to the site now, and one of the sites, and for those that haven't seen it, you won't even believe it. But not enough work was done. We'll get it done fast. And I can speak for the Republican congressman. We're going to knock it out, right? We're going to knock it out. And I think we take it very personally because North Carolina was very unfairly treated. Very, very unfairly treated. And it was obvious. It was too obvious. And we're going to make up for lost time. So thank you to the people of North Carolina. Thank you, everybody.
no trouble.
Okay. Awesome. Thank you. No worries.
Thanks, Brian.
As you saw there, President Trump wrapping up Hurricane Helene recovery briefing in Asheville, now on his way to visit some of the families affected by that terrible storm some months ago. He's going to Swannanoa, North Carolina right now to meet with people there. And then at about 1:05 Eastern time, so he'll meet with the people there for at least an hour there and then head toward Los Angeles for a briefing in LA as well. So that's the president's schedule for the day as we see it. And let's go now also, as it's now 12 o'clock here on RSBN Live. Alongside my co-host, Robert McNeely, I'm Matthew Alvarez. Let's go to Pastor Lorenzo Sewell. Sir, thank you so much for joining us. If you guys remember, this is the great man that had the great prayer at the inauguration in front of the world to see. What has it been like since that day, sir? I mean, that was quite the prayer.
Thank you so much. I'm so Holy Ghost happy to be here with you. It was amazing to be able to intercede. It was amazing to be able to stand in the gap and make up the hedge as it pertains to our country and pray Dr. King's dream, right? Oftentimes we talk about Dr. King. Oftentimes we make reference to him, but we don't understand that he was not only pastor, but he was a political legislator, right? And we believe that through President Donald Trump, we'll be able to resurrect his legacy so that America can be made great again. It's been amazing. The whole week I've been with Speaker Mike Johnson. I've been to all of the cabinet confirmation hearings, praying with our leaders and praying with House of Representatives. It has been an awesome time.
And Pastor, speak to that more about, it seems as if this golden era in American history has then reopened that door to God again. And when we see that, not only with your beautiful prayer, but in different denominations, whether that's Cardinal Timothy Dolan, Reverend Franklin Graham, who's with President Trump today. And again, that discussion, because we saw what happened at the National Prayer Service at the Washington National Cathedral, of where politics played a role in the other direction. So how is, that letter to the American church reopening that guest book for our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ to be part of everyday politics in the culture?
Well, that's biblical, right? And that's the reason why our country started. We know that our forefathers, they were expelled from the Church of England, and our great country started as a place where we could be able to worship God freely. That's why the freedom of speech is important. That's why on our money we put in God we trust. That's why in our pledge, right, one nation under God. I believe that it's important for us to get back to our original roots. I believe that Jesus called America to be a city that's set upon a hill that cannot be hidden. I believe that he wants us to do what we've always done. We've sent over hundreds of millions of missionaries. We've been able to affect change all over the world for the gospel. And I do believe that for such a time as this, God has had mercy on us, unprecedented mercy on us, so we can fulfill the mission that he's called us to fulfill as a country.
And Pastor Sewell, as people are joining us now live, of course, Pastor Sewell is the one that prayed at the end of the inauguration there, a global outreach in a sense there I think everybody, in a lot of newsrooms around the country, the inauguration would be obviously on TV or streaming. But I can guarantee you, sir, when President Trump was speaking, and then when we heard some great songs, and then when you prayed, a lot of people stopped typing, especially in some of the fake news, and they looked over at that screen. And there was a moment there that was just very genuine from you as you just delivered that great prayer. I mean, do you kind of see that all of us were really affected by it?
Yeah, it's amazing. I believe for such a time as this, that Jesus is soon to return and he's getting people's attention. And he's using politics as the bait to catch the fish of humanity. I believe that. And we know that Dr. King, it was his birthday. We understand that the inauguration has only been twice on his birthday celebration. And in order to be able to pray his dream, for his dream to come true, specifically in the context of liberty, right? We know that for the Spirit of the Lord there is liberty. And there are people that are shackled. There are people that are chained. There are people that are bound. And we believe that Jesus wants to make them free politically, spiritually, emotionally, financially, because where his truth is, he sets people free. So we're excited about what he's doing in 2025. We're believing that he'll make people come alive.
It's truly an exciting time for the golden age of America. And Pastor Sewell, just speak more to Martin Luther King and his legacy, coming from Atlanta, Georgia, of course, the march to Montgomery, and he always did it peacefully and surrounded himself with those who really were the light of Jesus Christ and clearly had the Holy Spirit behind them. And it was a legacy that led to many legislators such as John Lewis in Georgia, who would preach that peaceful message of nonviolence. How does that legacy continue today?
I do believe that President Donald Trump on January 6th, he did what many people don't understand as it pertains to election integrity. For Black Americans, I believe that it was likened unto Bloody Sunday. We know that Bloody Sunday was the day where Dr. King crossed the Prater's Bridge in order for people to see how evil racism was. So it is on January 6th, I believe, that the good Lord used our 45th then president and now our 47th president to raise awareness to election integrity. Because remember, without Bloody Sunday, the Civil Rights Act would have not happened. Without Bloody Sunday, then the Voting Rights Act wouldn't have happened. And without Bloody Sunday, after King's assassination, HUD legislation would have never passed. And I believe that the good Lord has decided to use President Donald J. Trump, our 45th, now our 47th president, in order for legislation to be righteously regulated in Black America. But it starts first with election integrity. So I'm looking forward to having a congressional hearing. We're asking Jim Jordan, and we're quite frankly demanding the Judiciary Committee that we would have a congressional hearing to show people in our community that quite frankly has had votes cast for them who never voted before in the 2020 and the 2022 election. We have a case in the Eastern District Court right now showing that we do have standing in order to show the injury that has occurred to this particular group of people.
Pastor Sewell, before we let you go, I just want to let our viewers know on the left side of your screen, you're looking live in North Carolina as President Trump will be going to that podium there to talk about the aftermath of Hurricane Helene. Pastor Sewell, quick question for you about the executive order signed by President Trump to declassify the assassination documents on JFK, RFK, and MLK. Your thoughts, sir?
I think that's amazing. We need to get to the root of what happened, right? I think it's important for us as Americans, while their families are still living, right? I think about all of their families that want to have those questions answered. All of us want justice. At the end of the day, God has wired us to want justice. So it's important that we get to the root cause of what actually happened so that we can begin to bring closure to the crises of their assassinations.
Amen. So also, the last thing here, as they're doing some mic checks there, if for 30 seconds, if you could, I'll put you on the spot here, as we are, a believing country, and President Trump running and winning for all of America. And for those of us that believe in Jesus and believe in the Bible, if you would, for 30 seconds, if you share with us a prayer right now for our nation. This isn't political theater right now. I really believe this here. Let's just pray together for our country. Go ahead, Pastor.
Yeah, Heavenly Father, we thank you that you said in your word, blessed is the country whose God is the Lord. So we do pray for America. We pray for every faith. And we do believe that you are able to do more than we can ask or think. We pray for those that are hurting, Lord, those that have lost their homes, those that are still hurting by hurricanes. Father, we ask in Jesus' name that you would step in as our president goes throughout this country today. We pray that you would put angels around him, put your spirit inside of him. And we ask you to heal those who are broken and bruised, that you alone will show yourself strong toward our country. In Jesus' name, amen.
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 Amen. Amen. Pastor Lorenzo Sewell from Detroit, pastor of it's the 180 Church, correct?
Turnaround, 180 Church, yes, sir.
I love it, and that's a great story. You know, as all of us in life, right? It's a 180 when you find faith in Jesus, and we thank everyone for watching this network, regardless of background and belief, because of course this is a country here that we are on the same team that want freedom and the Constitution to move forward. But thank you, sir, in Jesus' name for that prayer.
God bless you.
Pastor Lorenzo Sewell, the amazing moment there in Washington, D.C., inside that Capitol Rotunda, just quite awesome as we wait for President Trump to take that podium in Asheville.
And such really in-depth remarks and analysis. I mean, really, I never thought of that, the tying of Bloody Sunday to January 6th, the idea that the fight for election integrity, so many people had to suffer in order to get to that land of freedom, to get into that sense of exodus as our Jewish forebearers left that land of Egypt led by Moses. And the same thing here. So it harkens to the pastor's beautiful words that peacefully and patriotically we move forward for election integrity, for the founding documents, and a great historical lineage, as he mentioned as well. It was persecution by the Anglican Church that led so many different groups, whether Pilgrims or Puritans or so many other denominations, to then founding what we now know as the United States of America.
Exactly. And also yesterday, if you missed it, Sam Markstein with the Republican Jewish Coalition joining us live here to talk about the second administration with President Trump and the executive orders, and also hopefully the Abraham Accords being even expanded to more nations, Robert.
Oh, absolutely. And that was something that really highlighted President Trump's foreign policy, peace through strength. And those Abraham Accords were huge successes. I really think that you saw that as really one of the only successes of the Carter administration, the lasting peace between Israel and Egypt. President Trump expanded on that with Israel, Bahrain, the UAE, and other nations surrounding historical enemies of Israel. And sadly, in the last 4 years, Hamas had an opening, along with Hezbollah, to attack the free Jewish people. That seems to be coming to an end now. Thank God we have hostages returning, and we have a president who will hunt down radical Islamic terrorists regardless of where they are in the world.
I mean, the surgical strikes when it comes to ISIS and that kind of thing, you know, when it's someone that is taking the lives of others, President Trump, you know, wanting to go peace through strength, but sometimes has to take those other means. Producer, could you please repeat that? All right, let's go to one of our sponsors here on Right Side Broadcasting Network, the great BrightCore. All you have to do is go to mybrightcore.com/RSBN for more information on that product you see on the left side of your screen there. That's Kimchi One. The owner and founder, Kim Bright, based in MAGA and in Maha, which is always a good combination, isn't it, Bobby?
The best combination. I don't know if there's a better combination. I mean, there's peanut butter and jelly, but then there's Maha and MAGA.
Grilled cheese and tomato soup, not bad.
That's pretty good, especially on a cold Friday.
Yeah, definitely. So BrightCore, you can see the website there, mybrightcore.com/RSBN. Go ahead and check them out. Get some information there. Also, if you purchase the product, you purchase 2 of them, you get 1 free. You see that information on the screen. Also, if you get a chance to watch that Kim Bright interview, we have posted it on Rumble and some other sites there. So definitely great to hear from the actual owner of this company, BrightCore. All right, so it is 12:13 Eastern. We are following a lot of news here on this Friday. You know, this is something, usually it's a Monday through Thursday, a lot of news happens. Then a Friday, it kind of is, hey, it's almost the weekend, but not today. This is a lot of news going on, as you guys know. President Trump in North Carolina right now meeting with families. Will be going there live after he's done with that, and he will be at the podium that we're about to see here live from our pool feed of the president who will be speaking there. And then from there, he's going to go to Los Angeles, California. And tomorrow he'll have a rally in Nevada. All on top of that, the March for Life in Washington. So this is that 24/7 news cycle that we were talking about going into historic speed as well.
A really incredible time for America, and the difference in pace, not just ideology and focus, but this was not really reminiscent of the Biden administration. We were fortunate to have maybe one or two items publicly on the president's schedule, whereas President Trump has a jam-packed day and weekend because he has hit the ground running in order to restore the American promise with those 20 core promises leading to the platform at the Republican National Convention back in July in Milwaukee, Wisconsin, about how to save this country. And we've seen so many executive orders now and legislation like the Laken Riley Act, the Born Alive Act, all ready for President Trump's signature, which may be happening either in hours or a couple of days from now.
Exactly. And as you see there, the camera operator working on the lighting situation and just switching filters there. So if you're wondering what the heck just happened, that's what just happened. Obviously, the president is not there yet, but is meeting with some of the families there as they are organizing the whole platform there as we await the president. You are looking live at 12:15 Eastern. We've been on the air straight since 9 a.m. Eastern, and that's something you can come to rely on here at Right Side Broadcasting Network. At this point, what we're doing is RSBN Live starting at 9 a.m., specifically Monday through Friday. And then, of course, if there's any breaking news or other coverage to be had, whether it's a weekend or at night, Robert and I and Christina Loren and others, we'll be covering what's going on. Also, on top of that, if there's just a simple live stream of what's happening, we'll go right to it as well, whether Robert and I are on camera or not. At the end of the day, we want to bring you the coverage of what's happening, and that's what we're doing right now live in North Carolina. So he'll make the trip to Los Angeles. So I guess he's going to do 2 states when it comes to North Carolina and LA that have dealt with different devastating situations.
Right, and he mentioned in that meeting with congressmen, of course, Governor Josh Stein, present as well in a bipartisan manner, First Lady Melania Trump to his right and Reverend Franklin Graham to his left. President Trump saying, we are seriously looking at eliminating FEMA altogether because governors have the closest access that can not only be cost efficient, but done in a timely manner to protect their residents. So he's looking at all that, of course, having to keep things in place or even enhance them as the federal government response was lackluster to really both crises. And we do know as well that the forest management issue was something that was on full display in Los Angeles, as well as the water reserves. So President Trump also mentioning that Senator Adam Schiff was supposed to join him in this, but there's some important votes going on as well, so he's not on the trip. But President Trump clearly outlining and laying out a goal of making this as bipartisan as possible, but many big appointments coming up as well in the United States Senate for the cabinet selection. So, of course, here at Right Side Broadcasting, unbridled access. So much happening in the world of MAGA and Washington, D.C. that we'll bring to you live right here on the network.
And speaking of that, so we know that President Trump will have a rally tomorrow in Nevada. So just a lot going on here. And Robert, my voice actually right now, I'm losing it, I think, a little bit. A lot of talking over the past week, so go ahead and take over.
It is really, that's what we do here. We talk on Right Side Broadcasting about everything going on every day, so you will not miss a minute. And again, this is the fast-paced nature of a Trump administration. He has tackled many issues. He's had major interviews already. He's now talked to the out-of-town press pool on 2 occasions, getting off of Air Force One, and then also speaking to them at the press conference as we're waiting for him to speak once again here in Asheville, North Carolina, live with the residents of the area. We'd like to thank our sponsors here at Right Side Broadcasting, one of our finest, the Colonial Metals Group, committed to making your 401k and your IRA great again. Of course, we know of Warren Buffett's warning that billions and billions of dollars could go dark and that your paper money will frankly be worthless if we continue this Bidenflation, if we continue in recessionary times. Now, even with conservative governance, it's smart to have property and assets and tangible items like gold, silver, and precious metals to protect yourself. So if you scan right there, you can shield your savings now. Using that QR code, you will get the guide to Colonial Metals Group, and it's a no obligation look over what will work best for your finances and for your family's financial future. Scan that QR code now for your free 2025 gold guide. You can see that right there as an RSBN exclusive. And just a very smart thing to do, because we know that these precious metals have stood the test of time throughout faltering governments and faltering currencies.
Exactly. So freegoldguide.com/RSBN. As we take a live look in Asheville, North Carolina, President Trump from the southeast or the East Coast all the way to the southwest on the West Coast. Los Angeles, a little bit later today. We'll have that coverage right here as we see it unfold and as we see this America First agenda unfold before our eyes. You know, on the first week after being president, some presidents may take a trip home or go on vacation or do something else. Well, President Trump showing the action speaking louder than words as he's in North Carolina, of course, today and LA, and then tomorrow. Again, that developing news, the fact that he's holding a rally in Nevada tomorrow. The people in the Silver State right now that are hearing this news are probably pinching themselves, saying, wait a minute, we just had some rallies. Those were awesome. But now he's coming back as POTUS, the President of the United States.
And there were some questions as to whether or not these rallies would continue, because we did not see one until August 2017 when he was first sworn in 8 years ago, and that was in Phoenix, Arizona, as part of a thank you tour. But if you were with us last week for our unbridled coverage of the inauguration, he had the first MAGA rally at the Colonial One Arena, or Capital One Arena, excuse me, that was just an outstanding 2025, the first MAGA rally, and now we're going to have the second. So maybe this will be an ongoing thing as President Trump is really hitting the ground, seeing the damage that's there in North Carolina and in California, but also thanking the Silver State as their 6 electoral votes were crucial to his victory.
Exactly. And, you know, it looks like those 7 swing states, of course, went to President Trump, and it's wonderful to see that. But again, this was about the crossroads, or the fork in the road, the right side of history or going off the edge, right, on the left side there. So the balance is back. The president is back, and this is Trump 2.0. So we'll cover it here at Right Side. On top of covering President Trump from Washington, D.C. or all around the country, when there is America First news or there's national breaking news or developing news here at the network, and if it has the interest to the American people, we will cover that here at the network. On top of that, various interviews from a number of great conservatives around the country. Again, common sense reform media going on here at Right Side Broadcasting Network. That's Asheville, North Carolina. Looking forward to hearing from President Trump there. Of course, meeting with the people now. You know, as Commander-in-Chief, he is returning to everyday America in the sense of the everyday Americans that you might not have heard their name before, but are great people doing great things for our country. So President Trump, that's what is great about this situation, is it shows the we the people aspect, because we the people are the boss of the land. Mm-hmm. We are the ones that are number one. We have representatives, and obviously President Trump is the leader of the country, but it's great that he's meeting with direct people there that are going through certain situations, and he's able to work with them and say, okay, specifically what do you need? And then he speaks to his people. He says, get it done for we the people.
It's really a hallmark of his leadership style, listening and then executing on what people do need on the ground. And we've seen this with the executive orders, whether that was the political prisoners of J6 or the pro-life people praying outside of Planned Parenthood. And we saw the video, you might have noticed that Beverly Williams Betty being released after 41 months in prison without access to a speedy trial or due process. And she greeted her husband with a wonderful hug and kiss, along with their child as well, who had missed them for so long. And we actually spoke to, Governor Blagojevich, the former governor of Illinois, the Democrat, while we were at the Hispanic Ball in Washington, D.C. And he went through the same kind of lawfare and deep state attacks on his own personal life that led him to being sentenced to 14 years in prison. And it's just amazing how certain entities will work against the American people, but President Trump is wanting to go in there and really serve everyone with a servant's heart, and that's the difference between him and Joe Biden at the end of the day. This is a man who rests on his laurels, who's looking towards the Almighty to guide him in a process, just as Pastor Sewell said in his prayer. It was the millimeter miracle where God preserved him to serve the American people. A huge part of the inaugural address is President Trump believes he was spared to serve the American people. You will not hear that from the last administration.
Exactly. So we're seeing the strength and the common sense from President Trump versus what it was like under many presidents in the past. Weakness and then wokeness, and obviously we the people said, not on our watch. And so therefore making it too big to rig. The great work from the RNC as well out there. So wonderful times here as it is 12:24 Eastern. Director, why don't we go to a real quick, brief commercial break. If President Trump steps up onto the platform there, we will go and break into that commercial right there. So let's go to a commercial break. We'll be right back here on Right Side Broadcasting Network.
Hey y'all, it's Silk from the Diamond and Silk Chit Chat live show. Look, don't forget to check me out right here on RSBN Network. Be sure to watch the show on Right Side Broadcasting Network, and I want you to support Right Side Broadcasting Network. Yes, it's imperative that you do so, okay? I look to see y'all soon. Bye-bye.
A large retail store just canceled a huge order, leaving us with a ton of extra MyPillows. But you know what? That's their loss. I'm going to make it your gain. For the first time ever, you get standard classic MyPillows for wholesale prices, only $14.88. I can't believe I'm even saying that. Only $14.88. But it gets even better. For a limited time, I'm going to offer my entire classic collection at wholesale prices. Upgrade to a queen size MyPillow for just $18.88. King size only $1 more. Get my body pillows for $29.88 and multi-use MyPillows for only $9.88. So go to mypillow.com or call the number on the screen. Use your promo code to take advantage of wholesale pricing for the first time ever on TV, including my standard size MyPillow, only $14.88. They've never been offered this low before. We have limited quantities at this price, so limit's going to be 10, and once they're gone, they're gone.
Welcome to Right Side Broadcasting Network, your trusted conservative news outlet. At RSBN, we deliver the truth when the mainstream media falls short. Since 2015, we've proudly broadcasted every single one of President Trump's iconic MAGA rallies, bringing you the excitement and energy live before anyone else. By watching RSBN, you get an unfiltered front row view of the action on the ground. We interview the crowds to give a voice to millions of Americans just like you. We show you President Trump's speeches in their entirety, free from interruptions and censorship. We cover the stories that matter to you with the integrity and passion you deserve. Thank you for choosing RSBN as your home for America First News. Together, we stand strong, united, and informed. So join us and be part of the right side of history.
And welcome back to Right Side Broadcasting. I'm Robert McNeely here in Auburn, Alabama, our studio, as we look at Asheville, North Carolina. President Trump on his first trip since taking that oath of office on Monday, and he is joined by First Lady Melania Trump and, of course, the Reverend Franklin Graham, who has done so much great work with Samaritan's Purse in order to preserve and protect those who suffered so much from the hurricane storm roughly a few months ago now, and we've seen what's happened in Western North Carolina, even Eastern Tennessee. It's been very sad to see the failure of the federal government, and we'll see President Trump's response to all this as he takes in the most recent updates on the damage. Now, today's a big day here at Right Side Broadcasting. If you joined us earlier this morning. I'm joined by my magnificent friend, Mr. Magnificent himself, in fact, Matthew Alvarez, who's taking a short little break. We'll rotate in and out as we have unbridled coverage today of President Trump's trip to North Carolina, the Tar Heel state, and then he'll be wheels up to the Golden State to survey the continued problems with the California wildfires, which really going on now for roughly 2 weeks' time. And we know back from those Northern California wildfires from 2018 and 2019, Governor Newsom had mentioned to President Trump that it was really the state's forest mismanagement. And now we know that water reserves not in place for the Southern California fires, that really it's been a massive failure on a state and local level, and also a federal level as well, with the waning weeks and months of the last Biden administration. They spent so much sending billions of dollars over to Ukraine instead of focusing on the Southeast, and now in the last couple of weeks, Southern California. So President Trump on top of it, focused on how he can help our fellow citizens and residents. He had just spoken as well to Governor Josh Stein and congressmen who were at that press conference with President Trump and First Lady Melania Trump, and President Trump stating that this might just come to an end, the FEMA operation. We've seen failures really dating back to Hurricane Katrina, when then President Bush was really criticized, and rightfully so, for the response of what happened with that storm when it decimated New Orleans. But this seems to be an agency where major failures are occurring, and President Trump has pledged to get to the bottom of this information and finding out where he can help with assisting those when these kind of natural disasters happen. And he did mention that the state's governors and local leaders should be likely to take over these operations in the coming days and months and years ahead, because FEMA seems to be really lackluster, dropping the ball on a number of different items here. So we are awaiting President Trump. He is in the motorcade in Asheville, North Carolina. This is his first domestic trip as he took the presidency, the reins once again, returning to 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue a short 4 days ago. That was on Monday, January 20th. As if you were able to watch the coverage that we had in Washington, D.C., it was really a tremendous time to celebrate America, to speak to you, the American people who braved the cold for a number of days to enjoy all of the festivities. And last Thursday, of course, we took you down that parade route of Pennsylvania Avenue to show you what would have been on the outside parade grounds for those celebrations. But President Trump, rightfully so, moved everything indoors given the extreme temperatures that the nation's capital experienced on Monday. And it, in a way, was more ornate. It was more festive in the sense being under that beautiful Capitol Rotunda with Christopher Macchio, the America's tenor, displaying the national anthem, and of course America's sweetheart Carrie Underwood singing God Bless America, and doing it a cappella, mind you. And she was someone as well who gracefully presented that when there was supposed to be some music behind her, but she humbly said, "You might have to help me out here." And of course, Carrie Underwood needs no assistance with her beautiful vocals. And we had prayers from Cardinal Timothy Dolan and Reverend Franklin Graham, the pastor Lorenzo Soul from 180 Church in Detroit, Michigan, among others as well. Judeo-Christian principles on full display with those traditional rabbinic prayers mentioned as well. And there we can see on the live shot, Reverend Graham is greeting those there on the ground, and I'm sure we will see some of the president's motorcade as well as his team there, focused on bringing really the needed resources from the federal government in partnership with state and local sources to assess the damage that has continued to be in Asheville, North Carolina. And this was the most devastating storm as we know. Fortunately, the beautiful Biltmore Estate was reopened before the Christmas celebration, and things moving along with Asheville. But we know that after doing rallies this past summer there in Asheville, some of the breweries destroyed, businesses destroyed, and lives changed forever. I mean, these are places where people have used their life savings to invest in their specific business in their hometown, and either have lost that property or their livelihood and their homes as well. So we know great groups have come in to assist with getting people back on their feet, perhaps most notably Samaritan's Purse, run by Reverend Franklin Graham. And we are awaiting President Trump and First Lady Melania Trump, and there they are as they are joined again with Reverend Franklin Graham of Samaritan's Purse. Of course, the Tar Heel State is home for the Graham family, who have done so much for that beautiful area of the country and then also the entire country. But we'll go live to President Donald Trump and First Lady Melania Trump on the ground in Asheville, North Carolina.
It's a great honor to be here with these people today that have suffered so much. And to lose everything you have, and you just wonder what you're going to do and where you're going to go. And we just thank God, and I want to say thank God that He's given us the resources to be able to help. And a lot of people have helped. and not just Samaritan's Purse, but there's been many different organizations and volunteers that have just come to Western North Carolina and East Tennessee to help. I grew up, this is my backyard, I grew up about 8 miles or so from here. And went to high school right down the road, about a mile down the road. And so this is home to me. But we've got a family today. We've got the West family. This is their house. So we're here today to show the president just a little bit of the damage and the problems that the people of Western North Carolina are facing. So, Mr. President, thank you for what you have done for Western North Carolina. Thank you for coming again to see. Thank you, your son Don Jr., he came with us twice. And so they've taken a real interest. And this isn't a politician coming down here looking for votes. This is a man who wants to do something, who wants to see some changes, who wants to make life better for you. So thank you. And Melania, thank you so much for coming. It's an honor to have you here with us. So, Mr. President, please.
Thank you very much, Franklin. Thank you. All right, good man. He's done a great job, fantastic job. And we've come to North Carolina with a simple message for all the people of this region who are hit so hard by Hurricane Helene. And that message is very simple. You are not forgotten any longer. You were treated very badly by the previous administration. And I'm here after a few days of the administration. We're going to California, Los Angeles. They got hit hard, as you know. A lot of that could have been prevented, I think, if they had water, which they had plenty of, but they didn't use it. But I'm going there, and it was set up to go there. They said, well, what about North Carolina? They said, well, what would you? I said, I have to stop there first. I'm stopping in North Carolina. So we made the stop, and I feel very good. You're represented by some great people, great congressmen are with us, and we're going to get involved with them. And Michael Whatley is here, who is the head of the Republican Party. He worked with Laura Trump to take us through to a tremendous victory, one of the, as the media says, one of the most consequential presidential elections ever. They say in 129 years, whatever that may mean. But whatever it is, it was a great election we had, and we won your state. All 3 times we won your state. And all 3 primaries we won your state. So we won it 6 times, I guess, Mr. Congressman. And it's a great place. And I wanted to come here. And before I went anywhere, frankly, in the campaign, I promised that I'd come back to Western North Carolina to help the people of the state. And today, here I am to deliver on that promise. And we have a lot of things in mind. And we're getting the Army Corps of Engineers all set. You need your riverbanks fixed. You need a lot of roads fixed. And we're going to get it done in rapid time. And I've asked Susie Wiles and all of my people to start calling up, get the Corps ready, and they're going to get ready to go. I don't know what it is. I don't know what took so long for the other administration. But remember, I wasn't here for the first 4 months or 3 months, whatever it may be. See, we can only start as of essentially 1 or 2 days ago, and we've made a lot of progress over the last couple of days, Michael. I understand we're going to get you the resources you need and the support that you deserve, and we'll be at your side through every step of the rebuilding, and no American is going to be left behind. The people that I just met are so great, and the people that own that house is going to be very beautiful in a little while. And who knows, if Franklin decides, maybe he'll rip it down and build him a new one, because sometimes you can do that just as easily, but we're going to take care of the people. I want to thank our great First Lady for coming today. She really wanted to be here. She said, no, I want to go. And, she sees what happened, and she felt very badly, and she wanted to go. And we're then going out together to Los Angeles, but she wanted to be in North Carolina. She saw what happened. She has a feeling like I do for North Carolina. So thanks as well to a great gentleman, Franklin Graham, and his father, Billy Graham. I used to go with my father to Yankee Stadium and places to watch his father preach. And he was some preacher. You got good stock. You come from the ultimate genes, I can tell you. But he was really something. And Franklin, though, has done so much, and his father's looking down on him right now. I guarantee for a long time he's been looking down on Franklin, saying, I'm very proud of you, son. He really is, because what Franklin's done with Samaritan's Purse is incredible. They told me just yesterday that Samaritan's Purse has been great, but the FEMA people sort of left you high and dry, but we're going to change that around. We're not happy with FEMA. As well as all of the representatives. You have great representatives here. Chuck Edwards, who's here someplace. Where's Chuck? Where's Chuck? Chuck. Tim Moore. Tim, thank you, Tim. Great job, too. Both of you guys. Virginia Fox, a power. She's a power, that one. Don't ever have her as your enemy. It's not good. It's not healthy. Pat Harrigan. Good job, Pat. Addison McDowell. These guys were just here, just put in, and they're doing a fantastic job. Addison, thank you very much. Great. Mark Harris. Thank you, Mark. Thank you, Mark. Brad Knott. Thank you, Brad. Greg Murphy. Fantastic guy, my friend for a long time now, right? And the RNC chairman, Michael Watley, who really, as I said, brought us to a great victory with Laura, the chairman of the party, the whole Republican. I took Michael Watley from North Carolina because he did the best job and put him in charge of everything, and the job they did together was incredible. Last September, Hurricane Helene became one of the deadliest natural disasters in modern American history. Rainfall rose to far more than 30 inches, which is lethal, unleashing unprecedented devastation throughout western North Carolina and many other states, as you know, but you got hit the hardest. The highest responsibility and deepest obligation of the American government is to protect its people, and that's never truer than in times of emergency like this. Unfortunately, our government failed you, but it wasn't the Trump government. It was a government run by Biden. What a terrible situation. But our government failed the people of North Carolina in this horrible crisis. For 2 months, Asheville lacked running water, and even today some North Carolinians can't take a hot water shower. They can't drink water. They don't know where to get it. It's delivered to them by some, or they just go out and somehow find some. It's been 4 months since the storm made landfill, and still 180 roads remain closed and in ruins. Earlier this month, the Biden administration kicked 2,000 displaced North Carolinians out of their temporary housing into freezing 20-degree weather. I don't know how they did that one, because it was cold, even while your government provided shelter and housing for illegal aliens from all over the world. But under the Trump administration, the days of betrayal and neglect are over. They are over. As I said in my inaugural address, we restore the integrity, competency, and loyalty of the American government. And I think I said most of it in the inaugural address. We said a lot of things, but one of the groups of people I was thinking about is you in North Carolina. A lot of that was in reference to you and what you've had to suffer. I'm pleased to announce that under our leadership, the federal government will be surging housing solutions to the state that go beyond mere temporary hotel stays that ended up being very short-term. The government wouldn't do it any longer, which is ridiculous. We'll marshal all available resources to bring back potable water and make your water and infrastructure dramatically more reliable very quickly. Today, I'll also be signing an executive order slashing all red tape and bureaucratic barriers and permits to ensure the rapid reconstruction of the roads here in western North Carolina. We're going to go through a permitting process that's called no permitting, just get it done. That's the way they built them many years ago, I guarantee you that, right? We will get them back very quickly, and we'll begin the work of fundamentally changing, terminating, or overhauling FEMA. FEMA's been a disaster, no matter where they are. We're honored to be joined today very quickly by several families affected by the vicious storm. I'd like to ask each of them to share their story. Chris and Kim West, you could come forward. Ramona Nix, Jackie Mitchell, and Thomas Gary Bright. And finally, the Wright family. And come on up and maybe say a few words, please. Thank you very much. Hello.
Hi.
Come on in here.
whenever it started, we started moving our vehicles to the top of the road, and by the time we got the vehicles moved, the water had already hit our ankles in the house. And so I grabbed my purse and my little pug dog, and my husband grabbed the dog food and put it in a trash bag, and by the time we got out into the driveway, it was already waist deep, and there was sticks and that kind of thing. I didn't think I was going to make it, but we did make it out, and we made it to the top of the road, and we were kind of stuck there for hours because we couldn't get out any of the ways because it was flooded all the way around. It took us hours, and we sat there, and finally it receded enough to where we could actually get out. It was probably like close to midnight, and it started like 5, 6 o'clock in the morning. We just lost everything that we had. Didn't even have a brush for like 3 days. So. Thank you.
Okay, good. Would you like to say something with that beautiful baby? Say hey.
Yeah, so when the hurricane storms hit North Carolina, hit our home, my daughter and my wife and I were actually out of town. But unfortunately, my dad was still at home, and my mother was staying at our house with our animals. And the waters got so high that it actually lifted between that and the tornado that came through, or microburst is what they've been calling them, and lifted his home and the house that I grew up in and crashed it into our barn. It took away his business. It took away all of our tools and tractors and everything needed to keep the farm going. And my mother was trapped in the house, and there was no way to escape because the water got so high. The only thing she could do was ride it out and wait till the waters came down. So we've been doing a little bit of battling with our insurance and FEMA. We did have proper insurance with flood insurance and homeowners insurance, but since we had proper insurance, FEMA's not been able to assist us with a whole lot of things. And again, we've been having some issues with trying to get some payout for our insurance in a timely manner. We had to do mold mitigation on our home, which is extremely expensive, before the structural engineer even came out in order to get our flood payout. And to me, that was not really acceptable.
Has the insurance company been responsive or not really?
Not so much. You know, again,
give you the money they have to give you?
I'm hoping so. And we need some assistance with that. We reached out to an attorney.
What's the name of the insurance company?
North Carolina Farm Bureau.
We've got to move it, right?
Yep.
That's terrible.
That's what we're after here.
Are a lot
So
of people having that problem too, with the insurance companies, general, different insurance companies, and they're all difficult, or just the one particular one?
I've heard different stories from others, and a lot of folks are.
Responsive?
And I've heard some good instances of even Farm Bureau themselves, but in my case, you know, they'd send out a third-party adjuster immediately. Well, they wound up firing that third-party adjuster group. He gave us a quote for a much higher estimate than what we received.
And he got fired?
And then he got let go. Yeah, he got fired. So then they brought in another third-party adjuster to come in and lowball us. We've not received any kind of, so the flood insurance is our primary insurance, and so there was roof leaks in the home that the inspectors found, the adjusters. Well, that contributed to us losing some of our personal property as it come in the third story where there's no, or second story living space, where the flood water, well above the flood waters. So they've neglected us for.
Is your mother saved?
Yes, she's saved.
So
Yep,
you wrote it out?
she's right here.
Okay.
So we made it.
That was not exciting, right?
That's right.
How scared were you?
Very.
Did you think you were going to make it?
No.
You didn't think so?
Nope. I just started praying.
So you were sort of on a boat. Your house became a boat.
It's a big pontoon.
That's some story.
It was
Would
a
you
beach
like to
house
say
on
something?
steps.
I'll bet this guy would like to say something. I can tell.
was next door to the house, and my son was out of town, so when he came in to Charlotte to my sister's, he called about 2 in the morning because at midnight the water was still in the stream, within the banks. So when he called, the water was coming up, so I started moving vehicles up to about 5:30 in the morning, and she was in the house, and I pulled up to the steps and I said, hop on the fender and I'll get you out. Well, he built a beach house on stilts, 5 times higher than the floodplain. And she said, well, he said I'd be okay. So I'm staying with the dogs. So I went to higher ground with some vehicles, hers included, and the water covered everything. But I'd already seen it come around both sides of my place, so I got my blind and deaf dog and a bag of valuables and took up off the side of the hill behind my house, and then was heading to the cemetery back there because I knew it was open, because there was trees falling and uprooting. It was raining.
You never saw anything like that?
No, I've been through floods all my life around there. Never nothing.
Never been anything like that. But you're okay, right?
Yep. House destroyed.
Yeah, well, we're gonna help you out. We're gonna help you out.
Appreciate it.
Okay.
Thanks for being here.
Anybody else? You guys okay?
Our day that morning began a little taller with some trees falling into our house, which our house is goes back 4 generations, 80 years, and never came close to flooding. And we woke up with trees about 4:30 or 5 in the morning, and our house sits 3/10 of a mile back off the road, and the water, we've had flooding and such in the lake, but nothing like we saw. And like most everybody else, we moved 5 vehicles this far up, and lawnmowers and everything else, and the water started coming in the house. And when it got up to about ankle high, we have a loft. I got her up in that and tried to gather what you might want, which was totally random. And when it made it to the loft and started getting up to about her hips, I built a little makeshift ladder and we got out on our roof. And we spent 4 hours on the roof. I had a little baggie. I did notes on my cell phone to my 2 kids and my 2 grandkids, and something to identify me in case we were lost in it.
Did you think you were going to make it?
No, we're.
Oh, you didn't?
Yeah, we didn't think we were going to make it at all. I mean, our house was 25 feet underwater.
So you didn't think you were going to live?
No, we were watching houses, trailers, bodies coming by us. And we lived in the Azalea Road area in East Asheville, 0-team. Yeah, we watched our garage float by.
You just looked up.
Yeah. But, we got to a point where it crested about 4 feet up on the roof. We took about 3 or 4 hours for it so we could kind of do everything in reverse, and got out in the mud to higher ground. And I got out higher ground up to a subway and got over to her daughter's house, where when she saw that I didn't have her, she lost it. And I was like, she's okay, she's alive. And we tried to make our way back in there and gather things best we could. But, found a body right away. There was about 8 bodies in our area that first 2 weeks located. And we were lucky we weren't one of them, and blessed. But like other people, no insurance on flood insurance, so we had to depend on FEMA. They did what they could do, and of course it's not enough. Yeah, that's crazy. But again, we're thankful to be alive, but it's a long haul.
What are you doing now?
Staying in a camper. I've never been, if y'all notice, I'm a big guy. I don't sleep in campers very well. And the first night we spent in the camper, very grateful with the Asheville Dream Center coming through with the one. And
Do you still have the land?
oh yeah, it's family land. Yeah, the land, it looks like a beach now. It's sand, but
Can it be built on?
yes,
Do you intend to do that?
yes.
You want to build again?
Yeah, Samaritan's Purse. We're working with them. We're working with people. It's 80 years, 4 generations.
But the house is totally gone.
No, the house is there. It's
they
down to,
gutted
yeah,
it
they
to
came
this
in and mudded it.
practice.
But everything in it was completely destroyed. But yeah, it's tough. I think we're at a point in Asheville where people's forgot about Asheville, and it's stagnant. Everything is stopped. You know. Yeah. Thank you, sir. Appreciate that. Thank you, Jack.
Thank you. Thank you. Please.
I'm Pastor Nick's, our church right down the road. We had only purchased in May, and it's a big church. We're a small congregation, and I had people say, "What are you going to do with this big building?" And I said, "Only God knows." And we had our dedication, and the storm came the next week. And the outpouring of people, my son brought the first load of supplies, and from there, I stayed there for about 3 months. I slept on the floor for about 3 weeks because the need was so great. The people were so devastated, and I said, I want to be here for them. And they were coming in just day and night, so there's really no need for me to go home. But we had people from Kentucky, Tennessee, Texas, Indiana, Oklahoma, people from all over. We have not received any help, like from the government or anything. But I said, Lord, if you want us to do that, people.
So they came from
all over the states.
But FEMA did nothing.
No.
It was
FEMA's
the locals.
Waste of time and money.
The locals and the people that knew us. And before the week was over, our church was so packed with supplies we couldn't even walk. Even in our sanctuary, it was up to the platform of things, and in our halls and in our rooms, and we're just now beginning to get a little straightened out. But somebody said, how long are you going to be here? I said, I'm going to be here through the winter and even on, if possible, because when you meet people that's been through the struggle, I had a little lady come up, and I said, can we do anything special for you? And she said, I don't want to be selfish, but said, could I have a cup of coffee? And I handed her that coffee, and she stood there, and tears just poured. She said, you don't realize how important that the little things. It's not the big things in life that we have, but it's the little things, and knowing that God is our source. I don't look to man. I don't have to have a lot of things. I had trees, about 20 trees down in my yard, but that didn't really matter. Doesn't matter, because the needs of the people is what I want to be there for. God is good. He's very good. And my daughter now, her house is really in bad shape, and I'll let her tell you about that. But thank you, President. This is our president. We appreciate you so much.
I live out in the Fairview area of North Carolina, and near the Back Cave, Lake Lure area. And our area was hit. It was hit really hard. I was home alone, and my husband had stayed in town because we take care of a little lady that's 98 years old, and she lives out in the woods by herself. And I said, just stay with her and make sure that she's okay. And I got up the next morning, and my first thought was, I want to go see what our road and bridge looks like. So as I was making it down to the road and the bridge, there was no road and bridge. And so, here we are, we're like at a little island, we can't access the main road or anything. And then the fire department came by the next day and said that they were evacuating me and my neighbor because a landslide was going to come. And they told me to get my stuff and get ready. And so while I was getting my stuff and getting ready, there was a knock at the door, so I thought it was the fireman. And I went to the door, and there stood my 21-year-old son. His name's Nathan, and he had drove as far as he could to get to me, but he hiked 5 miles, and it took him a really long time. And he got there, and he said, Mom, grab a bag, we gotta go. And I said, son, there's no way I can hike out of here. And he's like, no. He said, we gotta go. So we started hiking out, and I seen one of my neighbors who, she had no clothes on. Her skin was like chunked up. It was just, she was blue. She had been she had been in the waters, and where she had went, or I don't know, but it horrific is just all I can say. But then as me and my son hiked on out, we went through where this place, we call it Craigtown, but there were like a lot of family members there that passed away, like 11 of them, and there were people out everywhere looking for their loved ones, and there were dead bodies. You know, my son's like, Mom, you're going to see things you don't want to see. And so anyway, we got through all that, but I stayed at our church in our sound booth. My husband and I, we just slept up in the sound booth for a couple of months because we didn't have power or anything for about 2 months out there. And then we went back. I've been fighting with FEMA since day one. Our community, there's like 32 homes. We don't have a road and a bridge. We're driving through our neighbor's property. You know, I went to EMS and I said, look, my concern is if we have a fire or we have an emergency out here, you're not going to get to us. You can't get those big trucks up here. And I've called and called and called FEMA, and you know, I said, this happened on September 27th. That's 4 months ago. Well, for us, today is still September 27th. You know, we haven't had help. And so when I talk to FEMA, I'm explaining the road and the bridge, and they send me a letter that tells me to basically fix it and send in my receipts, and they'll refund me some money. I'm looking at a road and bridge that honestly, the bridge itself is probably going to be $300,000, and the road could be close to that also, because the community has to have big boulders brought in. We're not a rich community. We can't fix it ourselves. You know, it's just, and as far as like house repairs, I'm still pending. I can't get money from FEMA until I fix the road and bridge and send in my proof that it's fixed and everything. It's been a nightmare, and I totally feel like that we have been forgotten. If it had not been for our fellow American citizens who stepped up to help us, I don't know what we would have done. I have 5 neighbors around me who completely lost everything. You know, I have damage to my house, and I don't feel entitled. I'm embarrassed to even say I need help, because, you know, and sometimes there's even that survivor's guilt is what they're calling it, but you feel guilty to even be alive sometimes. You know, when you look around, you see your neighbors that are gone, and it's just, you know, we need help. I wrote a letter to send to Congress. You know, I don't understand what's going on. If we can't get FEMA help, then will you guys help us? Will you step up and be our fellow citizen? Will you step up and be our neighbor and send us something? Help us get our community back. I could go on. It's just I don't know, it's just heartbreaking. I appreciate you.
Good daughter you have, huh? Good daughter. Take care of Mom. And your son must be great.
My son is great.
No, he sounds like a real leader. Smart.
He really is. Hike
how would you have been if he didn't come and get you?
I don't know. I'd just would have been there because the only thing we could do, there was no way to get out there. The only thing we could do is just hike up to the church, the first church that was up there, about 3 miles, to get, you know, maybe what we needed or something. I don't know. He is. Thank you.
Again, thank you very much, everybody. So we're going to be here. We're going to be working with our congressmen and women, and they're going to do a job. And Michael Watley is going to be very much in charge, and you'll get it done. And FEMA's ready to rock. They haven't done the job because they weren't really told to do the job by Biden. I guess Biden was thinking about other things, wasn't he? But they weren't told. What they did, what the past administration did to North Carolina is a disgrace. So I just want to wish you all well. I was here right after the event, and I couldn't believe it. I have never seen anything like it. I've seen a lot of bad things, but I've never seen anything like it. And it's an honor to meet the people behind me, and it's an honor to be with our congressional delegation and some of the other politicians in the area. And it's an honor to have Michael Watley at my side, because maybe we wouldn't be standing here as president if he wasn't. Him and Laura Trump were unbelievable as the head of the Republican Party. So he happens to come from a place called North Carolina. So I said, Michael, fix it. So good luck. Good luck. And we'll supply what you need. You know that. Okay? Thank you. Thank you all very much. Thank you very much.
Heartbreaking stories and how there's been so many local groups stepped up to assist these
Yeah,
families.
that's one of the things you hear.
Any talk on having money instead of going to FEMA and going through the bureaucracy to go to them?
That's what I want to do. We want to bring it locally so that a state takes care of its problem, and then they can bring it down to a local level, like Samaritan's Purse and Franklin, because that's one of the better examples. But you had numbers of people that did a great job. You have groups that did a great job and organizations. The one that didn't do a good job was the government. They did a bad job. They did, in many ways, they did no job. They weren't even available. So, good question. The answer is we go local. I think it'll work much better. FEMA is a very expensive organization that really doesn't work out very well. It hasn't. This is not the only example. So it was up to me right now. It ended right now, and I just let the state take care of the problem. I mean, you can always have problems. Let the state, if it's Florida, it's a hurricane, let Florida take care of it. They don't need FEMA to come in. Yeah?
Outside of FEMA?
Yeah, I envision a very important role for him. It's any role he wants. He's a very capable guy, Michael Watley, a very capable guy, and he's friends and works with these guys, keeps them elected, right? They have to do a good job. Otherwise, no matter how good Michael is, not going to work. But they've done an amazing job. They've been great. You're lucky you have great congressmen here. And woman, by the way, a great woman, very powerful woman. And they're going to do a great job. They'll do it together. They'll work together, and we'll supply what they need as they need it. We'll coordinate that, and we will immediately get the Army Corps, Michael, because you need roads built. You know, we're talking about the bridge. We're talking about roads and things. So we got to get them built, all right? Okay? Thank you all very much. Thank you very much.
All right. Oh, what's the wire? Oh, you're good. Okay.
Everybody watch your wires.
Okay.
And that's President Trump live in Asheville, North Carolina, as he meets with those residents who have suffered such great loss in these last few months, a complete failure by FEMA and the Biden administration to get much needed resources, and just some of those heartbreaking stories of 25-foot gushes of water and waves coming into western North Carolina. Think about this, tornadoes after that hurricane as well, and in some cases, literal foundations of the homes being lifted off the ground. It harkens back to the idea of a great Brooks and Dunn song I know, just talking about building a house and a home, and some of the lyrics just go, I'm proud of the house we built. It's bigger than sticks, stones, and stilts. It's ain't sitting on a place too high, but it's filled with love and being proud of your family, and just so sad to see what these people have experienced in the last few months here. And my question for people like Joe Biden and Hillary Clinton, are these people deplorables? Are they pieces of garbage, as you mentioned on the campaign trail? No, they're our fellow Americans. And thank God for people like Reverend Franklin Graham and Samaritan's Purse and the American Red Cross, people who have come in to really help. But you heard right there at the podium that some of the residents feel as if that they've been left behind in the process. And just so sad to see that. So our thoughts and prayers are with them. We know now that there's a commander-in-chief in place focused on fixing these problems and responding quickly to issues that might happen. And seriously considering now the third time he's mentioned today that there will likely be a removal of FEMA ultimately so that the states have complete operation over any of these disasters when disaster does come to these states. And we see these kinds of storms here in the Southeast, whether that be hurricane related or tornado related, or this terrible situation in Western North Carolina. So Michael Whatley, the RNC chairman tasked with being on top of this commission to really solve these problems here for the Tar Heel State. Also, Governor Josh Stein with President Trump today, greeting him off of Air Force One in a bipartisan manner to solve these problems. If you're just joining us, I'm Robert McNeely, live here with Right Side Broadcasting from Auburn, Alabama. The magnificent Matthew Alvarez in studio with me as well. It's a long live day of coverage of President Trump traveling not only to North Carolina, but also to the Golden State of California to assess the Southern California damage and the containment that has taken place. The problem is the Santa Ana winds coming in at a strong force now and continuing to whip up those fires as we've seen in the past here. And there it's really different in the sense of where was the state and how was it managing its process for preventing wildfires. Really, quite frankly, it hasn't. Governor Newsom, hearkening back to 2018 and 2019 when those Northern California fires were happening and raging, saying that to President Trump at the time, we have not kept up with our forest management. And we've seen with Karen Bass, the Los Angeles mayor, really can't answer questions as to why some of these reserves were empty or dumped back into the Pacific Ocean. Of course, there's this talk of protecting the small fish, the smelt, and instead have created really an economic disaster and an eco-disaster for those in California. If they really truly care about the climate on the far left, the stuff that has happened here with these fires will, in some cases, forever change the soil. It's destroyed vegetation. It's poisoned countless wildlife in the process, and people have had to breathe in these toxic fumes and also losing their homes in the process. Grant Cardone, the investor and big Trump supporter, had a home in Malibu that is actually still standing, but his neighbors had all of their homes wiped off on the beach due to California regulations where a specific type of wood had to be used. It's the only construction material that could be used because it was so-called eco-friendly. Well, of course, that wood was highly flammable and everything went down in the process. But going back to North Carolina, the Tar Heel State, so sad to see that they did not have flood insurance in most cases, because in the Western Mountains, you wouldn't necessarily need that in North Carolina. And then FEMA was tasked with coming in, but did not give enough resources in some cases. And you heard the gentleman who had a home that's still standing, but still damaged, 4 generations, 80 years in that home. And just so sad to see that people have to go through this in America, while billions and billions was being sent overseas to Ukraine for an ongoing stalemate war that President Trump has pledged to end. And he's spoken with Vladimir Putin and Vladimir Zelensky, respectively the leaders of both Ukraine and Russia, and both saying that they are interested in ongoing discussions on ending this war finally and bringing about the peace. These last 4 years have not been peace through strength. It's been chaos, and someone who clearly was in cognitive decline, who could not manage the federal government nearly as well as President Trump did in his first term, and now already has proven to do so. So he's getting information on the ground, meeting with residents of Western North Carolina. In our nation's capital today, the March for Life is underway, and we will be going to that at some point to hear from our new Vice President, J.D. Vance, who will be speaking to and presenting to the March for Life. Of course, this is a group that worked so hard to end Roe v. Wade, and President Trump was successful in doing so through the Supreme Court when he appointed 3 justices that believed in conservative jurisprudence. And that's not necessarily just a conservative ideology politically, but the belief that the context of our founding documents are not necessarily to be changed unless it's done through the legislative and executive process. Of course, they recognize that the judicial branch of government is reserved for interpreting law. It's very simple, very concrete, as Justice Scalia historically wrote on, and Clarence Thomas continuing that legacy as leaders on the bench, saying that this is not a living document. Our founding documents are meant to be interpreted as written, and that's why you saw something like Roe v. Wade collapse, because it was judicial activism that brought this back in 1973 to mandate something that should be led by the states. And now you will see that delegated by the states, whether it be through direct referendum or a legislature and a governor's signature, but the abortion question returning to states and localities, but this group remaining focused on getting the job done of preserving life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness enshrined to us in our founding documents. And it looks like we'll go to the
Thank you for turning out once again to show your extraordinary love and compassion for the unborn. Each year, Americans of every age, color, and background travel to our nation's capital by the tens of thousands to stand up for precious little babies who cannot stand up for themselves. I am proud to be the first president ever to have joined you in person. Passion for the unborn. Each year, Americans of every age, color, and background travel to our nation's capital by the tens of thousands to stand up for precious little babies who cannot stand up for themselves. I am proud to be the first president ever to have joined you in person. As you know, this annual march started 52 years ago on the first anniversary of the disastrous ruling known as Roe v. Wade. That unconstitutional decision took power away from the states and the voters, kicking off 50 years of division and anger. But thanks to your tireless work and devotion across 5 decades, that historic wrong was set right 3 years ago. I was so proud to be a participant. 6 courageous justices of the Supreme Court of the United States returned the issue to the state legislatures and to the people where it belongs. It became a vote of the people. In my second term, we will again stand proudly for families and for life. We will protect the historic gains we have made and stop the radical Democrat push for a federal right to unlimited abortion on demand up to the moment of birth and even after birth. Think of that, after birth. And some people want that. Can you believe it? We will work to offer a loving hand to new mothers and young families, and we will support adoption and foster care. We will protect women and vulnerable children. Under my leadership, a reformed Department of Justice will finally investigate the radical left attacks on churches and crisis pregnancy centers, and we will bring perpetrators to justice. We will get them to justice one way or the other. I will also end the weaponization of law enforcement against Americans of faith, and I'm releasing the Christians and pro-life activists who were persecuted by the Biden regime for praying and living out their faith. I just signed that document, and they're being released. One such American was Paula Harlow. At 75 years old, Paula was sentenced to 2 years in prison after praying outside of a clinic. That's why she was sentenced to 2 years. That's what happened under the Biden regime. In her sentencing, the judge mocked her Christian faith while her husband pleaded to be thrown in jail with his wife, fearing she would die alone behind bars. This week, it was my honor to grant a full and complete pardon to Paula and many others who were the victims of this horrific weaponization. Never again will religious persecution be allowed to happen in America. To all of the very special people marching today in this bitter cold, I know your hearts are warm and your spirits are strong because your mission is just very, very pure, to forge a society that welcomes and protects every child as a beautiful gift from the hand of our Creator. Thank you for never losing hope and never giving up. Thank you for your tremendous support. God bless you and God bless America.
Wow, how about that, right? USA. I heard. Thank you.
And welcome back to Right Side Broadcasting. As you saw the address from President Trump recorded in the beautiful Oval Office really moments ago before his trip to Asheville, North Carolina. And what a joy to see President Washington's portrait once again over the mantle, and to the right over his left shoulder, President Thomas Jefferson, and then President James Madison as well, a restored Oval Office. And President Trump speaking on the fact that he has pardoned those prisoners from simply praying and peacefully protesting their First Amendment right outside of Planned Parenthood, and in certain situations, very elderly people that were put into prison without a speedy trial. Such a sad situation to see there as political prisoners under the Biden regime. I watched the video earlier this morning of Beverly Williams Betty, who was released from prison after 41 months in solitary confinement, and she was greeted by her husband with a kiss and a hug, and seeing their child as well. So families restored. The people's president getting to work this week to make America great again and to use peace through strength in order to complete his promises and his agenda. We are expecting Vice President J.D. Vance to speak, and we will send that right over back to Washington and the March for Life.
Let me say thank you. Good afternoon, marchers. Thank you for having me. And it is an honor to be standing with you here today for life. We are proud to march with you. And yes, we will be back next year. The excitement, the passion, the unwavering conviction that every single person here on the National Mall clearly feels. It is deeply moving to me and means more to President Trump and I than I could possibly say. For over a half century, this march has united tens of thousands of Americans from all walks of life to rally for the cause of life in our nation. It is the single largest gathering in the world to celebrate our movement, the victories we've fought so hard for, and yes, the victories yet to come. And I want to personally welcome all of you who have traveled from far and wide to our nation's capital. Thank you for your dedication, and it is an incredible crowd, and it's great to see you today. You know, on Monday, we were forced to move all of the inauguration events indoors because of the bitter cold, and it was cold. But you guys, and it's cold today, here you are outside in an especially frigid January. And I don't think I've ever seen such a joyful crowd out here, particularly during this time of year. Now, as you all know, the event theme this year is life, why we march. And there are obvious answers to the implicit question it poses. We march to protect the unborn. We march to proclaim and live out the sacred truth that every single child is a miracle and a gift from God. Now, each time Usha and I welcomed our own children into the world, we saw firsthand the indescribable beauty of new life, and yes, as you can see, sometimes the behavioral challenges that we had on Monday, but they were good. They were good. And watching all three of our kids grow, learn, and become who they are today has been the single greatest blessing of our lives. Now, every parent here knows that feeling, that awe at a newborn child. It is our responsibility to cherish and to protect it. But thinking about the question of why we march, there are also some subtler, but equally more important answers to that question that I want to reflect on today. Now, the task of our movement is to protect innocent life. It's to defend the unborn, and it's also to be pro-family and pro-life in the fullest sense of that word possible. Now, across my own lifetime, I can't tell you the number of friends and other acquaintances I've had who, facing a pregnancy or the prospect of one, react not with joy but with concern. They wonder, how can they afford it? What will it mean for their education, their career, their relationship, or their family? And I know how many of you in this crowd have devoted immeasurable time and resources to help answer those questions and to lend a hand to young people facing a moment of desperation. But by and large, our society, our country, has not yet stepped up in the way you have. And our government certainly has failed in that important responsibility. We failed a generation not only by permitting a culture of abortion on demand, but also by neglecting to help young parents achieve the ingredients they need to live a happy and meaningful life. A culture of radical individualism took root, one where the responsibilities and joys of family life were seen as obstacles to overcome, not as personal fulfillment or personal blessings. Our society has failed to recognize the obligation that one generation has to another is a core part of living in a society to begin with. So let me say very simply, I want more babies in the United States of America. I want more happy children in our country. And I want beautiful young men and women who are eager to welcome them into the world and eager to raise them. And it is the task of our government to make it easier for young moms and dads to afford to have kids, to bring them into the world, and to welcome them as the blessings that we know they are here at the March for Life. Now, it should be easier to raise a family, easier to find a good job, easier to build a home, to raise that family in, easier to save up and purchase a good stroller, a crib for a nursery. We need a culture that celebrates life at all stages, one that recognizes and truly believes that the benchmark of national success is not our GDP number or our stock market, but whether people feel that they can raise thriving and healthy families in our country. And that brings me back to where we stand today. Earlier this week, President Donald J. Trump stood in the Capitol Rotunda and took the oath of office, becoming not just the 45th, but now the 47th President of the United States, and I know all of you helped. With the inauguration on Monday, our country faces the return of the most pro-family, most pro-life American president of our lifetimes. Now, this is the man who delivered on his promise of ending Roe, giving us a monumental, earth-shattering decision in Dobbs. The man who appointed hundreds of pro-life judges dedicated to defending the constitutional liberties of all Americans. And the man who supported pro-family policies like doubling the child tax credit, which happened during his first administration and which we're going to do so much more on in the second administration. Now he's back, and we're going to do it again. Now, yesterday, President Trump issued a strong endorsement of the Born Alive Abortion Act, ensuring that those babies who survived botched abortions enjoy the equal protection under law, which is the obligation of every citizen to enjoy in this country. With his return to office, no longer will the federal government direct FBI raids on the homes of people like Mark Houck and other Catholic and Christian activists who are fighting for the unborn every single day. And no longer will our government throw pro-life protesters and activists, elderly, grandparents, or anybody else in prison. It stopped on Monday, and we're not going to let it come back to this country. Instead, and I know you all saw the news, the 47th president has already issued pardons to those unjustly imprisoned. And I want to be clear that this administration stands by you, we stand with you, and most importantly, we stand with the most vulnerable and the basic principle that people exercising the right to protest on behalf of the most vulnerable should never have the government go after them ever again. Now, the crowd assembled here in this incredible national mall provides an extraordinary example for our nation. You donate to diaper banks, you help find housing for those in need, you help fund the crisis pregnancy centers that give help to young women and young men in a time of crisis. You guys are the beating heart of the pro-life movement, and you've saved many lives already, and you're going to save more again. You being here this very March is a reminder of the incredible strength and unity of the pro-life movement, and from the bottom of my heart, thank you. Thank you for being here, and thank you for marching here today. And most importantly, in your works, you remind us that the March for Life is not just a single event that happens on a frigid January day. The March for Life is the work of the pro-life movement every single day from this point forward. Now, it is a lifelong call to action, a moment in time, but every single day that you guys do what you do, from supporting young moms and dads to fighting for the unborn, to working with our legislatures at the state and federal level, you make it possible for us to stand here and say that America is fundamentally a pro-baby, a pro-life, and a pro-family country. Now, I hesitate to give you all advice because I can see there are young and old people who have been in the pro-life movement, some of you for longer than I've even been alive, and I'm grateful to you. But if I can offer one piece of advice, it's a piece of advice born out of my own experience. There was a point when I would get frustrated with people who didn't see what we saw. I would get frustrated that people could look at a picture of a baby on an ultrasound and see not a human being, but just a clump of cells. But one of the things that being a father has taught me, and one of the things that being in politics has taught me over the last couple of years, is that it is a blessing to know the truth, and the truth is that unborn life is worthy of protection. So please go forth, not with frustration, but with joy. We are joyful to March for Life. We are joyful to know that that picture on an ultrasound, that is a picture of a baby with hopes and dreams and potential to come. It is a joy and a blessing to fight for the unborn, to work for the unborn, and to march for life. God bless you all, and thank you for having me. It's an honor to be with you.
President J.D. Vance speaking to the March for Life. And now we know that President Trump was the very first to address the march way back when, a couple of years ago, actually, in his first term. And truly, to Vice President Vance's points, the most pro-life president we've seen in our lifetimes, and him hearkening back to the work that is done by the people that are in that crowd. So many different organizations that have come together, whether it be Students for Life or even the Catholic Church, amongst so many different organizations that do so much for the pregnancy crisis centers, who work with women in unplanned and unexpected situations, and that tender side of J.D. Vance, who knows so much what it is to go through trials, hearkening to words that are comforting and to wanting to be there for one another, and speaking highly of President Trump's record, of course, as the most pro-life president. And he has pledged that the administration, in some way, shape, or form, will also be there next year at the March for Life. And their program now, so roughly in about 20 minutes or so, they will wrap up with some speakers, unless that goes over, and then they will do their own peaceful march downtown Washington, D.C. So a huge success of the first Trump administration appointing pro-life judges and justices, ultimately leading to the rescinding of the Roe v. Wade, an unconstitutional law written over 50 years ago, and President Trump recording a video to the organization from the new and revamped Oval Office, where President Washington's portrait proudly sits over the mantle once again. If you're just joining us, I'm Robert McNeely with Right Side Broadcasting. A joy to be with you today. I'm also with the magnificent Matthew Alvarez, as we are doing some great coverage. We've been on since 9 o'clock this morning Eastern Time. President Trump, as you saw, is in North Carolina, in Asheville, surveying the damage from the hurricane that hit several months ago, and the damage that's really been ongoing for those who have been homeless as a result, and the lack of FEMA funds or even flood insurance that have not helped residents in the western part of the Tar Heel state. We'd like to thank our sponsors here at Right Side Broadcasting, and one of our finest is the Colonial Metals Group, and this is a great way to plan for your retirement. So shield your savings today. Make sure that you scan that QR code right on your television screen there in the triple box, because you're not going to want to miss their free gold guide. And you can't let the recession or inflationary times really make bad policy for your household. Having a self-directed IRA where you can safely store gold and silver assets that have stood the test of time, no matter what the economy is or what the government is. Even in conservative governments like we have now, Colonial Metals is your go-to for those IRA and 401k reforms. The freegoldguide.com/RSBN. Just go to freegoldguide.com/RSBN for all of the options. Qualified applicants can save up to an additional $10,000 in silver, so they can add that to their account. This is your hedge against inflation. freegoldguide.com/RSBN. Scan to shield your savings now. The QR code right on your screen. Thank you to Colonial Metals Group. And we'll be here with you at Right Side Broadcasting at the live desk as you see that beautiful shot of the White House, 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue. It still looks as if the viewing deck is set up from the inauguration. Unfortunately, could not use that because of how cold Monday was. So President Trump moving that parade into the Capital One Arena, where he signed several executive orders rescinding the Biden era regime and many of the unlawful acts it took in the final days of the administration. We do now know that Congress will be investigating the pardons that President Biden gave to his family in the waning hours of his administration. Also, at that time as well, giving pardons to Dr. Anthony Fauci and General Milley and also Liz Cheney. We've never had that in American history where there has been a preemptive pardon of potential crimes that have not been tried, that have not been proven as a conviction handed down, which traditionally is why you issue a commutation or a pardon. But President Trump coming across with much more common sense pardons in the last several days and hours of people that supported the March for Life. 23 pro-life protesters who peacefully were outside of Planned Parenthood did not receive speedy trials guaranteed by the Sixth Amendment of the United States Constitution, our Bill of Rights. They were denied that due process, and people like Beverly Williams Betty, released out of prison after 41 months in confinement, sharing a kiss and a hug with her husband and her child as well. So families reunited, brought back together, and freedom of speech restored in our great constitutional republic. And then you see some footage of the March for Life, an annual event that I highly recommend going to. I have been on this trip on a couple of occasions myself, and just like the other day, it's usually a brisk time in Washington, D.C. as it commemorates the now gone anniversary of Roe v. Wade that was dismissed after a 6-3 vote by the United States Supreme Court that it was, in fact, unconstitutional thanks to the Dobbs case, and now sent back to the states where abortion's either decided by referendum or through the state legislature and governors' signatures as to what the law of the land will be per each state. And we'll see what carries out in the coming months and years ahead of the pro-life movement. We know that the Born Alive Act was passed, that bill out of Congress, and is awaiting President Trump's signature, as well as the Laken-Riley Act. So those two bills will be the first signed by President Trump in potentially the coming days, and something that was important to his platform, especially honoring the life and legacy of Laken Riley, who was brutally murdered by a Venezuelan migrant, an illegal alien who was released on petty charges regarding being moved from New York all the way down to Georgia, someone who should not have been here in the first place. We know her story that she went for a jog on a beautiful afternoon in Athens, Georgia, off the campus of the University of Georgia, and was brutally molested and murdered by an illegal alien. ICE and the Department of Homeland Security, also the border agents getting to work quickly, and federal agents sweeping jurisdictions throughout the country and arresting many illegal migrants, many who have been charged with disgusting crimes and will face justice. And this is a time, as we spoke to earlier on the show today, that peace through justice coming back to the nation. Pastor Lorenzo Sewell of the 180 Church in Detroit, who had such a beautiful prayer during the inauguration. We had the opportunity earlier in the program to interview the great pastor about the King legacy and what this week means to so many people who were involved in a movement that has brought peace and prosperity to the land. And we will send it back to the March for Life right away in Washington, D.C.
Our state march is taking fight to the capitals across our country. I am also surrounded by other incredible pro-life leaders from across the nation who work each and every day to build a culture of life in our communities. You can see their names on the screens to my left and right. Each organization they represent meets a different need in the pro-life movement and in our local communities. With over 65 million Americans lost to abortion and millions of women and families wounded, the work for all of us is not over. We now honor each and every one of you in your life-saving missions and invaluable work. Thank you for the incredible work you do day in and day out to make abortion unthinkable. As we begin to march, you'll hear a special, or you won't, you just watched that, and a special rendition of God Bless America by Matthew West. I also have a few administrative announcements. First, if you have trash, please dump it here on the dumpster on the mall. Do not throw it on the ground. Please follow the guidance of our marshals who will point you in the right direction to participate. I know some of you have already went that way, but follow them. They're in white jackets and march safely. Now, are you ready to march? With Roe versus Wade gone, our mission continues. We will keep being a voice for the voiceless. We will keep mobilizing in the states. We will keep uniting here in D.C. And we will keep marching for life. And we will keep speaking out until abortion is both unthinkable and illegal, until the day that abortion is no more. Now is the time. Let's march. Thank you, everyone.
God bless America, land that I love. Stand beside her and guide her through the night with a light from above, from the mountain.
And again, welcome back to Auburn, Alabama, our studios here at Right Side Broadcasting. I'm Robert McNeely. As you're watching the March for Life, and this is the point in the program where the marchers will actually prepare to do just that, go and march through downtown Washington peacefully and patriotically. And we've been celebrating the free speech and the First Amendment of this great country all day here on Right Side Broadcasting because of what has transpired with President Trump's executive orders protecting those who stood up for life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, whether that be the J6 political prisoners or even these pro-life marchers and the 23 who were actually in confinement due to protesting outside of Planned Parenthoods throughout the country. And as we spoke to great pro-life activists this morning, the focus is now defunding Planned Parenthood, because if it's not a federal issue, as most have proposed, then why are we federally funding an organization that clearly is making gobs of money on terminating human life? And that's what they're in business to do. Margaret Sanger, their founder, was very clear about this, about wanting to eliminate some aspects of society because she was a racist, she was bigoted, she did not care for those with special needs. We've seen the testimony of Down syndrome citizens and residents saying that my life matters too. And we here at Right Side Broadcasting deeply believe in the dignity of all human life from conception until natural death, and also those founding documents enshrined by our Creator that we have the ability of these blessings, life, liberty, the pursuit of happiness, to better our lives for us and our posterity, our family as well. And the way we are able to bring this great unbridled coverage to you of what's happening in your America is thanks to our wonderful sponsors here at the network, and one being Tax Network USA, tnusa.com/RSBN. Settle your back taxes today and give them a call over at 800-357-4600. 1415. These are really great patriots that believe exactly in what we believe here in the network. We believe in the Constitution and the Declaration of Independence, those founding documents that have kept this constitutional republic running strong for nearly 250 years. But you need to protect yourself from the IRS, because in 1913, that income tax came into the country and it's changed our tax codes really forever. But the patriots over at taxnetworkusa.com know how to handle these things, whether it's state issues, property issues, assessments, and how to make sure that you keep all of your hard-earned money to the best of your ability. Sometimes we simply pay too much out of a willingness or a thinking that that's how much we owe, when it's not correct. So make sure you give them a call today, 800-357-1415 or tnusa.com/RSBN. Protect yourself from the IRS. Settle your back taxes now. That's tnusa.com/RSBN. Thank you to our sponsors at Tax Network USA. And of course, you're seeing live the beautiful White House. President Trump is wheels up with clear visibility to the Golden State as he surveys an area that sadly does not have great visibility right now. The Santa Ana winds continuing, those fires still raging in Southern California. As President Trump figures out a solution here on how we can best address dealing with natural disasters, whether that is North Carolina, where he just was wheels down with the great Reverend Franklin Graham, really listening to the stories of those who lost so much in the last several months. It reminded me of the beautiful Brooks and Dunn song about the house you build, proud of the house we built, the house you build as family members, the 4 generations. In one case with the gentleman saying we've been here for 80 years, and the water gusts, these microbursts from tornadoes following that hurricane, literally lifted up homes off the foundation with 25-foot waves that killed many of their neighbors, and just loss of life and property was devastating to that area, really a once-in-a-lifetime storm. But their testimony was so heartfelt, so God-given, that many of them actually feel guilty for having survived the storms, and that they can rebuild, and that simply at the end of the day, although the home can become such a beautiful sanctuary, it can be rebuilt. And just reading some of those lyrics to you that Brooks and Dunn, a great country duo, spoke on. I'm proud of the house we built. It's stronger than sticks, stone, and steel. It's not a big place sitting up high on some hill, but a lot of things come and go. Love never will. So I'm proud. I'm proud of the house we built. And it was touching just to hear the testimony of those residents who have been through so much, and thanking President Trump for his tenacity, and thanking the Reverend Franklin Graham and groups like Samaritan's Purse, who went in there and did not fail. They went in and brought the love of Christ to their fellow residents and countrymen, where FEMA was lost in the rubble, quite literally. Not giving them what was needed, flood insurance not being available, because you just don't have that in Western North Carolina. So our thoughts and prayers with our friends and family members in the Tar Heel State. We're going to a quick commercial break, and stay tuned with Right Side Broadcasting as President Trump is en route to the Golden State of California. We'll be right back.
Hey y'all, it's Silk from the Diamond and Silk Chit Chat live show. Look, don't forget to check me out right here on RSBN Network. Be sure to watch the show on Right Side Broadcasting Network, and I want you to support Right Side Broadcasting Network. Yes, it's imperative that you do so, okay? I look to see y'all soon. Bye-bye.
A large retail store just canceled a huge order, leaving us with a ton of extra My Pillows. But you know what? That's their loss. I'm going to make it your gain. For the first time ever, you get standard classic My Pillows for wholesale prices, only $14.88. I can't believe I'm even saying that. Only $14.88. But it gets even better. For a limited time, I'm going to offer my entire classic collection at wholesale prices. Upgrade to a queen size My Pillow for just $18.88. King size only $1 more. Get my body pillows for $29.88 and multi-use My Pillows for only $9.88. So go to mypillow.com or call the number on the screen. Use your promo code to take advantage of wholesale pricing for the first time ever on TV, including my standard size My Pillow, only $14.88. They've never been offered this low before. We have limited quantities at this price, so limit's going to be 10, and once they're gone, they're gone.
Welcome to Right Side Broadcasting Network, your trusted conservative news outlet. At RSBN, we deliver the truth when the mainstream media falls short. Since 2015, we've proudly broadcasted every single one of President Trump's iconic MAGA rallies, bringing you the excitement and energy live before anyone else. By watching RSBN, you get an unfiltered front-row view of the action on the ground. We interview the crowds to give a voice to millions of Americans just like you. We show you President Trump's speeches in their entirety, free from interruptions and censorship. We cover the stories that matter to you with the integrity and passion you deserve. Thank you for choosing RSBN as your home for America First News. Together, we stand strong, united, and informed, so join us and be part of the right side of history.
And welcome back to Right Side Broadcasting. I'm Robert McNeely. There's a live shot of Washington, D.C. as President Trump is en route to view the wildfire situation in Southern California. But right now we will toss to Enrique Tarrio of the Proud Boys. They are hosting a press conference.
Yo sabía que con la gloria de Dios que yo iba a salir. Y yo sabía con el apoyo que yo he tenido de mi familia que yo iba a salir. Y yo sabía con el presidente Trump, él es un presidente de promises made, promises kept, y yo sabía que yo iba a salir. So I had a lot of faith. Again, I ended there and I opened the floor to my mom before somebody breaks in. Okay, go ahead.
Are there any questions?
Do the microphones?
Yeah.
Can you have her sit there? I need just have this in the studio.
I'm going to apply Spanish.
Let's switch seats. Let's stand back here.
Bueno, fue una sensación increíble porque aunque teníamos mucha fe de que siempre íbamos a tenerlo en casa de nuevo, es un poco difícil cuando uno tiene un hijo que lo sentencian a 22 años y uno tiene cierta edad y tú piensas, bueno, tal vez no lo pueda ver de nuevo porque las cosas pasan en la vida. Así que fue un momento sumamente excelente, sumamente esperado y orado por todo y cada uno de esos días que él estuvo preso.
¿Tienes alguna palabra que decir en cuanto a el resultado final de todo esto? ¿Cuánto hiciste tú? Porque sabemos que estuviste mucho tiempo trabajando de manera orquestada y que eres parte de eso también.
Sí, bueno, mi meta siempre fue, nunca había hablado en público, nunca había estado delante de una cámara, pero mi meta siempre fue que el nombre de Enrique Tarrio siempre no se les olvidara. Y aquellas personas que pensaban que había hecho algo mal, explicarle por qué se pensaba de que no. Pero esa fue mi meta. Mi meta es que su nombre nunca se olvidara y pelear porque la gente entendiera lo mal que había estado el sistema y lo corrupto que había estado el sistema, tanto juicio como juez, como jurado, como todo. Esa fue mi meta todo el tiempo y creo que logré esa meta. También mi meta fue de que él supiera que cuando él saliera, que no sabía que iba a salir, él estuviera sumamente orgulloso de que esta madre había podido hacer algo y que habíamos puesto hacia afuera. Yo soy una madre cubana, con un corazón por mis hijos grandísimo y entonces pues nunca voy a dejar de luchar y de cuidarlos. Para mí nunca son adultos.
It's a kick-ass job.
Señora, usted nació en Cuba, un poquito más de cuando vino.
Sí, su papá, el papá de Enrique y yo nacimos en Cuba, vinimos bien pequeños. Tuvimos a Enrique aquí en la ciudad de Miami, donde él nació y creció. Y nosotros somos una familia que queremos mucho la Constitución, venimos de un país comunista, así que nunca queremos ver que lo que pasó ese 6 de enero vuelva a ocurrir y con todos los defensores de eso no puede volver a ocurrir en este país. Tenemos que tener conciencia sobre eso y como Enrique dijo al principio, es muy importante que los medios cuando vayan a reportar no sean sus opiniones, sean noticias reales, con hechos, que se haya hecho una investigación, que los periodistas hagan su investigación, no solamente que hagan un cut and paste. Eso es muy importante porque si no ponemos en peligro la libertad de todos los que estamos en esta habitación en este momento.
¿Ustedes creen que el 6 de enero es el episodio más vergonzoso de la historia reciente de este país?
No, de ninguna manera. Han habido episodios muchos, lo que pasa es que no nos conocemos bien la historia de este país desde el inicio. Si vemos eso, han habido otros episodios que han sido inclusive peor que lo que pasó ese día. Yo siempre lo he dicho, muchos de ustedes me han entrevistado, lo que pasó el 6 de enero no fue una cosa bonita, pero se podía haber evitado de muchas formas. Lo que pasa es que a aquellos que estaban en control de esa situación no lo quisieron hacer.
¿Tú, Enrique, tú piensas que fue el episodio más vergonzoso de la historia reciente de este país el 6 de enero?
Absolutely not. Yo creo que el episodio... hay muchos episodios, como dijo mi mamá, hay muchos episodios en la historia de los Estados Unidos que son vergonzosos. Pero, you know what? I'm going to change my answer. Sí, era una historia, un día, un evento que es el más vergonzoso en la historia de los Estados Unidos, no por lo que pasó ese día, pero cómo reaccionó el gobierno americano.
Muchas gracias. Thank you so much for being here. We appreciate it. Thank you so much.
And lots of news today as President Trump has signed many pardons, including for Enrique Tarrio, a member of the Proud Boys who once represented the organization surrounding January 6th, and many of these people viewed as political prisoners who did not receive a speedy trial in that process over the course of the last few years that's guaranteed to them by our American Constitution, the Sixth Amendment specifically, that right to a speedy trial by your peers and or a justice of the peace. President Trump also signing pardons and commutations for 23 pro-life activists who prayed outside of Planned Parenthoods and have not seen freedom, in some cases like Beverly Williams Betty, 41 months of confinement and being welcomed by her husband and child yesterday. So very special to see people who now have freedom simply for speaking their piece and wanting to be involved in their government and having that right to the First Amendment preserved by President Trump. Now he is en route to the Golden State of California to assess the damage that has taken place from those terrible wildfires in Southern California. Of course, you see a beautiful shot of our White House in Washington, D.C., 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue, where that viewing stand still seems to be up. That was very different from what was anticipated on Monday. We had to move that indoors, of course, per the president's request, given that it was so cold on Monday. Historic drop in temperature as well, and that's something he shares with President Reagan, 40 years apart, their second inaugurals in that Capitol Rotunda. And Mr. Director, could you repeat what you had mentioned, please? Oh, Bright Core, yes. We have to thank our sponsors here at Right Side Broadcasting for just this incredible access you're now seeing of Trump 47 and this new administration. Just 4 days into it, as President Trump focused on making America great again and making America healthy again. As we know, with his nominee for Health and Human Services, Bobby Kennedy focused on making things healthy and non-toxic in America. Brightcore, one of the best companies for that gut health and your immune support. Call 888-722-0936. As you can see on your screen, we are running a special of buy two, get one free if you visit brightcore.com/RSBN. This is all made in the USA, and really all of that health and that process of just how to think clearly on a daily basis, how to remain focused and get things done, whether that be at work or with family chores, and getting those priorities done throughout the day. It starts with your health in your gut. It's so important. Brightcore, one of our finest sponsors here at Right Side Broadcasting. Call 888-722-0936 to receive up to 50% off the bottles today, or buy two, get one free as well. So thank you to Brightcore for the amazing work that you do here for Right Side Broadcasting and really through the country, because our sponsors here at Right Side are focused on your well-being and share in our constitutional principles that have made us the greatest republic in the last 250 years. If you're just tuning in this afternoon, I'm Robert McNeely. I'm joined, of course, by the magnificent Matthew Alvarez. We're taking turns in and out, as this is nonstop coverage today of a live desk that started at 9 o'clock Eastern this morning. And President Trump, as we've seen in the last few days, perhaps he's done more or accomplished more in the last several hours than President Biden did throughout his entire 4 years, whether that's appropriate commutations or pardons or sending troops to the southern border. There is footage now, thanks to the Citizens Free Press and shared on Truth Social, that military is on the border now. Of course, President Trump authorized an additional 1,500 troops. He may authorize up to 10,000 in the coming days and weeks to handle the border crisis. He has also signed into law that Tren de Aragua, MS-13, and the cartels are now national foreign terrorist organizations, and the military can now engage them to ultimately take down their operations at the southern border, because we can no longer have the trafficking. We can no longer have the fentanyl crisis that's killed hundreds of thousands of people, mostly young people who have been really the joy and treasure of America, and cut short in their lives because they were poisoned. And speaking of poison, the FDA has now banned the use of red dye number 3, a huge development as we saw the Trump effect go into office in this second non-consecutive term, as President Trump took that oath of office on Monday. And some other things that have happened with the Trump effect. Jeff Bezos has removed all imagery on Amazon regarding anything related to LGBTQ activism. We also know that the LGBTQ flags and BLM flags have been ordered removed from all federal buildings, along with all DEI offices were ordered to be closed just 2 days ago at 5 o'clock p.m. Eastern. So swift actions being taken by the Trump administration in order to make America great again. You might have seen Vice President J.D. Vance in person addressing the March for Life, which is underway in Washington, D.C. This, of course, correlates with the now done and gone with anniversary of Roe v. Wade. 52 years of really a law that was unconstitutional, and the justices of the Supreme Court ruling in the 6-3 Dobbs decision that this issue will be sent back to the states, and frankly that it will be decided by referendum or by state legislatures and their governor's signatures how bans will take place, or whether or not any bans will exist in separate states in this great country. President Trump, truly the constitutional president, the president of federalism and states' rights. And we spoke to great pro-life advocates this morning, stating that the next goals are for President Trump to sign that Born Alive Act, which he has pledged to do, which the Congress has now passed, in addition to the Laken-Riley Act, which has passed Congress, awaiting President Trump's signature. Great pro-life legislation. And ultimately, the defunding of Planned Parenthood from a federal level, because many pro-life activists have stated and agree with that this is not a federal issue that should be mandated from the top. Therefore, why are federal funds funding such a horrible organization like Planned Parenthood, an organization founded by Margaret Sanger, who was a eugenicist, who was a racist, and someone focused on eliminating particular aspects of society, whether they be minorities or those who had Down syndrome, for example. And we've seen the testimony on Capitol Hill over the years of people who said, my life matters too, regardless of the color of my skin, regardless of if I have this Down syndrome or whatever it might be, because my life is beautiful too. And that's why it's so inspiring to see activists on the ground who believe in life from conception until natural death, and who want to create a country that respects life, liberty, the pursuit of happiness. Our founding documents that were very clear in their wording. It didn't say, oh, maybe some of the time you have a right to life, liberty, the pursuit of happiness. No, this is ordained by God Almighty, His nation here in the American Republic. And as we continue our coverage here of President Trump going from the Atlantic to the Pacific, in his pursuit of really streamlining responses to natural disasters, how will we move forward now as a country when FEMA is clearly failing the American people? And we heard from residents on the ground in Western North Carolina who suffered so much from those terrible storms. In some cases, the base of their homes being lifted up 25 plus feet. Can you imagine this, with 25 plus foot waves coming in and just wiping out everything in their path, their businesses, their homes in most cases, some having to live in trailers now in order just to get by, but also they are very thankful for responses of private groups like Samaritan's Purse. And we saw the Reverend Franklin Graham on the ground with President Trump highlighting just the damage that took place, and the fact that the Biden administration was giving billions of dollars to Ukraine when they could have been helping residents here in the United States. From this trip in Asheville, North Carolina, on to the Golden State in Southern California, President Trump will also be surveying the fires that continue, with, although very contained, but this has been a path of destruction with those Santa Ana winds not backing down. So President Trump working hard to figure out what's the next best step for emergency management here in the United States. And thank you to our sponsor, Angel Paste. It's a miracle cream that really does wonders for your skin. Visit angelpaste.com. They are born out of Spring, Texas, just outside of Houston. And there are several different options for you that are non-GMO, that do not have chemicals in them, all natural. I tried some myself, and I'm telling you, I get the dry hands in the winter. This is the cream to go to. Angel Paste Miracle Cream was created 15 years ago and has been getting rave reviews ever since. The most popular Angel Paste is the orange because of the immune boost it gives your body as you're putting it on your skin. Also, the Jasmine Miracle Cream, it repels mosquitoes. The vanilla is packed full of skin plumping vitamin B, and the sandalwood is perfect for men, in fact. So you don't have to worry about it not being manly man approved. You can still grip that tackle box even though you put this cream on. This Miracle Mist is an acid spray as well that can continue to help you with your skin woes. So Angel Paste has been supporting President Trump since he came down the escalator. It's a Christian company. They hire veterans, and they are such a great supporter here of Right Side Broadcasting. And Anne, who is 80 years old, bought Angel Paste, and here's what she had to say about it. It's the way to go. She wondered what her skin was doing with all the itchiness and dryness, but she said, my skin is so soft and hydrated since using Angel Paste, and it actually is glowing now. She buys the unscented, but she also has the jasmine. She can't wait for you to try out the product. So go to angelpaste.com now and explore the options to take care of those dry hands that can hit, in the winter months. Angelpaste.com. Thank you to our sponsors. And we're here live at Right Side Broadcasting. I'm Robert McNeely, proud to join you today for what is the Trump presidency, non-stop coverage of what he is focused on doing for the American people. And we've seen that in the last few days, coming off of a star-studded inauguration that really was, I think, so touching for so many, the 60th presidential inauguration, because of what people had to endure over the last 4 years. I think about the Commander-in-Chief Ball, which we were privileged enough to speak to superstars like Nelly and others who were at that ball as well, including Kid Rock, who was in attendance. He had a great performance at the MAGA rally just a day prior at the Capital One Arena. But that ball itself was particular because it stands out to me that the military was so thrilled to have their commander-in-chief back. And we heard from Central Command in South Korea saying, they're going through their traditions of a 10 hut, and President Trump, welcome back as our 47th commander-in-chief. We're happy to have you back home, sir. So that was really a moving moment as he shared his first dance as commander-in-chief with our beautiful First Lady, Melania Trump, who is on the trip with him today, meeting with people who have been devastated by hurricanes and tornadoes and these floods that we've seen in western North Carolina, on their way now to the beautiful Golden State that has suffered so much in Southern California with these wildfires, a failure of Governor Newsom and the forest management, where they have put DEI and smelt protection, the small fish, over the needs and wishes of California residents and voters. And perhaps we'll see a change with that, whether that's a recall election for Governor Newsom, perhaps a recall for Karen Bass, who was in Africa instead of being in her home city of the City of Angels, Los Angeles, when all these fires broke out. So something to keep our eyes on, as President Trump is now proposing that we might have to remove FEMA altogether from federal bureaucracy because they are failing the American people. And this is a problem that's been going on really since Hurricane Katrina, the response in New Orleans dating back to 2004, and the lackluster response from the federal government then under George W. Bush. But we are roughly 20 minutes past the top of the hour, 2 o'clock p.m. Eastern, and of course that would be 11:20 over in California. But we're going to toss to President Trump's speech in North Carolina right away, and we'll see more of this coverage here on Right Side Broadcasting. Stick with us.
It's a great honor to be here with these people today that have suffered so much. And to lose everything you have, and you just wonder what you're going to do and where you're going to go. And we just thank God, and I want to say thank God that He's given us the resources to be able to help. And a lot of people have helped, and not just Samaritan's Purse, but there's been many different organizations and volunteers that have just come to Western North Carolina and East Tennessee to help. I grew up, this is my backyard, I grew up about 8 miles or so from here. And went to high school right down the road, about a mile down the road. And so this is home to me. But we've got a family today. We've got the West family. This is their house. So we're here today to show the president just a little bit of the damage and the problems that the people of Western North Carolina are facing. So, Mr. President, thank you for what you have done for Western North Carolina. Thank you for coming again to see. Thank you, your son Don Jr., he came with us twice. And so they've taken a real interest. And this isn't a politician coming down here looking for votes. This is a man who wants to do something, who wants to see some changes, who wants to make life better for you. So thank you. And Melania, thank you so much for coming. It's an honor to have you here with us. So, Mr. President, please.
Thank you very much, Franklin. Thank you. All right, good man. He's done a great job, a fantastic job. And we've come to North Carolina with a simple message for all the people of this region who are hit so hard by Hurricane Helene. And that message is very simple. You are not forgotten any longer. You were treated very badly by the previous administration, and I'm here after a few days of the administration. We're going to California, Los Angeles. They got hit hard, as you know. A lot of that could have been prevented, I think, if they had water, which they had plenty of, but they didn't use it. But I'm going there, and it was set up to go there. They said, well, what about North Carolina? They said, well, what would you? I said, I have to stop there first. I'm stopping in North Carolina. So we made the stop, and I feel very good. You're represented by some great people, great congressmen are with us, and we're going to get involved with them. And Michael Whatley is here, who is the head of the Republican Party. He worked with Laura Trump to take us through to a tremendous victory, one of the, as the media says, one of the most consequential presidential elections ever. They say in 129 years, whatever that may mean. But whatever it is, it was a great election we had, and we won your state. All 3 times we won your state. And all 3 primaries we won your state. So we won it 6 times, I guess, Mr. Congressman. And it's a great place. And I wanted to come here. And before I went anywhere, frankly, in the campaign, I promised that I'd come back to Western North Carolina to help the people of the state. And today, here I am to deliver on that promise. And we have a lot of things in mind. And we're getting the Army Corps of Engineers all set. You need your riverbanks fixed. You need a lot of roads fixed, and we're going to get it done in rapid time. And I've asked Susie Wiles and all of my people to start calling up, get the Corps ready, and they're going to get ready to go. I don't know what it is. I don't know what took so long for the other administration. But remember, I wasn't here for the first 4 months or 3 months, whatever it may be. See, we can only start as of essentially 1 or 2 days ago, and we've made a lot of progress over the last couple of days, Michael. I understand we're going to get you the resources you need and the support that you deserve, and we'll be at your side through every step of the rebuilding, and no American is going to be left behind. The people that I just met are so great, and the people that own that house is going to be very beautiful in a little while. And who knows, if Franklin decides, maybe he'll rip it down and build him a new one, because sometimes you can do that just as easily, but we're going to take care of the people. I want to thank our great First Lady for coming today. She really wanted to be here. She said, no, I want to go. And, she sees what happened, and she felt very badly, and she wanted to go. And We're then going out together to Los Angeles, but she wanted to be in North Carolina. She saw what happened. She has a feeling like I do for North Carolina. So thanks as well to a great gentleman, Franklin Graham, and his father, Billy Graham. I used to go with my father to Yankee Stadium and places to watch his father preach. And he was some preacher. You got good stock. You come from the ultimate genes, I can tell you. But he was really something. And Franklin, though, has done so much, and his father's looking down on him right now. I guarantee for a long time he's been looking down on Franklin, saying, "I'm very proud of you, son." He really is, because what Franklin's done with Samaritan's Purse is incredible. They told me just yesterday that Samaritan's Purse has been great, but the FEMA people sort of left you high and dry, but we're going to change that around. We're not happy with FEMA. As well as all of the representatives. You have great representatives here. Chuck Edwards, who's here someplace. Where's Chuck? Where's Chuck? Chuck. Tim Moore. Tim, thank you, Tim. Great job, too. Both of you guys. Virginia Fox, a power. She's a power, that one. Don't ever have her as your enemy. It's not good. It's not healthy. Pat Harrigan. Good job, Pat. Addison McDowell. These guys were just here, just put in, and they're doing a fantastic job. Addison, thank you very much. Great. Mark Harris. Thank you, Mark. Thank you, Mark. Brad Knott. Thank you, Brad. Greg Murphy. Fantastic guy, my friend for a long time now, right? And the RNC chairman, Michael Watley, who really, as I said, brought us to a great victory with Laura, the chairman of the party, the whole Republican. I took Michael Watley from North Carolina because he did the best job and put him in charge of everything, and the job they did together was incredible. Last September, Hurricane Helene became one of the deadliest natural disasters in modern American history. Rainfall rose to far more than 30 inches, which is lethal, unleashing unprecedented devastation throughout western North Carolina and many other states, as you know, but you got hit the hardest. The highest responsibility and deepest obligation of the American government is to protect its people, and that's never truer than in times of emergency like this. Unfortunately, our government failed you, but it wasn't the Trump government. It was a government run by Biden. What a terrible situation. But our government failed the people of North Carolina in this horrible crisis. For 2 months, Asheville lacked running water, and even today some North Carolinians can't take a hot water shower. They can't drink water. They don't know where to get it. It's delivered to them by some, or they just go out and somehow find some. It's been 4 months since the storm made landfill, and still 180 roads remain closed and in ruins. Earlier this month, the Biden administration kicked 2,000 displaced North Carolinians out of their temporary housing into freezing 20-degree weather. I don't know how they did that one, because it was cold, even while your government provided shelter and housing for illegal aliens from all over the world. But under the Trump administration, the days of betrayal and neglect are over. They are over. As I said in my inaugural address, we restore the integrity, competency, and loyalty of the American government. And I think I said most of it in the inaugural address. We said a lot of things, but one of the groups of people I was thinking about is you in North Carolina. A lot of that was in reference to you and what you've had to suffer. I'm pleased to announce that under our leadership, the federal government will be surging housing solutions to the state that go beyond mere temporary hotel stays that ended up being very short-term. The government wouldn't do it any longer, which is ridiculous. We'll marshal all available resources and bring back potable water and make your water and infrastructure dramatically more reliable very quickly. Today I'll also be signing an executive order slashing all red tape and bureaucratic barriers and permits to ensure the rapid reconstruction of the roads here in western North Carolina. We're going to go through a permitting process that's called no permitting, just get it done. That's the way they built them many years ago, I guarantee you that, right? We will get them back very quickly, and we'll begin the work of fundamentally changing, terminating, or overhauling FEMA's been a disaster no matter where they are. We're honored to be joined today very quickly by several families affected by the vicious storm. I'd like to ask each of them to share their story. Chris and Kim West, you could come forward. Ramona Nix, Jackie Mitchell, and Thomas Gary Bright. And finally, the Wright family. And come on up and maybe say a few words. Please, thank you very much. Hello.
Hi.
Come on in here.
Whenever it started, we started moving our vehicles to the top of the road, and by the time we got the vehicles moved, the water had already hit our ankles in the house. And so I grabbed my purse and my little pug dog, and my husband grabbed the dog food and put it in a trash bag, and by the time we got out into the driveway, it was already waist deep, and there were sticks and that kind of thing. I didn't think I was going to make it, but we did make it out, and we made it to the top of the road, and we were kind of stuck there for hours because we couldn't get out any of the ways because it was flooded all the way around. It took us hours, and we sat there, and finally it receded enough to where we could actually get out. It was probably like close to midnight, and it started like 5-6 o'clock in the morning. We just lost everything that we had. Didn't even have a brush for like 3 days. So. Thank you.
Okay, good. Would you like to say something with that beautiful baby?
Hey. Yeah, so when the hurricane storms hit North Carolina, hit our home, my daughter and my wife and I were actually out of town. But unfortunately, my dad was still at home, and my mother was staying at our house with our animals. And the waters got so high that it actually lifted between that and the tornado that came through, or microburst is what they've been calling them, and lifted his home and the house that I grew up in and crashed it into our barn. It took away his business. It took away all of our tools and tractors and everything needed to keep the farm going. And my mother was trapped in the house, and there was no way to escape because the water got so high. The only thing she could do was ride it out and wait till the waters came down. So we've been doing a little bit of battling with our insurance and FEMA. We did have proper insurance with flood insurance and homeowners insurance, but since we had proper insurance, FEMA's not been able to assist us with a whole lot of things. And again, we've been having some issues with trying to get some payout for our insurance in a timely manner. We had to do mold mitigation on our home, which is extremely expensive, before the structural engineer even came out in order to get our flood payout. And to me, that was not really acceptable.
Has the insurance company been responsive or not really?
Not so much. You know, again,
give you the money they have to give you?
I'm hoping so. And we need some assistance with that. We reached out to an attorney.
What's the name of the insurance company?
North Carolina Farm Bureau.
We've got to move them, right?
Yep.
That's terrible.
That's what we're after here.
Are a lot
So
of people having that problem too, with the insurance companies, general, different insurance companies, and they're all difficult, or just the one particular one?
I've heard different stories from others, and a lot of folks are.
Responsive?
And I've heard some good instances of even Farm Bureau themselves, but in my case, you know, they'd send out a third-party adjuster immediately. Well, they wound up firing that third-party adjuster group. He gave us a quote for a much higher estimate than what we received.
And he got fired?
And then he got let go. Yeah, he got fired. So then they brought in another third-party adjuster to come in and lowball us. We've not received any kind of, so the flood insurance is our primary insurance, and so there was roof leaks in the home that the inspectors found, the adjusters. Well, that contributed to us losing some of our personal property as it come in the third story where there's no, or second story living space, where the flood water, well above the flood waters. So they've neglected us for.
Is your mother saved?
Yes, she's saved.
So
Yep,
you wrote it out?
she's right here.
Okay.
So we made it.
That was not exciting, right?
That's right.
How scared were you?
Very.
Did you think you were going to make it?
No.
You didn't think so?
Nope. I just started praying.
So you were sort of on a boat. Your house became a boat.
It's a big pontoon.
That's some story.
It was a
Would you
beach
like to
house
say
on
something?
the steps.
I'll bet this guy would like to say something. I can tell.
I was next door to the house, and my son was out of town, so when he came in to Charlotte to my sister's, he called about 2 in the morning because at midnight the water was still in the stream, within the banks. So when he called, the water was coming up, so I started moving vehicles up to about 5:30 in the morning, and she was in the house, and I pulled up to the steps and I said, hop on the fender and I'll get you out. Well, he built a beach house on stilts, 5 times higher than the floodplain. And she said, well, he said I'd be okay. So I'm staying with the dogs. So I went to higher ground with some vehicles, hers included, and the water covered everything. But I'd already seen it come around both sides of my place, so I got my blind and deaf dog and a bag of valuables and took up off the side of the hill behind my house, and then was heading to the cemetery back there because I knew it was open, because there was trees falling and uprooting. It was raining. It was,
You never saw anything like that?
no, I've been through floods
There's never been anything.
all my life around there. Never nothing.
Never been anything like that.
Mm-mm.
But you're okay, right?
Yep. House destroyed.
Yeah. Well, we're going to help you out. We're going to help you out.
Appreciate it.
Okay.
Thanks for being here.
Anybody else? You guys okay?
Our day that morning began a little taller with some trees falling into our house, which our house is goes back 4 generations, 80 years, and never came close to flooding. And we woke up with trees about 4:30 or 5 in the morning, and our house sits 3/10 of a mile back off the road, and the water, we've had flooding and such in the lake, but nothing like we saw. And like most everybody else, we moved 5 vehicles this far up, and lawnmowers and everything else, and the water started coming in the house. And when it got up to about ankle high, we have a loft. I got her up in that and tried to gather what you might want, which was totally random. And then when it made it to the loft and started getting up to about her hips, I built a little makeshift ladder and we got out on our roof. And we spent 4 hours on the roof. I had a little baggie. I did notes on my cell phone to my 2 kids and my 2 grandkids, and something to identify me in case we were lost in it.
Did you think you were going to make it?
No, we're.
Oh, you didn't?
Yeah, we didn't think we were going to make it at all. I mean, our house was 25 feet underwater.
So you didn't think you were going to live?
No, we were watching houses, trailers, bodies coming by us. And we lived in the Azalea Road area in East Asheville. Yeah, we watched our garage float by.
You just lift up?
Yeah. But, we got to a point where it crested about 4 feet up on the roof. We took about 3 or 4 hours for it so we could kind of do everything in reverse, and got out in the mud to higher ground. And I got out higher ground up to a subway and got over to her daughter's house, where when she saw that I didn't have her, she lost it. And I was like, she's okay, she's alive. And we tried to make our way back in there and gather things best we could. But, found a body right away. There was about 8 bodies in our area that first 2 weeks located. And we were lucky we weren't one of them, and blessed. But like other people, no insurance on flood insurance, so we had to depend on FEMA. They did what they could do, and of course it's not enough.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's crazy. But yeah, again, we're thankful to be alive, but it's a long haul.
What are you doing now?
Staying in a camper. I've never been, if y'all notice, I'm a big guy. I don't sleep in campers very well. And the first night we spent in the camper, very grateful with the Asheville Dream Center coming through with the one. And
Do you still have the land?
oh yeah, it's family land. Yeah, the land, it looks like a beach now. It's sand, but
Can it be built on?
yes,
Do you intend to do that?
yes.
You want to build again?
Yeah, Samaritan's Purse. We're working with them. We're working with people. It's 80 years, 4 generations.
But the house is totally gone?
No, the house is there. It's down to they came in and mudded it, but everything in it was completely destroyed. But yeah, it's tough. I think we're at a point in Asheville where people's forgot about Asheville, and it's stagnant. Everything is stopped. You know. Yeah. Thank you, sir. Appreciate that. Thank you, Jay.
Thank you. Thank you. Please.
I'm Pastor Nick's, our church right down the road. We had only purchased in May, and it's a big church. We're a small congregation, and I had people say, "What are you going to do with this big building?" And I said, "Only God knows." And we had our dedication, and the storm came the next week. And the outpouring of people, my son brought the first load of supplies, and from there I stayed there for about 3 months. I slept on the floor for about 3 weeks because the need was so great. The people were so devastated, and I said, I want to be here for them. And they were coming in just day and night, so there's really no need for me to go home. But we had people from Kentucky, Tennessee, Texas, Indiana, Oklahoma, people from all over. We have not received any help, like from the government or anything. But I said, Lord, if you want us to do that, people.
So they came from
all over the states.
But FEMA did nothing.
It was the locals.
Waste of time and money.
The locals and the people that knew us. And before the week was over, our church was so packed with supplies we couldn't even walk. Even in our sanctuary, it was up to the platform of things, and in our halls and in our rooms, and we're just now beginning to get a little straightened out. But somebody said, how long are you going to be here? I said, I'm going to be here through the winter and even on, if possible, because when you meet people that's been through the struggle. I had a little lady come up, and I said, can we do anything special for you? And she said, I don't want to be selfish, but said, could I have a cup of coffee? And I handed her that coffee, and she stood there, and tears just poured. She said, you don't realize how important that the little things. It's not the big things in life that we have, but it's the little things, and knowing that God is our source. I don't look to man. I don't have to have a lot of things. I had trees, about 20 trees down in my yard, but that didn't really matter. Doesn't matter, because the needs of the people is what I want to be there for. God is good. He's very good. And my daughter now, her house is really in bad shape, and I'll let her tell you about that. But thank you, President. This is our president. We appreciate you so much.
I live out in the Fairview area of North Carolina, and near the Bat Cave, Lake Lure area. And our area was hit. It was hit really hard. I was home alone, and my husband had stayed in town because we take care of a little lady that's 98 years old, and she lives out in the woods by herself. And I said, just stay with her and make sure that she's okay. And I got up the next morning, and my first thought was, I want to go see what our road and bridge looks like. So as I was making it down to the road and the bridge, there was no road and bridge. And so, here we are, we're like at a little island, we can't access the main road or anything. And then the fire department came by the next day and said that they were evacuating me and my neighbor because a landslide was going to come. And they told me to get my stuff and get ready. And so while I was getting my stuff and getting ready, there was a knock at the door, so I thought it was the fireman. And I went to the door, and there stood my 21-year-old son. His name's Nathan, and he had drove as far as he could to get to me, but he hiked 5 miles, and it took him a really long time. And he got there, and he said, "Mom, grab a bag. We got to go." And I said, "Son, there's no way I can hike out of here." And he's like, "No." He said, "We got to go." So we started hiking out, and I seen one of my neighbors who. She had no clothes on. Her skin was like chunked up. It was just, she was blue. She had been in the waters, and where she had went or I don't know, but horrific is just all I can say. But then as me and my son hiked on out, we went through where this place, we call it Craigtown, but there were like a lot of family members there that passed away, like 11 of them, and there were people out everywhere looking for their loved ones, and there were dead bodies. You know, my son's like, "Mom, you're gonna see things you don't want to see," and so anyway, we got through all that. But I stayed at our church in our sound booth. My husband and we just slept up in the sound booth for a couple of months because we didn't have power or anything for about 2 months out there. And then we went back. I've been fighting with FEMA since day one. Our community, there's like 32 homes. We don't have a road and a bridge. We're driving through our neighbor's property. You know, I went to EMS and I said, "Look, my concern is if we have a fire or we have an emergency out here, you're not going to get to us. You can't get those big trucks up here." And I've called and called and called FEMA, and you know, I said, this happened on September 27th. That's 4 months ago. Well, for us, today is still September 27th. You know, we haven't had help. And so when I talk to FEMA, I'm explaining the road and the bridge, and they send me a letter that tells me to basically fix it and send in my receipts, and they'll refund me some money. I'm looking at a road and bridge that honestly, the bridge itself is probably going to be $300,000, and the road could be close to that also, because the community has to have big boulders brought in. We're not a rich community. We can't fix it ourselves. You know, it's just, and as far as like house repairs, I'm still pending. I can't get money from FEMA until I fix the road and bridge and send in my proof that it's fixed and everything. It's just, it's been a nightmare, and I totally feel like that we have been forgotten. If it had not been for our fellow American citizens who stepped up to help us, I don't know what we would have done. I have 5 neighbors around me who completely lost everything. You know, I have damage to my house, and I don't feel entitled. I'm embarrassed to even say I need help, because, you know, and sometimes there's even that survivor's guilt is what they're calling it, but you feel guilty to even be alive sometimes. You know, when you look around, you see your neighbors that are gone, and it's just, you know, we need help. I wrote a letter to send to Congress. You know, I don't understand what's going on. If we can't get FEMA help, then will you guys help us? Will you step up and be our fellow citizen? Will you step up and be our neighbor and send us something? Help us get our community back. I could go on. It's just I don't know, it's just heartbreaking. I appreciate you.
Good daughter you have, huh? Good daughter. Take care of Mom. And your son must be great.
My son is great.
No, he sounds like a real leader. Smart.
He really is. Hike
how
in.
How would you have been if he didn't?
Would have been there because the only thing we could do, there were no way to get out there. The only thing we could do is just hike up to the church, the first church that was up there, about 3 miles, just to get, you know, maybe what we needed or something. I don't know. He is. Thank you.
Again, thank you very much, everybody. So we're going to be here. We're going to be working with our congressmen and women, and they're going to do a job. And Michael Watley is going to be very much in charge, and you'll get it done. And FEMA's ready to rock. They haven't done the job because they weren't really told to do the job by Biden. I guess Biden was thinking about other things, wasn't he? But they weren't told. What they did, what the past administration did to North Carolina is a disgrace. So I just want to wish you all well. I was here right after the event, and I couldn't believe it. I have never seen anything like it. I've seen a lot of bad things, but I've never seen anything like it. And it's an honor to meet the people behind me, and it's an honor to be with our congressional delegation and some of the other politicians in the area. And it's an honor to have Michael Whatley at my side, because maybe we wouldn't be standing here as president if he wasn't. Him and Laura Trump were unbelievable as the head of the Republican Party. So he happens to come from a place called North Carolina. So I said, Michael, fix it. So good luck. Good luck. And we'll supply what you need. You know that. Okay? Thank you. Thank you all very much. Thank you very much.
Heartbreaking stories and how there's been so many local groups stepped up to assist these
that's
families.
one of the things you
Is
hear.
there any talk on having money instead of going to FEMA and going through the bureaucracy to go to them?
That's what I want to do. We want to bring it locally so that a state takes care of its problem, and then they can bring it down to a local level, like Samaritan's Purse and Franklin, because that's one of the better examples. But you had numbers of people that did a great job. You have groups that did a great job and organizations. The one that didn't do a good job was the government. They did a bad job. They did, in many ways, they did no job. They weren't even available. So, good question. The answer is we go local. I think it'll work much better. FEMA is a very expensive organization that really doesn't work out very well. It hasn't. This is not the only example. So it was up to me right now. It ended right now, and I just let the state take care of the problem. I mean, you can always have problems. Let the state. If it's Florida, it's a hurricane, let Florida take care of it. They don't need FEMA to come in. Yeah?
Is it within FEMA, outside of FEMA?
Yeah, I envision a very important role for him. It's any role he wants. He's a very capable guy, Michael Whatley, a very capable guy, and he's friends and works with these guys, keeps them elected, right? They have to do a good job, otherwise no matter how good Michael is, not going to work. But they've done an amazing job. They've been great. You're lucky you have great congressmen here. And woman, by the way, a great woman, very powerful woman. They're going to do a great job. They'll do it together. They'll work together, and we'll supply what they need as they need it. We'll coordinate that, and we will immediately get the Army Corps, Michael, because you need roads built. You know, we're talking about the bridge. We're talking about roads and things. So we got to get them built, all right? Okay? Thank you all very much. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
All right. Oh, watch the wire. Oh, you're good. Okay.
Everybody watch your wires.
And welcome back to our studios in Auburn, Alabama. That's a recap of the speech President Trump gave to Asheville, North Carolina just earlier today, surveying the damage that had taken place across the western part of North Carolina, the Tar Heel state, as they look to recover from just the mess that was that hurricane response. Of course, FEMA has been criticized in its response to the federal assistance or lack thereof of what took place just a few short months ago. The Biden administration sending billions and billions more over to Ukraine instead of seemingly focusing on issues here domestically. I'm Robert McNeely with Right Side Broadcasting. You see the split screen there of our beautiful White House in Washington, D.C. Of course, President Trump and First Lady Melania Trump en route now to the Golden State of California to survey what has taken place with the wildfires and what continues to burn there. Sadly, the Santa Ana winds just very powerful and come through and restart a lot of those burning embers. So really a very tragic time for natural disasters here in our country this first month really in January, and President Trump really examining to find out what will be best in response to these disasters, likely going with a local option. He said that it's best if it's a local solution with governors and people right on the ground that are able to handle that sooner and more efficiently than the federal government. Of course, today is also the March for Life in Washington, D.C., and you will see many different celebrations of Marches for Life throughout the country, including that in San Francisco. There will be one tomorrow as well, and we'll be joined by a special guest regarding her travels, and she is currently en route to San Francisco for that march, and to see where the pro-life community is looking to move in a post-Roe society. We do know that because of President Trump's commitment to the pro-life movement, he appointed pro-life judges and justices that ultimately led to the removal of Roe v. Wade a few short years ago, and that Dobbs ruling rescinding the 1973 Roe v. Wade decision that really the Supreme Court invented out of thin air. It truly was judicial activism, and that is no longer the law of the land, but rather this will have to be decided at a state or local level. And we've seen some states respond to this in many different ways with different weak bans or different legislation that will address if and when it can be legal in their respective states. So a lot going on here throughout the country as President Trump has been nonstop busy with executive orders and different policy changes. It's quite a different pace compared to the Biden administration, as he's really been nonstop ever since he took that oath of office on Monday to become the 47th president of the United States. And while he was traveling to Asheville, North Carolina, there was a video message from President Trump in the Oval Office to the March for Life in Washington, D.C. Of course, that was followed by an in-person speech by Vice President J.D. Vance. So very exciting to see him present to the March for Life. And we are now joined by Kaylin Green, who is a live action activist, and she is en route to San Francisco and the march out west. So it's about 3 o'clock on the East Coast and high noon over on the West Coast. Kaylin, can you hear me okay?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
And unfortunately, I'm just not hearing you on my end, but maybe we could put that together in a moment, Mr. Director, if there's anything that can be fixed on our end.
I'm sorry about that. Can you hear me now?
Oh, yes, Kaylin, I can hear you now. How are you?
Awesome. Wonderful. Thank you so much for having me.
Oh, it's wonderful to have you join the show on such short notice. How are your travels? It looks like you have quite the bunch with you today, ready to march for life in the Golden State. Hey, guys.
Yes, we have a van full of pro-life activists ready to march. Actually, we are headed to San Francisco for the West Coast Walk for Life, which is tomorrow. But we did watch the full live stream of the march in D.C. Actually, Live Action's founder and president, Lila Rose, also gave a speech. So we're really excited.
Kaylin, tell me more about your role at Live Action and where the group is going in a post-Roe reality, something that your organization and countless others worked so hard for and prayed for all of these years, and how you look forward to partnering with the Trump-Vance administration to continue with good pro-life legislation.
Yes, so my role is in strategic partnerships with Live Action, and as Lila Rose said today at the march, we are very grateful to the Trump administration for freeing or pardoning the 23 pro-life activists that were unjustly imprisoned by the Biden administration for their peaceful pro-life, prayer outside of abortion clinics. So we're very grateful for the, action that Trump has taken already, just within days taking office. But there's much more work to be done. States are still fighting state by state, to push the abortion agenda. So we have lots of work to do in the next 4 years, and hopefully we will do some more good pro-life work.
Well, and President Trump is expected to sign the Born Alive Act, which Congress has moved on. Actually, his first couple pieces of legislation to become law, the Laken Riley Act and the Born Alive Act, pro-life for different reasons. But do you see any movement possibly on a federal level to perhaps defund Planned Parenthood completely and any entity that would federally fund the practice of abortion?
I mean, that would be amazing. We are definitely in favor of that. It would be amazing if the $700 million that Planned Parenthood receives every year from taxpayers, it would be amazing if that was, reallocated to pregnancy resource centers that are actually helping women with so many more services and support than Planned Parenthood is. So that would be ideal. And I think it is possible. I think it is. So praying and hoping that the Trump administration continues to work with us to be fully pro-life.
And now, how many marches are in how many cities? It seems like it is nationwide now.
Yeah, I don't know the exact number, but we actually were in a pro-life march just last Saturday in Los Angeles. That was at the cathedral in downtown LA. Now we're headed to San Francisco. I know one of my coworkers was just at the march in Minnesota, where she lives. I know Wisconsin has. I mean, they're in every state essentially. I don't know the exact number, but it's awesome to see everyone, doing what they can to come together in each community now that it is a state-by-state battle.
And do you think the coalition is more built out of our advances in science, or is it a religious awakening in America, maybe a combination of the two? Do you see that America is becoming more pro-life?
That's a good question. I think, it's a combination. I think that a lot of the work is paying off. The pro-life, movement has done and continues to do. Just our consistency and persistence in spreading truth and combating the misinformation from the pro-abortion side. I think slowly but surely, minds and hearts are changing just by our persistence and consistency, and with the truth, because the truth always wins. No matter what, it might take time, but eventually I think people begin to realize, science is on our side. Yeah, God is on our side. So I think it's a combination.
And we had Vice President J.D. Vance addressing the group in person, of course, President Trump with the video message. But I really enjoyed the Vice President's message of the fact that if you feel like you're alone, there are places to turn to. Do you have any recommendations, Kaylin, regarding where women with an unplanned pregnancy can turn in a time of need?
Absolutely. There are almost 3,000 pro-life pregnancy resource centers across the United States. I believe there's only about 600 Planned Parenthoods. So there are so many resources. All you have to do is look in your area for your local pregnancy center, and they are ready to help with free diapers, free prenatal care, and anything. They're willing to help with your rent, for your housing, whatever you need. There are people, and the church community too. I mean, I know there's many church groups now that want to walk with moms and support them. So there's pregnancy centers all over that are ready and willing to give the support that women in crisis need.
And what is your biggest hope tomorrow at the San Francisco March for Life to accomplish with your presence in the middle of the Golden State?
Yeah, so California is so pro-abortion, which is horrific. And actually, the San Francisco March is the second largest after the march in DC, the National March. I believe San Francisco gets around 20 to 30,000 marchers per year. So we're excited to take a stand and fight for California to become pro-life. A lot of people don't think it's possible, but we believe it's possible. And so we're going to show up and witness for life.
That's wonderful. Kaylin, where can we find you on social media so we can help share your great pro-life activism?
Yeah, liveaction.org is our website, and our Instagram handle is liveaction.org. We're actually on all the major social media platforms, so just look for Live Action. That's L-I-V-E Action. Wherever you are on the media, YouTube, TikTok, which, so.
Kaylin Green with Live Action, with really a great minivan, if you will, busload of awesome pro-life activists. Thank you for joining us here at Right Side Broadcasting, and get there safe and Godspeed.
Thank you so much. God bless.
So wonderful to hear from the great activists, the grassroots people on the ground focused on making America great again. And it's in so many different ways. And in this case, it is through pro-life advocacy and great warriors like Kaylin Green, Lila Rose, and those devoted to making us a nation that is focused on life from conception until natural death and the dignity of life, and really in turn defending our founding principles of life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. So thank you to Kaylin and her crew on their way to the San Francisco March for Life. And if you're just joining us after the 3 o'clock hour here at Right Side Broadcasting, I am Robert McNeely. A pleasure to join you for a jam-packed news day. I'm also with the magnificent Matthew Alvarez, who will be joining us on the California end of President Trump's trip to the Golden State in Southern California to survey all of the fires and what had taken place over the course of really the last couple of weeks. And we know that the inaction of Governor Newsom and Mayor Bass in Los Angeles has really led to a difficult time. We have a two-pronged issue here, the forest management having failed California. It simply did not take care of that, instead prioritizing DEI programs or bridges over highways that bobcats were supposed to use to get to safety. Well, the problem was the wildlife would not use these bridges. You have other issues like the protection of the smelt, a small fish that would have been fine on its own, but millions and millions, billions even, spent on all of these woke programs in California. And Governor Newsom himself saying to President Trump back in President Trump's first term, we have not taken care of our forest management, and that's why we have the more difficult fires and the issues facing the Golden State. And of course, water reserves not being available for people in Southern California when these terrible fires began. So President Trump on the ground finding out how to fix these problems, whether that be from a federal aspect or state and local. We'd like to thank our great sponsors here at Right Side Broadcasting, including Colonial Metals. This is an outstanding group that is focused on your financial future and reforming your 401k or IRA to make sure you have gold, silver, and tangible metals ready to go, because all of this inflation and the recession that we faced recently on the heels of that, you just don't know where things might turn, even in a conservative administration. So scan this QR code for your free 2025 gold guide. Shield your savings now. And you can do that by simply scanning. But our sponsor, Colonial Metals Group, has helped me with my goal of protecting my financial future as well. Having a self-directed IRA is where I can safely store all that gold and silver. Assets that have truly stood the test of time. And no matter what the economy is or what the government policies are, this does make sense to me. You need something to back up paper currency that at the end of the day could go into oblivion. So it's good to have a 401k and IRA backed by gold, silver, and precious metals. You want to prepare for retirement in these crazy times. freegoldguide.com/RSBN. Colonial Metals Group was founded on the same principles of our great country. They helped Americans take control and safeguard their future, and their team of experts specialize in protecting your retirement with the most trusted source of wealth in human history: physical gold and silver. freegoldguide.com/RSBN or call 866-317-2159. We want you to have that qualified application so you can receive up to an additional $10,000 in silver accounts. It's an exciting time for that, so make sure you go to colonialmetals.com/RSBN. It's going to be a wonderful time for you to secure your financial future. And we are now back at, it looks like, the March for Life with more pro-life activists who are committed to making this country safe for even the youngest and voiceless among us. Thank you to Live Action and all the amazing work that they have done. So we're going out now, I think, to Christina on the ground. How are you, ma'am? How's everything out there at the March for Life?
Awesome. People are excited, passionate, full of energy and hope and joy and love. And we are marching for life, and we're happy to be out here.
Tell me what's been the most exciting aspect of today. I'm sure it's very cold in Washington, D.C. I was privileged to be there for the inauguration, but this time of year it's a bit nippy out there, but nonetheless, you're out there marching peacefully and patriotically.
Absolutely. It was really exciting to stand in front of the African American History Museum and give out these Love Them Both signs and talk about abortion's impact on the Black community and speak truth. It was awesome to hear Lila Rose, our president and founder, speak at the March for Life. She did a phenomenal job, and it was amazing to hear Vice President Vance talk and encourage us as pro-lifers, letting us know that this administration is going to fight for us. That was really encouraging to hear.
And what are some of the goals of Live Action and the pro-life community in a post-Roe era?
Our goals is that we want to change as many hearts and minds as possible. We want to show them the brutality of abortion and the beauty of life. We want to use videos. We want to use documentaries. We want to use news articles and storytelling to show people that abortion needs to be abolished and lives need to be saved. And so people should check out our YouTube, check out our Facebook and Instagram, because daily we're giving content to people in order to do that, in order to change hearts and minds.
And by your estimate, how many people are out there marching today?
Oh, I don't know. I mean, I would say tens of thousands, maybe even more, maybe hundreds of thousands. There's a lot of people out here from all across the country, and it's a beautiful sight to see.
Oh, I'm sure it is. And it's really an amazing thing to celebrate on the heels of President Trump pardoning those 23 pro-lifers who were really held against their own will and did not have access to a speedy trial. They were truly prisoners in Biden's America, and thank God that has come to an end. What are some of your hopes, for those who might be reserved and not wanting to speak out because we've seen political ramifications and literally people being put in prison because of their belief system?
I'm just so grateful that the pro-life activists are out. Some of them are my friends, and I've been praying earnestly for them, and I'm so grateful. And one of the things that the vice president said today is that they're not going to allow persecution of pro-lifers in America. And so this is our time. This is our moment. We have an administration that's going to stand up for us. We have God who always has our back. And so we have to come out to the streets like we're doing right now. And we have to declare that life is valuable. My own mother, she walked out of an abortion appointment because someone talked to her. It was a hospital janitor, but she talked to her and it saved my life. And so every time we go out and we talk to a stranger, every time we go to the streets for a march or for 40 Days for Life, every time we go in front of an abortion clinic, we're making a difference and we're saving lives.
And as an activist yourself, what is that one message you would have to that woman that might feel alone, that might feel that no one is there to care for her, and how she can really hedge and defeat the storms that seemingly are overwhelming her in an unplanned pregnancy?
God sees you. God knows your name. God knows the name of your baby, and you're not alone. And please visit a pregnancy resource center. Go to them. They will give you free services. They will help you during your pregnancy and even for a couple of years after, giving you diapers and clothes and mentoring and free parenting programs. There are pregnancy resource centers all across this country, and they are waiting for you to hold your hand and walk you through this.
Well, thank you so much for being with us today here at Right Side Broadcasting and for fighting for that dignity of life from conception until natural death.
You're welcome. Thank you, guys. God bless you.
God bless you.
Bye.
Bye-bye. And it's so exciting to see in real time the action right there. These are grassroots activists who are engaging their government peacefully and patriotically. These are those deplorables and those pieces of garbage that Hillary Clinton and Joe Biden spoke of. And on the contrary, I think these are the finest among us who have decided to engage, decided to stand up for those who don't have a voice right now, whether it be those yet to be born or those who have been imprisoned for their belief system. And I think the most exciting aspect of the celebration today is that political prisoners have been or are being released. We're in those processes because of Donald Trump's executive orders regarding the J6 political prisoners, or even now the pro-life protesters that have been released. In the video this morning of Beverly Williams, Betty, sweet woman, finally seeing her husband and child literally 41 months after being in solitary confinement. This should never happen in America. If you are accused of a crime, you are presumed innocent before proven guilty. Regardless of that, you deserve a speedy trial. And I think the American people recognize that. And on November 5th, they resoundingly fought for peace through strength, law and order, and the future of this great country by putting Donald John Trump back into office. And we've seen the fruit of our labor as President Trump and Vice President Vance have actively pursued this agenda from Monday on. They will not back down in their pursuit of making America great again. And if you're just joining us, we are roughly 20 minutes past the hour, 3:20 Eastern, on this beautiful day in Washington, D.C. I'm Bobby McNeely, live in our studios, Auburn, Alabama. President Trump is en route to California to survey the damage taking place in Southern California. I'd like to thank our sponsors, Tax Network USA. That's tnusa.com/RSBN. You want to visit these guys as we have tax season really right around the corner. April 15th is that deadline. Settle your back taxes today. You don't want the IRS coming after you because they can, quite frankly, be relentless. Visit tnusa.com/RSBN or give a call to that number, 800-357-1415. That's 1-800-357-1415. Protect yourself from the IRS. You must settle your back taxes now because it's a big, bloated bureaucracy, this government that President Trump and Vice President Vance are taking on in real time, and they want to make sure that you keep more of your hard-earned dollars. The economy so important as part of the 20 promises for the United States that became Republican policy in the last election cycle. So an exciting time to take on the big government bureaucracy and give the patriots over at tnusa.com/RSBN a call because they're experts at state taxes, at federal taxes, and pretty much everything in between, because you don't want to really be in trouble with the IRS. You want to take care of it as soon as you can. So call 800-357-1415. Protect yourself with the experts over at Tax Network USA. And thank you for joining us today in our unbridled coverage of President Trump. He has just visited Asheville, North Carolina, to survey the damage from the hurricanes and tornadoes that came as a result of what took place several weeks ago, right before the election. And Some of those folks, where they voted, they thought they had to give an extension, but much of the early voting actually came from Western North Carolina because really an abundance of getting a president in office who will put the needs of the American people first. And President Trump discussing the fact that FEMA might have to come to an end because of its lackluster result. And we've seen these problems with these natural disasters now dating back to 2004, Hurricane Katrina in New Orleans, Louisiana, when George W. Bush was president of the United States, and FEMA being heavily criticized for their lackluster performance there. The same, if not worse, in this situation. And sadly, because the Biden administration was allocated to give billions and billions of dollars to Ukraine, and continue to do so, even though people were suffering and really lost their homes and their businesses and just about everything in North Carolina. But today at that press conference, the bravery and almost the survivor's guilt that was coming across for many of the residents who are still persevering in this difficult time. Our thoughts and prayers are with them, as Reverend Franklin Graham was on the ground, Samaritan's Purse having done an outstanding job protecting those who were homeless for a period of time, some in trailers now. Literally, there were stories told today about homes that were lifted off the foundation and 25-foot plus waves coming in of water, which just devastated the area because they don't have flood insurance. It's just something that really doesn't happen there. And then FEMA, if they gave anything, it wasn't very much, roughly $750 checks. So President Trump believing this needs to be focused on by states when it comes to natural disasters, and something we might see in the coming days regarding the potential end of FEMA. But just their testimony today really reminded me of a Brooks and Dunn song called Proud of the House We Built. And just to read you some of the lyrics, it really harkens back to the testimony and love of those residents and how they care for one another on the ground. I'm proud of the house we built. It's stronger than sticks, stones, and steel. It's not a big place sitting up high on some hill. There are a lot of things that will come and go, but love never will. And that's so important to remember, that love never ends. It will stay. And I'm proud of the house we built. So a sad situation. In some cases, 80 years, 4 generations of the gentleman speaking on the home that's still intact but very damaged there in Asheville, North Carolina. So our thoughts and prayers are with our fellow countrymen as President Trump and First Lady Melania Trump are on Air Force One. And what a sight it was to see this morning as Marine One brought him to Air Force One at Joint Andrews, and they are now heading on to California to continue their touring of the natural disasters. And now we're going to toss over to the March for Life live in our nation's capital, Washington, D.C.
Let me say thank you. Good afternoon, marchers. Thank you for having me. And it is an honor to be standing with you here today for life. We are proud to march with you. And yes, we will be back next year. The excitement, the passion, the unwavering conviction that every single person here on the National Mall clearly feels. It is deeply moving to me and means more to President Trump and I than I could possibly say. For over a half century, this march has united tens of thousands of Americans from all walks of life to rally for the cause of life in our nation. It is the single largest gathering in the world to celebrate our movement, the victories we've fought so hard for, and yes, the victories yet to come. And I want to personally welcome all of you who have traveled from far and wide to our nation's capital. Thank you for your dedication, and it is an incredible crowd, and it's great to see you today. You know, on Monday, we were forced to move all of the inauguration events indoors because of the bitter cold, and it was cold. But you guys, and it's cold today, here you are outside in an especially frigid January. And I don't think I've ever seen such a joyful crowd out here, particularly during this time of year. As you all know, the event theme this year is life, why we march. And there are obvious answers to the implicit question it poses. We march to protect the unborn. We march to proclaim and live out the sacred truth that every single child is a miracle and a gift from God. Now, each time Usha and I welcomed our own children into the world, we saw firsthand the indescribable beauty of new life, and yes, as you can see, sometimes the behavioral challenges that we had on Monday, but they were good. They were good. And watching all three of our kids grow, learn, and become who they are today has been the single greatest blessing of our lives. Now, every parent here knows that feeling, that awe at a newborn child. It is our responsibility to cherish and to protect it. But thinking about the question of why we march, there are also some subtler, but equally more important answers to that question that I want to reflect on today. Now, the task of our movement is to protect innocent life. It's to defend the unborn, and it's also to be pro-family and pro-life in the fullest sense of that word possible. Now, across my own lifetime, I can't tell you the number of friends and other acquaintances I've had who, facing a pregnancy or the prospect of one, react not with joy but with concern. They wonder, how can they afford it? What will it mean for their education, their career, their relationship, or their family? And I know how many of you in this crowd have devoted immeasurable time and resources to help answer those questions and to lend a hand to young people facing a moment of desperation. But by and large, our society, our country, has not yet stepped up in the way you have. And our government certainly has failed in that important responsibility. We failed a generation not only by permitting a culture of abortion on demand, but also by neglecting to help young parents achieve the ingredients they need to live a happy and meaningful life. A culture of radical individualism took root, one where the responsibilities and joys of family life were seen as obstacles to overcome, not as personal fulfillment or personal blessings. Our society has failed to recognize the obligation that one generation has to another is a core part of living in a society to begin with. So let me say very simply, I want more babies in the United States of America. I want more happy children in our country. And I want beautiful young men and women who are eager to welcome them into the world and eager to raise them. And it is the task of our government to make it easier for young moms and dads to afford to have kids, to bring them into the world, and to welcome them as the blessings that we know they are here at the March for Life. Now, it should be easier to raise a family, easier to find a good job, easier to build a home, to raise that family in, easier to save up and purchase a good stroller, a crib for a nursery. We need a culture that celebrates life at all stages, one that recognizes and truly believes that the benchmark of national success is not our GDP number or our stock market, but whether people feel that they can raise thriving and healthy families in our country. And that brings me back to where we stand today. Earlier this week, President Donald J. Trump stood in the Capitol Rotunda and took the oath of office, becoming not just the 45th, but now the 47th President of the United States, and I know all of you helped. With the inauguration on Monday, our country faces the return of the most pro-family, most pro-life American president of our lifetimes. Now, this is the man who delivered on his promise of ending Roe, giving us a monumental, earth-shattering decision in Dobbs. The man who appointed hundreds of pro-life judges dedicated to defending the constitutional liberties of all Americans. And the man who supported pro-family policies like doubling the child tax credit, which happened during his first administration and which we're going to do so much more on in the second administration. Now he's back, and we're going to do it again. Now, yesterday, President Trump issued a strong endorsement of the Born Alive Abortion Act, ensuring that those babies who survived botched abortions enjoy the equal protection under law, which is the obligation of every citizen to enjoy in this country. With his return to office, no longer will the federal government direct FBI raids on the homes of people like Mark Houck and other Catholic and Christian activists who are fighting for the unborn every single day. And no longer will our government throw pro-life protesters and activists, elderly, grandparents, or anybody else in prison. It stopped on Monday, and we're not going to let it come back to this country. Instead, and I know you all saw the news, the 47th president has already issued pardons to those unjustly imprisoned. And I want to be clear that this administration stands by you, we stand with you, and most importantly, we stand with the most vulnerable and the basic principle that people exercising the right to protest on behalf of the most vulnerable should never have the government go after them ever again. Now, the crowd assembled here in this incredible national mall provides an extraordinary example for our nation. You donate to diaper banks, you help find housing for those in need, you help fund the crisis pregnancy centers that give help to young women and young men in a time of crisis. You guys are the beating heart of the pro-life movement, and you have saved many lives already, and you're going to save more again. You being here this very March is a reminder of the incredible strength and unity of the pro-life movement. And from the bottom of my heart, thank you. Thank you for being here, and thank you for marching here today. And most importantly, in your works, you remind us that the March for Life is not just a single event that happens on a frigid January day. The March for Life is the work of the pro-life movement every single day from this point forward. Now, it is a lifelong call to action, a moment in time, but every single day that you guys do what you do, from supporting young moms and dads to fighting for the unborn, to working with our legislatures at the state and federal level, you make it possible for us to stand here and say that America is fundamentally a pro-baby, a pro-life, and a pro-family country. Now, I hesitate to give you all advice because I can see there are young and old people who have been in the pro-life movement, some of you for longer than I've even been alive, and I'm grateful to you. But if I could offer one piece of advice, it's a piece of advice born out of my own experience. There was a point when I would get frustrated with people who didn't see what we saw. I would get frustrated that people could look at a picture of a baby on an ultrasound and see not a human being, but just a clump of cells. But one of the things that being a father has taught me, and one of the things that being in politics has taught me over the last couple of years, is that it is a blessing to know the truth, and the truth is that unborn life is worthy of protection. So please go forth, not with frustration, but with joy. We are joyful to march for life. We are joyful to know that that picture on an ultrasound, that is a picture of a baby with hopes and dreams and potential to come. It is a joy and a blessing to fight for the unborn, to work for the unborn, and to march for life. God bless you all, and thank you for having me. It's an honor to be with you.
Truly an inspiring speech by Vice President J.D. Vance, speaking to the facts that this administration will never go after political dissidents and those who have differing opinions, and doubling down that the Trump administration is 100% pro-life, ready to support and defend life from conception to natural death at the best of its ability. And a riveting and inspiring speech by Vice President Vance. We'll go to a quick commercial break. Stay with us here at Right Side Broadcasting.
Hey y'all, it's Silk from the Diamond and Silk Chit Chat live show. Look, don't forget to check me out right here on RSBN Network. Be sure to watch the show on Right Side Broadcasting Network, and I want you to support Right Side Broadcasting Network. Yes, it's imperative that you do so, okay? I look to see y'all soon. Bye-bye.
A large retail store just canceled a huge order, leaving us with a ton of extra MyPillows. But you know what? That's their loss. I'm going to make it your gain. For the first time ever, you get standard classic MyPillows for wholesale prices, only $14.88. I can't believe I'm even saying that. Only $14.88. But it gets even better. For a limited time, I'm going to offer my entire classic collection at wholesale prices. Upgrade to a queen size MyPillow for just $18.88. King size only $1 more. Get my body pillows for $29.88 and multi-use MyPillows for only $9.88. So go to mypillow.com or call the number on the screen. Use your promo code to take advantage of wholesale pricing for the first time ever on TV, including my standard size MyPillow, only $14.88. They've never been offered this low before. We have limited quantities at this price, so limit's going to be 10, and once they're gone, they're gone.
Welcome to Right Side Broadcasting Network, your trusted conservative news outlet. At RSBN, we deliver the truth when the mainstream media falls short. Since 2015, we've proudly broadcasted every single one of President Trump's iconic MAGA rallies, bringing you the excitement and energy live before anyone else. By watching RSBN, you get an unfiltered front row view of the action on the ground. We interview the crowds to give a voice to millions of Americans just like you. We show you President Trump's speeches in their entirety, free from interruptions and censorship. We cover the stories that matter to you with the integrity and passion you deserve. Thank you for choosing RSBN as your home for America First News. Together, we stand strong, united, and informed. So join us and be part of the right side of history.
And welcome back to Right Side Broadcasting. I'm Robert McNeely, live from Auburn, Alabama. And of course, you see there the beautiful White House at 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue, the newest residence. Once again, Donald and Melania Trump for the second time as they are en route to California to survey the damage caused by the fires in Southern California. It's been a big day of news today with President Trump visiting North Carolina and California. He has a rally tomorrow in the Silver State of Nevada. Of course, also the March for Life. If you've been tuning into our coverage today, seeing great speeches from President Trump via a recording in the Oval Office and, of course, in person, Vice President J.D. Vance. We will toss it over now to the speech President Trump gave in Asheville, North Carolina, and be right back with you on the other end.
It's a great honor to be here with these people today that have suffered so much. And to lose everything you have, and you just wonder what you're going to do and where you're going to go. And we just thank God, and that's I want to say thank God that He's given us the resources to be able to help. And a lot of people have helped. And not just Samaritan's Purse, but there's been many different organizations and volunteers that have just come to Western North Carolina and East Tennessee to help. I grew up, this is my backyard. I grew up about 8 miles or so from here. And went to high school right down the road, about a mile down the road. And so this is home to me. But we've got a family today. We've got the West family. This is their house. So we're here today to show the president just a little bit of the damage and the problems that the people of Western North Carolina are facing. So, Mr. President, thank you for what you have done for Western North Carolina. Thank you for coming again to see. Thank you, your son Don Jr., he came with us twice. And so they've taken a real interest. And this isn't a politician coming down here looking for votes. This is a man who wants to do something, who wants to see some changes, who wants to make life better for you. So thank you. And Melania, thank you so much for coming. It's an honor to have you here with us. So, Mr. President, please.
Thank you very much, Franklin. Thank you. All right, good man. He's done a great job, a fantastic job. And we've come to North Carolina with a simple message for all the people of this region who are hit so hard by Hurricane Helene. And that message is very simple. You are not forgotten any longer. You were treated very badly by the previous administration, and I'm here after a few days of the administration. We're going to California, Los Angeles. They got hit hard, as you know. A lot of that could have been prevented, I think, if they had water, which they had plenty of, but they didn't use it. But I'm going there, and it was set up to go there. They said, well, what about North Carolina? They said, well, what would you? I said, I have to stop there first. I'm stopping in North Carolina. So we made the stop, and I feel very good. You're represented by some great people, great congressmen are with us, and we're going to get involved with them. And Michael Whatley is here, who is the head of the Republican Party. He worked with Laura Trump to take us through to a tremendous victory, one of the, as the media says, one of the most consequential presidential elections ever. They say in 129 years, whatever that may mean. But whatever it is, it was a great election we had, and we won your state. All 3 times we won your state. And all 3 primaries we won your state. So we won it 6 times, I guess, Mr. Congressman. And it's a great place. And I wanted to come here. And before I went anywhere, frankly, in the campaign, I promised that I'd come back to Western North Carolina to help the people of the state. And today, here I am to deliver on that promise. And we have a lot of things in mind. And we're getting the Army Corps of Engineers all set. You need your riverbanks fixed. You need a lot of roads fixed, and we're going to get it done in rapid time. And I've asked Susie Wiles and all of my people to start calling up, get the Corps ready, and they're going to get ready to go. I don't know what it is. I don't know what took so long for the other administration. But remember, I wasn't here for the first 4 months or 3 months, whatever it may be. See, we can only start as of essentially 1 or 2 days ago, and we've made a lot of progress over the last couple of days, Michael. I understand we're going to get you the resources you need and the support that you deserve, and we'll be at your side through every step of the rebuilding, and no American is going to be left behind. The people that I just met are so great, and the people that own that house is going to be very beautiful in a little while. And who knows, if Franklin decides, maybe he'll rip it down and build him a new one, because sometimes you can do that just as easily, but we're going to take care of the people. I want to thank our great First Lady for coming today. She really wanted to be here. She said, no, I want to go. And, she sees what happened, and she felt very badly, and she wanted to go. And we're then going out together to Los Angeles, but she wanted to be in North Carolina. She saw what happened. She has a feeling like I do for North Carolina. So thanks as well to a great gentleman, Franklin Graham, and his father, Billy Graham. I used to go with my father to Yankee Stadium and places to watch his father preach. And he was some preacher. You got good stock. You come from the ultimate genes, I can tell you. But he was really something. And Franklin, though, has done so much, and his father's looking down on him right now. I guarantee for a long time he's been looking down on Franklin, saying, I'm very proud of you, son. He really is, because what Franklin's done with Samaritan's Purse is incredible. They told me just yesterday that Samaritan's Purse has been great, but the FEMA people sort of left you high and dry, but we're going to change that around. We're not happy with FEMA. As well as all of the representatives. You have great representatives here. Chuck Edwards, who's here someplace. Where's Chuck? Where's Chuck? Chuck. Tim Moore. Tim, thank you, Tim. Great job, too. Both of you guys. Virginia Fox, a power. She's a power, that one. Don't ever have her as your enemy. It's not good. It's not healthy. Pat Harrigan. Good job, Pat. Addison McDowell. These guys were just here, just put in, and they're doing a fantastic job. Addison, thank you very much. Great. Mark Harris. Thank you, Mark. Thank you, Mark. Brad Knott. Thank you, Brad. Greg Murphy, fantastic guy, my friend for a long time now, right? And the RNC chairman, Michael Whatley, who really, as I said, brought us to a great victory with Laura, the chairman of the party, the whole Republican. I took Michael Whatley from North Carolina because he did the best job and put him in charge of everything, and the job they did together was incredible. Last September, Hurricane Helene became one of the deadliest natural disasters in modern American history. Rainfall rose to far more than 30 inches, which is lethal, unleashing unprecedented devastation throughout western North Carolina and many other states, as you know, but you got hit the hardest. The highest responsibility and deepest obligation of the American government is to protect its people, and that's never truer than in times of emergency like this. Unfortunately, our government failed you, but it wasn't the Trump government. It was a government run by Biden. What a terrible situation. But our government failed the people of North Carolina in this horrible crisis. For 2 months, Asheville lacked running water, and even today, some North Carolinians can't take a hot water shower. They can't drink water. They don't know where to get it. It's delivered to them by some, or they just go out and somehow find some. It's been 4 months since the storm made landfill, and still 180 roads remain closed and in ruins. Earlier this month, the Biden administration kicked 2,000 displaced North Carolinians out of their temporary housing into freezing 20-degree weather. I don't know how they did that one, because it was cold, even while your government provided shelter and housing for illegal aliens from all over the world. But under the Trump administration, the days of betrayal and neglect are over. They are over. As I said in my inaugural address, we restore the integrity, competency, and loyalty of the American government. And I think I said most of it in the inaugural address. We said a lot of things, but one of the groups of people I was thinking about is you in North Carolina. A lot of that was in reference to you and what you've had to suffer. I'm pleased to announce that under our leadership, the federal government will be surging housing solutions to the state that go beyond mere temporary hotel stays that ended up being very short term. The government wouldn't do it any longer, which is ridiculous. We'll marshal all available resources and bring back potable water and make your water and infrastructure dramatically more reliable very quickly. Today I'll also be signing an executive order slashing all red tape and bureaucratic barriers and permits to ensure the rapid reconstruction of the roads here in western North Carolina. We're going to go through a permitting process that's called no permitting, just get it done. That's the way they built them many years ago, I guarantee you that, right? We will get them back very quickly, and we'll begin the work of fundamentally changing, terminating, or overhauling FEMA. FEMA's been a disaster no matter where they are. We're honored to be joined today very quickly by several families affected by the vicious storm. I'd like to ask each of them to share their story. Chris and Kim West, you could come forward. Ramona Nix, Jackie Mitchell, and Thomas Gary Bright. And finally, the Wright family. And come on up and maybe say a few words, please. Thank you very much. Hello.
Hi.
Come on in
here. Whenever it started, we started moving our vehicles to the top of the road, and by the time we got the vehicles moved, the water had already hit our ankles in the house. And so I grabbed my purse and my little pug dog, and my husband grabbed the dog food and put it in a trash bag. And by the time we got out into the driveway, it was already waist deep, and there were sticks and that kind of thing. I didn't think I was going to make it, but we did make it out, and we made it to the top of the road, and we were kind of stuck there for hours because we couldn't get out any of the ways because it was flooded all the way around. It took us hours, and we sat there, and finally it receded enough to where we could actually get out. It was probably like close to midnight, and it started like 5-6 o'clock in the morning. We just lost everything that we had. Didn't even have a brush for like 3 days. So. Thank you.
Okay, good. Would you like to say something with that beautiful baby?
Say hey. Yeah, so when the hurricane storms hit North Carolina, hit our home, my daughter and my wife and I were actually out of town. But unfortunately, my dad was still at home, and my mother was staying at our house with our animals. And the waters got so high that it actually lifted between that and the tornado that came through, or microburst is what they've been calling them, and lifted his home and the house that I grew up in and crashed it into our barn. It took away his business. It took away all of our tools and tractors and everything needed to keep the farm going. And my mother was trapped in the house, and there was no way to escape because the water got so high. The only thing she could do was ride it out and wait till the waters came down. So we've been doing a little bit of battling with our insurance and FEMA. We did have proper insurance with flood insurance and homeowners insurance, but since we had proper insurance, FEMA's not been able to assist us with a whole lot of things. And again, we've been having some issues with trying to get some payout for our insurance in a timely manner. We had to do mold mitigation on our home, which is extremely expensive, before the structural engineer even came out in order to get our flood payout. And to me, that was not really acceptable.
Has the insurance company been responsive or not really?
Not so much. You know, again,
They give you the money they have to give you?
I'm hoping so, and we need some assistance with that. We reached out to an attorney.
What's the name of the insurance company?
North Carolina Farm Bureau.
We've got to move them, right?
Yep.
That's terrible.
That's what we're after here.
Are a lot
So
of people having that problem too, with the insurance companies, general, different insurance companies, and they're all difficult, or just the one particular one?
I've heard different stories from others, and a lot of folks are.
Responsive?
And I've heard some good instances of even Farm Bureau themselves, but in my case, you know, they'd send out a third-party adjuster immediately. Well, they wound up firing that third-party adjuster group. He gave us a quote for a much higher estimate than what we received.
And he got fired?
And then he got let go. Yeah, he got fired. So then they brought in another third-party adjuster to come in and lowball us. We've not received any kind of, so the flood insurance is our primary insurance, and so there was roof leaks in the home that the inspectors found, the adjusters. Well, that contributed to us losing some of our personal property as it come in the third story where there's no, or second story living space, where the flood water, well above the flood waters. So they've neglected us for.
Is your mother saved?
Yes, she's saved.
So
Yep,
you wrote it out?
she's right here.
Okay.
So we made it.
That was not exciting, right?
That's right.
How scared were you?
Very.
Did you think you were going to make it?
No.
You didn't think so?
Nope. I just started praying.
So you were sort of on a boat. Your house became a boat.
It's a big pontoon.
That's some story.
It's a
Would you
beach
like to
house
say
on
something?
the steps.
I'll bet this guy would like to say something.
I was next door to the house, and my son was out of town, so when he came in to Charlotte to my sister's, he called about 2 in the morning because at midnight the water was still in the stream, within the banks. So when he called, the water was coming up, so I started moving vehicles up to about 5:30 in the morning, and she was in the house, and I pulled up to the steps and I said, hop on the fender and I'll get you out. Well, he built a beach house on stilts, 5 times higher than the floodplain. And she said, well, he said I'd be okay. So I'm staying with the dogs. So I went to higher ground with some vehicles, hers included, and the water covered everything. But I'd already seen it come around both sides of my place, so I got my blind and deaf dog and a bag of valuables and took up off the side of the hill behind my house, and then was heading to the cemetery back there because I knew it was open, because there was trees falling and uprooting. It was raining. It was,
You never saw anything like that?
no, I've been through floods all my life around there. Never nothing.
Never been anything like that. But you're okay, right?
Yep. House destroyed.
Yeah, well, we're gonna help you out. We're gonna help you out.
Appreciate it. Thanks for being here.
Anybody else? You guys okay?
Our day that morning began a little taller with some trees falling into our house, which our house is goes back 4 generations, 80 years, and never came close to flooding. And we woke up with trees about 4:30 or 5 in the morning, and our house sits 3/10 of a mile back off the road, and the water, we've had flooding and such in the lake, but nothing like we saw. And like most everybody else, we moved 5 vehicles this far up, and lawnmowers and everything else, and the water started coming in the house. And when it got up to about ankle high, we have a loft. I got her up in that and tried to gather what you might want, which was totally random. And then when it made it to the loft and started getting up to about her hips, I built a little makeshift ladder and we got out on our roof. And we spent 4 hours on the roof. I had a little baggie. I did notes on my cell phone to my 2 kids and my 2 grandkids, and something to identify me in case we were lost in it.
Did you think you were going to make it?
No, we're.
Oh, you didn't?
Yeah, we didn't think we were going to make it at all. I mean, our house was 25 feet underwater.
So you didn't think you were going to live?
No, we were watching houses, trailers, bodies coming by us. And we lived in the Azalea Road area in East Asheville. Yeah, we watched our garage float by.
Just lift up.
Yeah. But, we got to a point where it crested about 4 feet up on the roof. We took about 3 or 4 hours for it so we could kind of do everything in reverse, and got out in the mud to higher ground. And I got out higher ground up to a subway and got over to her daughter's house, where when she saw that I didn't have her, she lost it. And I was like, she's okay, she's alive. And we tried to make our way back in there and gather things best we could. But, found a body right away. There was about 8 bodies in our area that first 2 weeks located. And we were lucky we weren't one of them, and blessed. But like other people, no insurance on flood insurance, so we had to depend on FEMA. They did what they could do, and of course it's not enough. Yeah, that's crazy. But again, we're thankful to be alive, but it's a long haul.
What are you doing now?
Staying in a camper. I've never been, if y'all notice, I'm a big guy. I don't sleep in campers very well. And the first night we spent in the camper, very grateful with the Asheville Dream Center coming through with one. And
Do you still have the land?
oh yeah, it's family land. Yeah, the land, it looks like a beach now. It's sand, but
Can it be built on?
yes,
Do you intend to do that?
yes.
You want to build again?
Yeah, Samaritan's Purse. We're working with them. We're working with people. It's 80 years, 4 generations.
But the house is totally gone?
No, the house is there. It's down to, they came in and mudded it, but everything in it was completely destroyed. But yeah, it's tough. I think we're at a point in Asheville where people's forgot about Asheville, and it's stagnant. Everything is stopped. You know. Yeah. Thank you, sir. Appreciate that. Thank you, Jay. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm Pastor Nick's, our church right down the road. We had only purchased in May, and it's a big church. We're a small congregation, and I had people say, "What are you going to do with this big building?" And I said, "Only God knows." And we had our dedication, and the storm came the next week. And the outpouring of people. My son brought the first load of supplies, and from there, I stayed there for about 3 months. I slept on the floor for about 3 weeks because the need was so great. The people were so devastated, and I said, I want to be here for them. And they were coming in just day and night, so there's really no need for me to go home. But we had people from Kentucky, Tennessee, Texas, Indiana, Oklahoma, people from all over. We have not received any help, like from the government or anything. But I said, Lord, if you want us to do that, people.
So they came from
all over the states.
But FEMA did nothing.
It was the locals.
Waste of time and money.
The locals and the people that knew us. And before the week was over, our church was so packed with supplies we couldn't even walk. Even in our sanctuary, it was up to the platform of things, and in our halls and in our rooms, and we're just now beginning to get a little straightened out. But somebody said, how long are you going to be here? I said, I'm going to be here through the winter and even on, if possible, because when you meet people that's been through the struggle. I had a little lady come up, and I said, can we do anything special for you? And she said, I don't want to be selfish, but said, could I have a cup of coffee? And I handed her that coffee, and she stood there, and tears just poured. She said, you don't realize how important that the little things. It's not the big things in life that we have, but it's the little things, and knowing that God is our source. I don't look to man. I don't have to have a lot of things. I had trees, about 20 trees down in my yard, but that didn't really matter. Doesn't matter, because the needs of the people is what I want to be there for. God is good. He's very good. And my daughter now, her house is really in bad shape, and I'll let her tell you about that. But thank you, President. This is our president. We appreciate you so much.
I live out in the Fairview area of North Carolina, and near the Back Cave, Lake Lure area. And our area was hit. It was hit really hard. I was home alone, and my husband had stayed in town because we take care of a little lady that's 98 years old, and she lives out in the woods by herself. And I said, just stay with her and make sure that she's okay. And I got up the next morning, and my first thought was, I want to go see what our road and bridge looks like. So as I was making it down to the road and the bridge, there was no road and bridge. And so, here we are, we're like at a little island, we can't access the main road or anything. And then the fire department came by the next day and said that they were evacuating me and my neighbor because a landslide was going to come. And they told me to get my stuff and get ready. And so while I was getting my stuff and getting ready, there was a knock at the door, so I thought it was the fireman. And I went to the door, and there stood my 21-year-old son. His name's Nathan, and he had drove as far as he could to get to me, but he hiked 5 miles, and it took him a really long time. And he got there, and he said, Mom, grab a bag, we gotta go. And I said, son, there's no way I can hike out of here. And he's like, no. He said, we gotta go. So we started hiking out, and I seen one of my neighbors who, she had no clothes on. Her skin was like chunked up. It was just, she was blue. She had been in the waters, and where she had went or I don't know, but it horrific is just all I can say. But then as me and my son hiked on out, we went through where this place, we call it Craigtown, but there were like a lot of family members there that passed away, like 11 of them, and there were people out everywhere looking for their loved ones, and there were dead bodies. You know, my son's like, "Mom, you're gonna see things you don't want to see," and so anyway, we got through all that. But I stayed at our church in our sound booth. My husband and I, we just slept up in the sound booth for a couple of months because we didn't have power or anything for about 2 months out there. And then we went back. I've been fighting with FEMA since day one. Our community, there's like 32 homes. We don't have a road and a bridge. We're driving through our neighbor's property. You know, I went to EMS and I said, look, my concern is if we have a fire or we have an emergency out here, you're not going to get to us. You can't get those big trucks up here. And I've called and called and called FEMA. And, you know, I said, this happened on September 27th. That's 4 months ago. Well, for us, today is still September 27th. You know, we haven't had help. And so when I talk to FEMA, I'm explaining the road and the bridge, and they send me a letter that tells me to basically fix it and send in my receipts, and they'll refund me some money. I'm looking at a road and bridge that honestly, the bridge itself is probably going to be $300,000, and the road could be close to that also, because the community has to have big boulders brought in. We're not a rich community. We can't fix it ourselves. You know, it's just, and as far as like house repairs, I'm still pending. I can't get money from FEMA until I fix the road and bridge and send in my proof that it's fixed and everything. It's just, it's been a nightmare, and I totally feel like that we have been forgotten. If it had not been for our fellow American citizens who stepped up to help us, I don't know what we would have done. I have 5 neighbors around me who completely lost everything. You know, I have damage to my house, and I don't feel entitled. I'm embarrassed to even say I need help, because, you know, and sometimes there's even that survivor's guilt is what they're calling it, but you feel guilty to even be alive sometimes. You know, when you look around, you see your neighbors that are gone, and it's just, you know, we need help. I wrote a letter to send to Congress. You know, I don't understand what's going on. If we can't get FEMA help, then will you guys help us? Will you step up and be our fellow citizen? Will you step up and be our neighbor and send us something? Help us get our community back. I could go on. It's just I don't know, it's just heartbreaking. I appreciate you.
Good daughter you have, huh? Good daughter. Take care of Mom. And your son must be great.
My son is great.
No, he sounds like a real leader. Smart.
He really is. Hike
how
in.
Would you have been if he didn't?
Would have been there because the only thing we could do, there was no way to get out there. The only thing we could do is just hike up to the church, the first church that was up there, about 3 miles, just to get, you know, maybe what we needed or something. I don't know. He is. Thank you.
Well, again, thank you very much, everybody. So we're going to be here. We're going to be working with our congressmen and women, and they're going to do a job. And Michael Watley is going to be very much in charge, and you'll get it done. And FEMA's ready to rock. They haven't done the job because they weren't really told to do the job by Biden. I guess Biden was thinking about other things, wasn't he? But they weren't told. What they did, what the past administration did to North Carolina is a disgrace. So I just want to wish you all well. I was here right after the event, and I couldn't believe it. I have never seen anything like it. I've seen a lot of bad things, but I've never seen anything like it. And it's an honor to meet the people behind me, and it's an honor to be with our congressional delegation and some of the other politicians in the area. And it's an honor to have Michael Watley at my side, because maybe we wouldn't be standing here as president if he wasn't. Him and Laura Trump were unbelievable as the head of the Republican Party. So he happens to come from a place called North Carolina. So I said, Michael, fix it. So good luck. Good luck. And we'll supply what you need. You know that. Okay? Thank you. Thank you all very much. Thank you very much.
heartbreaking stories and how there's been so many local groups
Yeah.
stepped up to assist
Yeah,
these
that's
families.
one of the things you
Is there
hear.
Any talk on having money instead of going to FEMA and going through the bureaucracy to go to them?
That's what I want to do. We want to bring it locally so that a state takes care of its problem, and then they can bring it down to a local level, like Samaritan's Purse and Franklin, because that's one of the better examples. But you had numbers of people that did a great job. You have groups that did a great job and organizations. The one that didn't do a good job was the government. They did a bad job. They did, in many ways, they did no job. They weren't even available. So, good question. The answer is we go local. I think it'll work much better. FEMA is a very expensive organization that really doesn't work out very well. It hasn't. This is not the only example. So it was up to me right now. It ended right now, and I just let the state take care of the problem. I mean, you can always have problems. Let the state. If it's Florida, it's a hurricane. Let Florida take care of it. They don't need FEMA to come in. Yeah.
Is it within FEMA, outside of FEMA?
Yeah, I envision a very important role for him. It's any role he wants. He's a very capable guy, Michael Watley, a very capable guy, and he's friends and works with these guys, keeps them elected, right? They have to do a good job, otherwise, no matter how good Michael is, not going to work. But they've done an amazing job. They've been great. You're lucky you have great congressmen here, and woman, by the way, a great woman, very powerful woman. And they're going to do a great job. They'll do it together. They'll work together, and we'll supply what they need as they need it. We'll coordinate that, and we will immediately get the Army Corps, Michael, because you need roads built. You know, we're talking about the bridge. We're talking about roads and things. So we got to get them built, all right? Okay? Thank you all very much. Thank you very much.
All right. What's the wire? Oh, you're good. Okay.
Everybody watch your wires.
Okay. That's it.
And welcome back to Right Side Broadcasting. I'm Robert McNeely with the magnificent Matthew Alvarez. Of course, you just viewed President Trump's speech on the ground in Asheville, North Carolina.
All right, so we know that President Trump is en route to the West Coast, Southern California, all about Los Angeles right now as we focus in with you, the viewer, and as we see President Trump do the same today, getting a briefing in Los Angeles. We'll have that live coverage right here on the network. You saw the live coverage in North Carolina. Now we're taking it to Los Angeles as we may look at some fire photos of over the past, it seems like it's been months, but it's been a few weeks out there where it's been absolutely terrible. As you see the photo on your screen there. And in just a few minutes, we're going to speak to Kendra Norton. I believe she lost everything in the wildfires out there. She was in the Eaton fire, if you remember all the different names, the Palisades fire, Eaton fire, and on. Well, she'll be joining us here shortly, and she did send some photos and videos of the property there. This is more specific, more general photos of the region there in the southwest of the United States. So, Robert, we know that 24 people lost their lives. How many thousands of acres lost? How many homes destroyed? All because of mismanagement.
Hundreds of thousands of acres, and even on the more liberal outlets, as I was looking for different information on updates, really saying that Governor Newsom and Karen Bass really just have a lot of questions to answer in regards to how they move forward with the forest management, why certain reserves were not filled. And I'm sure President Trump wants to see this for himself. That's why he's going there, to really find out what's going to be the best way of solving problems moving forward. Is that through FEMA? Is that through state and local apparatuses that can better manage this? And I think it's going more in that direction of saying no to FEMA. But what we have here in California, hundreds of thousands of acres just destroyed. What really was shocking to me was, the Great Chicago Fire. This is roughly 10 times the size of that, if not more. I mean, it's a shocking amount of land that's been covered and people who have lost everything in the process.
It's been awful. More than 40 arrests connected to the wildfires, tens of thousands, if not at least 100,000 acres burned. As you saw the White House image there, President Trump starting his day, of course, there at 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue, down to western North Carolina, then to the West Coast, landing shortly there at LAX. And then we'll see President Trump get a briefing on what happened there. And we know a lot of what happened when it comes to the brush in the area, the forestry, the management, the lack of water. President Trump outright blaming Gavin Newsom, but also the LA mayor and others when it comes to getting criticized. I didn't see President Trump specifically blame the mayor, so I'm just saying that generally what I saw in reports of people that live there and across the country in various reports. But that's a picture there in California as well. So this is definitely a West Coast segment here as we see President Trump travel all the way to the West Coast. And joining us in just a couple minutes again will be Kendra Norton. She's from California. She dealt with the Eaton fire, which is near the Palisades fire. Just imagine that. I mean, we sometimes in the news, you talk about these stories and you move on to the next. Well, we don't move on to the next at this network. Mm-hmm. We stay with the different stories. We've talked about LA for a while here, even through the inauguration. We made sure to keep that story out there so people understand, okay, so if there's mismanagement, what happened wrong and what needs to be done and how can we help? And so that's part of what we do here in conservative media at Right Side Broadcasting Network. So Robert, just imagine that though. We love our homes, we love our businesses, and I believe Kendra also, we'll speak to her in just a second when she jumps on the line, lost her business as well. So it's like everything she had is now gone. And speaking of Kendra, let's go there right now as soon as she pops up on the screen. There she is. Kendra, talk to us about what's going on there. And first of all, our sincere condolences on all of the things that have happened in Los Angeles.
Yeah, thank you so much. Fortunately, we had significant damage to our property, but our home survived. It was one of 3 houses on our block of 12 to survive. 9 houses are burned to the ground. And my business is online, so it survived, but we have good friends who lost their home and their restaurant. We have 7 families at our small independent Catholic school who lost their homes, and at least that many who are still out of their homes because they're have been deemed uninhabitable. And you sent us a number of photos of the wildfires. I don't believe this specific one we're looking at right now is one of the ones you sent us, but you sent us some photos and videos, and we'll be trying to upload them here and show the American people exactly what happened there. So your thoughts about the governor of the Golden State and the mayor of the City of Angels? Yeah, on let's say, I guess, so Tuesday is when the fire started and when we evacuated. On Wednesday, we got that video. I don't know if you've been able to see it yet, of our property, and it's just wild to see the fire still burning in our neighbor's home right next to us. So my oldest 2 sons, who are 22 and 19, went from their apartment at USC, where they stayed up in Los Angeles, and we went down to San Diego, and they were there cutting down tree branches and dumping buckets of water from our pool on the burning house next door. There was no water in the hoses. There was no water in the fire trucks. well, there's no water that the firefighters had access to. So it did feel like we were a bit on our own.
And is there any hope in sight with it slowing down? I've spent some time out there myself, and those Santa Ana winds, I think for those who haven't experienced it, can literally be almost hurricane force. So I think it's hard to grasp unless you've spent some time in Southern California. Is there any relief in sight for these fires to stop? Because we know it is a part of life, but seemingly, and we'll know with President Trump on the ground as he'll find out more, that this really has been government mismanagement on the ground.
Yeah, so the Eaton fire and the Palisades fire both seem to be contained, but then there was the Hughes fire in Castaic was flaring up yesterday. So it definitely is wildfire season for us in Southern California, and it was particularly they were really, really intense Santa Ana winds on that Tuesday. I don't remember, we live with them every year, but I don't remember them being that intense. But we're used to wildfires. We're used to seeing the hillside burn. We're not used to it destroying 17,000 structures. That's, we're used to the firefighters stopping it before it gets to to urban areas. So that's the thing that's been just so heartbreaking is, our neighborhood is 80% burned. And it's hard to imagine what that's going to be like moving back there with, all the local businesses. There's a lot of, mom and pop businesses. Our two favorite pizza shops, the little coffee house, our hardware store, the dentist, all these locally owned businesses are burned.
Can you talk to us, Kendra, about when it was the news that was happening, the fire started to spread? Was it the Palisades fire that started and the Eaton fire was a bit later? Can you talk to us about where you were when the fire started in your neighborhood? What ran through your mind? Then what did you do right after that?
Yeah, so we were just finishing dinner. I have a big family and a lot of kids, and we were just finishing dinner. I went upstairs to check on my husband, who was sick in bed with the flu, and I saw out our bedroom window that the hillside was on fire, and it looked close and it looked fast moving. And we pretty quickly decided that we need to pack up some things and go. So we had a whole lot of kids grabbing overnight bags and irreplaceable items, and loading up into our cars and driving away. Everybody that day was talking about the Santa Anas because they were so strong, and so that wildfires are a possibility in that weather, but again, it's just we've never seen fires like this. It's this is a once in a lifetime type fire. So yes, there are still fires burning around California. The firefighters really have been working tirelessly. I don't know if you can see behind me, but there's all these trailers where the firefighters are living. I'm down at the park with my kids, and so they have been working so hard, but they didn't have any water, and so when you look at the neighborhood, it really doesn't look like I would think a fire would look like, because there aren't partially consumed buildings because there's no water to put them out. So there's completely consumed buildings that are just rubble, and then there's buildings that are unaffected and unburned, and that's what my neighborhood looks like. That our house looks, it does have damage, but it looks undamaged, and the two houses next to us, and then everything else on the block, everything behind us is just gone.
Is there something that you hope today with President Trump's visit in order to solve this problem with more of a public partner public and private partnership, or even perhaps some additional assistance from the federal government?
Well, what I would love to see personally is more of a looking forward, that if this is what our weather is like now, if this is the climate that we live in, then I would love to see us, being innovative and coming up with ways that we can, that we can still live in a beautiful state like California, even when we have droughts and even when we have winds. I believe that through innovation we can solve things like these, and we can be prepared for disasters. And I hope that I hope that our president will be looking forward like that, and helping us be prepared in the future. And I hope that the disaster relief will be there for the families around here who need it, and so many people do.
Exactly. And speaking of the people in the region, what would be your words of encouragement to the Southern California region, Los Angeles, and also outside of the encouragement message, what about your family? I mean, you said you have a lot of kids and all that, so it's like, what are you telling them?
Well, our family culture really is about resiliency and being able to face hardship and find the joy in even challenging situations. And I think, our faith does that, our family does that. So this has really been an opportunity for us to come together as a family, to come together as a community and support each other. We've also put together a relief effort at my blog, which is called CatholicAllYear.com. And if anybody is able to, make donations to the families, provide housing, cars, things like that are so hard to come by in Los Angeles. The rental market here was insane before this happened, and it's just really, really hard for all of these families who've been displaced to find a place to stay. So we're hoping that people who see this might go over to my blog and see the opportunities that they can help families who really need it.
CatholicAllYear.com, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Kendra Norton, thank you for joining us here. Thank you for shining a light on specifically the Eaton fire there. We're sorry for that region. We've been praying for you guys, and we're hoping that when President Trump gets there today, whatever caused all this, I mean, outside of the weather systems and some of the maybe mismanagement of the brush and all that there, the 40 plus people that were arrested for possibly starting some of these fires, I mean, that must be difficult to hear that.
Yeah, that is heartbreaking. And yeah, I hope we'll get to the bottom of it, because I feel like that would certainly give people closure. But I am grateful that that the president is coming here and meeting with people and trying to help Los Angeles.
Kendra Norton, thank you again for joining us from Southern California.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. All right, so that video that you see on the left side of your screen there, and some of the photos were from Kendra Norton and the family, sending that to us here at Right Side Broadcasting Network. On top of that, we do have another family in just a minute to go to. I do know the first name is Elizabeth. I have to get the pronunciation on the last name here in just a minute. But as we look at the programming on our monitor here in the studio, as we see the devastation in various parts of the country, joining us actually right now is Elizabeth out of Southern California. Ma'am, what's your last name? And then also, what part are you in Altadena?
I am. My last name is Bulgarini, and I used to live in Altadena. Yes, so we're part of the Eaton fire.
So did you lost everything? Is that right?
Yeah.
What would you say if President Trump was there right now? No, it's okay. We totally.
Our house
go ahead.
Burnt ash.
What would you say to President Trump if he was there, which he's going to be in just a few hours? I mean, What are your thoughts right now?
Please help. I think there's an immediate need. If he can increase the federal aid, I think that's probably a good idea, because as Kendra was saying, there are so many of us who are homeless, basically, and it's very difficult to find a long-term solution. And I know for us specifically, we need stability for our son. I mean, I can live out of a suitcase if I need to, but my son can't, and he needs to be able to stay in school, go back to his routine, you know, try to take his tests, and go back to the soccer, just have some kind of a stable life. I mean, his entire life, and obviously the policies in California need help, and I realize it's a state issue, but if he can influence anything, we have problems with like fire control. We have to do something about our brush, the water situation. You know, if we need certain dams, they should be available to us. Our firefighters should be available to us. As I understand, our firefighters a lot of them were sent to Malibu in the morning. And if those kinds of things need to be looked at, and we need some help in that respect.
And has there been any return to a sense of... Oh, I'm sorry, ma'am. Please share your thought that you were just saying there.
Oh, I have a small business in Altadena, which can't function right now, so I don't have any income. So that's another problem that we're facing, and that maybe President Trump could take a look at it.
Exactly.
Anyway, go on with your question. I'm sorry.
No, go ahead, Robbie.
Is there any sense of normalcy coming back on? You were mentioning that you want to get your son back to, having him playing some soccer, getting back to school, things of that efforts. Are there any steps being taken where there is that getting back into the sense of what has been in the past?
Not quite yet. Our community at St. Monica has been incredibly helpful, and they've done everything that they could. They've started GoFundMes. People have offered to store things for us. They've donated things. We have been offered a room in a place with a family, but it's just not quite ready yet. And so we've gone from hotel to hotel. Now Airbnb has given us a week, so that we're in an Airbnb right now trying to get a space ready. So at this time, there has not been that stability. My son has gone back to school, but he is struggling because it's so hard when you don't have your own space. He didn't have the computer or the printer or, his school supplies, his notes and things. And so it's been quite scattered, and it's been very difficult. So we don't have a sense of normalcy yet. I think it's coming, maybe in a few more weeks. I know that my son said to me the day before yesterday was the first time that he could actually sit down and take a breath and maybe even feel like he could concentrate on his studies. I do think it's coming. It's just not there yet. And people have been so generous with things to give us, like clothing and supplies. But at this moment, we don't quite have a place to put everything. So it's challenging.
100%. We understand that. How can America help you specifically, Elizabeth? Is there a GoFundMe, a Give, Send, Go?
There is a GoFundMe for our family. I think it's Bulgarini Family.
Okay.
I don't know if you want me to send you a link. I don't know how else to tell you.
You can send me a link, and then I will send it on to our staff here at the network. But also, if someone's watching right now and they want to donate to your cause to help you, can you share with us the spelling of the name and the exact link again that they could find it on GoFundMe?
If you give me a moment, I can maybe look for it. It's not something I have up all the time, but just give me a moment.
Sure. And as she's looking there right now, the devastating wildfires that happened, the mismanagement from the government there, we see that President Trump has actually blamed on Truth Social Gavin Newsom for this problem. And then, you know, you have the LA mayor having these dog and pony show press conferences, acting like, oh, we're going to come together as, you know, Angelinos and, you know, Los Angeles and all this stuff. It's like, come on. And we have real people dealing with problems in this country. And that's what I like. And I think that's why the country voted for President Trump, because this guy gets the job done. He's an outsider. He gets it. That's why he went to North Carolina. That's why he's on his way to LA, Robert.
Well, and you see some outlets out there saying that these things aren't true, and we're actually talking to people about what's going on the ground, as devastating as it is, actually saying that, no, forest management has happened, and it's simply not the case. You know, it's not been done as it should have been done in the past, and this is the devastating effect of when you focus on things like DEI and woke and the smelt fish, for example, instead of actually serving the taxpayers who know how to do things much better than the government does. And clearly, it's all about public safety and this state and local government not succeeding in that.
100%. Elizabeth, let's bring you back in here.
Okay, so the title of it is Bulgarini Family Fire Relief. That's the title. The link is very, very long.
Okay, and how do you spell the name?
So Bulgarini. So there's more than one Bulgarini up there, but if it says Bulgarini Family Fire Relief, that is the one.
So
and it has my son on it.
And it has what? What would you say?
It's my son there.
Okay. So this is what we can do right now as a country, specifically for people that are watching. If you missed any of the spelling there, just simply hit pause and scrub back just a little bit. Listen to the spelling. If somebody is feeling really wanting to help, let's do it right now. This is a chance for Elizabeth right here. And then the other website for Kendra Norton was CatholicAllTheWay.com. So two people we've interviewed here. The way we received the two people that we've spoken to, Elizabeth on the camera now and Kendra, is through someone that is based in Los Angeles, who is a pro-life expert, Susan Swift, or pro-life advocate, and shared with us a number of great things about March for Life in DC. And then she also said, well, we know people that have been devastated in the wildfires. So Elizabeth, we're praying for you. We're praying for that region. Your final message in the sense of the interview to America right now. What do you want the country, what do you want the governor to know in California? What do you want the mayor in LA to know? And what would you like the 47th Commander-in-Chief to know if he ever did get a chance to watch this?
That we're hurting, that the people are important, and we do need funding for our fire department. We need water, and we need to have like brush cut back so that there is some kind of maintenance so that we don't have these terrible widespread fires. I don't know what else to say. I'm sorry. We're struggling right now.
No, we totally understand. And the fact that you would share your time with us, thank you for doing that. But also, if you could text me the GoFundMe link as well, then we can move it on as well. So Elizabeth, thank you again. Praying for you guys, praying for the power of God to just be all over that region, and of course all across the world, but specifically Los Angeles right now. Elizabeth, thank you. God is with you, and so is Right Side Broadcasting Network.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Man, it's tough, man.
It really is. It's my heart breaks for everyone out there to deal with something, so devastating, because it's the memories and the priceless items you might have in your house, and things could be replaced, but it's just devastating to see a situation like that where her son's trying to get back on his own 2 feet in the sense of playing soccer, being in school, getting ready to meet those goals and challenges. And you see even this photo here, just the amount of, I mean, it says it all. With a firefighter, and thank God for first responders who are willing to go into that, because not only you have the devastation of that, but it's just the effects of the smoke inhalation. God knows how many people will be sick as a result of this, the soil contaminated, and just an awful situation that, yes, is a once-in-a-lifetime situation, but at the same time was the lack of preparation because of a very woke government that put other ideas into practice instead of actually looking out for its taxpayers. It's inexcusable that any reserves would be empty or near empty or not working, or even the fact that you may be working on brush, but do it to the extent of bringing in the professionals. They're spending money on things like these bridges for bobcats that they don't end up using, the DEI woke administrative state, and then also spending money again on these tiny smelts that don't need this funding for this alleged research. The way to not do it has been by California's governance.
Well, what we're seeing today is everything that's pro-life from the conservative side when it comes to the March for Life that's happening in D.C., probably wrapped up by now. We did that coverage earlier. You see President Trump traveling to people in North Carolina, a positive move by the president. Another positive move going there to Los Angeles to only do one thing: help the people, because we the people are the ones that hired President Trump. That's the facts, and that's what President Trump said when we win the White House. So he's the representative of all of us, but his job is America first, and that, of course, is what he's all about. So we're looking forward to bringing you this live coverage when President Donald Trump shows up there in Los Angeles. He's on his way there now. He's been flying in Air Force One from North Carolina, so he should be arriving soon at LAX, and then on to the Pacific Palisades fire, which had more than 25,000 acres damaged by this fire and destroyed. Also, 24 people losing their lives. So just a lot of coverage here on Right Side Broadcasting Network. And as we track the ongoing California wildfires, it looks like, which began on January 7th, it has destroyed or damaged more than 6,000 structures. It's covered more than 23,000 acres and is at 77% containment. So since January 7th, this is still a problem. It's 77% contained. The firefighters doing the best they can. The airdrops of the water from various officials. The Eaton fire, which is the one we just spoke to with Elizabeth and also Kendra, it looks like obviously that started on the 7th. More than 10,000 structures, more than 14,000 acres destroyed, and that's all at 95% containment. Now, I will give credit to where credit's due. That, according to fake news ABC, but sometimes these various outlets actually report factual information, especially when it comes to certain breaking news stories. So I'm okay with trusting that specific situation there. When it comes to politics, not even close. Anyway, that's a live look there in Los Angeles, California. Robert, as you know, what a tough time there it's been since January 7th.
Right. It's been ongoing. This has been really a month of torture for these great people who have lost so much. And we've seen the videos, we've seen the devastation, but we can't forget about them as fellow countrymen. And it's been a tough month for people, whether it's the terrorist attacks in New Orleans, the ongoing issues in Western North Carolina, and now these wildfires in Southern California. It's something where we need to all come together, pray, financially assist if we can. And this is why it's so important to get good people elected into office who care about taking care of these problems and actually managing forests correctly, or making sure you preserve water well. Because here's the whole thing about it. They were focused on environmental ecosystems in California. But with all of the pollution, with all of the soil contamination now, you might have a generation of a changed area, a changed atmosphere, changed soil, and of course, a damaged water system even further. So it just behooves people living there to elect people that are going to support their fellow neighbors.
Exactly. This, as the president's on his way right there to Los Angeles, he will have a briefing on the wildfires there. Let's go through the schedule real quick, and then we'll share one of our sponsors with you here at the network. At 6:25 Eastern time, the president, so that's 3:25 on the West Coast, of course, will tour the Pacific Palisades neighborhood affected by wildfire. Of course, there's a number of neighborhoods in that region, so President Trump to tour the Pacific Palisades neighborhood. Now, this is a public schedule. I wouldn't report it if it wasn't. So that's at 6:25. At 7:05 Eastern, the president will receive a briefing in Los Angeles regarding the fire. Will Governor Gavin Newsom be there? Who knows? Will the mayor of LA be there? Who knows? But we do know that the commander-in-chief is showing up to take care of business, isn't
Right,
he?
and really to examine on the ground level, what are the next steps? Should it be a federal response? Should there be something else to help these poor people and finally get this solved once and for all? This is a government, from the federal level at least, that wants to put America first. And we saw at the end of the Biden administration the exact opposite happening, with all the money going to Ukraine and to other entities and not focused on the stuff that really provides for the general prosperity of the American people, and that's the due diligence of keeping people safe first.
And that's exactly what it's about. It's about safety, it's about peace, it's about all the things that we need in this country, and that's why the majority of the nation voted for Donald Trump. Once again, this is the third straight time that the majority of the nation said, we want Trump. 2020, we know what happened there, but now we have him, and it's great, and we're looking forward to all of those executive orders we've been talking about here at the network that President Trump has signed. I mean, we're talking upwards of more than 50 at this point, but he's going to go more than 200, isn't he?
That's what it looks like, and of course he wants to work with the legislature to get past what he can, but these executive orders are rescinding Biden-era EOs that are simply unconstitutional or just absolutely insane. In some cases, both. And also using that executive authority where he can, like on the border, sealing it, with the pardons, of course, with the 24 pro-lifers and the J6 political prisoners. There was just an announcement of $600 billion in an investment coming from Saudi Arabia. So President Trump knows how to get the job done. What about the liquid gold under our feet as well, which in turn, being energy independent, we will be safer and more fuel efficient. So these disasters don't happen on a regular basis. We can actually take care of our infrastructure and produce for the American people.
And that's what President Trump's going to be talking about. He's the one that was there back in 2018 when Newsom was around, and in the sense of the press conference, they're talking about what needs to be done. And instead, what happens is more than 40 people arrested in connection with arson in Southern California, connected to some of the wildfires. If you look at some of the dispatch record logs down there in LA, working in the news business for several years, almost 2 decades now, when there's a big story that happens, there are apps out there. It's just a scanner, just like anybody can listen to a scanner, right? Well, I decided I wanted to check out some scanner traffic in LA, and you can do that on these various scanner apps. And I kept seeing things like, okay, we're seeing someone that is a possible arsonist here, or that person there, or on and on and on. So you knew that when you hear that some of these fires were started by arsonists, it's true. You see boots on the ground from the actual dispatch logs. Mm-hmm. So it's just unbelievable to see that. But interesting. Now, this is not conspiracy. This is just a thought. We're allowed to have a free flow of thinking here. Right when President Trump's on his way to being inaugurated, we have these fires that happen. A number of them are set. Some of them connected to possibly illegal immigrants that we've seen, setting some of them. So is there anything connected there? That's the only question I'll say. I'm not going to come out and say anything past that, but it is something that I thought about. I said, what in the world and why in the world would this happen in such a great expanse of a region? We've not seen something like this ever in Los Angeles, this big.
And I think it's an appropriate question, Matthew, because we even saw with an illegal alien who was arrested because of the ICE raids in the last few hours saying, I love Biden, I love Obama, no way I want to go back to Haiti. So you have to wonder if some of this was planned, but with such a widespread effect and also so many arrests as a result. But time will tell, and an investigation forthcoming, because this is, again, once in a generation kind of wildfire that, again, happens not just dry out west. A very natural thing to occur, but on this level is remarkable and terribly historic.
So just to give a little bit more credibility to the statement I just made about a possible illegal immigrant here or there, Well, how about the New York Post? If you look on the article, January 13th, 2025. So the fires start on the 7th. The New York Post reported suspect arrested with quote-unquote flamethrower near LA fire is an illegal immigrant, according to sources. You can look it up right there on your phone if you'd like. So I'm not just wishfully thinking or something. I wouldn't even do that. I'm just saying if there was something connected there, and this one was an illegal immigrant, at least this one specifically, arrested in Los Angeles. So we don't just report the news here. We want to investigate too. We want to see what the heck happened. Why did this happen? And go with facts and go with common sense. So that's what you get right here at Right Side Broadcasting Network, of course, as we are about 5 minutes from the top of the hour, 4 minutes now, 3 actually. Let's get it right. So President Trump on the way there to Los Angeles, and tomorrow, outside of this LA coverage, President Trump going to the Silver State, Las Vegas, for a rally, mini-style rally, but still a rally in Nevada. And of course, Robert, you'll be here on the desk covering that. And what's that going to be like just for the country? As you know, we go through these hard times here in LA and throughout the country, but we still have a time to rally our inspiration, rally the troops to get things done, and troops figuratively speaking, for our country.
Well, this is the best way President Trump is able to dispatch this kind of information to supporters, and I'm sure that he will highlight what he's seen today in North Carolina and upcoming in California at the rally, in addition to the no tax on tips and no tax on overtime that will highlight such help for the Silver State, as it is really the entertainment capital of the world. So I'm looking forward to that follow-up tomorrow, and perhaps a series of more rallies that seem to be taking place now. He will have 2 now, all of a sudden, within just a few days of being president once again. So a great method for him to get his message out.
Exactly, and you're looking at those, of course, devastating photos there in Los Angeles, in that region. You know, making California great again is going to have to go through, obviously, President Trump's great work, but then hopefully we get a great Republican governor in California. And there are a few people I have in mind. One would be, and I don't know if he would be able to do this or not, but Devin Nunes. Why not? Governor Nunes in California. I mean, there's other people that we know that are based right there, common sense people that would be great for the state of California.
So, an excellent choice, absolutely. And there are some, too, that I think of State Senator Strickland as well, who is leading the charge in the legislature. But it's a difficult thing. They have supermajorities of Democrats, and San Francisco and Los Angeles, really the headquarters for the DEI woke movement. But we have to remember that Richard Nixon and Ronald Reagan once did come from California. So someone like a Devin Nunes really has a background in management and specifically farming and agriculture, maybe could translate to things like this about how to make sure that they have the correct reserves in place. But it's something that's desperately needed because one-party rule has really destroyed California.
And the thing is at this point, we know that a number of Hollywood stars and others would live in some of these regions, and some of them have already been like, you know what? I'm a Trump guy now. I'm voting for Trump, and they did, AKA Dennis Quaid or Kevin Sorbo or John Voight, and the list goes on. How about Sylvester Stallone? Used to live in LA. I watched on Netflix the other day. It's called Sly, which was a really cool documentary. But anyway, so it's great to see more and more actors coming out for President Trump. All right, it is at the bottom of the hour here, just about the top, 5 o'clock. Robert McNeely, Matthew Alvarez live. We're going to bring you the coverage of President Trump on the way to Los Angeles right after this commercial break.
Hey y'all, it's Silk from the Diamond and Silk Chit Chat live show. Look, don't forget to check me out right here on RSBN Network. Be sure to watch the show on Right Side Broadcasting Network, and I want you to support Right Side Broadcasting Network. Yes, it's imperative that you do so, okay? I look to see y'all soon. Bye-bye.
A large retail store just canceled a huge order, leaving us with a ton of extra My Pillows. But you know what? That's their loss. I'm going to make it your gain. For the first time ever, you get standard classic My Pillows for wholesale prices, only $14.88. I can't believe I'm even saying that. Only $14.88. But it gets even better. For a limited time, I'm going to offer my entire classic collection at wholesale prices. Upgrade to a queen size My Pillow for just $18.88. King size only $1 more. Get my body pillows for $29.88 and multi-use My Pillows for only $9.88. So go to mypillow.com or call the number on the screen. Use your promo code to take advantage of wholesale pricing for the first time ever on TV, including my standard size My Pillow, only $14.88. They've never been offered this low before. We have limited quantities at this price, so limit's going to be 10, and once they're gone, they're gone.
Welcome to Right Side Broadcasting Network, your trusted conservative news outlet. At RSBN, we deliver the truth when the mainstream media falls short. Since 2015, we've proudly broadcasted every single one of President Trump's iconic MAGA rallies, bringing you the excitement and energy live before anyone else. By watching RSBN, you get an unfiltered front row view of the action on the ground. We interview the crowds to give a voice to millions of Americans just like you. We show you President Trump's speeches in their entirety, free from interruptions and censorship. We cover the stories that matter to you with the integrity and passion you deserve. Thank you for choosing RSBN as your home for America First news. Together, we stand strong, united, and informed. So join us and be part of the right side of history.
Welcome back to Right Side Broadcasting, live in Auburn, Alabama. I'm Robert McNeely, joined by the magnificent Matthew Alvarez, and we're watching as President Trump is about to land in Los Angeles, California.
Yes, we're looking forward to seeing that, as President Trump was, of course, starting his day at the White House, and then all the way down to North Carolina, and then all the way to Los Angeles, and then tomorrow in Nevada for that rally that you can see right here on Right Side Broadcasting Network. RSBN Christina Loren, the host there, she'll be headed to Vegas, and of course we'll have coverage here in the studio. So first things first is this coverage here in LA for the wildfire coverage, as we'll hear from President Trump. I wonder how open he's going to be when it comes to the speech or the questions or anything he gets on camera here, in the sense of the Truth Social post. I mean, he outright blamed Gavin Newsom for this on Truth Social. So will he be that open and direct here? I think he will. He always is open. But we'll see what happens here, because we know that the mismanagement really caused a lot of problems.
Right, and he does not mince words about it. We've seen that in the last few hours, about how disgusted he's been with really the last 4 years and Democrat rule and what it's done to the United States, but specifically California, really in a heap of a mess here. And this has been an ongoing thing over the years as to whether or not they are managing their forest appropriately. Even Gavin Newsom, the last time this happened in Northern California to this extent, President Trump helping with federal aid, but Governor Newsom saying, "You're right, Mr. President, we have not focused on forest management," and now you see the issues with the water reserves as well.
Exactly. So you're looking live there in Los Angeles, California right now. It's a live picture, as that is the camera that will be used to see the 47th Commander-in-Chief. He will have a briefing on the fire at 7:05 Eastern. Prior to that, around 6:25 Eastern, he will have a tour of the Pacific Palisades, one of the neighborhoods there that were affected by the wildfire, and around 25,000 acres destroyed there. So a lot of damage, of course, the structures, and most importantly, the situation there where 24 people lost their lives in Los Angeles. So again, things that could be prevented like this, because this isn't playing armchair quarterback sitting back,
right,
or Monday morning quarterback, rather. This is facts. Like, this is something that has been talked about, is cleaning up all of the forestry there, the brush and that kind of thing. And he kept talking about the water, letting the water from the north come down too. So it's like, we got to get something going here.
And you know, there's a scarcity to begin with in the West when so many states are relying on the Colorado River, and you have these areas of big population. People have moved to Arizona as well. So it's something that needs to be, you know, really worked on carefully over the next few years, or you can have a situation that can become very dangerous for people to even live there.
Exactly. So I'm right now messaging various people that are from Los Angeles and have either helped, volunteered, or in some cases have had damage to their homes there. So we're seeing who we can get on the line here to just shed even more light on the situation. We all know about the LA wildfires, but we do go about our days in various parts of the country. But this is something we've talked about here at the network since it started on January 7th, informing you on the containment measures, the amount of containment, and also the acreage and just the visuals that have been just unbelievable, as you see there on the left side of your screen. So, Robert, let's just talk about California too overall, a state that I know has 54 electoral votes, but man, there is a lot of red in that so-called blue state.
Well, it's actually the most registered Republicans in the country. Just in the last decade or so, they've been outnumbered by about 1 to 2 or even 1 to 3 in certain cases, pending what county you're from. And of course, they have also really this motor voter system set up where every registered voter is receiving a ballot automatically. They birthed the mail-in ballot system as you've seen it, and as something that really overwhelms the system and the problems you saw in 2020 as well, because there are a lot of issues with provisional balloting. And is this my ballot? Oh, I have all these coming to my home. No one is longer registered here as they once were before. So that's why you saw the delay in the counting and things of that nature. So everything very behind in California when it comes to their government. It's really one-party rule, and sadly, the Democrats who are in power in California truly are Marxists and so far left that there's really nothing principled that they will present in a bipartisan manner.
Exactly. All right, so as we move on here, we're looking at 6:25 Eastern for President Trump to tour the Pacific Palisades. In the meantime, Director, I'm not sure if you saw the message from our COO. If we would like, we can go to our great interview with the Colonial Metals Group as well, Paul Stone. We'll go with Colonial Metals right now, the great sponsor here at the network. All you have to do is go to freegoldguide.com/RSBN for more information, and to have that gold backup plan, always good.
Makes sense. So the 401k or IRA, if you want to convert that, it makes all the sense in the world. Shield your savings now with that QR code. That's where you get your free 2025 gold guide, and it's no obligation. Just look at your options, because your assets are too important to gamble with in these Biden inflation times. Even with a conservative government, gold, silver, tangible metals can protect you with stagflation and just the cost of everything else in this the current inflation we're dealing with.
Exactly. So once that interview is ready and we hear it from the director, we will go to it, and I'm hearing it is ready now. So it's 5:09 Eastern. We're going to go to this interview with Colonial Metals Group, the owner and founder, Paul Stone. We are also will be joined possibly by some more people here, it looks like, that are based in Los Angeles, dealing with this fire in Southern California. We will also show you President Trump there once he is boots on the ground, as he's in Air Force One, about to land in Los Angeles here in just a second. Here's that interview with Paul Stone. Joining us now is Chairman and CEO of Colonial Metals Group, Paul Stone. Sir, thank you so much for joining us on Right Side.
Oh, it's so great to be with the Right Side. Thank you for having me.
Definitely. Tell us about Colonial Metals Group. I mean, a lot of people are saying, you know what, gold is the way to go.
Yeah, well, Colonial Metals Group serves up a solution to a problem. The government's caused the problem. It's been causing this problem for 50 years because it thinks that the way to pay its bills is not to communicate with the production side of our country, the private practice, right? Those of us here on Main Street and Wall Street, they don't want to really talk with us about solving problems. They just want to print money. So as they print money, it causes costs to go up. So then they have to print more, and then the costs go higher and print more. And that's not going to stop. And that's the sad thing, that no woman or man, or millions of men and women in Washington can solve. That's like sending us all down to the beach and try to stop a wave. The only way to solve this is to get the bills paid by economic creation in the economy itself, where we're all at our jobs. Like, just for an example, you look at Social Security, $2.5 trillion. that comes out of thin air. You know, some of it comes from the paychecks of the working, but back when Social Security was created, there were 44 workers for a retiree. Today there's 3. So the math is backwards, and the government keeps printing and keeps trying to solve its problems with its own ideas, and you better have gold and silver because eventually this all doesn't end very well.
Exactly. So then from there, if someone is watching this interview and seeing the sponsorship with Colonial Metals Group, what would be their first step to work with your group?
Just call us, or hit the landing page, give us a ring, give us a time and a day that you'd like us to reach out to you. Let us know your name and number. Let us know that you're worried and concerned, and we're just going to have a gentle, effective, reasonable conversation with you. You're already concerned. You've probably been thinking about the need for precious metals since Obama, right? And then COVID hit and you were thinking about it. And then Biden walked into the White House and you thought about it. So for those of us that still aren't in precious metals and don't have any, answer the question first for yourself. Is some precious metals, does that make sense, or none? Is some better than none? And then give us a call, because we're the ones that are focused on the main ingredient to this whole thing. It takes a little courage to make a change. And courage doesn't live within us. It's something we have to reach for. If it was in us, we wouldn't have a word for it. It would just be something human beings do. It wouldn't be scary stuff we're doing because we have courage in us. So we would just do scary stuff. There wouldn't be a term for it. So we have to reach for courage, and we want to be your ally in finding it because it can be elusive.
Exactly, and specifically though, with the IRA and the 401k, so is it backed in gold? And then also, do you guys have actual gold that you send to people? I mean, how does this all work for someone that doesn't understand the process?
We're all dealing with a little too much virtual and paper. You absolutely, Colonial Metals Group deals with metal. Actual gold and silver, dug up from the earth, very hard to find. You know, the stuff's very scarce. Think about it. The earth might be covered in it, but 70% of the earth is covered with an ocean. Can't raise money much to dig for gold and silver on the bottom of the ocean, right? You can get oil out of there, but not gold and silver. So we have 30% of the land that we can look for gold and silver. We only add 1% to the above ground supply every year. So it is absolutely limited. Yeah, when you talk about backing your IRA or 401k account with real metal in a real depository, or you can certainly write a check and have gold and silver at your elbow in a safe in your home.
I think that sounds, calming to those that have those financial insecurities out there. Say they have that extra money in the savings account. What do they do with it? There's so many ways you can go, but it seems as if gold has always been that place to go because there's so much strength with it. The value of it is just amazing, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. It's a trapped asset. It's something all humans since the beginning have pretty much said is money, right? I know we live in this touchscreen world where how could gold and silver be money? It probably never will be money again. You won't be shopping. I mean, if you're shopping at some place, a farm stand, because, if you're using gold and silver as money, all the big box stores are gone. I don't have a crystal ball. I'm not a financial advisor. I'm not a trained economist. I'm a plain spoken, I take a farmer's approach to this. I've studied the hell out of it. I don't want to be wrong, so I don't want to be saying something wrong, cause and steer someone wrong. I've really vetted this as best I can. I got a book coming out about it, finished writing it last night. So in a couple months, the book will be available. We can talk about that more down the road. But gold and silver is the thing that goes higher because of how governments decide to solve their challenges. They print money. They think more money solves. Communication solves. I can't fix my marriage with money. I can fix it with communication. I can own my mistakes. Hopefully one day she'll own hers. Ha ha ha. But we have to talk things through. We can't just throw money at things. That's an inanimate object that you're trying to solve a math problem with. You're creating more math problems when you do that. If you pull up a chart of the debt increasing over the decades and pull up a chart of gold and silver, they line up a little bit.
So then with gold and silver and Colonial Metals Group and the backup plan with the 401k and the IRA, how long have you guys been around? And tell us about some of your reviews from customers and that kind of thing.
Oh, that's the couple of the best parts is the customers do hear what I'm telling you is that we give a damn. They hear that in how we behave and how we operate with these great Americans, generally older than us, that built the country. The 60, 70, 80-year-olds, the 90-year-olds built this place. We pay that respect to them when we're on the phone. We'll meet you where you are in this conversation. You might be at the very beginning, but you can't win a race you don't cross the starting line on, right? You can't hit a target you're not aiming for. So we get the personal side, the humanistic side to this equation, and so the reviews reflect that. Especially from the shows that I'm on that get to see and hear from me and talk with me or listen to me one-on-one, that has a big impact because I'm going ahead and making the effort. I'm not trying to be an internet TV star. I like my privacy, but I'm willing to come out and spend time. No makeup involved here. This is what I look like. I wake up like this. My hair is perfect. I want to come on the camera to reach people and give them something more to connect to. I'm making that effort. I'm not somewhere signing autographs. Someone has recognized me recently, and that was a good feeling out and about. But yeah, Colonial Metals Group gets you. We get who we are. We're here to help. We're here to be of service. This isn't about us. It's about you. And where do you want your money located before this crisis really kicks off? Because the money printing is keeping us from feeling the depression mathematically we've been living in since '08. Let that ring into your head and into your heart. There's a falsehood going on here. Money printing is keeping us from feeling the flames. When that money printing, the dollar's worth 3 cents today. Used to be worth 100. It's worth 3 today, which means they're scraping the bottom of the barrel for the financial resource that they print to cause the lights to come on tomorrow. Eventually, there's nothing left at the bottom of the barrel but the barrel. And then the lights aren't on like you're used to them being on tomorrow. Where do you want your money located before that day comes? Rome came and went. Portugal, Spain, the Dutch, the French, the British, all the reserve currency empires before ours. And then eventually they shrank back to a small version of themselves. We're headed in the same direction mathematically, folks. Doesn't matter who's president. Doesn't matter about George Washington. What matters is no one's defended the Constitution all the way along the way. They stopped and ignored that 5-6 decades ago. They've been creating a financial falsehood, eventually doesn't end well, and if your money's all in the dollar when that ends, then you go the same way they went. If you've left with some of your savings or retirement savings, money you don't spend and live on today, if you've left that zone if you've ever seen, I'll end with this, ever seen one of those street signs that says end of county maintenance, and it's a dirt road or a gravel road? That's where you want your finances to be that you don't need to spend, because when you're out here in the man-made financial world, then you're at risk to when all this goes wrong. If you've left the pavement, I grew up on a street with no paint. If you've left the pavement with some of your money, then it's not in harm's way. It's not located where the damage ends up occurring.
So what we're looking at here, of course, a lot of people happy that President Trump is in office and MAGAnomics and that kind of thing, always a good thing. But on top of that, if people go to freegoldguy.com, is this as simple as that? Just go to the website, you'll see a phone number there, and kind of, if someone has no idea, this is their first time jumping into this, or if there's someone that's shopping around, I guess that's the website to go to, right?
Yep, that's where you'll get a beautiful crafted source of information and awareness and perspectives that we've put together to kind of help you along while you're spending time with yourself mulling this over. Knowing is half the battle, so we want to help you know. And then acting is the other half, taking an action. First, no one will put $1 towards something they don't understand. So first we got to clear that out. Just like I wish California had cleared out all the underbrush and maybe the fire wouldn't have been so big. So we got to clear out the stuff that stands in our way from moving forward. This is a country of people that move forward, and we're here to help you do that.
That's awesome. The chairman and CEO of Colonial Metals Group, Paul Stone. Sir, thank you so much for joining us on Right Side, and looking forward to the partnership here at Right Side Broadcasting Network. Okay, you saw Paul Stone there with Colonial Metals Group and referring to the LA wildfires, and you can see that live look right now, live picture from Los Angeles. As soon as President Trump appears, we will go to that live vantage point. We all have heard, of course, about the first 100 days in a presidency. Well, Robert, the Trump administration just sending out the first 100 hours, the historic 100 hours that we've seen over the time there, with so many executive orders, so many great things done. As we are looking through this list, it's unbelievable. I mean, historic action to kick off America's golden age. President Donald Trump's second term is off to a historic start. So he did say, I know I said the word historic a lot there, but let me say it one more time. He did say this would all be done at historic speed and strength. So this is all part of it, is this trip to Southern California. But he's also talked about this even before he was inaugurated. He was posting on Truth Social about LA and what needs to be done there, and so now he's on the way.
As someone who has an amazing ability to really understand crucial issues. I think about when Bobby Kennedy was with him on Trump Force 47, and they were discussing a number of topics during rallies and going to next campaign stops. This is months before the election. President Trump drew a 2-scale map of the Middle East on basically a paperweight. And Bobby Kennedy was mentioning that, wow, I've got it together. I know what I'm talking about. This guy's on a different level. I mean, innately different things happening in different cities with troop levels. I mean, he's on top of everything. And it's a reason why the deep state fears him so much is because he knows how to handle these situations. And again, as earlier in the broadcast we spoke about, his leadership skills are highlighted by his ability to listen and speak to experts around him and then implement their recommendations.
I just love the fact that President Trump goes from level to level to level in the sense of the next level of strength, the next level of greatness. But it's not just about President Trump. As he said, even on the campaign trail, he said, when we win the White House, but then he also said, when we are sworn in tomorrow, he spoke that at a rally the day before the inauguration. So the dismantling of the deep state, President Trump spoke about that at a CPAC conference a couple of years ago and dealing with all sorts of things, globalists and that kind of stuff. But at the end of the day, America first, and that's what he's doing right here. He's not traveling right away to another country. He's traveling to North Carolina and to Los Angeles, so it's awesome to see that right now. Within the first 100 hours, we're told, of his second administration, we have seen this as well. President Trump has taken hundreds of executive actions to secure the border, deport criminal illegal immigrants, unleash American prosperity, lower costs, increase government transparency, and reinstitute merit-based hiring in the federal government. And that's just a few items that we've seen here at the network. So we the people, represented by someone that has America First in mind and common sense.
And also the use of OpenAI and talking to tech CEOs like Sam Altman and others, how many were at the inauguration themselves, whether that was Jeff Bezos or Elon Musk, and really talking about how we can utilize all of these benefits for American culture. We have the Saudi Arabians are going to invest $600 billion in the United States over the next 4 years. Of course, we see President Trump already arresting illegal aliens who have criminal rap sheets that are a mile long, and of course sending more troops to the southern border, along with designating Tren de Aragua, MS-13, and the cartels as international foreign terrorist organizations.
And so what will be the next step there? I mean, we see that 1,500 troops have already been approved from the directive from the executive branch there when it comes to the White House. So the Pentagon sending Marines. There is video circulating right this second on Truth Social and on X, and it's probably made its rounds everywhere, that there are a number of U.S. Marines already deployed on the southern border. There's already boots on the ground. So once that is secured there, by just the look of having military service men and women there, nobody's going to be trying to cross a border. As the wall is getting rebuilt, as the Customs and Border Protection CBP-1 app has already been shut down on day one. So you remember seeing some videos of illegal immigrants that they were thinking they can walk across the border there, crying and that kind of thing. But at the end of the day, if you don't know who the people are, that's not going to work. I said it yesterday. Robert, if you and I and Christina and our friends and family and everybody, we all went on a trip to Italy. I've never been to Italy. Have you ever been?
I have. I love it.
Well, we're going to have to talk about that in a second. I've never been. So if we're on the plane, say we take, I don't know, British Airways or United or whatever, we're just flying, we're going to have to fill out paperwork. We're going to have documents. We're going to have a passport. We're not going to be able to just go into the Italian government and walk right through and say, well, they do it in America. You know what I mean?
Right,
it's just
absolutely.
not going to happen. So we see the southern border being sealed, closed, and that was a strong promise by President Trump. We're seeing it come to pass, so it's great to see it.
Arguably, we had the most open border in all of the world, with some exceptions, say, the UK right now, with migrant men coming into their country. But the coincidence is it's these late 20s, early 30s males who are coming into the country for the most part. And why is that? Is it criminal activity? Is it solely looking for a better life? I'm sure in some cases. But again, you wouldn't have had Laken Riley murdered by an illegal Venezuelan migrant if you had strong borders. You wouldn't have had Jocelyn Nungary go through the pain and the horror of that brutal attack and rape and ultimately murder. This has to stop, and thank God for the Laken Riley Act. And that will be the first bill that's signed into law by President Trump probably in the coming hours here after he's done with this trip.
Exactly. So on top of that, we've seen the migrant flights be halted by the executive order of President Trump. Speaking of the 47th Commander-in-Chief, those of you watching, listening right now, wherever you are around the country, first of all, thank you. We're with you. We are We the People, and we're looking forward to seeing President Trump. Speaking of the Commander-in-Chief, let's take a look at a video he just posted.
Age of America begins right now. America's decline is over. We will be working to meet every crisis with dignity and power and strength. We will move with purpose and speed to bring back hope, prosperity, safety, and peace for citizens of every race, religion, color, and creed. For American citizens, January 20th, 2025 is Liberation Day. In everything we do, my administration will be inspired by a strong pursuit of excellence and unrelenting success. America will reclaim its rightful place as the greatest, most powerful, most respected nation on earth. I am with you. I will fight for you, and I will win for you. We will not be conquered. We will not be intimidated. We will not be broken, and we will not fail. From this day on, the United States of America will be a free, sovereign, and independent nation. We will stand bravely. We will live proudly. We will dream boldly, and nothing will stand in our way because we are Americans. The future is ours, and our golden age has just begun. The golden age of America begins right now.
A mic drop from 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue right there with the President of the United States. And, no matter what network you may watch, I know that you can still air a video like that, and that's part of the news, right? You send out videos, especially from a president. Well, we just did it right there. President Donald J. Trump, of course, in his first 4 days of being the President of the United States. And we happen to be here at the network, and everybody that works here, on the right side of history when it comes to common sense and truth, and that's what President Trump stands for. So you're seeing live coverage there in Los Angeles. We'll be going there shortly. Robert, your thoughts about the video?
Well, I think it's extraordinary. It's really a great communication tool that President Trump has with his team. This is the best rapid response team in politics. They have switched over from the campaign, of course, to the White House. And I guess we could start calling it the Gulf of America now, because I noticed in that extraordinary list that he ended the name of Gulf of Mexico. And actually, speaking to Mr. Producer yesterday about this on our trip back from Washington, D.C., doesn't it make sense? Because we are the Americas. This is the North American continent. So why was it not the Gulf of America to begin with? And that makes a lot of sense. But even in addition to all those key victories, he also rescinded every one of Joe Biden's industry-killing, pro-China, anti-American energy regulation, which is just going to be great for consumer choice, but also for the national security of this country.
So we see time and time again, this is all happening in rapid speed. Speaking of rapid response, but also historic speed from Washington, D.C. So, again, if you're just joining us right now, Robert McNeely, I'm Matthew Alvarez, live here on RSBN Live. We'll be going to Los Angeles there, where President Trump will be in the Pacific Palisades area to tour the damage, to meet with people, to hear what's needed. On top of that, there's a briefing that President Trump will have as well at about 7:05 Eastern. So we're getting really close now to seeing the president for the second time today. Actually, the third time. We saw him live boarding Air Force One at Joint Base Andrews, then down to North Carolina for the second time, and now we'll see him a third time. Tomorrow will be the fourth time in Las Vegas, Nevada, where Robert McNeely will be holding down the fort here, a great host here at the network, as we see Christina Loren on her way to Las Vegas, as we just heard that there is a rally in Vegas tomorrow. I believe it's a mini rally of sorts, but still it's a rally for the people of this country and for the Silver State. If it wasn't for these great sponsors, we couldn't bring you any of this live coverage, and also you, the viewer. So we can talk about donating if you'd like a little bit later, but let's go to Tax Network USA, 800-357-1415. Robert and I were talking before about what we like better, go online to tnusa.com or the phone call. I said I wouldn't mind the phone call, just to talk to somebody, just talk it through. You said, let me just go on the website, which both are great.
Right, yeah, both are great options. Maybe do both. I like to look at online first and then maybe give a call. But yeah, I can tell you this is a great, robust website that will give you all these options, because this team at Tax Network USA, great patriots that agree with our foundational principles in our constitutional republic, but also are experts on state and local tax issues, also federal tax issues that you may have questions on.
Exactly. So tnusa.com/RSBN. 800-357-1415. If we want to move on to another sponsor, we can do that now, as it is 5:33 Eastern Time here at Right Side Broadcasting Network. We can go to Brightcore there, mybrightcore.com, gut health and also immune support, anti-aging properties. This Kimchi product is quite interesting. You have to watch that interview I did with Kim Bright, the owner of Brightcore. If you don't get a chance, just go to mybrightcore.com/RSBN. Learn about this great product right there. And it's always good to get a deal, Bobby.
Oh, always good to get a great deal there at Brightcore. And gut health will affect everything. It'll affect your focus, mental clarity as well. And it makes sense to begin this Maha golden era with such a great product made right here in the USA. mybrightcore.com/RSBN.
Probiotics, great to take right there, Brightcore, mybrightcore.com. It is 5:34. As you look live in Los Angeles, thank you so much for staying with us. If you've watched our coverage all day today, that's a lot of coverage that you just saw. We were live in Washington, D.C., interviewing a few people there for the March for Life. We saw the Vice President, J.D. Vance, in person there speak live. We showed you that earlier. And also the video message from President Trump to the March for Life. And then shifting now, of course, to Los Angeles, speaking earlier with a number of people that have lost a lot there in Los Angeles. But the reason why we do that is to share what's actually happening on the ground, and also to keep a story, keep the awareness going on a story. Instead of going for 5 minutes on a story, you kind of look at it, you see what's happening, and a lot of places might move on to a number of other things going on that might not be so America first, let's just put it that way. So that's not what you're getting here. Of course, we'll do America First coverage all day long, all night. And when it comes to also our social media platforms, how about it? On X, more than 1 million followers. On Truth, more than 1 million. So it's great to see we the people and all of us working together.
And 6 million viewing the inauguration itself across all platforms, watching and tuning into Right Side Broadcasting Network. Thank you for your support of this outstanding network that brings you everything President Trump and what's now happening in our government. So a programming note, as you've seen if you've been with us today, really we're running a live desk. It's a lot of fun to give our commentary and analyze what's happening in the world while following President Trump as the 47th Commander-in-Chief. But new shows right around the corner, other exciting things coming to the network. So stay tuned as this new media continues to blossom throughout the country. Think 4 short years ago, so many of us silenced for different reasons, so many of us not able to move forward because of certain mandates, for example. And that's another exciting thing President Trump has put into place. The military will be rehired, those who could not take the vaccine or did not want to take the vaccine, with back pay. An exciting thing to bring us back to meritocracy and a full-time fighting force. Also, pausing all new federal leasing and permitting for the massive wind farms, the bird killers, as you would call them. I remember being in a speech with a Turning Point USA conference, and President Trump really emphasizing how much of truly these big windmills are, you can't recycle them, and they kill the birds. They're not environmentally friendly at all.
Did I hear a Trump impersonation, Robert?
A little bit comes out every once in a while, which I try to prevent, but he's so, everything he does, so contagious, so gleeful and joyful. And the last week, being around President Trump, whether it's a first dance with his beautiful wife, First Lady Melania Trump, or that great MAGA rally, you just get to see the way he uses comedy and the way he uses his own tenacity to get his point across. And this, as people are saying too, he's kind of this new refined President Trump in the sense of this is such a unified Republican Party, whereas 8 years ago, they were very much a different party in the legislature. You know, they agreed on things like taxes, but they weren't too thrilled about the tariffs. But this is a new MAGA movement, and we're seeing how he's brought Washington together to take on the evil empire of China and to really bring peace and prosperity to America. We saw Governor Josh Stein with him, who really, in North Carolina and Michigan, Wisconsin, towards the end of the campaign, those Democrats really running alongside President Trump, even when he said, no, vote for the Republican. They saw how popular his policies were because, again, it's bipartisan common sense.
It is common sense leadership. That's what we voted for here in this country, and that's what we have moving forward. So, earlier today, if you missed it, Christopher Macchio joined the show as well. This is RSBN Live, and we saw also the pastor, Pastor Lorenzo Sewell, who prayed that powerful prayer. That was earlier in the day. So if you missed any of the coverage, obviously you can watch on replay or scrub back if you'd like. But if not, it's all good. Here live right now at 5:38 Eastern Time. We'll be seeing the president here soon in Los Angeles. Again, just to re-rack a little bit of the information, we know that there are a number of fires still in the region. I saw some reports yesterday of a new fire starting. There are, it's about 77% contained, the Pacific Palisades fire. So that's where President Trump is going today to visit one of the neighborhoods there to survey the damage, then also get a briefing in Los Angeles. Outside of LA, again, a huge or a great rally tomorrow in the Silver State. So a lot of coverage here, Robert, and a shout out to RSBN's Christina Loren and Megan Kohler and others here at the network. How about all of our camera operators? Can you just give them the serious props that they need? Because not that they need, but they deserve because of being out there in the cold in Washington.
Oh, they're absolutely outstanding. We have the best in the business. We truly do. Not only the utmost professionals, but nothing will scare them. And it was actually a lot of fun going through the challenges that Washington provided for the security purposes and the changes that took place, moving everything from an outdoor parade celebration inside to the Capital One arena and other locations for the most part. But one of our wonderful producers and cameramen wearing that Auburn blue and orange, as you see behind us with the beautiful backdrop of the university. I can't tell you how many times you would hear, War Eagle, War Eagle, War Eagle. So that was fun to see how many Tiger alumni are throughout the country and big fans of a great university.
Exactly. I saw that as well on a jetway one time flying to, I don't remember where, Iowa, New Hampshire, something like that, but they were wearing an Auburn hat, and yeah, the girl turned around and said, yeah, War Eagle. And I'm like, oh, what is that? First of all, I wasn't familiar yet, but now I know what that's all about here in Auburn. So outside of that, we do want to thank our production crew here at the network. Countless hours and all of the live feeds that you guys see and all of the interviews and all of the information. It's three great guys that are working really hard right now that bring us this live coverage. So without all of this, obviously none of it would be happening. So 5:40 p.m. Eastern. It is Friday, so happy Friday to you out there as we look forward to seeing the president for the third time today. Again, he started the day, of course, at the White House. We saw him at Joint Base Andrews up the steps of the Air Force One. And then the First Lady on the trip this time, which is awesome to see.
So wonderful, and I think she wants to be more present, not that she wasn't in the first term, but more active in, now we have a memoir. She's been very open about her views on different issues, some that differ, in fact, with her husband, the 47th Commander-in-Chief, which is, I think, normal and healthy to have. You know, it's always interesting when you'll see mainstream outlets say, oh, they disagree on this issue or that issue. Well, isn't that part of the territory of being two different people who become one in matrimony? But it's interesting to see when there's criticisms there, because she is as independent and strong as anyone else, and someone who deeply wants to serve the country just as much as her wonderful husband does. And you're seeing that with this trip. And he was saying in North Carolina today, well, honey, if you want to go to North Carolina, we're going to California too. She said, I'm all for it. We're going to see the country, survey the damage, and be there for people who need that support. And they both make it look just so easy, considering the amount of hours, the travel, and the nonstop nature that this job is in the American presidency. So kudos to First Lady Melania Trump for being really the ambassador to the world on our behalf. I mean, she truly is the most remarkable First Lady.
Exactly. And so on top of that, you know, when President Trump and the First Lady show up to Western North Carolina and then today in Los Angeles, it's not just the people, you know, it's not just them either, right? It's everything that they can also bring for the people through the federal government, right, and all of the aid and all of the necessity and all of the things that could be preventative for prevention for these wildfires, for example, in Los Angeles. And then tomorrow, I'm thinking, Robert, that tomorrow in Las Vegas, that, you know, Melania Trump's going to be there, the First Lady.
Right.
Well, I wonder if she will be on stage. I wonder if she'll say a few things. I think she will. Let's be real.
It will be great to hear from her and her return to 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue. And not that I'm an expert in fashion, but what the glitz and glam that we witnessed the other night at the Commander-in-Chief Ball, and of course the Liberty and Starlight Balls to follow. Truly a beautiful family who has taken on really slings and arrows in order to serve their country. And they are a strong, tight-knit family, and I think have grown closer in this moment where Pastor Sewell spoke to the fact that it was a millimeter miracle, as he put it, with President Trump coming so close to death due to an assassin's bullet, and God had different plans. And he said in his inaugural, God preserved me and saved me to make America great again. They are on a mission, and you could see that with his intention every hour of every day.
I really believe that you're right to your point that the family got closer, and I also believe that the family, including President Trump, got closer to God in heaven as well. I mean, you go through something like that, that's a time where, you know, when the lights aren't on and the sense of the cameras and all the things going on, when you have a moment to yourself that you connect with God on that level. And sometimes it's great, of course, to go to a place of worship and all, but sometimes the most powerful moments in life can be by yourself with God. Isn't it great? And that's what we're really called to, according to the Old Testament and the New Testament, to love the Lord God with all your heart, soul, strength, and mind, and your neighbor as yourself.
Amen. And it's even commanded to go into your room, close your door, and pray to your Father in heaven that you'll have that private moment, so that not everyone in the masses can see, but you can have that moment with the Alpha and the Omega. And just another connection that President Trump has with the Gipper as well. President Reagan, their second inaugurals, both under that beautiful Capitol Rotunda. If you look up into the rafter, you see the Father of our country bestowing his blessing under the Almighty. And you really see George Washington's heavenly connection and how he took it so personally, his own faith journey in and of itself that bore those traditions here in the United States. And of course, Ronald Reagan also, an assassination attempt that almost took his life, and how that changed him. In fact, he ended up forgiving his would-be assassin, which is something that is a spiritual level beyond the capacity that solely a man can have. It has to be from the Holy Spirit.
Exactly. With God, all things are possible, but for all have sinned and fallen short of the glory of God. But thank God for Jesus. But we're not on a religious network right now, even though we are faith people here. At the end of the day, we're just grateful that you're watching here on Right Side Broadcasting Network. Let's go to angelpace.com. Angelpace.com, you can get 10% off by using the RSBN promo code. And Bobby, we know having the Valentine's Day's around the corner, so this is a great gift for that. But you know, the people there from the great Lone Star State of Texas, that's where these guys are from.
Spring, Texas, they have great items that are all different pending what you're looking for, but all non-GMO, no chemicals. This is a Christian company, veteran hired as well. They bring on veterans to work at this great company in Spring, Texas, just outside of Houston. One of the lotions actually repels mosquitoes as well, which lots of them down there in the Gulf of America. You see, I'm already using that.
I like that.
And also, if you're concerned too, for the ladies out there that need a gift for their guy comes Valentine's Day, there's a great black a vessel, a wonderful lotion for men that's still manly men approved and approved by moi and toi. So make sure you get that for your significant other one way or another, because this stuff is good, especially this time of year. I get the dry hands and I'm putting that lotion on. This is one of the finest that's out there, and you're supporting the values that we support here at the network. And these are just really good people. Angelpace.com. Check them out, and it works. Trust me, it works. You saw that I put some on, and wow, I did not have any more dry skin.
That is true.
That's true.
That is 100% facts, and we are sharing facts with you here at the network, of course. You spoke about Gulf of America. So my wife and I went to when it was called the Gulf of Mexico down in Florida last summer. And it's just beautiful down there. So looking forward to that weekend vacation trip and to see the Gulf of America. I know we should, and Robert and I spoke about this, we haven't shared this with anybody here, but we should have a live event down there at the Gulf of America and just say, hey, we're live at the Gulf of America. I don't know what else we'd say after that, but it's going to be kind of cool if we got a chance to do that.
Well, some of these places are big destinations for, you know, spring breakers in Destin or even St. George along 30A Rosemary Beach as well. Would be great to get their take on what President Trump will accomplish by then, roughly 2 or 3 months into the White House in his tenure. And I would always love to get a virgin pina colada and just walk and stroll the beach in sunglasses and my Hawaiian shirt and talk to the great American patriots enjoying their spring break.
All right, there you go. We know what Bobby likes to drink down in Florida along the Gulf of America. So again, if you're just joining us right now, we'll be going to Los Angeles here in just a minute. Let's talk about weather for one more second, because we know the snow in Louisiana and Mississippi, Alabama, parts of Florida, and in Texas, that was wild. So for those of you that are watching from those states, what was that, right? 2 to 3 inches of snow. Quite the little snowstorm there. And also the fact that a lot of places don't have the snow plows and the salt trucks. So that's why it's a big deal, of course, in the South. For those of you watching in upstate New York right now, my wife and I are both from Pennsylvania, so we get blizzards. And then this guy, you're from Chicago, so I think he gets it too.
I am used to the ice and the snow and the sleet and all that salt, but the infrastructure up north, of course, prepared for that. One of the strangest things I saw yesterday at my own residence was the pool still has water in it, and that is frozen over now. So I've never seen a frozen public pool, but hopefully it doesn't cause any damage. But we just don't expect to have such freezing temperatures, and people, taking pictures of that. And I have a couple of pictures on my phone that are a little bit harder to make out, but it looks like if you're ready to try an ice bath, not a bad idea for a cold water plunge challenge, even down here in Alabama.
Definitely, and don't do as we are talking about, of course. Now, it would be fun to ice skate on something like that in the South, but whatever. I'm a hockey fan, but being in the South's great too, because college football is also awesome down here. All right, so let's get back to it. We're getting off track there, Robert. We shouldn't do that. All right, so we say we're in this together. You see that there. That is a live picture, of course, from Los Angeles. We know that President Trump will be having a briefing there in LA. He will also be touring the LA area. So the question is, will we see him tour the Pacific Palisades neighborhood? Now, we do have that camera that's live there on the bottom right of your screen. That may be the camera that does that. And then this would be the second live opportunity, which is a briefing. So there are 2 stops that he's making. So we're going to bring you everything that we get here for the live feeds, as we are about close to 9 minutes right there on the spot, 9 minutes from the top of the hour on this Friday, bringing you live coverage from the Golden State in California. This will be quite interesting to hear what President Trump has to say, because will it be the same President Trump in the sense of the Truth Social post blaming Gavin Newsom? I'm sure it will, in the sense of at least saying that the mismanagement that's happening out there, Robert.
Well, and there's right there is Congressman Ted Lieu, who has been one of the furthest left in the House of Representatives since his tenure. Glad to see he's there. Perhaps you will see more bipartisan cooperation and a coalition, but California is a different brand of Democrats seemingly compared to the Midwest and even the southeastern states, with a lot of their rhetoric and of course their party infrastructure and leadership coming out of California recently, whether it's Newsom or Pelosi, of course former Vice President Kamala Harris being now a Los Angeles resident as well, and apparently her home in danger. And we of course don't wish for anyone to be in danger or lose their property in these situations. Even the great Mel Gibson has lost really so many iconic items from his home in Malibu, but mentioning that these things can be replaced. And of course, but he has some timeless art, of course some Oscars in there as well. But as long as your health is there, you can rebuild. Of course, him reminding us of that. But this has been a tragedy for people in Southern California, and we want to solve this as quickly as possible with so much of it contained. But speaking to those wonderful ladies earlier in the broadcast, the Santa Ana winds, if you have not experienced them, they can be up to hurricane force, hundreds of miles per hour at times, and it's almost like it will push you over. I've experienced it myself, and once that gets caught in there with that dryness, God help us. That's what makes it so terrible that these potential arsonists were maybe responsible for some of these, because that you can't go out and do that, let alone in a wet area, but in a dry area, my goodness, this is why these fires spread so quickly and rapidly.
There are many articles within the past 24 hours pertaining to what we're about to listen to here live on Right Side Broadcasting Network. 6,000, this is 3 hours ago, 6,000 Hollywood workers urge film and TV to stay in LA to help city rebuild after wildfires. It's that bad there. We know that Georgia is the biggest state right now when it comes to where people are filming TV series and even movies, right?
Oh yes, in the last decade it's really grown thanks to people like Tyler Perry and others who have brought those productions to Georgia, but it's also those tax breaks. It's the generally very good weather as well. A lot of sunshine down in the Sun Belt, but beautiful studios being built. And because really of the overregulation and taxation happening in Hollywood, it's really pushed out 2 of its major industries, mostly to Georgia, but others as well, whether that's the tech industry or Hollywood in and of itself. We have cities like Toronto and Canada doing very well with filming as well. And there's Karen Bass, there's the mayor of Los Angeles, is there. So we will see how those interactions go between her and President Trump. He has not held back in the criticism, and rightfully so. She was on an overseas trip when this was all happening. They knew of it potentially growing to this point. She still went on that trip, and she's more responsible for why the water reserves were not working in specific areas.
Well, here's the thing. Let's talk about this in real time. I'm seeing more and more stories here. LA wildfires disrupt major events across Southern California. They're prompting new focus on community mitigation efforts. I mean, the people had to come together for this.
Right.
Now let's look here. She knows that the mayor knows that she's standing in front of cameras right now. So she knows that this could be live or there's other things going on. She is a public figure. But we see her carrying on, and I know that you have to still laugh or enjoy a moment in time. I get that. Mm-hmm. But having said that, this is all about LA wildfires. And if I was one of the people we just interviewed who lost a lot of their structures or their housing or their business, I don't want to see the Democrat mayor carrying on and kicking it and laughing. I'm just sorry. If that's too much of being too judgy, I'm sorry, but it's just the way it is right now. She should not be just kicking it and laughing and carrying on. She should be sitting over there or being on the phone call right now with somebody that dealt with something so tragically in an area. Again, a lot of you that are watching right now are not obviously in Los Angeles watching. I know that some of you are, but for the rest of the country, think about if this were to happen in your neck of the woods, right? You wouldn't want your mayor to be, oh, ha, 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 like, what are you doing?
Right.
Like, we want to hold leaders accountable. We're indirectly doing it right now. She's probably obviously not going to watch Right Side or anything, but still, though, just go make a phone call. Stop chumming it. Like, we're so sick of the politicians chumming it. We just want common sense.
Well, this seems to be the disconnect. And even going back to President Trump's first term, remember when there was a government shutdown notice in 2018? He was not attending Christmas celebrations at Mar-a-Lago. He stayed at the White House with his then chief of staff and certain staff members that had to be behind with him, including some Secret Service. And he said, I was pacing the White House. It never felt so empty because I had a deal to get done while Congress recessed and went home. So it's really interesting. I mean, he's the antithesis of the typical political class. Doesn't matter if there's an R or a D next to their name, but arguably the most egregious of this type of behavior, Matthew, is really California Democrats. There is a disconnect. They are very committed to, they'll be at any BLM or LGBTQ, XYZA, yada, 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 a million genders, type of rally. But when it comes to actually infrastructure and taking care of citizens, they're nowhere in sight, or it doesn't seem interesting to them. And this was really the problem with Kamala Harris's campaign. She was genuinely uninterested in solving major problems, instead blaming people for those problems. And President Trump doesn't mince words. He gets right to it. He calls a spade, regardless of the letter you have next to your name as an elected official. So it will be very interesting to see how this press conference goes and how I like the messaging of we are all in this together, but let's get this done. And President Trump, as a deal maker, has a way about doing that and getting people to the table that would otherwise not be sitting by him.
Exactly. So President Trump, when he arrives at these various events today, the Pacific Palisades tour of the neighborhood that's been destroyed, and then the briefing there in Los Angeles, I can guarantee you that President Trump is going to be sitting there, putting his one hand in his pocket, kicking it, laughing, talking about golf. This is not something this is a very serious story. I'm sorry. And anyway, but obviously there's a bias there, and I'm going to be very open about that when it comes to certain Democrats, those that may have caused this problem via the mismanagement in California. So people are not happy with what happened there. Do you remember the lady that went up to Gavin Newsom? She had a mask on when he was going back into his SUV, and she just lost it. She just couldn't believe that there was these problems happening. And he's like, well, I'm on the phone with the president right now. But that was Biden at the time. Who cares? Actions speak louder than words. That's all. All right, so I'm going to get off the high horse, as they say. But it is frustrating.
Well, it is. It's sad to hear, to go through interviews like we just did with two great American patriots who are suffering so much in tears over what to do next and not being able to find suitable housing or really where to rebuild. And we know that these insurance companies have left California because of the high regulations. And you have a situation where people could have lost their entire life savings, everything that they've worked for, and the house does become truly the home. And memories along with that could have vanquished in these fires. And thank God that only 24 we know of have passed thus far. But it could have been much worse in the death toll, there's no doubt. But again, the poisoning of the soil, the eco damage that was caused with all the smoke that's gone up in the atmosphere. You worried about the smelt? Well, there's damage in the ecosystem with everything that has gone on with these fires and the loss of wildlife. So it's been a terrible, devastating thing for Southern California. And thank God for President Trump being in that office right now, because if it was the other way around, even though she's a native Californian, I think that person would have really been unable to run this in a concerted effort.
Your vote and your voice, that's what we have here in this country when it comes to people that are like the LA mayor or like Gavin Newsom. I know it's a tough uphill battle to get a Republican and governor there again in California, But that's what we have here. We have our vote and we have our voice. And, you know, in the media, we have the ability to have reported truth or facts about what's going on and to ask those tough questions. So again, there is the mayor. I'll stop talking about that because you have to remember, this is about simply the vote and simply the voice. And it is difficult, though, when the city of Los Angeles in various parts is on fire, literally right now. And you see she's just hanging out like another day. And it's just not a sunny day in California. It's a day of mourning in California as the president is on his way there. We're at the top of the hour right now, 6:01 Eastern Time. Robert McNeely along with Matthew Alvarez here. You're watching RSBN Live as we await President Trump in Pacific Palisades. Pacific Palisades is northwest a little bit of Los Angeles, the largest fire to see in that region maybe ever. Haven't seen the statistics yet, but it probably is at this point. And we will see, and also if we can correct the spelling, guys, on the bottom right of the screen there for Los Angeles. But I just know that as we go forward, we're going to see the president here. And I wonder how he's going to act and speak in front of these kind of I was going to say lawmakers, but Democrats.
Well, he spent a career being unafraid of going into rooms that he's had differences with people. And in fact, sometimes those differences have turned into great results. I think of Little Rocket Man, Kim Jong-un, even at the Commander-in-Chief ball. He said, "How's Kim Jong-un?" You know, he was saying that to the Central Command of our troops in South Korea, really being freedom's light in that part of Asia as well. And remember how it went back and forth with letters, with even phone calls, and this, that, and the other. They finally met in Singapore, and then he was the first president to cross over that North Korean soil, perhaps the first time, at least while a sitting president. We know that Bill Clinton had gone on diplomatic missions after leaving the White House, but you saw some odd photos out of the People's Republic of North Korea after that. This was in real time when Kim Jong-un invited President Trump to come over the 38th parallel, and both sides really looking in shock, with both security teams surprised at what was taking place. But President Trump unafraid to do that for liberty's beacon of light. He is a messenger for the truth, and we see him now. It looks like he has touched down in Southern California, ready to survey the damage and also speak with local and federal leaders.
Exactly. And apologies, that is the correct spelling, of course, of Los Angeles. That's my bad right there. All right, Marine One, there you go. President Trump getting ready, of course, to board, actually go from Air Force One to Marine One, then head to the landing pad, wherever that is in Pacific Palisades, California. So a beautiful look there. Why don't we do this? Why don't we go there live? Let's take this live full screen here. And hopefully when the president does step off the plane there, he'll come over to the press to say a few words. If he doesn't, we will still hear from him here live on RSBN. Let's go there live right now in California.
just left North Carolina a little while ago. We have that in very good shape. We have the congressman in charge and Michael Watley, and we're going to do a lot of work. We have the Army Corps of Engineers working as they are here. And I think you're going to see some very big progress. They left them high and dry. And now we're going to be taking a little tour with some of the people from the area. I appreciate the governor coming out and meeting me, Kevin, very much. And we'll be talking a little bit. We want to get it fixed. We want to get the problem fixed. And there'll be some ways, but it's like you got hit by a bomb, right?
Yeah.
Like you got hit by a bomb. Would you like to say something?
Most importantly, thank you for being here. It means a great deal to all of us, not just the folks in Palisades, the folks in Altadena that were devastated. We're going to need your support. We're going to need your help. You were there for us during COVID. I don't forget that. And I have all the expectations that we'll be able to work together to get this speedy recovery.
We will. We're going to get it done. Tremendous numbers of lives have been affected. A lot of real estate's been affected. Nobody's ever probably seen anything like this. You can almost say since the Second World War, when you think of it. I mean, nothing like this has happened. And we're going to get it fixed, so we'll get it permanently fixed, so it can't happen again. And again, we'll be talking a little bit later, and we'll get it worked out, okay?
I appreciate it, Mr. President.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Both of you have disagreed a lot over the past week over what has happened in this state. How do you plan to
We got to
put your
get it
differences
finished.
aside?
We're looking to get something completed. And the way you get it completed is to work together. He's the governor of the state. And we're going to get it completed. They're going to need a lot of federal help. Unless you don't need any, which should be okay.
We're going to need a lot of federal help.
So we're going to take care of things, okay?
I have all the confidence in the world we'll work that out.
Thank you, brother. Thank you. I guess some of you are coming with us and some of you not. Thank you very much. Thank you. I'll see you.
All right, so President Trump meeting with the governor of California, Gavin Newsom, there as he walks over to Marine One. They're going to fly in that chopper there. I'm not sure if Gavin will be on that plane or not, or the Marine One, but we do know that President Trump and the First Lady will be on their way to Pacific Palisades to a landing pad there. So once Marine One gets there, then President Trump will do a tour of damage in a Pacific Palisades neighborhood, and then he'll have that LA briefing that we saw earlier.
And like he said, too, this is perhaps the worst damage of any land area since World War II. No exaggeration. This has been like a bomb going off. It's been terrible for Southern California. And some questions there, you might have heard that, hey, you've had some differences on these things, and both the governor and the president acknowledging that, but President Trump saying, we got to get this done, we got to get this fixed, unless you don't want federal aid, look to the governor. And the governor said, no, sir, we need your help, Mr. President. And Gavin Newsom also saying that even since COVID, that he'll never forget how much President Trump helped the Golden State of California. So we'll get this problem solved as soon as possible.
So, of course, President Trump saying, you know, he's the governor. He's the governor of this state. We have to work together. And also, I was talking with Robert before, while the president was speaking there, and we were listening, of course. But prior to that, when we saw Gavin Newsom and the president walking toward the press, we were saying how, you know, politics aside, we obviously know that they're on opposite sides of the spectrum. But when it comes to life, in that state there, what can be done and done now. So President Trump has to work with the governor of the state of California, so that's what we're seeing. We'll be seeing them there live in that briefing room. So first, what we'll see is the bottom right of your screen. That is a camera vantage point. Once that is, it's most likely on, we call them sticks in the media, a tripod right now. The camera's on the sticks right now. But then, of course, once the president is there, I believe, and with the governor, they will tour the Pacific Palisades, check out some of the damage there, speak to some people there, and really get a feel of what it's like to be boots on the ground. Obviously, President Trump, this is not something that he just randomly did, a trip to LA. He's spoken about this at length on Truth Social, especially when the fires were starting when they started on January 7th. And then now, of course, being there as Commander-in-Chief. And then, so we'll go from that bottom right screen, we'll make that obviously a larger screen, but then we'll be going to that LA briefing there where the mayor of Los Angeles, along with the governor and the president and other fire officials, will talk about everything that needs to be discussed. So all of that live coverage right here on Right Side Broadcasting Network. Robert McNeely, I'm Matthew Alvarez, we're here live. And you know, Bobby, you look at this press briefing, it's great that there will be something like this happening, even though it's late in the day on a Friday. You know, people go home after, work and it's the weekend, but no, not for President Trump. He's in LA and he'll be at a rally tomorrow in Vegas.
It's his style of going around the clock that created a business empire that was second to none, and he's used those skills at 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue. And again, as released by Caroline Leavitt and the entire communications team over at the White House, just the list of accomplishments, forget the first 100 days, the first 100 hours. President Trump hitting the road now in this short period of time when he has reclaimed the presidency in order to solve these problems. Then in turn, he has things, again, that 3D, 4D chess. He's ready to settle the peace in Russia and Ukraine as well, but the domestic issues have to be solved first. And I think he could do this in a rather quick time. I'd like to see next week, January 31st, that Friday, where all of these issues will stand, and perhaps we will not see FEMA anymore, or maybe FEMA reformed finally once and for all.
Yeah, exactly. That's a great point you make, because let's just go with a random date, March 15th. March 15th. What will our country look like in March of March 15th? Because all of the executive orders, I believe President Trump will be well done with all of them by what, next week even.
Right.
You know, he said it was historic speed that he'll be working on turning the country around. Well, you see it happening. And so by mid-March, it would be great to see a lot of the executive orders already in action and already happening. We're already seeing literal boots on the ground. And when I say boots, it's usually a military thing, right? Well, the United States Marine Corps, 1,500 of our Marines are already on the way and already on the southern border right now, because it's a national emergency that President Trump has declared. Let me correct one thing real quick. I know that the U.S. Marines are on the southern border. The number of them, not sure yet, but I do know there is video already circulating on credible accounts that the Marines are on the southern border. So you're seeing all of these actions just at a lightning speed here, Robert. And you remember when we were covering all of these rallies, right, on the campaign trail, and we spoke about all these things that would happen in this country. But do we kind of see how it's unfolding literally right now before our eyes?
Oh, it really is. And it's promises made, promises kept, just as Governor Newsom had mentioned. And, you know, it'll be an interesting experiment. Keep your grocery check or bill from the last week or so and go to that date, March 15th. I think because of everything that's happening right now at such a rapid pace, the cost of living is going to go down as a result. We're going to have an economy turning around rather quickly. Now, you can't rest on the laurels of that, but when you look at all these successes, especially becoming energy independent, designating MS-13 and Tren de Aragua and these cartels as terrorist organizations, having the military down at the border, perhaps an additional 10,000 troops as we keep moving on with recruitment up. We know that's happening throughout the country because people are excited to be part of a Trump meritocracy military, one based on lethal strategy and not dancing around in transgender garb like the Biden administration was busy doing. The DEI is over. If you go woke, you go broke. It's pretty clear on this. And with all of these accomplishments, it will probably be of benefit to your pocketbook in a couple of months. So just watch that and see how things might come down.
Gas prices, March 15th. I would hope to see they're $1 less, maybe more than what we're seeing out there. So The amount of items that the president is taking care of right now is just unbelievable. Just imagine being in his shoes. Just imagine all of the things that are wrong with the country that he is working on with his cabinet and incoming cabinet that are getting sworn in as we speak, in the sense of this earlier this week when it comes to Marco Rubio as Secretary of State. Looking forward to Pete Hegseth and Pam Bondi and Kash Patel and others as we watch and monitor what's going on there at the White House. But the point is, seeing all these things come to fruition. How about, again, the gas prices going down? What would be one thing outside of the economy, Robert, that you would say you're looking forward to most, seeing the actions of the executive orders?
Oh, yes. Well, most likely, the J6 political prisoners. That was the most exciting for me, in addition to the pro-life protesters, the 23 that are now free. Some of this has been emergency injunctions put into place, or some U.S. Marshals even hindering some of these, the release of the J6 prisoners. That's all going to court. Many have been released at this point. So I would say that would be the most exciting. And, really the end to these wars and the conflicts overseas. So we're not dragged into foreign wars, whether that be Russia and Ukraine or even the peace of Israel. So outside the economy, I would say the national security aspect, and again, the guarantee of the Constitution, the Bill of Rights being defended once again, freedom of speech restored in this country, truly living in a constitutional republic once again.
I've got nothing to add. That was exactly along the same lines of what I would say, so I'm not going to act like I have something else to say. So it's 6:22, perfect job there.
Thank you.
So as we look forward to seeing all of those things done for our country. So, and more. A lot of industries out there that are looking forward to seeing the benefit of a Trump presidency, including the crypto industry. So we're going to be going to Los Angeles there, as you see on your screen. On the bottom right, that's where President Trump will tour the Pacific Palisades neighborhood that is very affected by the wildfires. I once have traveled at one time there to the Pacific Palisades back in the day. You're looking at some drones right now. Producer, if you can let me know specifically what we're looking at, that'd be great. That definitely is not Air Force One, I know, but what is it? Who knows? Let us know as you get the information. But we do know that that vantage point right now, I believe, is on its way to Los Angeles, possibly to assist with wildfire efforts. A beautiful vantage point there. Again, if you guys know, what feed is that, Director? I don't hear you guys on the mic. Can you let me know what we're looking at? Okay. Okay. Well, there you go. We're looking at what I'm hearing from the producer. That's the pool camera that we have access to here at the network. Taking video of that's not Marine One. I know that. So. Is President Trump on board there? I'm not sure, but I mean, if they're going to have a feed of this, that might be what it is, Robert.
I've seen these specific planes, and I can't identify them with their call sign, but they do tend to travel with.
Okay. Okay, so it's an aerial tour there.
Okay, fantastic.
But we're not confirming if the president is on one of those aircraft, correct? We don't. We basically haven't.
Fantastic. Okay. Excellent.
All right. So President Trump is on one of the aircraft there. We're hearing from our.
Excellent. So the aerial tour of the fire damage brought to us by our producers, and we see what looks like Marine One in the background there. So fantastic. That's excellent coverage and footage of all of this with President Trump and the motorcade in the sky that will go and look over the damage, surveying what's happened in Southern California. And isn't it striking, Matthew, just the beautiful backdrop of what is Southern California, those golden beaches and sunsets that are unparalleled compared to the rest of the world?
Yeah, exactly. I've seen one in San Diego before, and it's awesome because obviously the sun sets in the west, and man, when you see that sun just go right down, it's just beautiful. As we know, it's not the sun actually moving, it's the earth. We get it. But here's the point. That is the President of the United States inside that middle aircraft there. That is Marine One. This is live right now here on Right Side Broadcasting Network. The president on his way to Pacific Palisades. To the south, so behind where he is flying right now, is the city of Los Angeles. To the north is where he's going, Pacific Palisades, right outside of the city limits there. I believe it's still in LA County, though.
Right. Mm-hmm.
So we'll be seeing, he'll be seeing the aerial tour right now. The president, I'm sure, looking out the window and seeing the situation there in LA. And then he'll be outside in Pacific Palisades, touring the neighborhood. And then you see the ocean, I believe, right there on the right of your screen, as it's a little bit moving around, of course, but considerable in understanding, obviously, quite the image, a live image here from one of the aircraft to where the president is. And then that bottom right screen, that's where the commander-in-chief will be ending up today in LA. For this coverage as well. So once the coverage is done in the bottom right corner of your screen, the president then will fly on to Nevada for tomorrow's great rally that you can see right here on Right Side Broadcasting Network. Robert McNeely, of course, will be here, and then RSBN's Christina Loren covering the great rally. So what a great image right there. I mean, this is making me think of Top Gun all over again, even though it's not F-16s out there.
Well, right. Well, it is a mission to complete regardless, and President Trump is the commander-in-chief, and those call signs are only allotted when he is on that helicopter, Marine One, and same with the plane that carries him is Air Force One, but only gets those call signs again when he is on board as commander-in-chief. Ready to use what is necessary, whether that be FEMA or the federal response or perhaps the military, the Army Corps of Engineers, especially as we heard earlier in Western North Carolina about how to survey and fix this damage once and for all. Now, I anticipate more of a federal assistance specifically with these fires and the rebuilding in California. Also, I believe to prevent the price gouging from happening as well, because we saw with the Hawaii fires under Biden that some of these big corporate entities like BlackRock is a great example, coming in and trying to develop real estate there where people had their homes for years and years. You don't want something like that to happen in a situation where someone takes advantage of that or a big corporation. And we saw that the BlackRock CEO in Davos running from investigative reporters when they were asking simple questions about President Trump's speech to them about how they feel about the tariffs and, will this be a problem for your business activities worldwide, because you clearly have a different philosophy of national sovereignty versus globalism. Something to think about, although we want people to be safe and sound first and foremost, but bad people take advantage of these situations. And I think with Western North Carolina, the same question could happen, but perhaps you'll have more of a state response, being that these are two different kinds of disasters.
So we're seeing the aerial tour here ourselves. So we're seeing what President Trump is seeing and the First Lady right now, even though the live bug in the top left of the screen that's usually there, even though it's not there right now, it's because obviously we're showing you this great live footage. But we are live right now. It is 6:27, almost the bottom of the hour, as we all go together with the president right now to do this aerial tour of the Los Angeles region there. Obviously, the shot is frozen at this point, but we know that President Trump on his way to Pacific Palisades. And then, again, the bottom right of your screen is where the briefing will be. So President Trump will be stopping at the Palisades neighborhood, and we'll get video of that tour going on there. And then he will travel over to that LA briefing to answer any questions, but also share what he is going to be able to provide as the leader of the free world, but also of the federal government. What will the federal government now do? I'm sure there'll be some obviously news coming out of this event here.
Oh, no question about that, because you have people that really have been at odds with President Trump and his entire philosophy of streamlining a federal government that has failed the American people over the last 4 years. But Governor Newsom, rarely does it happen, but gracious in that moment, welcoming him off the plane and really thanking him for all the work, whether it was the former fires that took place in the first term or even the COVID response, and saying, I'm not going to forget your loyalty to us, Mr. President, and we need your help right now. So we'll see what happens there. And President Trump, of course, loves this patch of land. He has a couple of properties up and down the coast of Southern California, all the way up into the central coast of San Francisco. So he has a soft spot for the beauty that is California. And we know that he ran to be president for all 50 states and for all community members and everyone throughout the country.
Exactly. Every citizen across this country, no matter what, President Trump is the president. So we know that. So the live feed, interesting. This is really interesting coverage because, you know, usually back in the day, you have a satellite truck or a microwave truck. Now we have these smaller backpack style things that have cellular devices in there to be able to bring out a feed, Wi-Fi connected. Of course, with Elon Musk, you have Starlink to bring you these live vantage points. But this here is most likely a live view or a TVU is what it's called, these different live packs. And the reason why, of course, it's so shoddy a little bit is because obviously outside of LA, when you get outside of LA in some of those areas there, definitely difficult to have a signal, especially at flying at the speed that they're flying at right now. As you look over the Pacific Ocean, this is live right now. It's 3:31 on the West Coast, 5:30 in the Central Time Zone, 6:31 here, as we get ready to see the president once again today. Let's go over his flight path of the day. How about it? I mean, he started out the day at Joint Base Andrews in Maryland. Is that right?
That's in Maryland,
All right,
just outside of D.C.
Okay, so in Maryland, and then he flies down to Asheville, North Carolina, and then on the way to LAX. That's where you just saw him meet up with Governor Gavin Newsom. And then now he gets on Marine One to fly to Pacific Palisades. And then I believe he will then either motorcade or fly over to wherever the LA briefing is. Obviously it's in LA, but where? I don't know. And then he has to then go from there, Marine One, back to LAX, then over to Nevada tonight. That's a lot of miles, if you ask me, man.
He is nonstop, and we've seen that in the first 100 hours. And Caroline Leavitt and the communications team at the White House releasing all of these incredible accomplishments, whether they be in the form of executive order or even legislatively, as we look forward to President Trump is expected to sign the Laken-Riley Act, also the Born Alive Act, as his first two bills and pieces of legislation that will become law, even possibly this weekend, if not by Monday morning.
Exactly. So his first bill to sign into law is the Laken-Riley Act. So we will be seeing that information here soon. We also interviewed Representative Eli Crane the other day, and also Representative John McGuire, 2 Navy SEALs out of the 6 Navy SEALs in Congress, working on and co-sponsoring the Laken-Riley Act. So I'm going to get the specifics on the act here. I want to read it verbatim so we know exactly, instead of, we don't have a prompter to read from here right now, so I want to read you what it is. It's now a law, when President Trump signs it, that the Department of Homeland Security will detain illegal immigrants charged with or convicted of theft, related crimes, assaulting a police officer, or a crime that results in death or serious bodily injury like drunk driving. So this is, of course, on the University of Georgia campus, as you know, there with that terrible situation there. But that's why President Trump has declared a national emergency on the southern border.
And that's why so many of these DAs ended up losing re-election, whether that was George Gascon in Los Angeles County or even the Athens DA was not up for re-election because how she chose to prosecute the case. She took the death penalty off of the table, and therefore the victim impact statements actually came into the record, and these poor girls, these roommates and family members all gave gut-wrenching testimony. I had spent an afternoon watching it for roughly about 3 hours. It was televised, and it was heartbreaking. And truly, these girls will live on with PTSD. They were like sisters to Lakin, and one of them actually had mentioned, her name was Connolly, that she could not go and attend their normal jogging session in the afternoon in a very well-lit area. That's why it was amazing that no one was around in this park, a very popular park off the campus of the University of Georgia, where she was brutally attacked and raped and murdered. It's such a tragic story that could have been prevented, and that's what, any murder, anything that is evil is a horrible situation, but so much of this was preventable and ignored by the Biden administration. And to hear the victim impact statement, something that will stick with me and really something that will haunt my memory. So my prayers go out to the family and friends and the victims in this moment. And it was a speedy case because there was so much overwhelming evidence. Even former President Bill Clinton said on the campaign trail in rural Georgia, if they had actually just had a safer process, a more streamlined immigration process, and not let so many people come over here just willy-nilly, it probably wouldn't have been talking about the issue. And to his point, I think he was correct there.
Yeah, and those victim statements, I mean, it was something else. I mean, I watched from the Georgia courtroom coverage of that, and the amount of impact that is for everyone to deal with. Again, that's why we have the Laken-Riley Act about to be law in this country. As we see that live picture there in Los Angeles. Speaking of prevention, how about wildfire prevention for the 24 lives that were lost there in Los Angeles? So President Trump is going to do everything he can to help the situation there in LA, but also to put into place with the Department of Interior and others to take care of the region there in Los Angeles so something like this doesn't happen again. Let's look at some of the containment information here. It looks like the fires are at all 100% contained from the Oak Fire, Archer Fire, the Scout Fire. We're looking at a huge map. There's still about 77% containment at the Pacific Palisades. So literally, as we go on this aerial tour with the president and you, the viewer, as we kind of do this together, the Pacific Palisades still has that solid 23% still to go, or 23% that is still not on fire there. So we may see flames or smoke in Pacific Palisades as we do this aerial tour. And then President Trump will be landing soon, and he'll tour one of the neighborhoods devastated by fire. So many stories right now out there in Los Angeles. Of course, the second largest city in the United States, and a state that is so fed up, I believe. I mean, think about it, being a citizen in California, dealing with all of the high taxes and all of the more California, as they say. They just want to see success there and have someone like President Trump back in office. Obviously, there are a number of liberals still there, but a lot of them are probably saying, we need someone like Trump. I mean, look at this here, the aerial tour as they have, I believe, landed right there. Is that right? Yep. Looks like they've landed.
So they have landed and prepared to do more surveilling of the area and then, of course, go into this meeting. But to your point, Matthew, I think people are tired of their government not working for them, because the reason it exists first and foremost is the protection of citizens, the general welfare of the United States from the federal level. That's with the protection of the military, and of course your state and local government exists to protect you with your police officers, with your firemen, paramedics, and thank God that there are people that are still willing to go into these fires to do such difficult jobs that are dangerous, that really when they put that uniform on, they don't know if they're coming home. And I have a dear friend who actually did fight those Northern California fires over the years now as a teacher, and really was a brave individual. Go in there in the summer, saw it as a duty to his nation, also something that he had of deep interest. But I always worried about him in the summertime, and thank God that he was safe when doing that. But you're up against Mother Nature, and so for anyone that would be an arson in a situation like this, really needs to be criminally prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law as well.
And there are more than 40 arrests connected to the LA wildfires. That statistic was reported about 2 weeks ago. Again, more than 25,000 acres burned, several thousand, more than 10,000 structures destroyed, homes and businesses. You're seeing some of the LA City Council, some of the Los Angeles local officials, the fire officials, and also you've been seeing the mayor walking around a little bit there. But at the end of the day, I'm pretty sure that the people of Los Angeles that have dealt with this terrible situation have some choice words for the mayor and have choice words for the governor. President Trump sure did on Truth Social, but there he is on Marine One, arriving and landing right there in this Pacific Palisades neighborhood in a park probably right near the neighborhood. He'll be walking there, and of course that area by any stretch of the imagination has a nice large perimeter of security in the region there as he will survey the damage and speak to some people there. Now, let's see. I mean, Robert, do you think that the governor flew on that helicopter? I'm not sure. Maybe he did.
Per their conversation, it looked like it wasn't set in stone, and President Trump was inviting him, as he mentioned as they were walking away. The mic seemed to pick up, hey, are you coming with me at this point? So President Trump, I think, wanting to include him in all of this, and it makes sense with some of the leaders there, several congressmen. I noticed Ted Lieu and also Darrell Issa as well. So this will, I think, be more of a harder discussion and press conference in the sense of the different personalities, the different sides of who wants to blame who over this, that, and the other, compared to North Carolina. That was more straightforward, more of a united voice. This will probably be a harder but needed discussion about how we completely end this situation. And as you saw with some of that press pool footage, over some of these areas just absolutely scorched. It does look like a massive bomb went off.
I'm thinking about Maui as well, Lahaina out there. You know, if anybody is watching from Hawaii right now, guys, that was a story, of course, with the wildfire that totally destroyed that entire area. I remember speaking to a pastor in Hawaii on a Zoom call some time ago. We don't forget about things like that. We don't forget about East Palestine and Ohio. We don't forget about Western North Carolina. We do not forget about LA because it's even still happening. So we see this live picture here. Why don't we go there live to the Pacific Palisades neighborhood and just listen in on the sights and sounds right here live on RSBN Live.
Picture in the back.
All right, so you're seeing a lot of the behind the scenes as well there as we have our live feed from Pacific Palisades. You saw the Marine One helicopter there. I didn't recall, we didn't see the president at all, right?
Well, just from the back with First Lady Melania Trump as they were going towards the Suburban. So we saw a little vantage point of them as they're going into the meeting there, but always a little bit of a surprise because when Marine One travels, there's 2 or 3 decoys. So sometimes you don't know exactly where it is, but the cameraman right on top of it, knowing exactly which plane he was on.
Yeah, definitely. And so they're going to go and talk to and look at the Pacific Palisades neighborhood. One of them that obviously destroyed by the fire. So that's agenda number 1 item in Los Angeles. Then number 2 will be over there at the Los Angeles briefing that will happen. Governor Gavin Newsom, the President of the United States, and the First Lady, Melania Trump, all in attendance, will be in attendance at that meeting there. So we'll have that entire Agenda 1 and 2 live for you. We'll see the vantage point again. That footage on the bottom right of your screen, it's just obviously a live shot, just awaiting the president. So once that happens, we'll do the same thing we just did. We'll go there live for the entire coverage, including for that Marine One landing. Quite awesome visuals that we're seeing here on Right Side Broadcasting Network. Robert McNeely alongside Matthew Alvarez, if you'd like to follow us on Truth Social. And also, if you'd like to follow, of course, Right Side Broadcasting Network on X, it's RSB Network, or on Truth Social, it's at RSBN. Also, our great friends at Rumble as well, if you'd like to follow our channel on Rumble. And for those of you watching on YouTube and X and anywhere you're watching, thanks so much for streaming in with us. This has been constant live coverage right here on RSBN Live on this great network, as we are about 12 minutes from 7 o'clock here on this Friday. So, Robert, your thoughts as we get ready to see President Trump once again tour some of the damage there in Southern California.
Well, again, it is 2.0 of promises made, promises kept. I mean, even if you look through the quotes of what was released by the White House today regarding what President Trump has been able to accomplish, even United Against Nuclear Iran chairman, this is Governor Jeb Bush of all people, remember his former rival, and CEO Ambassador Mark Wallace saying, "We applaud President Trump for his decision today to redesignate the Houthis as a foreign terrorist organization." And the UANI, in its recommended plan for the Trump administration, first 100 days, suggested that the president redesignate the Houthis as such. This will now provide the U.S. government additional authorities and to hold the Houthis accountable for their threats to international commerce and U.S. allies and partners. So he has a way of, on every single issue, bringing people together, including former rivals and those he disagrees with. And he'll be going into a room with about half of them who don't see eye to eye with him on a number of different issues, but need his help because he is the art of the deal, a consummate deal maker, ready to put pen to paper and get it done for the American people. He's someone who's shown this throughout his career, whether it's the ice rink in New York City, whether that's acquiring the now Waldorf Astoria, but the old post office in D.C. that was to be torn down, turning that into a hotel on Pennsylvania Avenue, but even bigger things now when it comes to national security and domestic policy.
Historic speed and strength. We're seeing the common sense in action right here in the United States of America. The opening few days, the 100 hours update from the White House, quite interesting because, Robert, we were talking about, usually you talk about the first 100 days in office. Well, not in this administration. This is the 100 first hours in office. The opening few days can be summarized as promises made, promises kept, to your point. Let's go through a few of the executive orders as we await President Trump there and the First Lady and the Governor of California to tour the Pacific Palisades. President Trump said he would declassify the JFK files. He did. President Donald Trump said he would end the EV mandate. He did. The president said he would have the backs of the brave men and women in law enforcement. He did just that by pardoning 2 Washington, D.C. police officers that were unjustly prosecuted. The Metropolitan Police Department thanked President Trump for the pardon. Speaking of those pardons, of course, the 1,500 of our citizens, J6ers, And I remember interviewing John Strand, who was behind bars for 366 days, a nonviolent offender, working now for the American Frontline Doctors with Dr. Simone Gold. I asked him point blank, I said, do you want to be called a J6er? He says, I wear that as a badge of honor, and I am glad to be called that. So there you go, hearing it from him. Right. Let's talk about some of the offshore drilling as well. I mean, the drill, baby, drill. We're looking forward to that. President Trump said he would drill, baby, drill. Well, the president signed an executive order to open up offshore drilling and allow more energy exploration in Alaska. Right. Let's talk about that. As you have worked in the mainstream media in that state, obviously very important energy there.
Oh, it's crucial to national security and also domestic production of energy. The Keystone Pipeline, the XL Keystone Pipeline, huge for natural gas to come through. And that was something actually Justin Trudeau had recommended to President Biden, saying that we need to keep this for Canadian jobs as well. Please, please, please don't cancel this because it will keep our continent safe and prosperous. But if we drill ANWR, there is so much liquid gold under Alaska that it already spurs us toward energy independence once again. And another thing that we can do is continue to drill in the Gulf of America, newly designated by President Trump. And speaking of Alaska, Denali is now once again Mount McKinley, a great president who is a great populist and someone who really cared about the wealth of our nation, just as President Trump does.
I think the maps are going to fly off the shelves that say Gulf of America right now. How cool would that be in a basement or a rec room or whatever, or garage? Just get a United States, map United States map and see it say Gulf of America. So that'd be quite awesome to see something like that, as it's 6:52 here on the East Coast. And again, the most historic 100 hours in American history. Were you surprised to see on day one of this administration that the president didn't wait for that traditional signing room ceremony in the Oval Office? And you were at the Capital One Arena inside, is that right? Or was that Christina?
I was actually there. Christina was on the inside on Inauguration Day. Right. MAGA Megan Kohler and I were on the inside for the rally the day prior. But we were on the outside still just to get people's, literally their temperatures, because it was quite cold. And some people were staying outside since 11 the night before just to be in line, just to witness those famous signings. And signing in 3 different places on his first day: the Senate cloakroom, the Capital One Arena, and then ultimately the Oval Office before the balls.
Quite awesome to be a witness there. Bobby wasn't in person inside the Capital One Arena, but for you to see executive orders being signed, that is something that I don't think has ever happened before. Let's be real. I don't think that's happened.
I can't recall a time when a president has signed an executive order
inside an arena.
Right. I mean, for sure. There have been other areas where it's been designated, perhaps a location, a presidential library, of course, the White House itself, in the Rose Garden, in the Oval Office, what have you. But a sports arena, I don't think so. And then mixing in again that entertainment and his showmanship with it, but also the truth through the comedy that President Trump is really simply trying to restore this great country. And it was the interviews and the people we got to talk to that did not think that their lives would cross paths with Donald Trump. One that comes to mind is simply former Governor Rod Blagojevich of Illinois, a former Democrat. He calls himself a Trumpocrat now. We had the privilege of interviewing him here at Right Side Broadcasting, talking about the lawfare, and he met President Trump before he ran for president on The Celebrity Apprentice, got to know him very well, and ended up commuting his sentence because he experienced the same kind of lawfare as President Trump did.
That is exactly right. And then, of course, President Trump, an overcomer. And we saw the outsider win, the common sense president, the people's president, and here we go. Day 4 of the White House, the 20th all the way to the 24th. Here we are. Let's talk about security a little bit. We know that Sean Curran, he is and was the lead Secret Service agent that would always stand with President Trump, always be at his side, whether behind or to the right or wherever out there. He was there on J13, that kind of thing. Well, he is now the Secret Service director. So he has 23 years of law enforcement experience. President Trump saying this on Truth Social, starting his career in Secret Service in 2001 as a special agent in the Newark field office there in New Jersey, where he conducted protection, intelligence, investigations, recruitment, and on. Sean has distinguished himself as a brilliant leader. If you guys remember, he's a guy tall in stature, wearing the glasses, as Secret Service agents do, now promoted to Secret Service Director. Again, he was the guy, and I've seen him, I know you've seen him in person at various rallies. If you remember, President Trump would finish a speech. He'd sometimes come down and walk in front of the podium down and shake hands. Well, I remember seeing Sean right to the back of President Trump, having his hand on the president's back as he walked through. I mean, this was some serious trust and security. Well, now he is the Secret Service Director, so that's the kind of guy you want to have leading the Secret Service, in Sean Curran. There was talk of Dan Bongino, a great former law enforcement as well, who would have done a great job too. But it's great to see that kind of security happening for the president.
Well, it really is. And to your point, Matthew, he was right behind him as well, a couple rows back at the Carter funeral. So this is someone who's really been right by his side. And of course, you see him in that infamous footage now, that fight, that beautiful, iconic photo. Of course, it was frightening at the moment, but that is Sean right behind President Trump as he's throwing his fist in the air. So really an iconic moment in history. But I think, again, a man for such a time as this, and everyone who's been selected in this cabinet or to senior level positions at the White House truly have the expertise and the knowledge and the wherewithal to withstand the far left attacks and nonsense. And Sean, I think, will do extraordinarily well in this role to secure America and get the bureaucracy out of our law enforcement.
We're approaching the top of the hour, 7 o'clock on the East Coast. The bottom right of your screen is in Pacific Palisades, where President Trump will tour some of the damage. If we get that live shot, which I believe we have it obviously there, once we see the president in that neighborhood, we will give you that vantage point. For some reason, possibly, maybe there is no access for the press for that, but obviously we have all of our eyes on all of the video feeds here at the network. We will see the president guaranteed at that press briefing or at that fire official meeting there for a briefing for President Trump on the latest with the LA wildfires. So thanks for staying with us here on the network as we approach the top of the hour, again 7 o'clock on a Friday. Happy Friday to you as we are covering this today, where President Trump, of course, was in North Carolina earlier today, and that was a great moment. You remember when the lady said at the end, because a number of people that were affected there at in Western North Carolina were able to come to the podium and talk about what it was like.
Right.
And what did she say? She said, "What? This is our president, right?"
This is our president, and really a tearful moment. It was something to see people so grateful, and even having survivor's remorse. But one gentleman saying, 4 generations in one home, 80 years there, and so much damage happening to their homes. Some people losing them completely. Literally, the base of the homes being lifted into the air because of these hurricanes and the tornadoes that followed. Sometimes 25-foot waves coming into Asheville, which is just really an incredible sight and very sad for our fellow countrymen. And we hope that they recover quickly, but the gratefulness that they had and the privilege that they had seeing President and Mrs. Trump surveying the area. So it's been quite a day that would tire most, but President Trump clearly energized to help and save the American people.
Some of those hill and mountain slides and mudslides there when it comes to parts of the mountain, of course, in Western North Carolina, as you see the president from a distance there in Los Angeles, getting ready to walk to the neighborhood affected, a lot of neighborhoods, of course, affected in Pacific Palisades, just north of Los Angeles. That is a live look right now. And just to finish up on Western North Carolina, the flooding was unbelievable, as you guys know. Elon Musk hurrying up with the Starlink, getting the communications there. President Trump making trips as soon as possible. And now as president earlier today. So if you missed any of our coverage, if you'd like to scrub back a little bit, check it out. That'd be great. But in the meantime, we are live right now at 7:01 Eastern Time. Let's go there live and just listen in, even if it's if there's no audio in the sense of anybody talking or any press conference, that kind of thing. Let's just take a break right now and watch together the President and the First Lady in Los Angeles, California.
Say hello, please, guys. Say hello down in front.
Next stop, it's just right down there, and he'll head that way too. Yeah, it's just right down that next driveway.
You might be wondering what's going on there. Of course, the cameraman taking the camera off of the sticks, as we call them, the tripod, and getting ready to be into position for more coverage there. As you saw the President and the First Lady walking, we'll keep that one over there where it belongs for now, as we see the LA briefing about to happen there with the President and then the Governor of California. My name is Matthew Alvarez alongside Robert McNeely. Of course, you might have seen Robert live in Washington, D.C., along with Megan Kohler and Christina Loren, as we've been covering the inauguration at length, great length here. And of course, all of the executive orders live in the Oval Office back in Washington, D.C., as we have various live feeds around the country. So if that's the President, we will go right back to it here in just a second. I don't see him quite yet, but we will go there. This might be what's happening here are some of the neighbors, some of the people within the devastation in the Pacific Palisades. Why don't we just go ahead and go there now? Let's go there. Let's go there live right now as the President is on his way, most likely to meet up with them. Let's go to Pacific Palisades.
Dobar dan. Dobar dan, kako ste? Hvala što ste došli. Ja sam došla kad sam bila 10 godina. Da. Hvala puno. Dobro. Bili smo bolje. Jedan blok dole. Da. Ovo je moj muž. Da, Amerikanac, ovo je Chris. I da, imamo dva dečaka. 13.
This is a people in this community. Everyone feels lucky.
Bili smo na 5 lokacija, danas smo se finding them right now at our Hillsville big location, but now 3 seconds.
The first time I saw him was actually at Halloween Park when we were 9 years old.
Pa bili ste doma kad ste videli ove? Da, ja imam mi naša kuća na ovoj strani. Kad je počela rat na ovoj strani, on je bio dosta kući. Kaže, idi gore na balkon da vidiš. Ja sam nazvala prodavstva.
That's where people need help. This is a community that has a lot of resources, but it's also a very multi-generational community with people that don't have the resources to go back. And I think that a lot of people feel that we've been kind of abandoned and let down by local leadership. The fire department's been amazing, but they need more resources. And in order for us to go back, we need better infrastructure. We need to make sure this will never happen again. Yeah. We're gonna need small businesses. We're gonna need, frankly, we're gonna need help from you guys.
No, my God, look at her little house. I know. Speaking the language on the child.
I saw the comfort.
I know, it's everything.
I saw the comfort in your face.
Yeah. So sad.
Yeah. Please
like
help
we thought, she comes here and build a life in the house and family.
This is my second
from
time.
nothing and building up and becoming successful, and then suddenly she has nothing done. So we can't afford to stay in the We're working on it.
Built my house. Yeah, that's it. It's an incredible.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Mike and Gabby Shaw.
Not even believable. It's really not believable. What do you suggest on that? What do you suggest on that? Local governments out there.
We all want to do that.
Why are they having just having a meeting with the officials who have all of them.
This is the fun
State.
fire program. Yeah, these guys have on these guys.
Yeah, I saw that on television.
This community, after this, is just kind of amazing.
Everybody says they're
No tools. No tools. Right? You don't have anything. You just.
You gotta equip these guys to go out to battle. They don't have the right equipment.
Another one up there.
That's an excellent.
Obviously no fun to look at that picture right there, so hopefully we can minimize that one for now until it gets stationary again. The reason why this happens, as we have covered events like this, the Secret Service and the press team for the Trump administration say usually, and you might have heard it before, okay press, let's move over this way, right? So he's just simply picking up the camera with the tripod over his shoulder usually and just walking over to the next spot. So it's kind of the advanced move to where President Trump is going to go next. So there you go, a little inside baseball on why that camera is looking that way. We just saw a glimpse of some of the firefighters there as well. Why don't we just maybe, we might be able to lose this shot for now until it comes up with a more stationary position, which we do see right now. So again, so on the left side of your screen, you're seeing the briefing that President Trump will have after he goes from the Pacific Palisades. Right there, as you see some of the damage, even the charred trees and that kind of thing. Why don't we go, excuse me, then he'll go to that briefing there on the now bottom right of the screen. So you are watching live right now. It is 7:18 on RSBN Live. As you can see, just straight up there's nothing left. And Robert, I've covered a lot of stories when it comes to tornado aftermath, hurricane aftermath, terrible ice events, tropical storms, blizzards. Never covered an earthquake. Didn't really cover any mudslides, but I have seen the aftermath of a wildfire in East Tennessee when I worked in Nashville, and it was absolutely unbelievable to go to a place where a house stood. All that's left is the concrete foundation. The cars are burnt, they're gone. It's just the steel that's left, and the entire house is gone. Fire is no joke. Look at just a little bit of it right there from what the aftermath is. Quite powerful. And let's just go there live once again and watch President Trump walk toward another area to survey.
Task Force 69, T-Hoop, present, two. Nobody's ever seen it. Never, you guys never seen it. You've never seen it. Like that. They're okay where they are. There's an honor. It's an honor. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, everybody. I don't know what you said. Looking people out there. So you saved your firehouse. Thank you. It's an honor. It's going to go fast. It's already going fast. Let's see what's happening. Yes, sir. Thank you. Yes, sir. A lot of people. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Nice. Congratulations.
Welcome back, sir. We missed you.
Thank you, sir. Everything is simple around, right? Free ship.
sir, we're going to take a group photo.
Okay, let's
I'll let you advance.
We're going to do something over here.
We got two other people on the sides of it.
All right, you guys come this way, angle it. All right, right there.
We're going to be right over here, sir. You're going to aim this way, sir. Perfect. Everybody just scoot back just a little bit right there.
President, this is a gift from the LA Fire Department, Task Force 69. Obviously, we are celebrating our 47th president. It's beyond belief that it's going to happen. We trust in you, and we're all going to make a group of you present this to you.
It's really good. Thank you.
Of course. Thank you, sir. Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. President. A lot of good group of people. Is this an actual name?
Yes, sir.
That's a heavy sucker. They're heavy. You build that all strong men. Let's go. Come on.
Right here, sir.
We're going to take a picture. Right here. Excellent. Okay, and we're going to do it in 3, 2, 1. Right here. 3, 2, 1. Thank you.
Well, we won't let you down, fellas.
Sir. Thank you, sir.
Positive project. You know, you want to do, I will do it. You want to do real fast, you do one of those. Just line up and we'll do the singles. You want to do it? That's what you don't want to do with these guys. You want a single. Let's pick a location. How about by the truck? And you line up, and we'll just do, where's my guy? He's great. Dan, we're going to go real fast. We'll do singles.
Right,
okay?
sir.
Can I get everybody up to the...
Line up here for me, guys. Line over here.
Everybody gets a single picture. It's quick, down and dirty.
Guys, everyone come this way for me.
And welcome back to Right Side Broadcasting. You're watching the live coverage of President Trump checking out everything that's happening in Southern California. And a really touching moment, Matthew, where the one fireman said, "Welcome back, sir, we missed you." So this is a president who's beloved by law enforcement and first responders, military alike. And it looks as if they're going to do single pictures together with not only a group photo, but each individual with Dan Scavino there as well, part of President Trump's social media and communications team, and Dan serving again as Deputy Chief of Staff.
Exactly. So Dan Scavino Jr., the social media guru in politics, of course, with the president for numerous years. And if you recall some of our coverage from earlier, we saw the LA mayor on camera earlier just carrying on and laughing. I made some comments about just the fact of her smiling and carrying on when her city is burning and has burned. And I was pretty harsh in that way, and I think it's okay, because at the end of the day, you know, if I was someone that lived in Los Angeles, I wouldn't want to see the mayor just carrying on and that kind of thing. Now, if you juxtapose that to what President Trump just did, he is out there in the actual environment, boots on the ground, with the people, with the neighbors, with the firefighters. So yeah, bringing some joy to the people and smiling. A little bit different of a situation. One that stays behind the desk over here, over in the press, briefing area, or one that's out there on the ground. And that is President Trump over the Democrat mayor. And I thought that Gavin Newsom would be with the president during this tour, but didn't see that. But enough of that kind of rhetoric as well, because politics, we get the politics on both sides of the aisle, but when you move that to the side, it's the people. We have to figure out how to not have these fires happen ever again, and also what federal government needs can happen immediately, Robert, to just get everything taken care of in that terrible aftermath that we've seen right here live on RSBN.
Again, that's the mission of MAGA, is to streamline these operations, and whether that's from the state or local responses to a potential federal response, streamlining it so that the American people can have a government that's accountable to them. And that's why at the end of the day, I think you had so many people attracted to President Trump's campaign, because you look back 4 short years ago, how good he left the country, even with a COVID crisis at hand, even with different issues that came across his desk, including 2 fake impeachments up until that point, and the Russia hoax that took place, and President Trump overcoming that with his team. And as well as, that's why I'm so excited about this cabinet coming in. We saw John Ratcliffe being confirmed as CIA director, of course Marco Rubio as Secretary of State, Pete Hegseth getting through that to the final vote now, and likely to become the next defense secretary. It might have to go to a tie-breaking vote with Vice President Pence in there. Vice President Vance in there. But speaking of someone like Pence, speaking of the Millies of the world and other people who were such deep staters that actually were working against President Trump in his first term, it's great to see this MAGA team assembled of people who were Republicans, Democrats, independents alike, who care about we the people.
We're looking for Pam Bondi to be confirmed, of course, as the United States Attorney General, Pete Hegseth over there at the DOD. Also Kash Patel as the FBI, the top of the chain there at the FBI. So what I'm thinking is happening right now is you see that this is going to be a briefing there from fire officials and city officials of Los Angeles. President Trump, I believe, is probably right near that building. I think that he's going to be walking in. You could just tell that the people are all getting ready. So what we're seeing is the president touring the Pacific Palisades, meeting with victims and neighbors that were affected by this terrible fire. And then taking photos with the fire men and women there. And then we'll walk into this this briefing that he'll have. That'll be the last thing for President Trump on his schedule today, other than heading over to Nevada for the mini rally of sorts tomorrow. So for those of you that are just joining us and you're watching, if you're watching from the Silver State, hello to you. Thank you. The 6 electoral votes went to President Trump, and that's what President Trump will be going to thank you for tomorrow. Circa is the spot where President Trump will have his rally tomorrow. So we'll have that live coverage right here on RSBN with Robert McNeely and, of course, Christina Loren on her way to Vegas right now. We just heard about the whole trip, even though there was a report out of one of the Vegas newspapers that the president was going to hold a rally. That was some days ago, but the confirmation to see that happening as we know that this is a 3-state stop, Robert, North Carolina, California, and Nevada in 48 hours.
Right, and that's what he does. 100 hours from taking the oath of office, he has done so much to make America great again and to implement the MAGA agenda through executive orders and the pledge to now sign 2 bills into law, the Laken-Riley Act and also the Born Alive Act. This also falling on the March for Life Day. So really incredible coverage today of so many issues that are affecting the American people and their daily lives when it comes to public safety and when it comes to being a voice for the voiceless. And we saw Vice President Vance address the March for Life earlier, along with President Trump via video recording from the Oval Office as he was already wheels down in Asheville, North Carolina.
Exactly. So President Trump, not forgetting those of you in Western North Carolina, he was there even as the president elect, and also, as all over Truth Social, you'll always be posting about various things, including Los Angeles wildfires, including Western North Carolina, and then we'll be in Nevada tomorrow. And that's just the first week of his presidency. Holy smokes. The 100 hours of historic speed that we've seen, Robert, did we think... yeah, we thought it was going to happen. Yeah, we thought, whatever.
There's no question, given what we saw in the campaign and what we saw from the first term. It was nonstop. I just think this is with such precision and had to be done very soon, especially rescinding the Biden lame duck initiatives because they were unconstitutional, they're scandalous, and we now know our Congress will investigate those last-minute pardons because this is the first time preemptive pardons were ever done in our history. When pardons and commutations happen, there is a charge, there is a conviction, you are rescinding what has happened legally. Nothing happened to members of his family from a legal status. Nothing happened to Fauci and Milley and Cheney, but yet he has preemptively pardoned them.
Yeah, why, right?
Very strange. Very, very strange as to why that is, and we will see that all unfold in the coming weeks and months here.
I believe I did hear the other day from the GOP leadership during a press conference that Speaker Johnson wants to open an investigation into these pardons as well. So a lot of news here at the network. Again, we're live right now. We'll be live tomorrow for the rally in Las Vegas, and then back Monday morning, 9 a.m. for RSBN Live as we continue to cover the moves and the executive orders being signed by the president. Also on top of that, we saw video on various outlets of the U.S. Marines in or on the southern border today, right now, boots on the ground. So this is a president that is not only words but action. So again, for those of you watching right now, which I know we have a sizable audience, and we've had that, thankfully, thanks to God and thanks to this great network here with all of the loyalty over the years. But we know that that the president right now is doing great things for our country. But what we're talking about is specifically common sense and truth for our nation. So we all want safety. We all want law and order. We all want to be healthier. We all want more money in our bank accounts. We want gas to be lower. We want prices to go down. We want our constitutional rights. And so that's what we want. And if there's someone that's standing for that, which is President Trump, hey, let's go Trump. And we also like President Trump a lot because he's a cool cat. So that's it. There you go. And you can quote that if you'd like. All right, 7:34 here, Robert, as we get ready to see the president in Los Angeles.
You know, another thing, too, is that we want good, healthy meat and not lab-grown meat, as we've seen even Governor DeSantis tackling that in Florida, because we have to make America healthy again. And one way to do that is to make sure that forest management is taken care of in the state of California or elsewhere, and also that water reserves are in place. So maybe a robust discussion to take place with Mayor Karen Bass there. And then if I'm not mistaken, I think I saw Rick Grinnell come in, and he was the ambassador to Germany, somewhat discussed as possibly being Secretary of State as well, but a great gentleman from the state of California. Maybe something in the future here where he could run for governor, perhaps U.S. Senate. Makes a lot of sense, and someone who's been a great civil servant and helped now CIA Director John Ratcliffe when he was the head of national intelligence to debunk a lot of the Russia, and the hoaxes that were happening thanks to the Steele dossier and the deep state.
Exactly. It'd be great to get John Ratcliffe and Rick Grinnell and Governor Ron DeSantis to join us here on the broadcast one of these days. Of course, pretty recently, just yesterday actually, Eli Crane, the great representative, the congressman out of Arizona, joined the broadcast, and as did the new representative out of the Commonwealth of Virginia, John McGuire. Both of those congressmen, both Navy SEALs. There are 6 that serve currently in Congress, and we had them on the show just yesterday. As we get ready to see the president possibly walk in right to those doors to the right as the camera is ready to go, and looking forward to hearing what the president is going to say. And if there's any news that comes out of this, I believe he will say, this is what the federal government is doing, or is this going to be more of a gathering of information and research? And then from there, he'll say, okay, I will be talking to the right people, and by tonight or tomorrow or Monday, this is all coming your way. So,
right.
But you would think that being there in Los Angeles and the urgent need of getting this city or the north of the city taken care of, that he already has a plan of action, and we're going to hear about it right now.
Right, and you know, the gentleman, Rick Caruso, who actually ran against Karen Bass for mayor, has many developments on the north side of Los Angeles County, and some of his mini marts, mini malls have been eviscerated, just destroyed. So I'm sure that he will have some recommendations as a builder himself for President Trump, and someone who has been relatively close to the campaign as an advisor. So I'm sure he will be helping to put his 2 cents into it moving forward with the rebuilding.
Exactly. And again, to those of you watching right now, this is the reform of media in America. The conservative media on the rise, the left-wing media, the ones that have been sharing the false narrative for how many years now? The people are now going to independent, alternative, conservative, and common sense networks. I mean, this is what it's about, is common sense, no other way to do it other than that. So looking forward to bringing that live coverage here on Right Side Broadcasting Network, 7:38 Eastern, as we get ready for President Trump to step in there. Also, the First Lady making this trip. How about that moment with the First Lady of our country embracing one of the neighbors there, one of the victims in the Pacific Palisades. They had a nice hug there, and just nice, pleasantries. As a very difficult time, of course, for the people of Southern California.
They are a very warm couple and quite a team together. They deeply love the American people, and I can attest to just that camaraderie, having met the president on a couple of occasions, but having that in-depth conversation with him back in October in Aurora, Colorado. And it's almost as if you've known him for years. And Melania showed that to the victims here who've lost so much and lost everything, and I'm sure they might have discussed over the phone prior to coming out to California, but her heart just as warm and bright as ever. And even the gentleman, the Army gentleman who danced with her the other night at the Commander and Ball Chief, saying that, Mrs. Trump, I just wanted to mention that when you smile, you light up the room. And it's so true. I mean, she is just so complimentary and has taken on so much. I mean, you think about aside of just celebrity and being involved in this political world, it's a family that's gone through so much, that sacrificed so much to serve the country. And again, the millimeter miracle. I mean, what was that moment like for her, as she has been interviewed on several networks regarding what was it like for you to deal with that moment of almost losing your husband? And it's almost like you can't really put words to it, because everything could have been so different. I mean, he could not be here right now. And think about that, how many millions of lives that would have affected had that assassin been successful. And thank God he wasn't, and thank God he was brought to justice.
Exactly. All right, so just a little bit ago, we interviewed Kendra Norton and a lady by the name of Elizabeth, who lost a lot in Los Angeles. And we don't forget about people like that. When we have those moments with people on television here, regardless if cameras are rolling, regardless if it's live TV, it's a very real thing. And I think that's what our focus is as well, because what matters to the people, what helps someone out, and both Elizabeth and Kendra there in Southern California, most likely watching the coverage to see what President Trump is about to say. So thank you both again for joining us here on the network. I know it's not easy to talk about such a terrible situation, but to be able to open up like that, to share with the American people that they simply need help, they need better fire equipment, more personnel, they need obviously water to be taken in that area. Think about it. The hydrants, what was up with that? I hope that's discussed here.
Right.
What happened to the fire hydrants? Where was the water? Are you kidding me?
And that's really in the purview of the mayor's office, and Karen Bass really does have to answer those questions, and hopefully that will be discussed today. And it doesn't necessarily have to be I got you, just where and why did that fail the people of Los Angeles? So an important question to have.
All right. President Trump, moments away. As we await the president, I want to show you a video that President Trump and the team has just released on Truth Social. Before we get to that video, I just want to let you know, of course, if President Trump walks into this briefing room there, we will cut from that video and go to our live coverage. Let's go to that video right now on RSBN Live.
America begins right now. America's decline is over. We will be working to meet every crisis with dignity and power and strength. We will move with purpose and speed to bring back hope, prosperity, safety, and peace for citizens of every race, religion, color, and creed. For American citizens, January 20th, 2025 is Liberation Day. In everything we do, my administration will be inspired by a strong pursuit of excellence and unrelenting success. America will reclaim its rightful place as the greatest, most powerful, most respected nation on earth. I am with you. I will fight for you, and I will win for you. We will not be conquered. We will not be intimidated. We will not be broken, and we will not fail. From this day on, the United States of America will be a free, sovereign, and independent nation. We will stand bravely. We will live proudly. We will dream boldly, and nothing will stand in our way because we are Americans. The future is ours, and our golden age has just begun. Thank you very much. Well, thank you very much, everybody. This is an honor to be with you. Unfortunately, it's a very sad period, but what makes you feel good is I met so many of the homeowners, and every one of them, a lot of them, and every one of them said to me they want to rebuild. I said, will you go elsewhere? No, 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 no. It wasn't even like a question. They love the area. They love the people. It's like a family. It's incredible, actually, when you see some things like that. We just left North Carolina, and we had just a similar type of disaster. It was water instead of fire, but boy, that water did damage like I've never seen before. And then you come here and you see this. But the people are so amazing, and your fire department was so beautiful. Every one of them is in perfect physical shape. I said, what do you guys do? They have very high standards, I can tell you. And we took pictures with all of them, but very nicely they gave us a little helmet. And I said, you wear this, huh? Is this real? And they said, yeah. I said, it's awfully heavy. You have to be very strong to wear that. But that's the original, right? So it's pretty good. But I just want to thank everybody. We're going to be with you. Your governor met us at the plane, and we had a good talk, very, very positive talk. We have to work together to get this really worked out. I don't think you can realize how rough it is, how devastating it is until you see it. I didn't realize. I mean, I saw a lot of bad things on television, but the extent of it, the size of it, we flew over it in a helicopter. We flew to a few of the areas, and it is devastation. It's incredible. It's really an incineration. Even some of the chimneys came down, okay? When you have the chimneys come down, you know that's pretty hot stuff, and a lot of them were down. That was a bad sign, too. But I just want to commiserate, and we're going to celebrate. We'll be back to celebrate one day soon, I hope soon. The federal government standing behind you, 100%. The First Lady and I are in California to express a great love for the people of California. I've had great support always in California. We did very well recently, as you know, relatively speaking, at least I can say. And it's been amazing. I have property in California, not too far away, actually, right up the road in Palos Verdes, a big property. And I've always loved it. I've always loved being here. But we have to grieve for the 28 Californians who have tragically perished. And sadly, you're going to be finding more. And that's going to be very sad, because I know people are missing. And when you look at that kind of incineration, you know what's going to happen. You're going to find some more. But with all that we've gone through, I watched your firefighters, and they were really fighting at a big disadvantage. I got to know a lot of them just now, and they're incredible people. They were so happy. They were saying, congratulations, sir. You know, they're thinking about country maybe even before this location that they all love. But I'm pleased to be joined by many of the great California leaders, both Democrat and Republican. And it's an honor to meet some of you I didn't know, but I know every one of you by name. LA County Supervisor Catherine Barger. Thank you, Catherine, very much. Mayor Karen Bass. Thank you, Karen. It's nice to meet you. Representatives Jay Obernolte. Where's Jay? Jay, hi, Jay. It's been a tough period, Jay, right? Vince Fong, Kevin Kiley, Vince and Kevin, hi. Hi, Vince. A man I know very well. I know him too well, actually. And I say that actually with love, because he's actually been a great congressman for a long time, and he's a great leader, and he loves the area as much as anybody, right, Daryl? So Daryl Issa, young Kim, congratulations on an excellent career. I appreciate it. Another one I know pretty well is, to put it mildly, is Tom McClintock, and he's been with us for a long time. We have some interesting things going on in Washington, and it's an honor that you guys are here. Thank you, Daryl, very much, Tom. George Whitesides. Good, George. It's a great name, too, by the way. Brad Sherman. Oh, I know Brad well. I know Brad, but that's all right. We're on the same side of this one. I know that. We'll work together, Brad, very well. A lot of respect. And Presidential Envoy Rick Grinnell, who's done a fantastic job for me over the years. He was ambassador to Germany, and he was fantastic. So 2.5 weeks ago, over 100-mile-an-hour winds transformed the Palisades fire and other areas, too, into absolute infernos of death and destruction. And this is already the most expensive natural disaster, they say, in American history. That's pretty amazing. The numbers are going to be staggering. Most importantly, we have to get it built, and we have to hopefully find as few people as possible. We have already too many, 28 at least, they say. We're going to work very hard with the mayor, the governor, the supervisor, and everybody, and get the resources behind you. We have some amazing people, and we have some amazing fighters for things like this. I also had the concept of getting some of the best developers in the country. I've had so many calls from developers, and they want to come in. They don't want anything. They just want to come in and help, and they really know how to get things done and get things built. I would ask that the local officials, because we're going to essentially waive all federal permits. We're going to have you go very quickly, because a federal permit can take 10 years. We're not going to do that. We don't want to take 10 days. I would. So we're declaring this a national emergency. By doing that, I can give you immediate permits. I'd ask that the local permitting process be the same. Some of the people were saying they're going to be forced to wait 18 months for their permits, and I don't think you're going to do that. I can't imagine that. So they are literally in a position right now they'd like to start tonight, and they'll clean their site, they'll do everything. They just want to start, and they were very concerned with the 18 months. So I'm sure you can get it down to, I would say, not even 18 days. They are ready, Mayor. They are ready to start. I met so many of them. The fire took place. It's nice and cool there now, and they want to start taking the debris. They want to take the debris. They want to do everything. They'll get rid of everything. They're going to do it by their own hand. And you're going to see some amazing things happen. So we're waiving the federal permits. Either waive them or give them to you so rapidly it's going to be essentially the same thing, but we're going to try and just waive them, and we'll rely on the local. But the local, I hope, is going to do the same exact thing. They're literally ready to start right away tonight. So if you could do almost the same thing or the same thing would be great. For a building permit, you're going to have to check things out a little bit. A lot of them, every single one of them said they're going to rebuild. I didn't have one person say they're selling or they're leaving or they're disgusted. They love their community, and it's incredible. We even had one from your neck of the woods, right? Yeah. Do you want to stand up? It was so nice the way she greeted my wife in a very different language, right? And it was very nice to see. And you're staying, and you're going to rebuild, and everything else. Yeah, everybody. So it's really great. So I'm signing an executive order to open up the pumps and valves in the north. We want to get that water pouring down here as quickly as possible and let hundreds of millions of gallons of water flow down into Southern California. And that'll be a big benefit to you. If you don't want it, you're going to tell me, but I can't imagine it. I tell you who does like it is the fire department. When I said that, they were very happy with that. They didn't mind hearing that. But we have a lot of water that is available, and I hope you can work that out among yourselves. But I think this will show that we have to have that water. We have to have that water. You're talking about unlimited water coming up from the Pacific Northwest, even coming up from parts of Canada, and it pours down naturally. It has for a million years. For a million years, it pours down. You'll never run out. You'll never have shortages, and you won't have things like this. And when you do, you'll have a lot of water to put it out. So I'm going to ask that you figure that out. But I really strongly recommended this 7 years ago, and I think I'm going to just do it. If you have big problems, you're going to let me know, but I just can't even imagine it. But we're also surging federal resources and assistance to the state, and California must adopt the common sense policies to prevent fires. And we all know that. We were talking 7 or 8 years ago. I was talking to people from Austria, people from Finland, people that live in forests. And one of the gentlemen, one of the top great leaders of Austria, said, "We don't have forest fires, and we have trees that are actually far more flammable than they have in California, but they literally rake their forest. They take down, if a tree comes down, they take it down. They say you have 18 months. After that, it's like a matchstick." And I know environmentally, some environmental groups like the trees to just melt into the ground, but when they do melt into the ground, they become an inferno. So I think you're going to have to change your ways in terms of that. You have 30 years of leaves, and those leaves are dry as a bone, and they burn. You know, interestingly, because I was at Paradise, who is the general, right? Long time ago, I was at Paradise. What a beautiful paradise it was. And how is it doing, by the way? Are they rebuilding, right? Remember when he said, you were up here, President. I went there. I never saw anything like it. But you know what amazed me? I'll never forget it. The trees were okay because the trees are loaded with water. They sucked that water out of the ground. And this was an inferno, just like, I would say, no different than this. And it was also the wind that caused a lot of problem. I mean, you had tremendous winds that there's not a lot you're going to do with. You had up to 100-mile-an-hour winds. It's unheard of. But when I was in Paradise, I noticed that the trees, they were dark on the bottom, but they were absolutely living, and they lived because they're soaking wet. But the trees that were on the ground, within 12 to 18 months, they say 18 months at a maximum, you have to cut them up, take them away because they're matchsticks. But we saw that. You saw that with me. I commented at the time. I said, look at this. The house is burned down, and the tree is standing, and it's, other than being a little different color on the bottom, and it went through an inferno. It's amazing. It's soaking wet. So I think they have to do it. It's called management of the floor. And when the gentleman from Austria and also Finland and other countries, they said we manage the forest floor very, very carefully, and we don't have forest fires. You know, they just don't have them. So I'm sure you're going to do the same thing. So there can be no golden age without the Golden State. It's a great state. It's a fantastic place, and we're going to have a big celebration soon. We're going to come back, and we'll come back as much as you need, and we're going to turn it around, and we're going to open the coffers. You know, America wants us to be taken care of. This was a horrible thing to watch, and the way it just kept going and going, and then they'd find another area. It was like genius. On the other side, the fire was a genius, the way it kept moving, but we're not going to stand for it. I just met with the Olympic people, and they're all set to do a real job. So we have the Olympics, and I got them. You know, it was very interesting. I made the deal with the Olympics. I was called by your former mayor, and he said, would you call the Olympics? Because I must tell you, the Democrats, as you know, were not calling. They wouldn't do it. I don't know, there was a bad experience somehow. And I did, and I got along great with the Olympic Committee, and we got the Olympics, and then we got you the World Cup. That one I focused on with Gianni. Gianni was great, the head of it, and so you have that coming. And then we have the 250 years coming up, which is going to be a great celebration. But I'll never forget when I got the Olympics, and then I was president when I got them. I said, oh boy, it's too bad I won't be president. Who knew this was going to happen, right? I said, I won't be president because it would have been the 4 years. And in fact, I'd be retired by 4 days right now, I guess, right? So anyway, so I got him, and at least I'll be able to celebrate the Olympics, the World Cup, and the 250 years is going to be a very big deal. So we have the three biggest there are, and it was an honor to get. If you have any questions, please let me know, and if you have a statement to make, I'd love to have politically, if you'd like to make a statement. Brad, go ahead.
Mr. President?
Okay, I'll do
Mr. President, thank you
Sure.
for coming
Thank you, Brad.
to the 32nd Congressional District and
Thank you.
making most people don't have adequate insurance because they couldn't get it. So one company dropped 1,600 policies just in the last 6 months. We've got 16 times as much property damage here as from Hawaii. And I'm hoping that we get at least 16 times the federal appropriation for the CDBG program that helps people rebuild. And I know you've talked about policies of California that you're not a fan of, but I've been in Congress for 28 years. I really disagree with Louisiana on their abortion policy. I disagree with them on their campaign finance policy. I disagree with North Dakota on their gun policy, and I would never turn to somebody from Louisiana and say, you keep living on your cousin's couch, because we're not going to help you rebuild until Louisiana agrees with me on a woman's right to choose. So I'm hoping that we can get these funds and that we don't punish individuals for the policies of their state. You can disagree with them, and I think you've got some ideas. I look forward to us listening. Also, on tariffs, I often agree with you on tariffs, but how about no tariffs on building materials for the next 3 years?
Well, we'll take a look at that, actually.
Mr. President.
Mayor, please.
Yes. First of all, let me just take the opportunity to officially welcome you to Los Angeles. Really appreciate you coming, and especially you come just a few days after your inauguration. So I want you to know that your presence here is very much appreciated. Let me also say that I know you had an opportunity to see the devastation. You've seen the extreme loss, the grief that people are going through here. And we are 100% committed to getting this neighborhood rebuilt again. You mentioned a couple of things in terms of us expediting. So I signed executive directives right away so that we could cut the red tape, we could get people back building as fast as possible, and we're going to continue doing that.
Mayor, the one thing is they are saying they will not be allowed to start for 18 months.
No, that will not be the case.
Okay, I just hope you're right.
You can hold me to it.
There's 4 groups said that.
No.
That would be they should be able to do it. They should be able to start tonight.
That will not be the case. You know, first we have to take care to make sure that there's not getting rid of the hazardous waste, cleaning things up so that people can start right away. And just like you said, if somebody their house was destroyed and they're going to rebuild essentially the same, maybe a little bit longer, a little bit higher, they really shouldn't have to go through much of a process. So I want you to know that we are expediting that. We absolutely need your help. We need the federal help. You're a builder.
You got it. I told you. You will have no permit problem. There will be 0 delay. And as far as I'm concerned, you already have the permits.
And the resources.
I am more worried because I met at least 8 groups of homeowners, and I'm much more worried about the fact that they said it's 18 months exactly. And they were devastated. They want to start now. They want to start removing things. They're not allowed to do it now. And you mentioned hazardous waste. Well, the hazardous waste, what's hazardous waste? I mean, you're going to have to define that. We're going to go through a whole series of questions on determining what's hazardous.
Nope.
I just think you have to allow the people to go on their site and start the process tonight.
And we will.
Okay, good.
You can come back and check.
Mr. President?
Yes.
I'm Congressmember Judy Chu, and I represent the areas of Altadena and Pasadena.
Yes.
That's the Eaton fire, and there is a world of hurt there. I know that you've gone to the Palisades and you've seen the devastation, but it's apocalyptic in Altadena, and thank goodness I have a partner with Supervisor Catherine Barger in working to help people get back to normal and to rebuild. But right now they have nothing, and there have been 9,500 structures burned. Most of the deaths have occurred in our area with the Eaton fire, and thousands of people are without homes. And these are working people. These are working class people. They are people like Dr. Jackie Jacobs, who was an educator all her life and then finally became the first black administrator of her educational institution, Pasadena City College, and then retired, now 88 years old, and then her home of 30 years burned in Altadena.
Yeah.
She has nothing. She left with only the clothes on her back. She has nothing. And so they need this help, and I just want to make sure that you remember the people in Altadena and Pasadena, and that you can come there and see how terrible the devastation has been there so that they can get the help that they need.
Just remember one thing, and I like the way you express yourself beautifully, actually, but I've only been here 3 days, and I'll do a great job. But we had another president, and this took place during the life of another president, not me. But I'm going to be the president that's going to help you fix it, because he would not have been able to help you fix it, okay? So we'll take care of it. We'll take care of it. And we'll work closely. Yeah. We'll work closely, and I know your community was really devastated. incredibly. So we understand that. Thank you very much.
Mr. President, I'm just going to follow up. Supervisor
Yes, please, go ahead.
Kappenberger, and I also represent Altadena. And what I tell people is, people of Altadena are the exact people you talked to when you were running. You've got individuals from every walk of life, and it is actually at one time was the only place African Americans could purchase homes. It was redlined. And so you've got a lot of generational wealth there. And one of the commitments I've made, and we've had meetings with some of your people in HUD that you've got there now, to work with them and work with your administration to see how we can help. And I've been pleasantly surprised. I know on HUD we've got some asks that we are going to be working with you on. But more importantly, I just really want to emphasize what Congresswoman Chu said, and that is that these are individuals who are feeling forgotten. And what I tell them is, and when we invited you out here, I told, when I went to the AME church, this president was talking to you when he was running. You understand the difficulty in making ends meet. You understand the high cost of living. And now their biggest fear is that that's going to impact their ability to rebuild. And I have made them this commitment, because this is my last term, that for the next 4 years, you talk about 18 months, I've told our county staff that if you're going to get in the way, then get another job. Because we are an all hands on deck. And quite frankly, if the bureaucracy can't get out of the way, we'll just roll over it. And we've said that, and we've made it clear. The governor's waived CEQA, which I feel should be completely reformed, if not eliminated. And if it's being eliminated for this,
how are they doing with CEQA?
How are they doing?
How is it? What's been the attitude of the people running that whole situation?
It adds sometimes years on to an application.
Can't do it. Can't.
No, and the governor's
and Coastal Commission also.
He waived that.
We're going to have to override the Coastal Commission, because I've dealt with the Coastal Commission for a long time, and they are considered the most difficult in the entire country. And we cannot have them play their games and wait 10 years to give somebody a permit. In fact, I'm going to override the Coastal Commission. I'm not going to let them get away with their antics.
Well,
okay. Thank you. Thank you, David.
Mr. President, I just want to thank you for your leadership on California water policy. You made it a priority from day one. For those of us in the Central Valley in Northern California, we have catastrophic wildfires as well. California is a wildfire-prone area, so ensuring reliable, stable water supplies is critical. And so your leadership, your executive order, moving more water, maximizing flows throughout the state of California, building more water storage, more conveyance, coordinating the...
It would have a great impact on, I know your area very well. It would have an unbelievable impact on your area.
Absolutely. We just want to thank you for making it a priority.
Yeah. You know, even beyond the fire stuff, the farms. I was driving up with congressmen a few years ago because they were complaining they had no water. And I was driving up, and you'll see all of this incredible land, but it's absolutely bone dry. And then you'll see little green patches, and the green patches are so beautiful. You know, they have that land, they say it's as good as Iowa farmland, but it has no water. And it's artificial, has no water. They send the water out into the Pacific Ocean. And when we let that water come through your valleys and down to Los Angeles and everything, you're going to have a different place. It's going to be a whole different place. And you guys have to get together and say, gee, we want it. It's the craziest thing I've ever seen. So at least you said that, and I appreciate it. Because your farmers will be able to, instead of having 1 acre out of 100, which is all they have, they'll be able to have 100 acres out of 100. And it's among the best, they say it's the best farmland just about in the country, as good as any place there is. So, but you can't, it's no good without water. So that's beyond the fire stuff. But today we're talking about fire. But it's good for everything. So I hope you can lead a group. And Darrell, if you can lead a group, I know how you feel. And, you know, support what I'm doing, because what I'm doing, I guess, is controversial. I don't know what's controversial about sending millions and millions of gallons of beautiful fresh water from the Pacific Northwest and further up than even that into an area that's bone dry. We have to, you know, I have a house in Beverly Hills, and you get notices every once in a while. They want you to go down to 38 gallons per person or something, per house, per person. I say, you mean you can only have, 38 gallons sounds like a lot. It's not a lot. And they want to do that every once in a while, and you just think it's ridiculous. When you have like just about as much water as anybody in the country, and we shouldn't be in a position where you have tumbleweed that's dry as a bone, that even tumbleweed can be nice and green and rich and loaded up with water, and it's not going to burn. You don't even have to remove it. It's not going to burn, but it's just dry. So I hope you can all get together and say, I'm so happy with the water that's going to be flowing down, because I just don't see anything. They talk about the Delta smelt, which is a fish that's this big, but it is really not, doesn't have to be protected because it's in other areas. It's in numerous other areas. So it doesn't have to be protected. The people of California have to be protected.
Mr. President.
Mr. President, could I just speak for a moment?
Kevin Kiley, California.
Yes.
First of all, you're absolutely right about the Coastal Commission. I've introduced legislation to rein them in. We've been talking with Rick about this.
They're out of control.
Absolutely out of control. It's insane the things they've been getting away with.
I think they thrive on it, actually, if you want to know the truth. It's so ridiculous.
That's right. They even tried to stop SpaceX from launching rockets.
It's true.
But you mentioned your predecessor and how he didn't fix the situation, which is absolutely right. Not only that, during the Calder fire, which was a few years ago, which was in my district, 600 people lost their homes in a town called Grizzly Flat. He came and he promised that he would help them out, but he broke that promise many times. He never delivered them the individual assistance they were asking for. So this has underscored for me the importance of helping the victims, making sure in this situation, in every fire, we get money to the victims, and we make sure that, that nothing stands in the way of that. But I just want to thank you for your focus on bringing sanity to California, water and fire policy. There's no place that needs a revolution in common sense quite like California.
You have so much water. Use it and be happy about it.
Mr. President,
be happy.
Mr. President, my name is Joel Pollack, and I am a journalist with Breitbart News, but I happen to live in the Pacific Palisades, as do other colleagues. One colleague, John Kahn, wrote the song Fighter, which you played at your campaign rallies. He lost his house and the studio he wrote that song in. We were lucky because I was able to fight the fire on my fence. But when I got to my house, there was no water in the pipes. So I got inside and I picked up the flower vases, because I give my wife flowers every week, and there was water there, and we started with that. Then I found my son's bucket of baseballs, and I dumped the baseballs on the ground, and I used the bucket. But there was still no water, except for the water in the gutter coming from the burnt homes uphill. So I went to and fro to my gutter and my fence with my bucket. 2 guys showed up in a truck, 2 neighbors. We found 2 more buckets, bucket after bucket after bucket. Many of my neighbors, including some here, tried to fight the fires. They couldn't. We were lucky our house was saved. But we should not have to rely on buckets to put out a fire.
That's right.
You can't stop an 80-mile-per-hour wind or 100-mile-per-hour wind, but there were many things that went wrong here that are basic and small. We did not have traffic police to guide the evacuation, so there was gridlock on Sunset. They've removed the vehicles now, but there were dozens of vehicles that were abandoned by drivers who fled for their lives because there were no traffic cops available. The fire department wasn't pre-deployed, even though there was an extreme wind event coming. And many of my neighbors lost their fire insurance in the days before the blaze. So I asked my neighbors, what would they want to know if I could ask the president a question? And the number one thing was insurance. Can you work with the insurance companies to get people back to where they were before they lost the coverage because of California's regulations? And can you make California change its rules so that when we build again, we can get fire insurance and we don't have to worry? And there's one other point I want to make. I really appreciate my congressman advocating for money. We need the money from the federal government. But I also understand Americans who are tired of spending money on California and disasters happen, and the California government passes $50 million to oppose your policies. So they have $50 million for that, but not for moving people into rental homes or helping people relocate or rebuild. I would like to ask you to follow the 9/11 Commission precedent and appoint a special master to watch the money, to make sure that every federal dollar that gets spent here is spent on fire relief and rebuilding and not on everything else.
Good idea. Here's a good one right over here. I don't know if you, do we all like
He's
Rick?
very
He was
busy.
ambassador to Germany. He was fantastic. Angela Merkel's happiest day ever in her history, and she had a long history, was the day I removed him from there and put him in charge of a very high level of intelligence and intelligent people, but they were not intelligent enough to fool him. But Rick Grinnell has been fantastic, and he lives here, and I don't know if you want to either think about it or recommend some people or get together and recommend some people as a group, which is fine. But Rick would be somebody that I would certainly consider. And Breitbart is fantastic, by the way. Congratulations on that. And I was so impressed with the firefighters I met before. And they said that, you know, I asked them how many of the pumps, how many of the hydrants were working. And it was a, you know, large percentage of them were not working at all. They had no water. And the ones that did have water didn't have a lot of pressure. And one of the things that was missing, many of you have sprinklers over your living room and your bathroom and your kitchen. I mean, if those sprinklers worked with some pressure, you would have had a much different outcome. So we're going to work on that. I think in terms of that, Rick Grinnell would be good, or Rick, you'll head up a group of people that would recommend a few people to me, maybe a commission, set up a commission. I like it because we're talking about a lot of money. The other one is Kelly Loeffler is now the head of small business, and small business is big business. It's actually one of the biggest banks in the world. We call it the Small Business Administration, and she's a cabinet member, full cabinet member. She's fantastic. Her husband is the head of the New York Stock Exchange, so they know something about money and other exchanges, actually. Fantastic people. And she wants to come here almost immediately after she gets approved. She wants to come here and open up small business to the area because they have a lot of money. I always say the small business is actually a very big business when you add it all up. And she's going to come here, and it's a very important thing. I want to thank also the First Lady, because she wanted to come here. She wanted to be here. She has so many friends, and she also wanted to see North Carolina because that was another disaster that was so bad, so different, but so bad. And she just wanted to go there. We said we're going to stop at one, and then we're going to the other. In many respects, it was a depressing day, but in many respects, it was a beautiful day because the spirit is so incredible. North Carolina and here. Very, very similar situation. So different and yet so similar, actually. And so I just thought it was very nice. You wanted to be here, and we appreciate that. Please. Jay? Is that local? You got to. I don't want to be the only one to give you permits like in one day, and then I find out that the cities, the towns, and the state is not going to give you permits. And you know, the problem with permits, it only takes one. Yeah. You might need 7 different permits. You shouldn't have any at this point. You should just let them build. And you know, you're only as good as the weakest one. So if you have one that's going to hold you up, but the others are going to give it to you in 24 hours, it's not going to help you very much. So they have to work on that. It's what everybody said.
Well, and let me just tell you that we are going to do everything we can, slashing regulations, expediting everything so that people can begin the process right away. You know, we have the Disaster Recovery Center on Pico and Westwood. We have building and safety there. People are already contacting the local agencies. We're bringing our city departments together so that people don't get caught in the loop of going from one room to the next. We want them all to be in the same room so that you can get busy rebuilding ASAP. Absolutely. Yes. Yes. And we will clear the lots, absolutely, in the city and in the county. We are working together. Both levels of government are working in unity. Yes.
6 months is no good.
And the number one thing that we are going to do immediately, and you will see this happen, is to clear out the debris. And you know we're concerned right now over the weekend because of the potential rain, but we are going to move as fast as we can, but we want you to be safe, and we want you to be back in your homes immediately.
But the people are willing to clean out their own debris. It doesn't
Yes,
cost
and
a
they
lot.
can,
You
and
should
they are
let them
able
do
to-
it because
No, no,
by the
they
time you
can do
hire
that.
contractors, it's
Right.
going to be 2 years.
If a family...
People are willing to get a dumpster and do it themselves and clean it out.
And they can
There's
do
not that much left. It's all incinerated.
That's right.
And, you know, it's just going to take a long time if you do. You can do some of it, but a lot of these people, I know that guy right there that's talking. I know my people. You'll be on that thing tonight, throwing the stuff away, and your site it'll look perfect within 24 hours, and that's what he wants to do. He doesn't want to wait around for 7 months till the city hires some demolition contract that's going to charge him $25,000 to do his lot. I think you have emergency powers just like I do, and I'm exercising my emergency powers. You have to exercise them also.
I did exercise them.
Because I looked,
signed
I
an
mean, you have a
emergency
very powerful
declaration.
emergency power, and you
Yes.
can do everything within 24 hours.
Yes. And if individuals want to clear out their property, they can. Well, yes, but you know that you will be able to go back soon.
Mr. President.
We think within a week.
That's a long time, a week. I'll be honest. To me, everyone's standing in front of their house. They want to go to work, and they're not allowed to do it.
And the most
a
important
week
thing
is
is
a
for
long
people
time.
to be safe.
They're safe. They're safe. You know what? They're not safe. They're not safe now. They're going to be much safer. A week is actually a long time, the way I look at it. I watched hundreds of people standing in front of their lots, and they're not allowed to go in. It's all burned. It's gone. It's done. Nothing's going to happen to it. It's not going to burn anymore. There's nothing to burn. There's almost nothing to burn. And they want to go in. The people are all over the place. They're standing, and I say, why aren't you going in? We're trying to get a permit. And the permit's going to take them, everybody said 18 months. You said 18 months. You said 18 months.
Last night.
And that was last night.
On that. Right.
Mr. President, we're going to be together next week, and during the interim, many of us are involved in, and Tom McClintock, who you know has been an expert on this for years,
That's right.
we are going to be putting conditions on the money that do two things. Require that it be done timely and affordable, and then secondly, that we protect those who will come afterwards. As we speak, there are 6,000 acres burning in my district on the Mexican border. There will be more fires until we include in any disaster relief items which will prevent it or at least mitigate it from happening again. So you're going to see us proposing both of those.
Like water. Little things like
do
water.
that for them.
You know, the party of common sense. See, we're the party of common sense. You're not, in all fairness.
Yes, sir.
We like water to put out fires. It's really quite efficient. All right.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Mr. President, I'm Jay Obernolte. My district is just a bit east of here.
Yep.
And you were talking about the need to better manage our forests and our wildlands to prevent this from happening again. And you were so right about that. Just last year, a couple months ago in October, they put out a fire. The line fire in my district was over twice as big as the Palisades fire. And they put it out less than a mile from my house in an area where we had done thinning, and they stopped the fire, Mr. President, on a fire break that we had built a couple of years ago.
That's right.
We have an area just on the other side of my community that hasn't been thinned in decades because it's being held up by a lawsuit from an environmental group that says we're going to reduce habitat. Mr. President, we need to, in addition to getting resources and boots on the ground to do this treatment, we need to reform our legal system to prevent these lawsuits from tying up these projects for years and years and years. And not to say that the merit shouldn't be heard, but we need to hear them and we need to move on, resolve them.
Is this a state group? State or federal group?
This is a local group, actually, Mr. President, but they have help from the state.
They use the environment to make themselves feel good, and they're destroying our country. And you've got to, at some point, you've got to put your foot down. I know exactly what you're talking. You have local and state groups, and you have federal groups too. And you got to fight them the right way, because you'll never, even if the mayor gives, you're going to have a local group come in and sue. You're not allowed to go on your property. They're going to talk about asbestos and every other thing. They want to go on their property and they want to clean out their property, and you cannot let anything get in their way. And you'll have this place built up quickly, beautiful. It'll be more beautiful than before. And I would do one other thing. I'd give them a 10%, 15% bonus on their house, because they went through hell, and they should be allowed to build a little bit, give them a little bit lot line bonus, give them a bonus on size, maybe a little bonus on height. They went through hell. You know, some of them had houses where they were restricted. They have to have an 8-foot ceiling. You let them have a 10-foot ceiling. Let them build a nice house, a nicer house than they had before. But I would give them a 10 or a 15% bonus on their plans. And I think it would be very well received, because they'll be able to build a little bit nicer house. Do you like that idea, by the way? They deserve it. Because you know what? It's not their fault that this fire took place. This fire took place, could have been stopped. It's not their fault. It's not the homeowner's fault. And I think they should be entitled to a bonus on their house. Okay.
Mr. President.
Sir, go ahead. Thank you. Some good news from Paradise. We stood together there 6 years ago, along with the governor.
That was so too.
That 3,400 homes have been rebuilt out of the 18,000 lost, and there's 400 more in the wings. And so FEMA was very helpful. Now my colleague who has Altadena here, probably a very similar situation. Clearing the lots, they're probably going to have to clear about a foot worth of soil underneath those foundations to get the toxicity out. So they'll need a lot of help. Those are working class folks in Altadena.
And we did a good job with you people.
And FEMA was extremely helpful.
Yep.
30,000.
That was the old days when FEMA was good. FEMA's no good anymore.
Yeah.
That was when we ran it. FEMA was very good, but now FEMA's not good.
We've got to get them on track. But on the water, thanks so much for your strong efforts on that. Right now, Lake Shasta, which is in my district, is dumping more water than what is coming in. So is Folsom Lake. And those are federal projects that should be building up, because we're latter January here. And you can't count on the rain and the snow coming every year. And so if we don't fill those projects, then my colleague in San Joaquin Valley isn't going to get his water for his farmers. Well, it might be all right up in the north. They aren't going to get it. And then the water needs to go through aqueduct for Southern Cal to refill maybe the Santa Ynez Reservoir that was empty during this.
You know, you don't even need reservoirs. With the water coming down, you don't need the reservoir. You have so much water, you don't need it. You only have reservoirs because you're trying to hold water. But you have natural water coming down along the coast. It's for 1 million years it's been coming. You know that, right?
Yeah.
In addition to that, you have a lot of half pipe. In other words, you have the half pipe that's built, and it hasn't been used. You see, it's bone dry. No water's been in that half pipe for years and years. It was closed up years ago.
Had the reservoir,
it's already there. Yeah.
Had the reservoir above Palisades been full, they wouldn't have run out of water in a few hours. It would have gone for at least a few days with 40 acre feet out of 600,000
That reservoir's been empty for a long time.
Yep.
It shouldn't have been empty. Okay. Any other questions? Yeah, please.
Mr. President, my name is Tracy Park. I represent the people of the Pacific Palisades on the LA City Council. I wanted to thank you for your loyal support to our military, our police officers, and especially our firefighters.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
My top priority going forward is to get these men and women home as soon as possible and open up the pathway to begin their rebuilding process. It was the Army Corps of Engineers who announced last night that it would be 18 months. I am fully committed to doing my part on the ground with our state agencies and our city
Good.
and our county partners to speed this up.
Good.
I just ask for your ongoing partnership with FEMA and the EPA and our other federal agencies to make sure that we have a commitment across all layers of government to get these people back home. Thank you, sir.
I do. Thank you very much. It's well said. I do have to say FEMA is a big disappointment. We had it working well. We had great people, but FEMA is not good anymore. What FEMA did in North Carolina, you know, they still haven't even gone to certain areas. They don't know what they're doing. And I say, you don't need FEMA. You need a good state government. And when you have a problem in Los Angeles, or when you have a problem even in the state of California, you have your own, essentially FEMA. You fix it yourself. You don't have somebody coming in from a state where they have no idea, like Florida. They come in from hurricanes. They have people staying in Alaska, and now they see, oh, this is very nice. But by the time they get familiar with it, they don't know anything. The FEMA is a very expensive, in my opinion, mostly failed situation. We had great people. We did some great jobs, but each state should take care of their problem and get money from the federal government. It would be so much better, so much more efficient. So we're looking at that because we have had, and you're going to have problems with FEMA too. You've already had problems with FEMA. FEMA doesn't even show up. It takes weeks before they even show up. And what happens is the state then relies on FEMA, and nobody does anything because FEMA doesn't show up. So it's not a good situation. So we'll make some recommendations on that. But you have to push like hell to get the permits, because I'm just hearing things that I don't like to hear. I think you're not going to get your permits as fast as people are saying. We have to get them. And Mayor, if I can help you at all in that regard, you'll let me know. But you're going to have all your federal permits. That's going to be the easy part, which, by the way, is by far the hardest part. Do you know who controls your water is Department of Commerce, and I already have that approval. And that's usually a very long process, but that's the hard part was the federal, but we already have that done. So anything I can do, please let me know. Please, go ahead. You lost all your schools. You lost four. You lost your 4 schools. Were they completely burned down, the schools? Wow. All of them? All of them? No, you can't. No.
That's right.
Well, I'm going to ask Rick to set, I think right from this table, you might put a couple of the fire guys back there on that I just met, okay? Because they're really good. But get a group and figure out how we can do the processing faster.
Mr. President, if I can just defend FEMA a little bit.
Yeah.
They brought thousands of people in. I don't know how they're doing in other states. They're doing a good job for us here. They've got a huge center that's open from 9 in the morning till 8 at night. But also, when you have a disaster this size, you need to be able to deploy thousands of people, which they've been able to do. Now, California, if we did it on our own, maybe we'd have thousands of people.
You do.
But if Rhode Island has a Palisades disaster, are they then supposed to keep thousands?
How many people do you have in California? 36? How many? How many million? How many million people do you have? You have 40 million people. You're not going to get a few thousand people. The problem with FEMA is they come from all over the country. They end up in arguments with your people from California because they want to do it a totally different way. And I can live either way, but you haven't gotten very much done with FEMA and all you have to do is look at North Carolina. It's one of the great disasters of all time.
And Mr. President, you can't have Rhode Island maintain a staff of thousands and thousands of people waiting to see if they have a disaster.
Do you know who came in and fixed North Carolina or the process? Other states, people from all over the country came. And you have the same thing. You have a lot of people from all over the country. Getting the people is not a problem. Getting the organization's a big problem. FEMA's incompetently run, and it costs about 3 times more than it should cost.
I'm hoping
we
that
can
you
spend
can get
money
a
on
better run.
schools instead of giving money to bureaucracy. It takes you so much longer.
Mr. President,
It takes you so much longer.
FEMA for helping our people.
FEMA has a standard, Brad, and I'm a builder. I was a very good builder. FEMA has a standard that's so slow. They want permit on permit on permit, and then they want permits on top of that. If you use FEMA, you'll be here for a long time. What I'm saying is get the city, get the state to give you immediate 24-hour permits. These people are going to build their own homes. They're going to get them built fast. How many of the people, could I ask you one question? How many of the people, what are people going to do for financing? What are people going to do? How many people can build a home, percentage-wise, like where they don't have to go out and get funds? Some people are just not going to be able to rebuild their home because they have a beautiful home, but they don't have cash, right? So what are people looking to do in that case? You're going to have a big percentage, I would assume, Brad, like that. What are they going to do? Go ahead.
Mr. President, without your help, they're only going to get $43,000 from the federal government, even if they have a half
Well,
million dollar
you did
uninsured
something,
loss.
Brad, where every insurance company in the country left California. That's why you have no insurance, because you made it so impossible. People that think like you made it so impossible. And you know,
Brad, me?
every
Mr.
insurance
President,
company.
I don't know what
I'll
you
tell
know
you this,
about my thinking.
I've never seen a state where almost nobody has insurance. And I said, what happened? And they said like 6 months ago they all left. And 2 years ago they had different, quadrants, but they left. And you have very little insurance here. I mean, I've never seen anything like it.
We had a lot of insurance companies pull out, but I have no
and
idea.
the insurance companies actually have been warning you. Now, I'm not a big fan of insurance companies, okay? They have their big drawbacks too, but the insurance company, I read the papers very well, and, they've been warning California for a long time. They've also been saying, we want water. You don't have water. You're supposed to get fire insurance. And the insurance company goes, you don't have any water in your fire hydrants. So it's a tough situation. I'm not a big fan of insurance companies. I get that.
They're pulling out of Florida
Brad,
as
you
well.
lost your insurance company 6 months ago because the state wouldn't give them what they had to have.
Yeah, and Mr. President, I remember the
Go ahead, please. Go ahead.
I'm Ed Ring from the California Policy Center, and in the matter of prevention of fires, in the matter of the cost of rebuilding, both of which affect insurance rates, I think one, to support something one of the other participants said, a reform you might consider, and it could be an act of Congress, is that the losers in environmentalist lawsuits pays the legal fees. And I think that would be a big step in the right direction.
The losers of a lawsuit should pay all the fees.
Oh, you mean loser pays. I love that. Well, if you did loser pays, you could cut your courts in you could cut them down about 90%. Loser pays. You know what would also benefit? Medical. If you had loser pays for medical, your medical costs would go down by 50%. That's an interesting thing. I bring that up, but the only problem? The strongest lobby in the world, you know what it is? The lawyer lobby. So when you go back to your local congressman, hello, congressman, how about going against the lawyers for a little while? No, loser pay is, very good. In Europe, they use it in certain parts of Europe, and they have very little litigations, right? Yes, please.
Mr. President, I represent the 27th Congressional District, which is on the north side of the North San Fernando Valley through Santa Clarita and Lancaster and Palmdale. I just wanted to tell you a story of heroism. Yesterday, we had another big fire. We had several big fires across, and this fire was moving fast. It was moving 1,000 feet per minute. But what these heroes did, the firefighters and the sheriffs and the law enforcement officials, they mobilized 4,000 people within about 6 hours. They mobilized 20 air attack aircraft and helicopters, and they saved the city of Castaic. And so I just wanted to ask you to join us in recognizing those amazing heroes.
I love that.
I think the thing that we all, and I'm very encouraged by your words, we're all here to help the folks here.
Yep,
right?
that's right.
And your words about building quickly, building well, but building quickly is what I think we are all here to do. And I think if we can take that spirit out of today, it is really important that you and your wife are here. If we can take that spirit, we're going to help these people as quickly as possible, get them back on their feet, and recreate these amazing communities that we have here.
And you'll take the word spirit, such a great word, such an important word. You'll take their guts away. You'll take their spirit away if you don't give them the purpose. You're going to take their guts. They're going to say, oh, all of a sudden they'll start looking for houses, and your whole thing is going to blow up on you. These people want to get going. This place can go quickly, but you don't want to take their spirit away, and that will take their spirit away. So you're 100% right. Yes, sir. Thank you. Right. That's right. Oh, you noticed that. Oh, look at this guy. He studies that. No, Bank of America, they're not nice. Sounds very nice. The Bank of America, they're not nice. Well, we're doing numbers on banks, yeah. We're doing it. Is that Leonard Boxer next to you? Leonard? Huh? We have Leonard and we have, oh, there's Skip. I have them all here, huh? Look at Skip. I haven't seen you in a long time. He used to be a very good golfer. You still a good golfer? Huh? And he's a good guy, too. Hi, Skip. You got them all, huh? Got Leonard, Skip. Thank you. Go ahead, please.
Mr. President, I just wanted to say Paradise is coming back because of the help that you gave us. And we really want to thank you for that. And that's why we're here also, is because we want to help our
we did a good job with Paradise, didn't we? What a fire that was.
It was a terrible
We've had many people were found, and only the certain type of German Shepherd could even find it, right? You could not tell. The dog would go right up. There's the body. And the incineration was so horrible. So horrible.
And when we see the same devastation.
So Paradise is going good, right?
It's going good. We're coming back.
Yeah,
and it's because of the help, and we want to help our brothers and sisters here in LA to come back too. And I know that's what you're going to do. And so we really appreciate that. But from Paradise to the Palisades, the problem is fuel. It's the fuel, the vegetation, the dry grasses, the chaparral. There's a tremendous amount of it, and we're not.
You got to remove it. You got to remove it, and you got to remove it, and you got to do the other things that we've said 10 times. I mean, you got to remove it. You just can't have it. I see it even now. I saw the fire. We flew over it, and you got a lot of dry stuff. It's bone dry.
And the environmental.
And I predicted this 7 years ago. I said, "Do it, get it done," and everybody laughed. They thought it was. I said, "Forest management." They thought it was such a funny term. Ha ha ha! That's so funny. Now it's not funny anymore, we were right.
It's number one cause of these fires. Number one cause.
You wouldn't have any fires.
Right. And if we just remove those environmental regulations, NEPA, CEQA at the state level, that get in the way of us doing those projects.
It's all a con job, that, right? It's all
Berry
a
Creek,
big con
the
job.
town of Berry Creek in my district,
yeah.
CEQA stopped them from doing a fuel reduction project. They said 18 months. That's where 18 months comes from, because at least 18 months on a CEQA review. That community is no longer here today because of the North Complex fire. We didn't build that project. We need to make sure that never happens again. We have to stop those things from happening so we don't have.
Well, it will happen here
Palisades.
Unless you're very strong as a group of people and demand that you have the right to go onto your property and start the process immediately, like tomorrow. How many people did I see on your street where they're standing in front of their lot? The house there's really not much demolition. It's incinerated, right? So it's not like a lot of stuff. It's not like you have 3 stories worth of concrete. It's all incinerated. And all of the people were standing there and they weren't allowed to even go onto their lot. You got to let them do. If you can do that, you're going to see this thing go like wildfire. And if you don't, you're going to have those lots for years because people are going to leave. They're going to, as much as you love your location and your place, and you're in the real estate business, as much as you love your location and your site, your housing sites, they're going to leave. They're going to leave. They're going to find other things. They're not going to put up with it. They have spirit now, but in a year from now, they won't have spirit if you don't let them go. So just harness it. Well, I think, look, I'm going to give you everything you want. I'm going to give you more than any president would have ever given you. If most presidents wouldn't be here, number one. They certainly wouldn't be here after 3 days. They would not be here, I can tell you that. And we're going to override all of permitting. The only thing you have to do is get your state people, which should be very easy, because that's literally so easy to do. And I know the mayor, and I know she's working very hard, but she's got very powerful emergency, it's called an emergency petition, and you can petition very quickly. And I just hope you can give them, because it's very rare that the federal government would be ahead of the state government, because the federal permits are much tougher. But you essentially already have your permits. You can just go and go wild. Brad, as soon as you can get those permits, whatever you can do, if you can put that genius of yours to work on getting a permit, you'll be doing much better than some of the other things you've said, okay? But we do appreciate you. So, Mayor, could I just leave you with that? It's a big permitting deal. We're going to be back, and I'm going to put Rick in charge of just representing me for a period of time until we figure out exactly who we want to do it, whether we want a commission or an individual. You know, if you have a good individual, if you have a really good individual, and they are rare, but if you have a really good individual, it's always better than a commission, because a commission gets bogged down a little bit, Darrell, right? So it's if you had the right individual. And I know we do. We have a lot of great individuals in this community. But it's an honor to be with you. It was an honor to be with your firemen before and your policemen. We met some great people. And these are people that are leaders, and they're just fantastic. It's a fantastic group of people, and they were very brave. I want to tell you, your fire people are so well thought of. You had big fires, and it was hard to put them out, but boy, were they brave. They were really fighting against a tough thing, and everybody in the country knows it. Everybody in the country knows it. And it was an honor to be with you. So I'll be back, and we'll work very hard, and I hope you guys can start doing your cleanup starting like tomorrow at around 12 o'clock, okay? Thank you all very much. Thank you very much. Thank you, everybody. Thanks, Brad. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, Fred. Nice to meet you. Thank you, Tom. Let me shake you. You're right. Good. It'll work out. It's gonna work out. Congratulations. Thank you.
Look forward to you coming back.
We'll be back. Thank you.
President, I want you to meet our state rep. He's been with you from the beginning. U.S. Attorney. He's demonstrated in 6 years. Honor to meet you. Nice to see you. Nice to see you again.
All right, live coverage. You're watching RSBN Live from Los Angeles. You see President Trump there on the right side of your screen saying, quote, "There could be no golden age without the Golden State." Also saying he's declaring the LA wildfire situation a national emergency, which will bring surging federal assistance to the state. And Robert, we saw him there sitting there almost apprentice style in some ways. But, you know, obviously not only the commander-in-chief, but takes actual authority and command over any kind of meeting.
And right in between his special envoy for special missions, a position recently established for Rick Grinnell, and of course our First Lady Melania Trump. But this is where President Trump shines in his leadership style of asking those questions and, you know, having those healthy, robust debates and willing to work with everyone. I think that's a big difference you see with some of the congressmen and the mayor, Karen Bass, sitting around him. They have different philosophies because they've been so heavily involved in bureaucracy, where this is where he shines. This is his brilliance in being a builder. He understands that people want to get in. And even Melania Trump speaking earlier in Slovenian to one of the victims of the burned homes. And he said, look, there's nothing left to burn. They can get in there right now, clean it up themselves. They don't need permit upon permit upon permit. We don't need the coastal council to come on in and make more rules and regulations. That's been the problem with the Golden State. Too much red tape.
So he's saying he's going to override that coastal council, that coastal commission there, and take care of business. And to your point, you know, when people watch this on wherever they're watching right now from the Southern California area, they see someone in President Trump that is just like themselves. That's how somebody would respond to an official and say, no, we want to get this done now, not in 7 days from now, not in this 18-month situation. Let's get it taken care of. So, you know, President Trump lobbying and working for the people there, but not really only lobbying. I mean, he has a lot of power, of course. So, again, declaring a national emergency for Southern California there in Los Angeles. That means there will be a surge, he says, of federal assistance to the Golden State. Once again, there could be no golden age without the Golden State, according to the president there, as you see on the right side of your screen. So what we're going to do now is see if we continue this live feed all the way through to where Marine One is parked outside and not too far from there. So we'll see if we get all the camera angles to Marine One. He'll take off from Pacific Palisades and go about 20-25 minutes to LAX, where Air Force One is standing by. We'll also stay here on the network for the takeoff of Air Force One, which will go all the way to Las Vegas for tomorrow's huge rally. Now, when I say huge rally, it's huge because it's his first, well, is it his second now as the president, right?
The second as the president, the second in 2025 after the Capital One Arena last week in Washington, D.C.
All right, so going from, you know, D.C., of course, to Vegas when it comes to the rallies. So we're hearing that, of course, there'll be a line outside, a huge line, as you guys have grown accustomed to when you watch the network here at Right Side. You see We the People outside. So tomorrow, having that coverage, I'll be able to watch from my home, as I'll be with my wife and my baby tomorrow. And but seeing Robert McNeely and Christina Loren, they're live interviewing everybody. I mean, it's just going to be awesome to watch this tomorrow.
It's going to be an exciting time. I love these rallies, and it's exciting to see because we thought we might be in a post-rally era, but President Trump jumping right back into it a week into office, less than a week, and 2 rallies already. So it might be a great vehicle for him to communicate with the American people on a regular basis.
So the Silver State getting ready, the people in Nevada and anywhere else in the region there that just realized, oh, wow, President Trump's on his way for a rally. This is not the nominee president. This is not the candidate. This is not the president-elect. It's the 47th Commander-in-Chief of our great land. So President Trump working hard for the people of California. And earlier today, as you saw in Western North Carolina, working hard for the people of North Carolina, the Tar Heel State. Great coverage in the sense of a lot of live access today, as you guys have seen, from Air Force One, Marine One. How about that aerial tour? How awesome was that?
Well, that was exciting. What a great shot to see. Beautiful southern coast. and President Trump, of course, in Marine One and back in the action. So reminded me of Top Gun, as you mentioned earlier, too. Kind of wanted to play some of that music in the background because it's just what a sight to see President Trump really embracing this role, and that great helmet, the battalion chief, the gift from Firehouse 69 in Pacific Palisades. Really an exciting thing to see. And then, of course, the gentleman, the fireman, saying that, "Welcome back, sir. We're happy to have you home."
And again, to Kendra and Elizabeth, who joined us earlier, that have faced the devastating wildfires, we're not just moving on from your situation. We understand and heard your situation here at the network, and it was broadcast throughout the country. And anybody that has internet access across the globe and understands the English language, or even within a translation, you never know, has heard the story of your devastation there when it comes to losing so much in just the Eaton fire. This, with the Pacific Palisades tour there by the president, so he knows about all of the fires, of course, and is working on the surge of federal assistance to the state, something that President Trump has declared a national emergency, again saying there will be no golden age without the Golden State. It's perfectly said, but again, this is not just ever political theater. This is not just words. It's always action with this president.
It is. He does not back down. Forget 100 days, 100 hours of what he has accomplished with executive orders and freeing political prisoners, getting ready to drill for liquid gold, securing the southern border, and it will continue. He does not back down. He's doing it in a sense of great charity and bipartisanship as well, and a calm, steady hand. And it's a new, refined President Trump in the sense that I think he's truly willing, ready, and able to work with just about anybody because he's so aware of what's happened in D.C. and that regardless if there's an R or a D next to the name, that really doesn't matter. And I predict right now one of his greatest allies in the Senate is going to be John Fetterman. And we're going to see that perhaps with this weekend. As Senator John Thune said, okay, if you want to play games on the other side with confirmations, especially with the rest of the national security team, we're going to work on the weekend. And so we might have a vote on Pete Hegseth this weekend, and John Fetterman might just be that one Democrat to support him.
And that would be great to see, and you'd have that coverage here on Right Side Broadcasting Network specifically, whether that's live right here on the network. We will definitely be live tomorrow for the rally, but also on X, on Truth Social, and all of our platforms out there. So again, we're looking at the live picture there in Los Angeles, California. President Trump, of course, wrapping that Firehouse Roundtable. Now, speaking of first responders, and then shifting over to law enforcement and military, the our U.S. Marines, 1,500 of them, or a portion of that 1,500 number, are boots on the ground right now on the southern border. I'm thinking that recruitment in the military and in law enforcement, now that we have peace through strength with the military, now that we have law and order through the president, maybe recruitment and the personnel and the staffing levels will increase as that feed there, of course, ending live right now as we take a beautiful, beautiful look at 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue. The thing is, Robert, let's talk about the municipalities, the boroughs, the towns, the local areas, right? The cities, the county, all of that. They have to follow suit, though, with the president when it comes to law and order. I mean, we've interviewed some sheriffs here at the network. They're ready to go, but everybody has to do it.
I mean, if you look at Section 8 of U.S. Code 1324, if you harbor an illegal alien, that is a felony and punishable by up to 1 or more years in prison. So you have people like Governor J.B. Pritzker of Illinois and Mayor Brandon Johnson of Chicago saying they will stand in the way. They have not yet, because we know ICE agents have been on the ground and made arrests in the city of Chicago in the last 72 hours, but you have defiant voices still, and maybe that's political rhetoric at this point because they're smart enough to realize that if they do harbor illegal aliens, they're getting in the way of law and order, and they have no jurisdiction over that. This is a federal issue, and that's why ICE and DHS moving in quickly under the leadership of Border Czar Tom Homan.
Now that we're looking at the East Coast, and to your point earlier about the DOD Secretary nomination of Pete Hegseth, on Truth Social, election wizard saying, happening, Senate voting to confirm Hegseth as Defense Secretary. So if there is a live feed of that on